Upon waking up, Qiuya realized something was terribly wrong. She was actually aboard a small spaceship. What is going on? What happened? What is wrong with my body? To her dismay, Qiuya discovered that she had actually become a woman. Ding! System binding successful. Congratulations, host, you have become a superwoman and traversed into the Marvel Universe. The system chimed coldly. System, I just took a nap. How did I end up transmigrating and even turning into a woman? The system replied, the host was brought into the Marvel Cinematic Universe by a certain mysterious power. Dazed for a long while, Qiuya finally managed to steady her mind. Fine, since I'm here, I might as well settle in. System, what functions do you have? By engaging in battles and participating in various events and by achieving victory, the host will obtain system points and reputation. The larger the battle or event, the greater the rewards. The emotionless mechanical voice of the system echoed. Does the system have a newbie gift pack? The host has claimed the newbie gift pack and obtained a flawless Kryptonian bloodline, no weaknesses, unaffected by kryptonite or red sunlight. A perfect Kryptonian bloodline, not bad. Once I get to Earth, I'll get stronger just by basking in the sun. The small spaceship, like a meteor, plummeted toward the ground and crashed, carving a deep crater into the Earth. Rubbing her head, which was still buzzing from the impact, Qiuya climbed out of the small spaceship. Her body was largely unscathed. After all, she now possessed a superwoman's bloodline. Why do I feel so light, as if I might float away? The moment she stepped out of the spaceship, Qiuya sensed that Earth's gravity felt weak. She began trying to control her strength so she could walk normally on the ground. Not long after Qiuya's spaceship entered the atmosphere, it was detected by SHIELD. The craft ultimately crashed onto an open lot right beside SHIELD's facilities, though at this time it did not yet bear that name. Upon learning of it, Nick Fury immediately sent people over. Extraterrestrial visitor, who are you? State your purpose for coming. A group of agents surrounded her, led by none other than Coulson. The moment Coulson saw Qiuya clearly, he was stunned. The beauty before him possessed a breathtakingly exquisite face, her features as though crafted by the very hand of God. Her fine, gently arched brows resembled two willow leaf blades, and her lashes were long and elegantly curled. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, giving her an ethereal, otherworldly grace. Her nose was straight and her small cherry lips tilted up ever so slightly, carrying a hint of arrogance, yet tinged with alluring charm, as though beckoning others towards sin. She wore a short Superwoman battle skirt, revealing a pair of long, perfectly straight legs, slender and well-proportioned. Coulson, Qiuya, seeing his face, clearly realized he looked exactly the same as in the movies. My planet was destroyed. I escaped to Earth in this spaceship. Qiuya was unaware of her own beauty and simply assumed Coulson was stunned by the sight of an alien spacecraft. Coulson took quite a while to regain his composure, silently thinking, an alien this beautiful, and she's even wearing black stockings. You'll need to come with us. All right, but you'll have to take me to your superior. Coulson reported the matter to Nick Fury, who upon hearing it also decided he wanted to meet Qiuya. Truly a troubled time, Nick Fury muttered as he had Qiuya brought to an interrogation room. He intended to question her carefully about this alien visitor. This was no trivial matter. Name? Qiuya. Isn't that a Chinese name? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I just came up with it. Where are you from? Krypton. Do you harbor any malice toward Earth? I'm just a wandering alien hoping only to live a good life here on Earth. Nick Fury asked countless questions, all of which Qiuya handled with ease. Before long, seeing that he could not get anything more out of her for the moment, Fury pressed some of his doubts down into his heart. Qiuya even asked Nick Fury for a room with good sunlight, and to his surprise, he actually agreed. Of course, that old fox would undoubtedly assign many people to watch her. That was fine by her. Once she grew stronger from basking in the sun, she could leave whenever she pleased. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window onto her body, stimulating the energy within Qiuya's cells. Very soon, she felt her entire being brimming with power. System, report my physical data. Name Qiuya. Gender female. Height 178. Body density 600,000 times that of a normal human. Weight on Earth using bioforce field 60 kilograms. Flight speed Mach 4. Current abilities: indestructible body, super strength, super hearing, super vision, super mental power, super brain, lazy, super speed, super endurance, flight, bioforce field, heat vision, ice breath, X-ray vision. Items: Superwoman battle suit. With the basic abilities of a Superwoman fully awakened, Qiuya was delighted. She was just about to take off, burst through the window, and leave this room where she was being held. Using her X-ray vision, she saw a beautiful female agent approaching with food. It was none other than Black Widow Natasha. So it's Natasha? As Qiuya spoke, her fair jade-like hand reached for the door, but she misjudged her strength and ended up tearing the entire heavy iron door off its hinges. Natasha, standing at the doorway, was utterly dumbfounded. This door had been made of special, highly advanced materials, extraordinarily sturdy, designed to withstand bullets and even tank shells. Yet Qiuya had dismantled it just like that. "Sorry, I accidentally used too much force," Qiuya said a bit sheepishly. Having just become so strong, she had not yet learned to control her strength. It wasn't just Natasha, the two other agents nearby were also stunned. Natasha had come to bring Qiuya some food and hopefully pry out some useful information, but the moment she arrived, she saw the door being ripped off. This was simply outrageous. Is she really just an ordinary person? Isn't her strength far too terrifying? One of them muttered under his breath. Natasha ignored him and instead turned to Qiuya. "Are all Kryptonians this formidable?" she asked. "Natasha, I'm the only special one," Qiuya replied. Qiuya discreetly observed Natasha's figure. The latter wore a black, form-fitting jumpsuit that wrapped around her graceful curves, displaying her silhouette to perfection. Her long, slender legs paired with pointed high heels exuded an intense feminine allure. Natasha in turn looked at Qiuya and found herself utterly astonished. She had never seen a woman so beautiful, figure features bearing. She seemed like a masterpiece painstakingly sculpted by God, so perfect that even Natasha herself felt a twinge of envy. "I'm here to bring you a meal," Natasha said. Qiuya replied, "Then thank you." Without further ado, Qiuya started eating, devouring the food like a storm, finishing quickly and without a trace of ladle-like restraint. Seeing her finish, Natasha hurriedly asked, "How did you know my name is Natasha?" "I have super hearing. I can hear what you say from very far away," Qiuya replied with a mischievous grin. Qiuya knew that once the bald-headed director heard this, he would definitely panic. However, her super hearing only worked when she actively invoked it, as she did not keep it on constantly, only using it occasionally. When she did not activate her ability, her hearing was just like that of an ordinary person. At that moment, Nick Fury was in the monitoring room, observing Qiuya. Hearing her words, he grew somewhat flustered and angry, worried that some secrets had already been overheard by her. Qiuya, for her part, felt that they had long since become Snake's shield, so heavily infiltrated by Hydra that their organization was like a sieve. What secrets could they possibly have left? Nick Fury ordered that she be moved to a completely soundproof room with no windows. Beside him, Coulson said, "Director, even that kind of reinforced door couldn't hold her. She can force her way out anytime she wants. We can't afford to be careless. Build a fully soundproof room that can isolate sound. That will do. Assign more agents to guard her," Nick Fury said firmly. He disliked any situation that slipped out of his control. Bored after finishing her meal, Qiuya activated her supervision and X-ray sight and saw dozens of kilometers away a train that had gone out of control and could no longer stop. It was about to derail and plunge into a river. She thought to herself that on her first day on Earth, she was its devoted protector, but once she became stronger, her feelings toward those staying on her Earth might change. Without another word, Qiuya shot into the air, blasting through the ceiling and leaving Natasha utterly dumbfounded. Natasha had been about to ask her a few more questions, but before she could, Qiuya had already taken off and escaped. In the monitoring room, Nick Fury grew frantic. She can fly and just escape like that? Does she think our Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division is some kind of vegetable garden she can just stroll out of? She even punched a giant hole in the ceiling. Coulson was also astonished, but quickly moved to calm Nick Fury. "Director, please stay rational." "Rational? With what am I supposed to stay rational?" Agent Hill asked. "Director, what should we do next?" After calming down, Nick Fury realized he had few options. He could only order, "Keep a close watch on her movements. The moment you find out where she is, report to me immediately." "Truly a troubled time," he murmured once more. Qiuya streaked across the sky, her speed breaking the sound barrier and leaving a halo of vaporous sonic clouds in her wake, flashing past like a meteor. At 4 times the speed of sound, it took her only 22 seconds to reach her destination. Qiuya descended onto the roof of the runaway train car. Activating her X-ray vision, she saw inside a black man with a time bomb strapped to his body, its countdown nearly at 0. She immediately tore open the roof with her bare hands, ripping a gaping hole, then dropped through into the carriage. "Is this guy insane?" Qiuya grabbed the man bound with the ticking bomb and shot straight into the sky with him. When the countdown reached its final second, she hurled him into the air thousands of meters above the ground. With a thunderous boom, the bomb exploded. Qiuya flew close above the train, keeping pace with it. Using her X-ray vision, she discovered that the train's control system had failed completely. There was no way for it to stop on its own. She flew to the front of the train, braced both hands against the locomotive, and slowly forced the raging beast to a halt. The passengers' faces showed utter shock, but in the next instant they broke into a collective cheer. There really are superheroes in this world. A superhero just saved us. Hurry, record this. She's so dashing and valiant. Absolutely stunning. Goddess. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have gained a total of 2548 reputation points. Reminder: reputation points can be used to purchase items from the system mall. The system's prompt sounded. Several passengers on the train hurriedly took out their phones to record. Having narrowly escaped death, they were deeply grateful to Han Qiuya in their hearts. Han Qiuya hovered quietly in midair, dressed in the battle suit granted by the system. A blue skin-tight suit, a red short skirt, a crimson cape, black stockings, and red high boots. She was clad like a superheroine, heroic and radiant, appearing almost like a goddess. Immediately after, Han Qiuya accelerated into a high-speed flight, tracing a huge name across the earth below Supergirl. Then with a sharp whoosh, she soared straight up into the heavens and vanished from sight. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the initial novice mission and obtained 5,000 points. Points can be used for traveling between different worlds and can also be earned by winning battles. Reward obtained: the Supergirl battle suit has been upgraded to a high-tech nano suit. It can transform into any style of clothing, and its defensive capability will always remain linked to the host. The system suddenly spoke again. Han Qiuya felt the change in the suit on her body. She tried controlling it with her mind, having it switch into a men's suit on her frame. Reminder: if the host does not fight in the Supergirl outfit system, rewards will not be granted, the system said when it noticed Han Qiuya had changed into men's clothing. System, there is something wrong with you. Reluctantly, Han Qiuya switched back into the Supergirl battle suit. She tugged at the black stockings encasing her beautiful legs and found the elasticity excellent and the quality superb. With her strength, she still could not tear them. These stockings are top quality, of bullets definitely couldn't pierce them. Because Han Qiuya had never bothered to conceal herself, Nick Fury and his people were already aware of her rescue and had pinpointed her whereabouts. Director, shall we go capture her now? An agent asked. This matter requires long-term consideration, Nick Fury replied, thinking to himself. Capture her. Can you fly? Near the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a loud sonic boom suddenly split the sky as Han Qiuya landed. Natasha happened to be walking past when Han Qiuya dropped from the heavens and hit the open ground not far beside her. With a deafening crash, Han Qiuya's landing was like an artillery shell striking the earth, the ground cracking outward from her as the epicenter. It's bad, an earthquake. It's an earthquake. Run. Agents in the nearby building, thinking it was a natural disaster, rushed out in a panic. Natasha instinctively bent down and covered her head with both arms. When she turned and saw it was Han Qiuya, she immediately rolled her eyes. Can't you land a little more gently? You practically caused an earthquake. Han Qiuya used the nano suit to switch herself into a dress. Sorry, I still haven't learned to control my strength. I only used a little and it ended up like this. Well, it's not my salary that's paying for the repairs. The director will be the one with the headache, Natasha muttered. Good point. It's Director Baldy footing the bill, so I don't feel the slightest pang of guilt, Han Qiuya said, her expression turning into that of someone completely unconcerned, knowing he had no way to deal with her. Director Baldy, Natasha almost burst out laughing. Just then Nick Fury walked over. He studied Han Qiuya for a long moment and said, these are your documents and bank card. There's money inside. Go out and find a place to live on your own. We won't be keeping you here anymore. You're friendly, and I believe you can live independently. Nick stepped up to Han Qiuya and placed the items into her hands. Inwardly, he grumbled, how can a girl be this violent? Seeing that Han Qiuya was too powerful and could easily cause massive financial damage, he had no choice but to send her away for the time being. However, he would assign more people to keep her under surveillance. I've only been staying here for a single day, and now you're sending this alien stray child out to fend for herself, Han Qiuya said, putting on a pitiful act while secretly laughing inside. Nick Fury no longer dared let her live there. At this rate, in just a few days, the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division would be completely wrecked by her. Natasha, see Miss Qiuya out, he ordered. Han Qiuya took Natasha by the hand and was about to head out when she suddenly thought of something. Oh right, Director Baldy, the name Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division is far too long. Why not rename it S.H.I.E.L.D.? Inwardly she added, or better yet, Snake Shield. Natasha, let's go. Han Qiuya wrapped Natasha in her biofield and shot into the sky with her. Natasha exclaimed, hey, wasn't I supposed to be the one seeing you out? How did you end up taking me and flying off instead? Nick Fury's heart nearly collapsed. Natasha is my subordinate. What are you taking her away for? Before Natasha could fully react, she realized she had left the ground, the scenery below shrinking rapidly. The place where she had been standing moments ago rippled like disturbed water, then collapsed inward. The landscape below flashed by in a blur. Han Qiuya began to accelerate, and Natasha could no longer make out any detail on the ground. Han Qiuya, we're flying so fast through the air, yet my body doesn't feel the slightest pressure. Natasha spoke in amazement, then tried talking more, and was surprised she could speak normally and hear herself clearly. This is my superpower, biofield. I'm using it to protect you, Han Qiuya explained. After answering, Han Qiuya asked, by the way, where do you live? At this speed, we've already flown past it. Turn back. In no time, Han Qiuya and Natasha descended onto Natasha's balcony. This time they touched down gently without breaking anything. After landing on the balcony, Han Qiuya simply took Natasha's hand and walked straight into the apartment. Han Qiuya, you really do make yourself at home, Natasha said with a helpless smile as she went to tidy up the room. Natasha felt that Han Qiuya was quite pitiful, just like herself. No relatives, no one to rely on. Han Qiuya's planet had been destroyed, and she had come to Earth alone. Her heart must be terribly lonely. For the time being, Han Qiuya lived together with Natasha. Later, after Han Qiuya accumulated substantial wealth, she bought a villa of her own. Inside a terrorist base, Tony, who had just regained consciousness after fainting, was on the verge of breaking down. He was held captive by terrorists who demanded he create missiles for them. A shard of metal had pierced his chest, but fortunately Dr. Ethan had provided him with a device that used electromagnetism to keep the shard in place and sustain his life. Soon after, Tony, finally feeling somewhat better, decided to construct the prototype Iron Man suit to escape from this place. With Dr. Ethan's assistance, Tony worked diligently. Tony, they're coming. Hurry and put on the suit, I'll hold them off for a moment. Just as Tony and Ethan completed the Mark I suit, they noticed the approaching terrorists, but Tony had not yet donned the armor. Dr. Ethan, follow the plan. Ethan, don't go. Ethan had already grabbed a gun and stepped forward, and it seemed he would encounter an unfortunate fate. Tap, tap, tap. In a surprise attack, Ethan successfully took down 2 enemies, but after the gunfire rang out, countless terrorists hurried towards them, ready to breach the area. Tony had finally put on the armor, but the suit's program was still loading. He stared at the screen, filled with anxiety. Come on, hurry up. Frustrated, Tony exclaimed, I'll get you out, just let me wear the suit. A clear, melodious female voice sounded beside him as Han Qiuya, dressed in a Supergirl skirt, appeared. After speaking, Han Qiuya activated her super speed and charged into the group of terrorists, igniting sparks of battle throughout the base. Several bullets flew towards Ethan, but Han Qiuya swiftly arrived in front of him. The bullets struck her iron body, deforming and rebounding. In the astonished eyes of Ethan and several terrorists, Han Qiuya's eyes emitted beams of heat laser, instantly slicing several terrorists in half. Are you a goddess of war? Ethan stared blankly at the stunningly beautiful and immensely powerful Han Qiuya. No need for thanks. At that moment, the suit's program finally finished loading. Tony, who had been dazed, snapped back to reality and quickly donned the armor, preparing to fight alongside Han Qiuya. Whoever you are, we need to leave here quickly, Tony reminded. Let me wear the suit. Seeing that Tony's suit was ready, Han Qiuya's eyes lit up with excitement. She activated her super speed, and in an instant the armor on Tony transformed onto her. After all, it was the prototype armor. Han Qiuya intended to use it for fun before collecting it. Tony was left bewildered. Wearing the armor, Han Qiuya was thrilled. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the two, she stepped outside to confront the enemy and seek some combat experience. Soon the battle ended, and the armor was nearly worn out from Han Qiuya's antics. Stepping outside, Tony and Ethan exchanged glances, their confusion no longer concealed. With countless questions swirling in his mind, Tony hurriedly asked, Who are you? And, stop wasting time, let's go, I'll take you flying. Before Tony could finish, Han Qiuya activated her super speed, grabbing one of each of them, and soared into the sky. Ethan exclaimed, Wait, the suit is going to break. Quick, stop flying. The suit is out of energy, Tony urged. We're about to crash, Ethan added. Hurry and find a place to land. Oh no, stop. The two felt that Han Qiuya was even more terrifying than the terrorists. After a while, the two calmed down and realized something was off. How could the armor fly for so long? Tony, did you modify it while carrying me? How could that be? Absolutely not. Wait, how can we talk normally? We're flying at high speed in the air, yet I don't feel any airflow. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won the battle and earned 1,000 points. You now have 6,000 points. Having absorbed sunlight for so many days, Han Qiuya's abilities had greatly increased. Even while carrying 2 people, her flying speed exceeded Mach 20. The distance from AFU to aim only took 1,764 seconds, or about 29 minutes. However, Han Qiuya still tossed Tony and Ethan near a rescue plane and flew away on her own. System, how many points are needed to traverse other worlds? Currently, other worlds are not unlocked. 1,000 points can permanently unlock a universe. Once unlocked, can I travel infinitely? Yes, but each time requires a 15-day cooldown. If you want to shorten the time or bring someone along, a certain amount of points will be consumed. Not bad, it's a conscientious system. Tony Stark returned, and the moment he stepped off the plane, encountered Pepper Potts, her eyes red-rimmed and glistening. Your eyes are red, shedding tears for your long-missing boss. Tony teased, his tone dripping with self-amused arrogance. No, I'm overjoyed. I despise the thought of hunting for another job. Pepper shot back. Yes, the vacation's over, she added as they climbed into the car and instructed the driver, please take us to the hospital. No, we won't go there. Tony, you must go to the hospital. There's nothing mandatory about it. After being confined for 3 months, I have precisely 3 priorities: devouring a cheeseburger, convening an immediate press conference, and most crucially obtaining the complete dossier on a certain stunning woman. Pepper stared in disbelief. A press conference? Why? And why on earth would you need to investigate a woman's background? Listen, you're physically unfit for strenuous activity. You need medical evaluation. Enough. Drive. First stop the burger joint. As Tony was the employer, the driver obeyed instantly. Tony devoured the burger en route and arrived swiftly at the press venue. I am shutting down Stark Industries' weapons division, effective immediately. A stunned silence shattered into chaos. Reporters leapt to their feet, shouting overlapping questions, shoving one another in frantic disarray. Mr. Stark, please explain. Watch it. Don't step on my foot. Sensing disaster, Obadiah Stane surged forward, shouldering Tony aside and seizing the microphone. This is false information. In short, Mr. Stark's return is welcome news. The company will proceed as usual. Meanwhile, Qiuya lived with Natasha Romanoff. When idle, she sunbathed to strengthen her abilities, or subdued minor villains to accumulate reputation points and merit credits. To maximize reputation gains, Qiuya fought with deliberate flamboyance. Her combat footage proliferated online. Days after Tony's press conference, the city stirred under a new kind of vigilance. Qiuya soared high above the metropolis, scanning for opportunities to earn reputation and merit. When she spotted armed robbers assaulting a small convenience store, she dove without hesitation. As the thieves stuffed cash into bags and prepared to flee, Qiuya descended gracefully before them, smiling faintly. Your performance is over. Lay down your weapons. Surrender now. The ringleader burst into mocking laughter. Sweetheart, do you think that outfit frightens us? Fire. All 3 raised their guns and opened fire simultaneously. Qiuya merely smiled, a soft, effortless curve of her lips, and stood motionless. Bullets struck her like hail against tempered steel, each deformed upon impact, and clattered lifelessly to the pavement. One round grazed her thigh where black silk hugged flawless skin, yet not a single thread frayed. What a... The robbers froze dumbfounded. In a blink, Qiuya teleported before the leader and struck a single precise blow that dropped him unconscious. One accomplice bolted, the other, trembling, sank to his knees in surrender. Humph. Where do you think you're going? She sneered, then vanished, reappearing instantly behind the fleeing man. Her left front kick slammed into his lower back. Darkness swallowed him whole. She dragged the 2 dazed criminals before the kneeling one and said coolly, pathetic. That wasn't even satisfying. The surrendered robber clutched his firearm, hands shaking violently. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Qiuya arched a brow. Spare you? With that, she snatched the gun from his grip and crushed it barehanded into a mangled sphere of twisted metal, venting her mild irritation. The robber's vision dissolved into blackness. The world spun wildly, then went still. Instinctively, Qiuya smoothed her skirt and waved to the awestruck crowd, radiant as a superstar incarnate. Ding. Victory achieved. Congratulations. 200 merit points awarded. Ding. Reputation 13. Ding. Reputation 52. Ding. Opponents were too weak. Such meager rewards. Qiuya prepared to ascend when a man in the crowd summoned courage and shouted, Superwoman, you're absolutely incredible. Instantly, cheers erupted. Spontaneous, thunderous applause. He was a man she'd rescued before, now a devoted fan. Qiuya offered a gentle smile, waved farewell to the crowd, and then shot skyward, vanishing beyond the horizon. Her true believer gazed upward, heart-pounding eyes fixed on the empty blue. Moments later, American police arrived, late as ever, to manage the aftermath. Meanwhile, online, the Superwoman phenomenon burned brighter than ever. Every video featuring her commanded staggering views. Qiuya, the enigmatic Superwoman, had risen to fame through sheer power and breathtaking beauty. Her name trended relentlessly. Netizens debated her abilities, her allure, her bold, confident aesthetic. Whenever footage of her battles surfaced, it went viral. Views and comments exploded. She's exquisite and utterly commanding in combat. That fierce, unyielding grace in battle. Absolutely electrifying. Her movements are so swift, utterly imperceptible. She's transcendent. Sometimes we only see bodies collapsing. How she defeats foes remains a mystery. Black silk stockings, a crimson miniskirt, invincible and divine. This image has bewitched me utterly. Yet skepticism emerged alongside acclaim. Some feared unchecked superhuman power. Others criticized Qiuya's attire, arguing it risked corrupting public morality. Her strikes are so fast and brutal. Could she accidentally cripple someone? With strength capable of launching a man airborne, wouldn't such power become lethal? if uncontrolled. Even criminals retain fundamental human rights. Does such ruthless enforcement truly align with justice? Yet unmanipulated by narrative agendas, the majority still rallied behind Superwoman, applauding her decisive intervention against crime. Her legion of devoted fans continued to swell. The mysterious Superwoman, both alluring and morally resolute, seems to be winning hearts and trust across the nation. Nick Fury watched with mixed emotions, pleased by her evident integrity, yet wary of the terrifying magnitude of her power, wondering when, or if, it might spiral beyond control. Looks like we'll need a dedicated Superwoman response team. After watching Tony's press conference, Qiuya knew he'd soon refine his Iron Man armor and inevitably push its limits. True enough, within days under cover of night, a humanoid armored suit launched from Tony's residence. The Mark II still untested and critically lacking thermal regulation. Tony tested altitude limits, climbing higher, ever higher, while Qiuya accelerated ahead, arriving first at 8,500 feet. She waited, planning to descend beside him during freefall, savoring the visceral thrill of proximity, the immersive 3D spectacle, intervening only at the final breathless instant. Tony ascended relentlessly 10,000 feet, 2040, 80,000. Jarvis warned, "Sir, critical icing is imminent, potentially fatal." Continue. I haven't broken the 8,500 foot record yet. Soon extreme cold encased the armor in thick ice, systems failed one by one. Thrust plummeted. Tony lost control entirely. The suit began plummeting in uncontrolled descent. Then, she appeared. A crimson silhouette materialized directly above him, poised, as if awaiting his fall. Qiuya winked, then watched serene as he tumbled downward. Whoa! Tony screamed mid-plummet. Wait, that was Superwoman. I still have a chance. Superwoman. Save me. I'm your truest fan. Qiuya savored the spectacle for a heartbeat, then broke the sound barrier in pursuit. Whoosh! Tony shrieked as he fell out of control. Yet beside him, Qiuya flew with regal composure, her hair streaming behind her like liquid shadow, her crimson cloak snapping fiercely in the slipstream. A vision of absolute fearless velocity. She grinned cheerfully. Mr. Stark, are you indulging in recreational freefall? Next time you go flying, do invite me along. Before Tony could finish, she realized ground approach was imminent. Delay further, and the armor's recovery would render rescue impossible. At 1 kilometer above Earth, her form blurred, then reappeared instantly before him. She caught him, effortlessly decelerated with surgical precision, and touched down smoothly. Qiuya set Tony gently onto solid ground. Moments later, he regained his breath. You're stunning, but couldn't you save people with a little more tenderness? Womanly grace. You waited until the last millisecond. My heart nearly ruptured. I swear I'd have turned alien before you lifted a finger. That's hardly the conduct expected of a paragon hero. Tony had truly believed his life ended in those frozen heights. Oh, weren't you just declaring yourself my biggest fan? Already turned critic. Tony fell silent. And let's be clear, I've saved you twice. Accounts must be settled. Qiuya gave him a knowing look. If you ever need funds, come find me. Tony added, unable to resist a retort, but don't come looking for ethics. Would you like to join me for tea? Shall we race? No. Race? Against that speed? My current armor can't compete. I refuse to be humiliated. Tony seethed inwardly. One day my armor will outpace you. After landing, Qiuya toured the villa while Tony stowed his suit and rejoined her. Just then Pepper entered. Tony introduced warmly. This is my friend and indispensable assistant, Pepper Potts. You may call her Pepper. He gestured toward Qiuya. And this is the legendary Superwoman. She's saved me twice. Though I confess, I haven't yet asked her name. I am Qiuya. Thank you for rescuing Tony not once, but twice. Magnificent Superwoman. Pepper, tall and poised in heels, stood only slightly shorter than Qiuya. She extended her hand, curious, captivated, studying the woman whose flawless features and statuesque figure seemed sculpted from myth. Qiuya possessed a face of such transcendent beauty that it could stir longing in every man on earth. Her raven black hair cascaded like liquid silk over her shoulders, shimmering with inner light beneath the sun. A delicate, refined nose, lips softly flushed with rose and eyes, deep obsidian pools seemingly capable of reading souls, combined to form a visage of ethereal perfection. Her figure, too, was a study in harmonious proportion, tall, lithe, and exquisitely balanced, every movement imbued with innate regal grace. Full uplifted curves on a narrow sculpted waist, and beneath her crimson miniskirt, long, elegant legs sheathed in gleaming black silk, each element coalescing into the very essence of divine allure. Both Tony and Pepper were momentarily transfixed, yet Tony, recalling her overwhelming power and unflinching resolve, quickly suppressed any fleeting impulse and regained his composure. Pepper, Tony interjected. Oh, forgive me, Miss Qiuya. You're so breathtaking. Even I, a woman, was utterly spellbound. Qiuya paid no mind to Pepper's flustered admission, only smiled kindly. Slightly embarrassed, Pepper exhaled in quiet relief, grateful for the other woman's gracious understanding. In a flash of light, Pepper asked, Miss Qiuya, what would you like to drink? A glass of juice, thank you, Qiuya replied, changing into a beautiful blue gown with her nano armor. Oh, is your outfit made of nano armor? How did such advanced technology come about, allowing for such easy transformations? Tony asked, curiously, unable to contain his intrigue about Qiuya. Qiuya smiled, placing her cup down, and said, This is a product developed by my family for generations in extraterrestrial technology that can transform at my will. Tony's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, That's incredible. Can I study its structure? System, what happens if a small part of the armor is cut off? Qiuya inquired within her mind. Nothing will happen. The cut-off portion will lose its vitality and become ordinary material. A small amount of system points will be deducted. Seeing Qiuya silent, Tony hurriedly offered, I'll give you a villa plus 100 million as long as you cut off a small piece. Fine, but I can't guarantee you'll discover anything, Qiuya replied. Deal. Tony was quite enthusiastic about this new scientific venture, feeling as if he had struck gold. All right. Deal, Qiuya agreed. Host, you really think Tony is a fool? The system couldn't help but comment. Ding. A small piece of nanomaterial consumed 100 points deducted. System, you are truly benevolent. And there's something even more benevolent. A movie from the world you previously inhabited is now screening. For a limited time, you can permanently unlock the Flash Double Flash attack for 500 points, allowing you to traverse into that world. Tony took the small piece of material that Qiuya had torn off, eager to begin his research. Qiuya said to Tony, I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to and need to traverse to another universe. We shall meet again. Okay, let's chat next time. Pepper, please see Miss Han off and transfer the villa and cash under her name. Qiuya's departure was exactly what Tony wanted. He suppressed his desire to research and gestured gracefully, speaking with composure. No need to see me off, I'm leaving now. Qiuya smiled mysteriously, internally commanding the system to initiate the traversal. A blue portal opened, revealing scenes from another world. Qiuya stepped inside, and the door closed behind her. Tony was left stunned, unable to remain calm. Had someone just traversed 2 universes in front of him? Wait, did she just say she was going to another universe? She wasn't joking. Oh, my God. Pepper, contact Jarvis and have him search worldwide for any information regarding Miss Han's whereabouts. Monitor her updates closely and report any significant information immediately. Understood, sir. Inside Kamartaj, Master Gu, he sensed abnormal spatial fluctuations from Tony's side and realized Qiuya had disappeared, no longer in this world. Supergirl, I suppose I need to have a talk with you next time. After a fierce battle, the Shadow Flash Supergirl was defeated by Zod. Batman flew his aircraft into the enemy, sacrificing himself. The young Flash rushed over to the fallen Shadow Flash Supergirl, realizing she had lost her life, and was filled with sorrow. The young Flash urgently asked old Barry, Barry, we can traverse time just like you did when you came over. What do I need to do? To traverse back, we need to run fast enough. Are you sure? Before old Barry could reply, the young Barry hurriedly took off, accelerating. Barry. Old Flash accelerated after him, and with a few boosts, the two reached the time bowl. It's fine, we can solve this problem. I know what needs to be changed. The two exchanged glances, nodded, and together accelerated to reverse time. They traversed back to the moment just before Batman was about to launch the missile. Old Flash quickly alerted Batman through the earpiece. Bruce, don't launch the missile yet. They have a shield. Receive. Batman withdrew his hand from the launch button and began searching for other targets to attack. Unfortunately, this merely gave Batman a different method of death. The enemies were too strong for them. The brave Batman piloted the Batplane, targeting the fiercest adversaries. Seeing the destruction caused by the giant with the iron axe, he sent several missiles toward it. Boom. From the perspective inside Batman's aircraft, amidst the explosions, flames, the giant leapt out and onto his plane. The giant, having withstood the missiles, showed no signs of being affected at all. The giant, now on the Batplane, shattered the cockpit glass with a punch and reached out to grab Batman. Batman pressed a button, causing the Batplane, equipped with advanced technology, to spin rapidly. The giant, taken by surprise, lost his grip and slid off. Unfortunately, the giant quickly grabbed the plane again, crawling closer to Batman. Even as Batman maximized the spinning speed, the high-speed, rotating aircraft couldn't shake the giant off. Seeing the giant about to enter the cockpit, Batman leapt from the aircraft, spreading his bat suit in the air like a bat, landing steadily on the ground, hoping the crashing plane would inflict enough damage on the giant. On the other side, Zod and Shadow Flash Supergirl were engaged in battle. The young Flash devised a plan to help Shadow Flash by running circles around Zod, with his super speed obstructing Zod's line of sight. Whoosh! Zod found himself surrounded as he realized that his vision was blocked by the person running circles around him at incredible speed, unable to see anything beyond the circle. Supergirl was initially taken aback, but immediately activated her super speed, flying into the circle and throwing a heavy punch. Zod, unprepared for defense, took the blow. After throwing the punch, Supergirl flew out of the circle, and the running Flash raised his hand to high-five her, only to be ignored. The young Flash felt embarrassed. The battle continued as Supergirl repeatedly flew through the Flash's surrounding circle, landing blows on Zod each time. After numerous attempts, Supergirl attacked once more, but Zod anticipated her move and dodged, countering with a blow that caused her to lose the fight due to insufficient sunlight. This hit disrupted the young Flash's rhythm, causing him to fall hard to the ground. Zod's female subordinate Qiuya lifted Supergirl with her hand, while Zod wielded a weapon, piercing it into Supergirl's body and extracting the codex from within her. Indeed, in this world, Superman never made it to Earth. Zod found Superman along the way and had previously told Supergirl that Superman did not survive. What he needed was the codex within Supergirl. Reversing time, Batman retrieved the grappling gun with strong suction from his utility belt, launching it to leap onto the giant's back. He quickly planted a bomb on the giant's back and agilely flipped to hide in front of the giant's chest. Just as the giant was about to strike, the bomb exploded. Boom! The sound of shattering armor echoed, and the giant staggered, nearly falling. Taking advantage of the moment, Batman planted another bomb on the giant's chest and nimbly flipped back onto the giant's back. Boom! The giant quickly grabbed Batman's foot, the immense force slamming him to the ground, a force comparable to that of Hulk. Batman lay on the ground, spitting blood as the giant slowly approached him. At that moment, the bomb on the back of the giant's head flickered a few times. Boom! The giant was blasted to the ground. Old Flash came over to support the blood-spitting Batman. Batman said, "This must be another timeline. You reversed time, didn't you? We can't bring you back, can we? No matter how many times we reverse time." Old Flash replied with disappointment. "You're right, Barry. You're right," Batman said, and lost his life. Even though the two Flashes reversed time once, it still did not change the outcome. Young Flash said, "Come on, Barry, we need to traverse again and reverse time." In young Flash Barry's heart, there were plenty of opportunities. Failing again was no big deal. "Barry," old Barry responded in a tone of helplessness, revealing his exhaustion and lack of passion and confidence in saving the world. He wanted to give up, but young Barry was still full of energy. "Come on, I'm heading out first." Young Barry began to run faster, preparing to reverse time once again. "Barry," he hesitated for a moment, but then accelerated to catch up. The two arrived at the Time Bowl, a special space surrounded by various timelines where they could choose which timeline they wanted to traverse. "Can we wait a moment?" Old Barry said. "I'm sorry, of course we can take as much time as we want. We can reverse time endlessly." Young Barry, still undeterred, reversed time several times, while Old Barry stayed in the Time Bowl and did not follow. Unsurprisingly, the battles each time ended in failure. "Where have you been? Why are you still here? I need your help." "Barry, this is unavoidable. You need to stop." Seeing that he was not helping, young Barry accelerated without hesitation, reversing time alone, hoping that one time he could achieve victory in battle. "Barry, wait. I must tell you something new. I traversed to the past because my mother passed away." Young Barry interjected. "Yes, I didn't know it would have so many consequences. Oh, I must undo what I've done." Old Barry believed that his world was beyond saving. He could not allow young Barry to reverse time multiple times, affecting the multiverse and other worlds. Old Barry had now accepted his mother's death and urged young Barry to accept the destruction of his world. Unsurprisingly, Zod in this world would triumph and conquer Earth, transforming it into a Kryptonian environment. "No, you are not wrong, and I am not wrong. We can save Supergirl and save the world." "No, we can't. You can't handle it. This is unavoidable." As Bruce said, "We can try 1,000,000 times, but we are far too weak to defeat Zod." Old Barry paused and continued, "In any case, this world is dead. I look around at the Time Bowl, see the harm caused by reversing time. Some timelines were collapsing. Well, do you know my mom? My mom was just doing laundry, and you came to tell me I would be a superhero and help me become the Flash, and now you want me to give up. My mom was originally an ordinary character. Why give me hope and then make me give up?" If he accepted failure, now Old Barry would simply return to his own world. Yet he had to watch the world perish, experience the deaths of friends and family, facing failure, feeling defeated and powerless. If he were still an ordinary person, he would not feel so resentful, but now he was the Flash. "Barry, not every problem has a solution. You can't handle it no matter how many times you reverse time. You want to defeat Zod." "I can handle it," he exclaimed before accelerating away. At that moment in the Marvel Universe, Qiuya's system detected a multiverse spatial loophole, allowing her to traverse to the Flash movie universe with far less energy. Thus, what originally required 1,000 points now only costs 5,000, otherwise Qiuya's points wouldn't be enough. Ding! Deducting 5,000 points, remaining points 41000, and currently traversing. System check my personal panel. Name Qiuya. Gender female. Height 178 centimeters. Body density 2.7 million times that of an ordinary human. Weight without altering her biological force field 60 kilograms. Flying speed 78 Mach over 26 kilometers per second. Current abilities: steel body, super strength, super hearing, super vision, super speed, super stamina, high speed flight, biological force field, heat vision, ice breath, x-ray vision, etc. Items: a high-tech nano battle suit that can change at will, Iron Man's Mark 1. I still haven't collected enough items. I hope to gather some good stuff in this world. Qiuya was very much looking forward to it. Meanwhile, young Barry was preparing to reverse time once again after another failure, as in the Shadow Flash world. Supergirl had once again been defeated by Zod. Batman was again in a precarious situation. After all, Shadow Supergirl had spent little time in the sun, so it was normal that she couldn't defeat Zod. On the battlefield, Zod was about to use a device while holding Supergirl. At that moment, Qiuya's figure descended from the sky, flying like a missile, her red cape billowing behind her. The speed of 78 Mach created a massive shockwave and sonic boom in the air. The air was torn and compressed, fluctuating violently under pressure, creating waves of air that formed phantom-like shockwaves on either side, as if Qiuya was pushing aside the air walls, with a vacuum wall closely trailing behind her like a sword cutting through the sky. Young Barry saw a red arc of light appear in the sky, trailing a long sonic boom airflow and a vacuum channel behind it. This incredible speed gave the illusion of traversing through time and space, showcasing remarkable flying power. Who was that? Why didn't she appear before? Young Barry hadn't finished his question when, in a burst of speed, Qiuya swung a punch at Zod. Though this punch seemed simple, its destructive power at such high speed was unimaginable. Behind Qiuya, who soared at tremendous speed, a low-pressure vacuum channel drew air violently from surrounding high-pressure regions, like water rushing into a pipe. A colossal shockwave overturned Kryptonian soldiers encircling Zod. Qiuya's fist, thrust forward with deliberate grace, descended upon him, its kinetic force sufficient to carve a meteorite crater into the earth. Caught utterly off guard, Zod saw only a blur of crimson light before her fist struck, carrying gale-force winds, searing heat, and a devastating shockwave that erupted instantaneously. Zod's vision blacked out, his body hurtled skyward as though struck by a starship flung backward dozens of kilometers. Young Barry stood frozen, eyes wide and unblinking, breathless. This speed, this power. Oh my God. Batman's expression remained inscrutable behind his cowl, yet inwardly he was profoundly shaken by Qiuya's awe-inspiring prowess. Black stockings, a short-skirted suit emblazoned with an S insignia. Another Supergirl has arrived. Elderly Barry opened and closed his mouth, repeatedly speechless. The Kryptonian soldiers stared in stunned silence. Though gifted with similar powers, they stood leagues away from Qiuya's transcendent might. One soldier stammered, her speed, her fists, they're divine. Others nodded in fervent agreement, awestruck by her overwhelming combat supremacy. Human soldiers stood dazed, sensing a seismic shift on the battlefield, but utterly unaware of what had just transpired. Captain Ma, what's happening? One asked his commanding officer. The rescued Supergirl stirred awake and met eyes that shimmered like galaxies suspended in infinite night. She gazed transfixed at the woman descending from the heavens, her crimson cape billowing, her presence radiant. Words failed her. Qiuya smiled gently. Don't worry, I'm here. Their reckoning has begun. Her voice, serene and celestial, instantly calmed Supergirl, instilling trust, safety, and quiet certainty. Supergirl nodded, her face lighting up with a radiant, joyful smile. Who are you? Are you Kryptonian too? Yes, I am Qiuya. Most call me Supergirl. Like you, I am a daughter of Krypton. Kara nodded, her blood surging with renewed fire. Without another word, she rose weightlessly into the air, hovering beside Qiuya high above the battlefield. Side by side, the two Supergirls hung suspended in midair beneath the sun's golden radiance, like twin beacons heralding rebirth. Broadcast live by war correspondents, their image flooded screens worldwide, stirring humanity to its core. They soared together, one clad in crimson, the other in cobalt, twin flames of hope igniting sparks of faith in every heart. The shroud of darkness had lifted, in its place the sky blazed with unbroken sunlight. Young Barry, elderly Barry, and Batman exchanged glances, each recognizing in the other's eyes a rekindled courage. With these two Supergirls standing firm, victory was no longer a dream. It was inevitable. Look, she's standing up. A second heroine saved her. A child cried out among the livestream viewers while crowds everywhere tilted their faces upward, spellbound by the two Supergirls soaring across the sky. We have hope. Another superhero has arrived. Oh, around the globe waves of jubilation swelled, eyes alight with wonder, hearts swelling with joy. Barry and Batman shared a silent, resolute glance, their mutual conviction now unshakable. With the two Supergirls in the fray, triumph was assured. As the battle resumed, the Titan charged forward with accelerating momentum, hoisting his massive iron axe high above Batman, only for Qiuya to streak down from the distant stratosphere in an instant. Her velocity was incomprehensible, yet she decelerated to absolute stillness the moment she arrived, as if time itself bent to her will. To observers with slower perception, it appeared indistinguishable from instantaneous teleportation. Flying at 78 Mach, she could traverse 25 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Qiuya interposed herself before Batman and confidently absorbed the Titan's blow upon her left shoulder. Dong! The iron axe crashed against her shoulder, a deafening impact reverberating across the battlefield. The Titan grinned, cruelly certain he'd shattered Batman, only to watch dumbfounded as Qiuya stood unmoved, her flawless skin untouched, while his axe splintered, leaving a jagged gaping notch. Pathetic, Qiuya murmured, disdain curling at her lips. She exhaled a frost-laced breath, glacial mist instantly sheathing the axe, forcing the Titan's fingers to recoil in sharp, involuntary pain. With a single thunderous punch, the axe exploded into shards. Qiuya ascended, hovering a head taller than the Titan, her gaze sweeping over him with calm, unassailable authority. She raised her long, sculpted leg, bare beneath her short skirt, and drove her heel squarely into the Titan's chest. The force hurled him like a cannonball several kilometers, slamming him into a Kryptonian starship before crashing heavily to the ground. In the lull between strikes, Qiuya turned to Batman. Bruce, take the field. Neutralize the rank-and-file Kryptonians. Minimize human casualties. Leave the heavy threats to us. Understood. I'll rely on you. Without hesitation, Batman pivoted and re-entered the fray. Before the Titan could rise, Qiuya blurred into position, launching herself onto his chest without slowing, using his massive frame as a living sled to carve a 100-meter skid across the earth. Spectators watched, stunned into silence. Within Qiuya's mind, reputation points surged rapidly. Your utility has expired. Qiuya spoke coldly, then seized the Titan as effortlessly as lifting a hatchling, hurling him skyward. In the same breath, she rocketed after him, driving a single shattering punch that buried him deep into the earth. Twin beams of incandescent crimson ignited in Qiuya's eyes, lethal heat vision. They pierced the ground, searing downward toward the Titan's body. Under the relentless burn of the beams, the Titan's form began to dissolve, his flesh and armor vaporizing as two gaping wounds tore through his torso. The beams traced across his body, cleaving everything in their path, until nothing remained but ash and ruin. Qiuya deactivated her heat vision and scanned the battlefield with piercing clarity. The two Flash brothers and Batman fought valiantly against waves of standard Kryptonian troops, but progress was agonizingly slow. Ugh, Kryptonians are absurdly overpowered. Meanwhile, the other Supergirl clashed fiercely with Zod's female lieutenant, two Titans locked in a whirlwind of raw power and unyielding will. At that moment, Zod returned, having flown back dozens of kilometers. His gaze swept over the Titan's smoldering remains embedded in the earth, and a chill tightened his spine. Cautiously, he demanded, "Who are you? You seem Kryptonian, but I've never heard of you." Qiuya turned, meeting his wary, calculating stare. Her voice remained calm, measured, unwavering. "It matters not who I am. I am the one who will defeat you." Zod's brow furrowed, a surge of fury rose within him, twisting his composure into brittle agitation. This sudden, formidable Kryptonian woman, who dared obstruct his grand design, filled him with seething, impotent rage. "Are you threatening me?" Zod sneered. "All by yourself?" "Yes," Qiuya replied calmly. "A clown like you is no match for me alone." Zod's gaze instantly sharpened, his fists clenching tightly as he roared. "Do you have any idea who you're up against?" "I am Zod, the most powerful being on Krypton today." "The most powerful being?" Qiuya curled one corner of her lips in disdain. "What nonsense. In my eyes, you're merely a minor antagonist. And I, your adversary, am the true hero." Knowing drones were broadcasting live, Qiuya deliberately adjusted her tone to maximize reputation gains and secure greater system rewards. Bold War correspondents gathered near the battlefield. Lena, broadcasting live on television, piloted a drone close to the front lines, capturing every word exchanged between Qiuya and Zod in crystalline clarity. This was undoubtedly perilous, but to capture such explosive footage, she had no choice but to take the risk. Zod noticed the drone, yet ignored it entirely. Anything posing no threat warranted neither attention nor response. Lena stood awestruck before this titanic clash. With steady hands, she guided the drone so that every viewer witnessed Qiuya's unwavering confidence, the serene smile upon her face, the commanding grace of her stance. To audiences worldwide, she appeared as an embodiment of justice, a woman suspended midair, clad in a crimson cape, her raven hair cascading, like ink, her complexion luminous as polished jade, calm, resolute, unshaken before Zod. Her heroic bearing stirred universal reverence, a savior goddess descending from legend Supergirl. Supergirl. Crowds erupted in jubilant cheers across continents. Ding. Congratulations, Reputation 7. Ding. Congratulations, Reputation 88. Supergirl. Zod sounded genuinely startled. He had already defeated one Supergirl, yet here stood another. Surprise curdled into fury. What a splendid Supergirl, he scoffed. Even as the words left his lips, twin beams of searing heat lanced from his eyes straight toward Qiuya. Qiuya did not yield. From her own eyes blazed two crimson rays, striking forward with equal ferocity. The opposing laser beams collided midair in a cataclysmic burst of sparks. Where the heat vision beams met, a colossal energy reaction detonated. Light flared violently at the impact point, sparks and radiant shockwaves exploding outward, bathing the surrounding sky in blinding, incandescent white. The air itself seemed superheated, warped and trembling under the beam's intensity, triggering violent atmospheric surges. Zod strained further, his ocular beams reached their apex, yet still failed to overpower Qiuya's assault. She watched coldly, then intensified her focus. Her heat vision deepened, burning now with a richer, darker crimson. Zod's beams faltered, forcing him backward step by step. His eyes blazing with feral rage, he poured every ounce of strength into resisting her relentless advance, while her crimson light burned ever brighter, fiercer, more absolute. To his horror, Zod realized his heat vision was vastly inferior to hers. No, impossible, he choked out, and in the next instant he was hurled backward by her beam, crashing hard onto the ground. He staggered upright, eyes burning with bitter defiance. Though slammed down with tremendous force, his body sustained minimal injury. Indeed, Zod's durability was formidable. His Kryptonian warrior genetics allowed the heat beams to penetrate only his armor, scorching two shallow burns across his torso, whereas an ordinary Kryptonian soldier would have been vaporized outright, pierced through with fatal gaping wounds. Zod shot skyward. Qiuya gave chase. Crimson light and golden radiance crisscrossed the heavens, two silhouettes flickering in and out of existence at hypersonic speeds, leaving only brilliant arcs of light etched across the sky. In an instant, Zod reappeared before Qiuya and struck with a thunderous punch. But Qiuya reacted with lightning speed, dodging aside just in time. Her right fist snapped forward, though Zod twisted away. The edge of her blow grazed his abdomen. Still lacking combat experience. I could have ended this sooner. I'll need to refine my techniques soon. Zod possessed far greater battle experience as a Kryptonian warrior, but Qiuya advanced with astonishing speed. His defeat was inevitable, merely a matter of time. Below, Barry Allen, the Flash, joined forces with Supergirl Kara and Batman Bruce Wayne. Kara sent the Kryptonian lieutenant flying, her body slamming heavily to the ground, incapacitated. The situation is dire. Zod's world engines. One has landed in the South Pacific, the other in Gotham City's heart. We must neutralize them immediately. Before anyone could catch their breath, Bruce transmitted urgently through his comlink to Barry and Kara. In a flash, both Flashes materialized beside him and asked, "What is a world engine, and what threat does it pose?" "They are planetary terraforming vessels, capable of rewriting Earth's atmosphere and topography. If activated, they will eradicate all humanity." Kara flew over to explain. Across the globe, scientific teams swiftly reached the same chilling conclusion. Military aircraft launched repeated assaults against the two world engines, but none breached their impenetrable energy shields. Inside the U.S. Joint Command Center, chaos reigned. If this continues, Earth itself will be destroyed. We must deploy nuclear ordnance. There's no time to stand by while our world dies. Nuclear weapons? Are you insane? There are millions in Gotham. Better to sacrifice a few than watch all of humanity perish. Nuclear deployment isn't our only option. We must find another way. What other way? We lack the time to develop new weapons before Earth is lost. Yet we cannot condemn countless innocents. To save Earth, some sacrifices are unavoidable. High above, Zod retreated steadily, feinting an attack before veering sharply toward one of the world engines. As Qiuya prepared to pursue, her super hearing caught a desperate cry rising from below. "Supergirl, we need you," Barry shouted, young and urgent. Qiuya descended toward the ground. "What's happened?" "I nearly had Zod. The world engines are already altering Earth's gravitational field," Barry said, anxiety tightening his voice. Qiuya recalled the film Man of Steel and knew precisely what awaited if the engine succeeded. There would be no second chance, and without intervention her system rewards would dwindle to nothing. "Understood. Leave this to me," Qiuya said, her expression grave as she addressed the assembled heroes. "Kara, soak up solar radiation to restore your strength. You all monitor Zod's movements closely. Even as she spoke, her figure vanished into the sky. In the heart of Gotham City, the world engine roared, a monstrous engine reshaping gravity itself. Survivors amid the ruins bore silent, trembling witness to the apocalypse unfolding before them. Qiuya hovered above the colossal device, its mechanisms spinning furiously as it warped Earth's gravitational field, transforming the planet into a Kryptonian habitat. She plunged downward at maximum velocity and delivered a crushing blow directly onto its energy shield. It cracked, then shattered, its luminous barrier dissolving into fading light. Suddenly, the engine discharged a massive energy pulse, coalescing into a towering bestial construct of pure force lunging to halt her assault. Ugh, this contraption won't quit, will it? She only wanted to finish quickly, so she could return and hunt down Zod. Qiuya puffed her cheeks and unleashed her frost breath, a torrent of cerulean cold surging forth from her lips. Everything it touched froze instantly, encased in glacial stillness. The energy beast sensed the frost's lethal power and tried to evade, but the chill closed in swift and inescapable, gradually locking its limbs in brittle, unyielding ice. Qiuya pressed on, releasing even more frigid breath. With a final guttural shriek, the creature froze solid midair, transformed into a flawless, motionless sculpture of ice. The frost did not cease. In seconds, a thick, glittering layer of ice spread across the world engine's hull, deepening, expanding, consuming its surface. Biting gales swept through its whirring mechanisms, freezing gears and circuits in place. A grating metallic shriek tore from its core. Then its motion slowed, stuttered, and finally fell into absolute lifeless silence. That single sustained exhalation possessed staggering power. Without pause, Qiuya fired twin laser beams, shattering the frozen beast into glittering shards. Then, accelerating to blinding speed, she drove her invulnerable body straight through the world engine, its hull rupturing with a deafening explosion, debris scattering like falling stars. Qiuya did not linger. Her figure vanished into the distant horizon, and the azure frost aura dissipated with her. The citizens of Gotham City, who had just been gripped by apocalyptic terror, now bore witness to this celestial spectacle and to ultimate victory. All those present stood utterly awestruck. Moments earlier they had believed this place would be utterly annihilated, yet now, against all odds, they had been reborn. Their emotions defied description. Many remained frozen in place, stunned into silence, unable to regain their senses. She succeeded. Good heavens, we've escaped annihilation. Is she a god among mortals? Some knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Others sat motionless in corners, gazing blankly at the sky. She saved us. We are the fortunate ones. She is the goddess of humanity, the divine guardian who watches over our world. She is the goddess of humanity, guardian of the mortal realm. Someone abruptly declared these words. None who had endured this heart-stopping ordeal could escape its profound impact. The sheer scale of the catastrophe, the paralyzing fear and despair it had unleashed, still echoed deep within their souls. To have been reborn from such devastation felt like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Ding! Congratulations! Your reputation value has increased by 26. Ding! Congratulations! Your reputation value has increased by 92. Ding! Congratulations! Your reputation value has increased by 1. Ding! 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 Each individual conferred a different amount of reputation value. Those with higher affinity toward Qiuya bestowed greater increments. After the world engine of Gotham City was destroyed, the planetary terraforming project was halted, the artificial gravitational field collapsed, and the secondary engine proved incapable of independent operation. The U.S. military had been 1 second away from launching nuclear warheads, only to exhale in collective relief as Qiuya resolved the crisis. Phew, that was perilously close. This woman possesses formidable strength, and therefore poses grave danger. Issue orders immediately. Form a dedicated task force to monitor this female superhuman closely. She must unequivocally demonstrate no hostile intent. 2 such powerful female superhumans constitute an existential instability for Earth. Ideally, she should serve our interests and comply fully with our directives. After Zod's escape, his subordinates reported back they had located the Kryptonian starship that had crash-landed on Earth alongside Kara. Within it lay the Kryptonian Genesis chamber, now transferred aboard the Black Zero. Once Earth's environment was fully adapted, they could use the Genesis chamber to cultivate newborn Kryptonians. Kara soared high above the atmosphere, reclining beneath the sun, letting golden light bathe her entire being. Warm radiance stirred every cell within her, searing energy surged through her veins, bestowing immense power. As Kara immersed herself in this ascendant surge of strength, a black shadow erupted from nowhere. A fist hurtled toward her. It was Zod. He granted her no respite. She had to fall before Qiuya returned. If he failed to subdue Qiuya swiftly once the other female, superhuman, arrived, all hope of victory would vanish. You've adapted to Earth's environment too. Qiuya darted sideways midair, evading Zod's strike, her brow furrowed in disapproval. Sunlight truly has granted you considerable power, but that does not make you my equal. Then let us settle this. Zod sneered, launching another assault, even as he spoke. Very well. Come then. Two crimson beams lanced from Qiuya's eyes, meeting Zod heated. Though gifted beyond measure, Qiuya found herself relentlessly pressured. Yet Zod could not overwhelm her swiftly. He deliberately manipulated the tempo of battle, drawing the conflict toward the city center where crowds thronged. There, Qiuya's inexperience became a liability. Fearful of collateral damage and civilian casualties, she hesitated, even diverting effort to rescue bystanders, leaving her unable to fight unreservedly. Yet barely moments into combat, Zod's enhanced vision detected Qiuya, having just destroyed the world engine in Gotham, racing toward them at blinding speed. Zod knew defeat was inevitable. Burning with bitter resentment, he activated his comms system and ordered all subordinates, including every vessel aboard the Black Zero, to converge upon the city center for reinforcement. The two Flash heroes and Batman sensed imminent catastrophe. Barry, we must hold them back. If they breach the city center, the casualties will be catastrophic. Then let us hold them back. Through the combined efforts of the two Flashes and Batman, a portion of the Kryptonian ground forces was stalled, but their numbers were too few to counter airborne vessels, and human soldiers proved woefully inadequate. Kryptonian starships and legions of soldiers descended upon the city center. All Kryptonian troops, vessels, and weapons target densely populated zones. You, my own kin, have defeated me, shattered Krypton's grand resurrection. Zod raged, consumed by fury and humiliation. His soul, he believed, had been stolen with the destruction of the world engine. You dare defy me? Zod shrieked, spiraling into hysteria as he rocketed toward Qiuya, slamming her bodily into a skyscraper. The building crumbled into dust, ash choked the sky. Instantly, Zod seized two hostages and turned, locking eyes with Qiuya, who had just arrived. One by one I shall slaughter every human you have saved. You sacrificed Krypton's world engine for humanity. You have extinguished our last hope of Kryptonian renewal. You are a monster, Zod, Qiuya declared, flying forward. Zod held two captives aloft. His soldiers and vessels bristled with hostages. Qiuya dared not act. Qiuya approached, assessing the dire situation. Zod and his forces held numerous hostages. Yet she recalled critical narrative knowledge, key intelligence that gave her decisive leverage over Zod. Across the globe, billions watched live, riveted to this unfolding drama. Zod, surrender. You cannot defeat the female superhuman. There is no need to harm the innocent. The Flash and Batman have arrived alongside me. Batman interjected calmly, attempting to reason with Zod, fearing he might trigger a mutual annihilation scenario if provoked further. You will allow us safe passage, or I will take these humans with me into death. Zod ignored all others, fixing Qiuya with a cold, threatening stare. Zod, if you kill a single hostage, I will obliterate the Genesis chamber. Qiuya hovered beside the Black Zero, her eyes blazing crimson as she aimed her heat vision at the vessel. Stop! Destroy that ship and Krypton will perish forever. Zod broke instantly, shouting the words in raw, unfiltered panic. He faltered, not from fear of death. As a warrior born, he welcomed it. But Krypton's rebirth was his sacred purpose, his life's sole meaning. He had no time to ponder how Qiuya knew of the Genesis chamber aboard the Black Zero, nor did it matter. That chamber mattered more than his own life. Release your hostages and surrender. Do not mistake them for leverage. I know precisely how vital that chamber is to you. Qiuya replied, voice icy and unwavering. Zod drew a slow, shuddering breath, then lowered the two hostages and raised his hands in surrender. Very well. We yield, but only to you alone. Zod only released the person in his hands without commanding his subordinates to do the same, intending to negotiate terms. Have your subordinates release the others as well, and put away the weapons of the spacecraft, landing it on the ground. Old Barry interjected. The two hostages trembled as they landed. Get away from here quickly. Young Flash Barry shouted at the two. We will handle this situation here. Zod, if you truly surrender, I can spare the other Kryptonians. If they remain loyal to me, they will have a bright future ahead. Qiuya spoke. Why should I trust you? You have no choice. Following me is your only option. Zod fell silent for a moment, then looked over with determination, saying, On Krypton, we believe in the rule of the strong. If you can defeat me in an unknown fight within 2 minutes, you will be the new king of Krypton. I accept your challenge. Zod told his subordinates. All Kryptonians, listen up. If I die, you will release the hostages and follow the new king. Zod waved his hand, signaling everyone to back away. Hearing Zod's command, the injured female officer and all the Kryptonians looked towards Qiuya, focusing on the battle that would determine their fate. Once everyone had moved back, Zod turned to the waiting Qiuya. So you have agreed to this duel. Defeat me in 2 minutes with just your fists, and you will be the new king. If I win. If you win, we will let you go. Qiuya took over the conversation, but you are bound to lose. The Kryptonians will welcome a strong and capable queen. I sincerely hope so, Zod said, and then charged at Qiuya. 2 minutes 120 seconds. He only needed to ensure he wasn't defeated in this brief time, or everything would be in vain. Qiuya did not back down, meeting Zod's attack heat-in. With her extraordinary brain and learning ability, she had almost mastered Zod's fighting techniques from their previous encounters. The onlookers saw two high-speed figures entangled together, making loud bang sounds as they fought fiercely in midair. As time passed second by second, Zod's movements began to become chaotic. Qiuya's strength and speed far exceeded his. From the very beginning, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Even if he tried to use clever tactics and relied on his combat experience to drag out the time, he was still retreating while fighting. Before the duel with Qiuya, Zod thought winning would be difficult, but surviving the 2 minutes seemed quite hopeful. However, now Qiuya's attacks were powerful and relentless. She had become much more skilled in battle than before, her progress far beyond Zod's expectations. When the time reached 1 minute and 20 seconds, Zod was knocked far away, crashing heavily to the ground, landing right beside Qiuya. You lost. Qiuya glanced at Zod, then her gaze swept over all the Kryptonians. All the Kryptonian soldiers lowered their heads, not daring to meet Qiuya's eyes. Kryptonians already revered the strong, and having witnessed Qiuya's easily defeat Zod, no one could deny her strength. The Kryptonians collectively put away their weapons, released the hostages, and the Kryptonian spacecraft also retracted their weapons, landing on the ground with everyone disembarking. The female officer Qiuya looked at Qiuya with admiration. Qiuya was incredibly powerful. With a heart full of hope, she flew to Qiuya, hoping she would be the wise queen leading Krypton into a new era and helping them revive their home. Qiuya was the first to speak. Qiuya and all Kryptonians pledge allegiance to the queen. After saying this, she respectfully knelt on one knee. Long live the queen. Qiuya and all the Kryptonians knelt on one knee and then shouted to show their loyalty. Qiuya looked at the kneeling crowd, already planning to arrange them in other universes, using them as enforcers when needed. Qiuya slowly spoke. Get up, I accept your allegiance. As Qiuya saw the battle, and she immediately approached Zod. She wanted to avenge her cousin's death. You killed my cousin, he was my only remaining family. Qiuya tightened her arms around Zod's neck. Today you will pay with your life for this. Zod was already at the end of his strength, his life ebbing away slowly. But before he died, he had one last thing to say. I hope you can help Krypton be reborn. He used his last bit of strength to look at Qiuya and said, I have no regrets. As long as they are loyal to me, even though Earth cannot serve as a new homeland, I have the ability to traverse different worlds, and I will find a new place. Upon hearing this, Zod felt a huge weight lift from his heart. He was a dying man and believed Qiuya had no need to deceive him. He peacefully closed his eyes, his body relaxing as he awaited death. Seeing this, Qiuya exerted her strength and snapped his neck. At this moment, the time had not yet exceeded 2 minutes. Zod's body slowly slumped down and Qiuya released her hands, allowing Zod's corpse to fall to the ground. Her long-awaited revenge was finally achieved, giving her a sense of relief. I'm sorry, I was too eager for revenge. Qiuya turned around, looking at Qiuya with a hint of apology. Qiuya shook her head, understanding Qiuya completely, as she had intentionally directed Zod towards her. We will face this together. Qiuya stepped forward and gently patted Qiuya's shoulder. You are not alone. Qiuya nodded, her lips pressed together. Zod was dead, and her hatred dissipated. Now it was time to look ahead. Qiuya, you will continue to serve as the vice officer of Krypton. As before, Qiuya held Qiuya's hand. As you wish, my queen. Qiuya tried to pull her hand away, but Qiuya was far stronger than her. Qiuya then addressed all the Kryptonians, saying loudly, everyone evacuate this place immediately and wait for my orders in space after leaving Earth. After finishing, she also released Qiuya's hand. While I am away, all Kryptonians are entrusted to you. Please take care of them. Upon hearing the Queen's command, the Kryptonians boarded their spacecraft, and all the ships powered up their engines, heading into the sky. The Flash and Batman watched as the Kryptonian ships departed. I'm so glad everything has finally been resolved. The young Flash's face broke into a sincere smile. Yes, the matter has been resolved. Batman nodded, a rare look of relaxation on his face. But deep down, he couldn't help but feel some concern. Would certain people in the United States conflict with Qiuya? Would there be any changes in her dealings with the Kryptonians in the future? I still don't know your real name. We only know the code name Superwoman. Young Flash asked again. In fact, we know nothing about you. Old Flash spoke up, his tone inevitably carrying some doubt. Kara also looked over. They all had countless questions in their hearts. Bruce will treat us. If there are any problems, we can eat and discuss them together. Han Qiuya replied. Bruce looked puzzled. I know your superpower is money. Batman Bruce chuckled in surprise, not expecting this Superwoman to have researched him. It was quite amusing. All right, follow me today at my place. I will treat you. Feel free to eat and drink, just as long as you are willing to satisfy our curiosity. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your victory in battle. You have earned 18000 points, bringing your total to 221000. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 billion reputation points for a total of 31 billion reputation points. Traveling here has not been in vain. Defeating Zod and the Kryptonian army has rewarded you with considerable points. What excites Han Qiuya even more is that the reputation points are pouring in abundantly. Almost everyone worldwide witnessed this battle through live television broadcasts, with each person providing between 0 to 100 reputation points. Those who contributed over 90 reputation points undoubtedly became Han Qiuya's true fans. In their hearts, she is akin to a goddess of war from myth, saving this world with her own strength. Many people developed a sense of faith and dependence on her. In their minds, Han Qiuya is a deity among humans, a goddess of the earthly realm. At Bruce's mansion, Han Qiuya sat at the dining table enjoying a feast and red wine, yet everyone's attention seemed to be focused on her. Batman Bruce, young Flashberry, old Flashberry, and Supergirl Kara all looked at her curiously. Han Qiuya smiled faintly and began to speak. I come from another world. In that world, I am also Supergirl, and I possess the ability to traverse different worlds. She briefly explained and added, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask, and I will do my best to answer. Are you saying you come from another universe? I'm just like you, old Flash said. Young Barry couldn't help but ask. I reversed time multiple times, and you never appeared. We lost every time, and I was on the brink of madness. Barry wanted me to give up, but thankfully, I persisted. Young Barry glanced at old Barry and continued, finally, during the last time we awaited your arrival, which brought us hope for victory. Old Barry lowered his head somewhat sheepishly. You are truly formidable. We seem to have contributed nothing to this victory. Kara couldn't help but exclaim, feeling somewhat frustrated at her lack of impact in the battle. It was all thanks to your strength alone. Kara, make sure to bask in the sun more and gain experience. You too will become stronger. Han Qiuya smiled faintly, seemingly perceiving Kara's inner dejection. This victory, although primarily reliant on my strength, without your assistance, especially Barry's, I would not have been able to defeat Zod. Han Qiuya looked at young Barry. Me? Young Barry pointed at himself. Yes, in fact, my energy was initially insufficient to cross over. Your refusal to give up and your time reversals caused the multiverse space to become unstable, allowing me to cross over with less energy. Han Qiuya explained. Young Barry smiled, remaining silent. Thankfully, he had never thought of giving up successfully, saving his world. Barry, what are your plans? Young Barry looked at old Barry. I plan to leave soon and return to my own world. I've seen my mother, and my wish is fulfilled. Old Barry said calmly. Barry, you could find a world where you have passed away, but your mother is still alive. This way no one will compete with you for her, and she would be very happy to see you. Han Qiuya suggested to old Barry. That's a good idea. Oh, I will consider it. Worlds that have already opened do not require points for traversal, but the system's traversal function needs to cool down for 15 days unless points are spent to shorten the cooldown time. Han Qiuya did not want to waste points, as there are no significant battle events occurring on the Marvel side for the time being. She could first clean up the villains in this world to farm reputation points and earn more points. Han Qiuya flew over the city, surveying while communicating with the system. System, how many points are needed to shorten the traversal time? Ding. The host needs to spend 100 points to shorten the time by 1 day. System, open the reputation point shop and let me take a look. All right, host. As soon as the system replied, a sci-fi screen appeared in her mind. It seemed that anything could be found in the system store. Cola 1 reputation point. Hamburger 3 reputation points. Delicious roasted chicken 300 reputation points. Underwear 100 reputation points. 1 kilogram of kryptonite 100 reputation points. Terminator TX intelligent robot 10 million reputation points. Enhanced artificial intelligence Skynet system 5 billion reputation points. System space 5 billion reputation points. System space expansion card. Each card can expand 100 cubic kilometers 100 million reputation points. Enhanced Wolverine healing ability. Host exclusive version can perfectly integrate Kryptonian bloodline, can regenerate as long as one cell is alive 10 billion reputation points. System, can anything be purchased? Han Qiuya asked as she scrolled through the endless items. Host, as long as your reputation points are sufficient, you can buy anything from the multiverse. However, for corresponding skills or magical items, you can purchase them at a discounted price determined by the system after defeating the relevant individuals or completing the corresponding system tasks. Otherwise, you can only purchase them at their original price. Finally, Han Qiuya purchased the enhanced Wolverine healing ability, the enhanced artificial intelligence Skynet system space and 99 system space expansion cards. Ding, a total of 29. 9 billion reputation points have been consumed, leaving 1 billion reputation points remaining. After finishing her communication with the system, Qiuya fully activated her supervision, swiftly patrolling the city from the sky. Soon she discovered places where villains were committing crimes, as well as some disasters that needed her help. At that moment, Kara flew over, and the two female superheroes soared through the sky side by side, both dressed in striking and distinct Supergirl uniforms. Let's compete to see who gets things done faster today. Kara looked at Qiuya with a smile. That's a good idea, but I've already won. Qiuya smiled knowingly. The two chatted without wasting time, reaching their respective locations in just a few seconds. Besides dealing with villains and rescuing those in need during disasters, Qiuya spent the rest of her time flying into space to bask in the sun and sleep, continuously growing stronger. 15 days soon arrived. Qiuya went to the Kryptonian spaceship in space to brief her subordinates on some matters. She planned to let these subordinates stay here temporarily until her points were more plentiful and she had a suitable world to transfer them to. However, she intended to take the Kryptonian female officer with her. Helping her fight was secondary. The main reason was her look's playful smirk. Fiora, you will travel with me and stay by my side in the future. Qiuya grasped Ofra's hand and commanded the system to open the passage to the Marvel world. This time, Fiora did not attempt to pull her hand away, knowing her strength was no match for Qiuya, so she simply gave up, resisting. As you command, my queen. Qiuya held Fiona's hand and walked into the passage. In the Marvel Universe, after Qiuya left, Tony had a fierce battle with his uncle Obadiah. Just like in the movie, Tony, wearing an upgraded Iron Man suit, fought against Obadiah's Ironmonger and ultimately won the battle in a thrilling manner. The victorious Tony later boldly declared at a press conference, "I am Iron Man." This statement immediately caused a huge uproar worldwide. The true identity of the mysterious superhero Iron Man was finally revealed, becoming the focal point of global attention. Now, in addition to Wonder Woman, there was another superhero known as Iron Man. Nick Fury felt somewhat troubled by Tony's flamboyance, but he had no way to deal with him. However, he planned to dampen Tony's prideful spirit in preparation for forming a superhero team. But at that moment, something new came up. He had instructed his subordinates to closely monitor Qiuya's movements, but since Shield could not infiltrate the surveillance of Tony's home, they lost track of Qiuya after she entered. Days passed, and there was still no sign of Qiuya coming out of Tony's house. They could only report to Nick Fury that Qiuya seemed to have disappeared from Tony's home, which greatly troubled and puzzled Nick Fury. Damn it, what a troublesome season. Nick Fury was already busy with numerous affairs, but upon hearing news about Qiuya, he immediately set aside everything else and prepared to find Tony personally to clarify Qiuya's whereabouts. For a powerful superhero whose details were unclear, Nick Fury was always very cautious, so any changes regarding her would be taken seriously. Taking advantage of Tony's absence that night, Nick Fury arrived early at Tony's house, waiting for his return, intending to give him a lesson. After a day of fun outside, Tony returned to his mansion at night, only to find the house shrouded in darkness, which was quite unusual. J-R-V-I-S. Turn on the lights. At that moment, Nick Fury's figure appeared from the darkness, startling Tony. "I am Iron Man," Nick Fury teased. "You think you're the only superhero, Mr. Stark? Besides Wonder Woman, there are many like you, but you just don't know it yet." Tony stared at Nick Fury in surprise and asked, "Who are you?" "Nick Fury, director of S-H-I-E-L-D. I have come to discuss the establishment of the Avengers with you. But actually, there is something more important I need to ask you." "What is it?" Tony asked, puzzled. "Where has Wonder Woman been recently?" "How would I know? I've never met her. Isn't she a famous superhero? How could I possibly know her?" Tony started to play dumb. He had no obligation to answer that question. "We monitored that she came here, and then she disappeared. You'd better tell me the truth." "All right, I'll tell you, but don't think it's absurd or hard to believe." Tony began to switch his tone, aware that Nick Fury wouldn't believe him. "I've seen many things, so feel free to say." Nick Fury's tone carried a hint of laughter, seemingly unconcerned about hearing something beyond his comprehension. After all, he had seen the cosmic cube. She crossed over to another world to handle some business. "What did you say?" Nick Fury furrowed his brows, seemingly unable to comprehend Tony's words. "She opened a passageway to cross over, saying she was going to other universes, then vanished from my sight," Tony explained again. "Don't you dare joke with me. How is that possible?" Nick Fury wanted to continue questioning, trying to extract more facts from Tony. But at that moment, a blue light suddenly illuminated beside them, forming a passageway made of light rings. The sight within the passage caused Nick to hold his breath instantly. It was another world, the interior of a Kryptonian spaceship, and Qiuya was holding Fiona's hand as she stepped out of the passage. "Welcome back." Tony's tone sounded calm and natural, seemingly unfazed by the appearance of Qiuya and Fiona. Having witnessed Qiuya opening the passage in his home previously had already shocked him. He maintained his emotional composure on the surface, only glancing at the additional Fiona. However, Tony was still filled with intense curiosity about Qiuya's ability to safely cross different worlds, longing to experience such a journey himself. Did you really go to another universe? Nick could hardly believe his eyes. Everything was too absurd and unbelievable. Nick glanced at Fiona again with more questions swirling in his mind. Oh, so the Egghead Director is also here. Your department's name is too long. Ooh, did you change it? Huh. Egghead Director, that name is quite fitting. Tony couldn't help but mock, avenging his earlier fright. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury couldn't help but pause slightly, his face darkening with anger. It's been renamed. Now it's called S-H-I-E-L-D. I have to ask you some important questions, and you must answer me truthfully, Nick Fury said with a serious expression. But just then Fiona suddenly stepped forward, displaying a demeanor entirely different from before. Earthling, do not be rude. The one you are speaking to is our esteemed Queen of Krypton. It's all right, Fiona. We can forgive him for his lapse in etiquette, Qiuya replied. Fiona glared at Nick Fury. Oh, the Queen of Krypton, Tony exclaimed, looking at Nick Fury to see how he would respond. Queen of Krypton? Nick Fury's confusion deepened. What is the situation with the Queen of Krypton? Nick Fury could no longer contain his bewilderment. You have so many secrets. Miss Qiuya, please clarify my following questions first. Are you done? I am done. Then I have no intention of telling you, Qiuya said with a light smile. Her words left Nick Fury momentarily speechless. Tony laughed. Haha, Egghead Director, you need to learn to respect others' privacy. Next time, don't just intrude into my home and scare me. You're right. I indeed acted somewhat without reason. Nick Fury, thick-skinned, noticed the atmosphere was turning sour, paused, and immediately adjusted his emotions. We should learn to trust and wait. In the future, we will have more time to spend together. With that, Nick Fury turned and left. Fiona, if I have real Earthling friends in the future, we need not worry about his lapses in etiquette. As you command, my queen, I understand. He has finally left. Tony said, are you familiar with this director of S-H-I-E-L-D? Not really, Qiuya replied with a faint smile. We've had some interactions. Is that so? I seem to recall he mentioned something earlier. Tony, I have an idea. Qiuya said we could form our own superhero team, a small squad composed of numerous superheroes. Tony pondered for a moment, then said, that's a good idea. Can you elaborate? Moreover, this team should operate independently, Qiuya added, free from the control of any government or organization. We need to have the freedom and flexibility to respond to those in need of our help. I agree, Tony said. Superheroes should serve the people, not politicians. We do this for justice and peace, not power. Then it's settled, Qiuya smiled. Just let me know when there's a fight. But we need more companions. Where can we find suitable teammates? In S-H-I-E-L-D. That earlier guy, he will definitely form a hero team in the future. At that time, we can secretly recruit from there. Tony laughed. You're quite mischievous, but this idea is good. I like it. If that guy invites us to join his superhero team, we will join openly, but privately, we will have our own team. That's a great idea. At that time, we can persuade other superheroes to join our ranks in secret. Yes, right, Tony. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. Wait a moment, Miss Qiuya. May I make an inappropriate request? Will I have a chance to travel with you to another world in the future? Tony had a strong curiosity about other worlds and wanted to explore them. Travel with me. I think you're not ready yet. Let's wait until your armor is more advanced. There will be opportunities. All right. With a positive response, Tony felt pleased. By the way, the cash and villa I promised you have been transferred to your name. The villa address is... Okay, I know the address. No worries, we'll leave now. Without waiting for Tony to finish, Qiuya grabbed Fiora's hand and flew out the window. With the system-enhanced artificial intelligence, Skynet, bought with 5 billion prestige points, she could easily access various information. Skynet, navigate me back to my new villa, Qiuya ordered the AI within the system space. The system space is now 1.0 cubic meters in size. The AI Skynet placed within the system space allowed her to communicate at any time, and it could connect the space to the outside world, linking Skynet to the network. At your command, beautiful mistress. Qiuya was too lazy to navigate herself. With Skynet, many things became convenient. In the high skies, Qiuya held Princess Fiora traveling through the blue sky at a speed of 114 Mach. Basking in the sun for so long, she had grown stronger, though still a bit far from light speed. Fiora felt her cheeks flush. She never feared strong enemies, but now felt shy in the presence of Qiuya. She tensed her body, trying not to think about how beautiful her queen was. The queen's beauty was extraordinary, absolutely meeting the highest aesthetic standards. The queen's powerful body was muscular yet elegantly fluid. When flying at superhuman speeds, her indescribable charm became ever more evident. No, this isn't right. She is my queen. Fiora forced herself to close her eyes, yet the perfect image of the queen still intruded into her mind. Welcome to Camartage, Miss Han. A voice interrupted Fiora's thoughts. While flying with Fiora in her arms, Qiuya suddenly flew into a golden light circle and arrived at an unfamiliar place, quickly releasing Fiora from her embrace. Seeing the sudden change, Fiora immediately assumed a combat stance. What? The Ancient One. Fiora, don't be nervous, she is not an enemy. Qiuya placed her hand on Fiora's shoulder, signaling her to relax. Queen, be careful. Fiora relaxed her combat stance, but remained vigilant, looking at the Ancient One. Miss Han, please take a seat. The Ancient One used magic and 3 cups of tea appeared on the table before sitting down. Qiuya approached, performed a gesture, and sat down, facing the Ancient One. Fiora did not sit down, standing behind Qiuya, very alert and tense. The Ancient One smiled faintly. Miss Qiuya, I would like to discuss the future of Camartage with you. The future? With an infinitor-filling teacup in her hand, Qiuya curiously sipped. Whenever she finished her tea, it would magically refill again. This was the infinitor-filling tea made by the Ancient One. Yes, I cannot see your future clearly, but I foresee this. You are reliable and trustworthy. So the Ancient One intends to retire and hand this place over to me. Yes, as you said, I will teach you everything you wish to learn. Let's forget about that, Ancient One. You should know I value my freedom. Let's wait until that doctor breaks his bones. Qiuya paused and did not continue. You indeed know some things. The Ancient One was not surprised. Alright, if you disagree, I can still teach you, but I hope you can take care of him later. Okay, no problem. Before long, Qiuya mastered the commonly used spells of Camartage quite proficiently. For instance, she learned to create portal circles, mirror spaces, etc. Oh, and did so without needing to wear the suspended ring, impressing the Ancient One with her magical talent. At Qiuya's request, Fiora also tried to fully adapt to the Earth's environment. Besides her existing super strength, super speed, and super physique, she gained heat vision, ice breath, flight ability, X-ray vision, and super sight, nearly equal to Superman, albeit slightly weaker in each ability. However, Fiora, trained from a young age, was one of the best warriors from Krypton, with extremely rich combat skills and experience. In the movie Man of Steel, Fiora's fighting scenes were simply stunning. Your Majesty, I can now fly on my own without troubling you. Just thinking about being carried by Princess Qiuya made her heart race. Although you've learned to fly, your speed is too slow. Oh, I'd better take you. Qiuya flew over, carrying Princess Fiora and soaring into the sky. Initially, Fiora was cautious due to her identity, but over time, she began to relax gradually. Qiuya had a mischievous smile in her heart as she sensed Fiora's relaxation, saying, let's fly slowly this time and enjoy the scenery more. Taking a long route with the teleportation learned from Camartage would be faster, but Qiuya chose not to use it, and Fiora did not remind her. Completely relying on the embrace of her queen, feeling the strong, yet perfectly contoured arms, Fiora now thought her queen was both powerful and beautiful, simply stunningly perfect. Qiuya held Fiora as she flew to the new villa, which was only a few dozen kilometers away from Tony's house. Qiuya could reach Tony's house in just 1 second. The villa was nestled among mountains and rivers, covering a vast area with multiple buildings. From the main roof, one could overlook the endless trees and rivers. Everything resembled a fairyland, breathtakingly beautiful. This is the new home. Qiuya gently set down Fiora. My queen, it feels too desolate here. You need some subordinates. Soon there will be people. Qiuya smiled faintly and summoned the stunning female image of the Terminator TX from the system space, her figure elegant and extraordinary. The Terminator TX slightly bowed her head and respectfully said, Master. TX was previously purchased with 10 million reputation points and was the system-enhanced version, more powerful than in the movies. Very well, from now on in this world, do not call me Master, call me Boss. Qiuya said. Understood, Boss. The Terminator TX replied respectfully. From now on you will lead the Terminators. After saying this, Qiuya purchased another 100 Terminators from the system, though they were cheaper at 1,000 reputation points each. Understood, Boss. The Terminator TX nodded slightly, indicating her understanding of Qiuya's orders. Although these ordinary Terminators were not as powerful as TX, they were still capable of handling all the tasks and security duties of the villa. Each ordinary Terminator was an existence beyond human competition, possessing extraordinary strength and speed. Moreover, they had high intelligence and learning abilities, quickly adapting to various complex environments and situations. They could all move freely offline, and TX could remotely control them. Hello, Boss. As soon as the Terminators appeared, they respectfully greeted in unison and promptly began scanning their surroundings. TX commanded all the Terminators to carry out their tasks via the remote control system. She accurately calculated the position and movement routes of each Terminator to ensure the efficiency of the entire team. Inside the villa, the Terminators quickly went about their various tasks. They cleaned rooms, arranged furniture, did housework, and some stood guard in suitable places inside and outside the villa. Their work efficiency was remarkably high, leaving Qiuya very satisfied. Fiora quietly watched everything without making a sound. Skynet, I don't need the artificial intelligence Tony installed in the villa. You will replace it and coordinate with the Terminators from now on. Understood, Master. On the street, pedestrians screamed and fled in all directions as the Abomination, angered by the noise, raised his hand and hurled a car at several innocent bystanders. Hurry, use the rocket launcher. General Ross broke out in a cold sweat as he watched the huge figure roaring in the distant flames. The rocket, trailing a long tail flame, sped towards the Abomination. However, this massive, disgusting yellow monster was unafraid and charged directly at the rocket. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted around it, but these seemed to cause no harm to the creature. Suddenly, the enormous figure emerged from the fire without a scratch. The elite soldiers who fired the rockets were instantly frozen in place. Even seasoned veterans felt a surge of fear in their hearts when confronted with a monster that could not be harmed even by lethal weapons. This is power. I am the strongest. The Abomination laughed at the camera, deliberately not attacking the helicopter broadcasting live, seemingly wanting to showcase his invincible strength to the world. The Abomination, whose real name is Blonsky, was an aging elite soldier. As he grew older, he yearned to regain his former glory and coveted even greater power. After injecting a small amount of super soldier serum, Blonsky's physical form approached the human limit, equivalent to 60 of Captain America's strength. This made him arrogant, believing he was invincible. However, in front of the Hulk, even a super soldier was no different from an ordinary person. Bruce Banner easily crushed Blonsky's dreams with a single kick. Had it not been for the regenerative abilities of the super serum, that blow would have shattered him. This disparity in strength wounded Blonsky's ambitious ego, but it also ignited his desire for power. In pursuit of the Hulk, to prove himself, Blonsky forced Samuel Stearns to inject him with a diluted blood sample of the Hulk. Thus, the Abomination, enslaved and driven by power, was born. Come on, Hulk. The Abomination ignored the bullets hitting him and kicked a vehicle blocking his path, smashing it. Surrounding soldiers dared not fire. Many who had previously shot were eliminated by the Abomination. Considering the city battle, large-scale heavy weapons could not be deployed. The so-called orders did not require them to fight to the death, and the soldiers began to tactically retreat. The Hulk struggled to rise, still disoriented from the previous blow by the Abomination. He had always been at a disadvantage, suppressed by the Abomination. The Abomination had been a soldier, thus possessing rich combat experience, giving him a certain advantage. However, the angrier the Hulk became, the stronger he grew, reigniting his fury and filling him with power. Seeing this, the Abomination fearlessly charged in. The Abomination dodged, and then struck a left jab that hit the Hulk squarely in the jaw. Staggering back, the Hulk charged forward again. Next, the two powerful and ferocious monsters engaged in a terrifying battle in the city center, causing destruction that rivaled that of any demolition company. With a punch from the Hulk and a kick from the yellow monster, their simple yet brutal strikes caused more damage than heavy artillery due to their overwhelming strength. The two giants grappled, tearing down one building after another, smashing offices and crashing vehicles into houses. This monstrous battle transformed the entire block, making the massive concrete buildings crumble like paper. The mayor of New York watched the live broadcast, clutching his chest in pain, repeatedly calling the military to demand the removal of the two monsters. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury, clad in a black leather jacket, gazed at the massive display screen, which clearly broadcasted the roars of the two monsters. At that moment, a tall, slender female agent in a fitted uniform hurried to Fury's side. With a serious expression, she reported, "Director, the Security Council is calling for immediate support. We must eliminate the two monsters, or at least drive them out of Manhattan." The Security Council was certainly anxious. If they continued to fight, it would spread to Wall Street, which would be disastrous. Once significant damage occurred, it would trigger a stock market crash. Nick Fury remained unmoved, saying, "It's easy to talk, but without the use of lethal weapons, no matter how many people we send, it will be of no use." The beautiful Agent Hill also found it somewhat unreasonable. She furrowed her brow and said, "But the Security Council insists you must act. They want you to handle it as you see fit, as long as it's not in Manhattan." Fury glanced at the screen and said, "Tell the Security Council that this is beyond our capabilities. We can only provide limited support." Fury calmly pointed out, General Ross' super soldier program was approved by the Security Council. Now that there's trouble, they want us to clean it up. Do they think we are just here to wipe their backsides with toilet paper? Besides, my team specializes in gathering intelligence and handling special events. When it comes to warfare, the generals at the Pentagon are the experts. All right, Director, I'll respond to them. Hill turned and left. On the battlefield, the figure of Iron Man Tony Stark appeared clad in his newly upgraded shiny red and gold armor, feeling quite confident. "Hey, are you two big brutes looking for trouble?" Tony provocatively shouted, aiming the energy cannons in his hands at Hulk and Abomination while firing energy beams. Hulk turned his head, his eyes flickering with anger and a desire for destruction. He roared and leaped, swinging his massive fist toward Tony. Tony reacted swiftly, using the armor's thrusters and agility to deftly evade Hulk's heavy punch. At the same time, Abomination let out a cold laugh, using all his strength to grab a car parked by the roadside and hurl it violently at Tony in the sky. Tony's expression sharpened, and he immediately activated the armor's flying function, soaring upward to avoid the car's onslaught. In midair, Tony utilized the new armor's remarkable maneuverability, quickly adjusting his position to deliver a punch to Hulk, who was still airborne. Hulk was struck by Tony's punch, crashing to the ground, but he quickly stood up. Tony's punch had caused no damage, only fueling Hulk's anger further. Abomination also jumped up, swinging his fist at Tony. Tony barely dodged, but didn't completely evade. At that moment, Hulk leaped and grabbed Tony's leg. Oh no! Hulk lifted Tony and slammed him down hard with his massive fist, sending him crashing into a distant building. After smashing Tony down, Abomination took the opportunity to launch an attack. The two giants grappled together, with Abomination delivering a powerful punch to Hulk's jaw, while Hulk charged at Abomination, gripping his arm tightly. Hulk let out a painful, furious howl. Abomination's fists and kicks grew increasingly brutal, ultimately sending Hulk flying, crashing through several buildings before coming to a stop. "Weak. You're just so weak. Is that all you've got?" Abomination taunted as he approached, but before he could finish, a glint of light flashed in Hulk's eyes. He grew angrier and stronger. With a roar, Hulk threw a punch back. Abomination had no time to dodge, and a heavy blow landed squarely on his massive jaw. Abomination staggered back a few steps, but quickly charged forward in a rage to attack. Hulk delivered a powerful kick, sending Abomination flying away. Abomination crashed into several buildings before coming to a halt. Hulk grew more formidable as he fought on. Abomination, filled with rage, charged forward again, and the two giants clashed once more. Metal shattered, and concrete flew everywhere. Unfortunately, just as the fleeing crowd was escaping the battlefield, the two giants crashed into each other again. A child was knocked down to the ground with no one to help. "Help me. Dad, Mom, where are you? Who can save me?" At this moment, Tony had managed to recover. His armor was badly damaged, but at least the flight system still worked. He knew he had to call for reinforcements, but couldn't afford to be reckless. J-R-V-I-S. "Contact Wonder Woman quickly," Tony said. "Right away, Sir." J-R-V-I-S replied. In less than 10 seconds, a figure descended from the clouds. Qiuya appeared high above, surveying the chaos below. Seeing Tony, Qiuya deliberately asked, "Need some help? You look like you've been through quite a beating." Tony chuckled awkwardly. "I do need help, but please try not to cause more destruction. I should have notified you earlier." Qiuya replied, "I'll do my best," and then dove down, heading straight for the Hulk and Abomination. "You two should stop," she warned loudly, and the television cameras turned to Qiuya. Viewers watching the live broadcast were immediately thrilled to see the beautiful and heroic Wonder Woman arrive. "Haha, Wonder Woman is here. Wonder Woman has arrived. She is currently the most powerful superhero." In a public hall broadcasting live, the audience buzzed with excitement. "Yeah, but I wonder if she can win. Her superpowers are unmatched, as she can easily subdue the Hulk and Abomination." A true fan rebutted, "Look, Abomination and the Hulk have stopped." As expected, when Wonder Woman arrives, no one dares to mess around. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 7 reputation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 39 reputation points. The S-H-I-E-L-D agent, known for his egg-shaped head, silently put away the pager for summoning Captain Marvel. "Wonder Woman is here. I wonder how much your strength has increased." The agent planned to order his subordinates to analyze Qiuya's powers to be well-informed and feel at ease. The Hulk and Abomination ceased their attacks, turning to look at this unexpected guest. "Wonder Woman, you're also a product of military research, aren't you? You can even fly. I want to see just how powerful you are. Killing you would definitely give me a sense of achievement." Abomination, seeing a seemingly stronger opponent, lost interest in Hulk. Qiuya looked at the two giants, planning to take them on together, but considering the audience, she decided to slow down the action during the fight to ensure viewers could see clearly, extending the duration to earn more reputation points. Qiuya deliberately provoked. "You two monsters should team up." Hulk roared and was the first to charge forward. He leaped toward the heroine in the sky. But Qiuya easily dodged, delivering a super-fast punch that struck the Hulk's face, sending him crashing back to the ground. Hulk got back up, infuriated, and lunged at Qiuya again. Qiuya landed and dodged Hulk, facing Abomination. Seeing this, Abomination stepped forward in an instant, delivering a heavy blow with his fist, while Qiuya responded with a small punch, their fists colliding. Some timid audience members, unsure of Qiuya's strength, dared not look on. They felt that Wonder Woman would be smashed by the giant, but the reality was quite the opposite. As their fists clashed, the audience held their breath. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a violent shockwave tore through the surrounding space, causing everything to tremble. Abomination clutched his injured hand in pain, stumbling backward for several meters, leaving a trench in the ground. The Abomination charged across the earth like a bronze statue in motion, roaring fiercely as he bore down on Qiuya. His immense shadow swallowed her whole. By comparison, she appeared delicate and petite. Yet Qiuya evaded his assault with effortless grace, simultaneously driving her slender but formidable fist deep into the Abomination's chest. Boom! A thunderous, deafening shockwave reverberated through the air. At the precise instant her fist struck the center of his chest, concentric ripples spread across his iron-hard, sinewy flesh. The Abomination's colossal frame hurtled backward like a severed kite, grinding violently along the highway and carving a 100-meter-long furrow into the pavement. His roar echoed across the sky, eyes wide with stunned disbelief. He could not comprehend how this seemingly fragile woman possessed such overwhelming power, that a single blow from her had hurled him, a titan among monsters, backward. Was she truly a military-engineered creation? Damn it! The Abomination rose to his feet, unwilling, or unable, to accept that he had just been outmatched. Fresh from defeating the Hulk, he was intoxicated with arrogance, dismissing all challengers. Today he would destroy Supergirl, not merely to win, but to prove before the entire world that he was the undisputed apex. Meanwhile, Tony Stark fired several precisely targeted laser beams, successfully diverting the Hulk's attention. This time he flew high, avoiding direct confrontation altogether. The Hulk absorbed several laser strikes and roared in mounting fury, though to little effect. With each thunderous stride, the ground trembled as if gripped by an earthquake. Clad in his Iron Man armor, Tony nimbly dodged the debris the enraged Hulk hurled at him. Oh shit, looks like I'll need to upgrade the suit again. These lasers barely scratch monsters like him. Tony planned to lure the Hulk toward a remote, uninhabited zone. In the city, he lacked Supergirl's mastery. He could not control the rhythm of such a battle without causing catastrophic destruction. As rage surged through the Abomination, his hormonal levels spiked. His strength swelled anew, inflating his hubris until he felt invincible, omnipotent. No one surpasses me. I will slay you before the eyes of every crawling ant on this planet, and then slaughter them all slowly. Tremble. Ha ha. Inside, Qiuya rolled her eyes. If not for the reputation points, she'd have ended him long ago. Viewers watching the live stream never expected the spectacle to land so close to home. We may be ordinary mortals, they thought, but what is this grotesque monstrosity? Supergirl, strike him down. That slime-covered, sickly green brute is revolting. My goddess, destroy him now. In mere heartbeats, the Abomination closed dozens of meters with 3 massive strides, suddenly looming before Qiuya, his enormous fists flying in furious succession. Qiuya responded in kind, her hands blurring as she unleashed hundreds of rapid-fire punches per second. Their fists collided in a cacophony of shrieking air bursts. The Abomination, astonished by his own surging speed and strength, halted mid-assault and crossed his arms to block. He laughed triumphantly. I can catch bullets. Qiuya paused, waiting patiently for him to finish, then crushed his foot beneath her boot. In the same breath, her right cross slammed into his flank, bending his massive torso into a taut bow before sending him hurtling backward. Another straight, deep gash scarred the highway, the Abomination's flight path etched into the asphalt like a wound. Yes, a viewer leapt to his feet, punching the air in exhilaration. Her fists blazed like sparks, so fast. Supergirl is incredible. Her punches strike like rockets, crushing that brute with devastating force. Brilliant. Don't let the monster catch his breath. Punch, kick, punish him relentlessly. That hideous creature, watching him flail helplessly, is pure catharsis. I can scarcely believe a woman could subdue such a ferocious, gargantuan beast. Supergirl is truly transcendent. She is the goddess of mankind, the divine sovereign of Earth. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reputation increased by 88. Ding, ding, ding. Qiuya savored the system's chimes with quiet satisfaction. Master Jarvis has contacted me on Tony Stark's behalf. He knows you're performing and begs you to conclude the battle swiftly and assist him. At that moment, Skynet's voice resonated within her mind. Earlier, Samuel's antidote had significantly weakened the Hulk, who had then suffered further punishment at the Abomination's hands. But now the Hulk had fully recovered. Tony, caught off guard and overconfident, failed to evade entirely. His leg armor shattered under the Hulk's brutal assault. Reply, I'll be there in seconds, Qiuya replied inwardly. Understood, master. Humiliated by the foot stomp, a lapse born of carelessness, the Abomination scrambled back to his feet, burning with the desire for a decisive, unrestrained reckoning. Qiuya granted him no such chance. Like lightning, she flashed before him. As he lunged with a furious punch, she met it, fist to fist. Boom! This clash bore no resemblance to the last. Amid a cataclysmic detonation, her compact, iron-hard fist collided with his monstrous one. His sheer size conferred no advantage. Within an instant, his fist crumbled utterly beneath her blow. Once more, the Abomination was sent flying. This time, with his entire hand shattered beyond recognition, a massive crater yawned from the front of his fist scales, exploding outward in all directions. Half a forearm bone jutted grotesquely from his shattered limb, exposing the bony spurs at his elbow. From the ruptured fractures and open wounds, thick, filthy blood streamed downward like a dark rivulet. Yes, audiences watching the live broadcast were electrified. The spectacle of Supergirl dismantling the beast was nothing short of intoxicating. Granting him no respite, she shot forward like a bolt of lightning, materializing instantly before the fallen Abomination. Lifting one sleek, black-stockinged leg, she drove her knee upward with such velocity that she shattered dozens of sound barriers in ascent. Her knee struck the Abomination's jaw with a shattering, ear-splitting impact. Crack! A crushing, concussive blast followed, ripples of distorted air warping reality itself in its wake. The Abomination's hulking form rocketed skyward while Qiuya hovered serenely beside him, slightly above, utterly in command. No, you weren't using your true strength. You deceived me. No, I surrender. I yield. Realizing the chasm between them, he begged for mercy. Yet he had never spared a thought for the countless innocents he had slaughtered. Across the battlefield, livestream cameras and handheld devices tracked Qiuya's movements with feverish precision. Qiuya did not give the Abomination any chance, hovering above it, as she watched its body roll midair, waiting for it to fly to the highest point. Surrender. If you are too afraid to continue fighting, you lose your value. It's only by defeating you that I can gain more prestige. Qiuya raised her beautiful leg high in the air, exuding a cold and ruthless aura. No, I am willing to let you hit me, no. The Abomination looked at Qiuya's actions, terrified in its heart. It hoped to deceive Qiuya to retract this attack and spare its life. Right now, it just wanted to escape immediately once it hit the ground. Qiuya's long black silk legs were raised high, descending with a speed that broke through dozens of sound barriers, delivering a heavy kick onto the Abomination's back. The force unleashed was even more terrifying than the knee strike from before. Bang! Qiuya's leg struck down like a heavy blade onto the Abomination's back, causing its body to fold at an exaggerated angle. The Abomination's body, having just reached zero speed at the height, plummeted down like a meteor. With a deafening crash, the Abomination's body slammed heavily into the ground, sinking deep into the earth, causing the entire surface to crack and splinter. The air was filled with dust and smoke, and most of the audience was left in shock. They saw the Abomination's body deeply embedded in the soil, as if devoured by an overwhelming force. Abomination perished. Qiuya then heard the sound of prestige points continuously being credited. It took less than 10 seconds to deal with the Abomination. Qiuya did not linger, activating her supervision, penetrating all obstacles, and locking onto the location where Tony and Hulk were fighting. In just 1 second, Qiuya's figure streaked across the sky like a lightning bolt, racing towards the scene at an astonishing speed of over 130 Mach. Only a shadow was left in the air, leaving the audience in awe. This time, Qiuya did not use a portal. She felt the day's shocks were enough and planned to save it for her next appearance. In the military, General Ross, sitting in a helicopter, looked at the dust-filled battlefield and stammered, "Is it resolved?" Such a fierce monster, the Abomination, had evaded their efforts for so long without results. Yet a graceful beauty, Supergirl, had settled it with just a few punches and kicks. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters Director Nick Fury quietly watched the live broadcast of Qiuya battling the Abomination. After Qiuya finished fighting and flew away at a speed that astonished him, his body seemed frozen, unable to move, not even able to utter the words motherfucker. At that moment, an agent stepped forward to report to Director Fury, "Director, based on the analysis from high-speed cameras, we have derived the latest combat data for Supergirl." Director Fury quickly regained his composure and focused on the agent's report. Supergirl's maximum flight speed exceeds 100 Mach, and her punch delivers a force of at least 200 kilograms, which is 100 times that of a human boxing champion. This might be the result of her not using her full strength, and the agent's voice continued to echo in the room. Furthermore, according to image analysis, Supergirl's displayed reaction speed, movement precision, and predictive ability far exceeded our expectations. Her strength, speed, and reaction capabilities have reached an unimaginable level. Director Fury pondered for a few seconds and swiftly commanded immediately transmit this information to all relevant personnel, instructing them to prepare thoroughly. We must research Supergirl's weaknesses with full force. Also inform everyone that under no circumstances should anyone provoke Supergirl or engage in conflict with her. Any matters regarding her must be reported to me immediately. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra members also held Qiuya in high regard. Hydra member Alexander Pierce held a report on Supergirl's combat data contemplating future action plans. He decided you all immediately take people to the scene trying to find Supergirl's bodily tissues. Perhaps we can locate her hair or other biological samples. Yes, sir, we will complete the task as soon as possible. The subordinates replied and quickly left to carry out the assignment. Pierce watched them leave, filled with anticipation. He believed that as long as they could find Supergirl's bodily tissues, it would assist them in further studying superpowered individuals, aiding in some of their experiments. Tony's armor on one foot had been damaged. He could only rely on one foot and the thrusters in his hands to awkwardly evade in midair. On the ground, the Hulk, furious, hurled massive trees, boulders, and other objects towards him. Supergirl, hurry and help your biggest fan, Tony Stark. As soon as Tony finished speaking, Qiuya descended from the sky like a deity, instantly appearing in front of Tony and kicking away a gigantic tree that Hulk had thrown at him. Supergirl is here, so surrender quickly, little green man. Upon seeing Qiuya arrive, Tony instantly calmed down and instead began to provoke the Hulk. Tony, didn't you last long enough? Qiuya laughed, speaking to Tony while casually deflecting a massive rock that Hulk had dropped from above. I still wanted to perform a little longer over there. I'm not short on time in that regard, don't doubt me. Tony joked back, chatting easily, completely ignoring the furious Hulk on the ground. On the ground, seeing that the two were ignoring him, Hulk became angrier than ever. He began to hurl various objects wildly, while his massive body also started to charge, leaping towards Tony and Qiuya. Miss Qiuya, let's fight first, and then chat. It's too rude to our enemy. Tony looked at Hulk getting closer. Although he pretended to be calm, he still felt a hint of panic from the pressure Hulk brought. In the air, Qiuya remained unfazed, waiting for Hulk to jump in front of her, then stepped on him, using her flying ability to stomp Hulk back to the ground at several times the speed of sound. Boom! With a huge bang, Hulk's body traced a straight line in the air, heavily pinned down by Qiuya to the ground. Tony swallowed hard in shock, his eyes wide, staring at Hulk pinned beneath Qiuya's foot. Though Tony had seen Qiuya in battle before, each time he witnessed her violent performance in combat, his body and mind instinctively felt a sense of shock. J-R-V-I-S. Be sure to remind me in the future not to provoke her. Ew, I don't want to be left half paralyzed after being hit. Tony joked. The A-I-J-R-V-I-S calmly replied, of course, sir. At the same time, I wish to remind you that based on my analysis data, there exists a reproductive barrier between you and Supergirl. Therefore, your biological condition may not withstand her strength, and you may die very quickly. I know that without you telling me, there is no one on Earth who can endure her super strength. Qiuya stood on one foot on Hulk's chest, and Hulk felt as if the red-booted foot of Qiuya possessed boundless power. This glare caused Tony's already unstable flight posture to wobble, nearly making him fall from the sky. Sir, please be aware that the female superhero has super hearing, so be careful when speaking. J-R-V-I-S reminded him. J-R-V-I-S. You take control of the armor for me. Hulk felt the immense force of Qiuya's foot on his chest, struggling madly and letting out a deafening roar. Calm and composed, Qiuya crossed her arms over her chest, watching Hulk beneath her. Sensing Hulk's struggle intensifying, she increased the pressure of her foot to ensure her control over him. No matter how Hulk struggled, he could not break free from Qiuya's foot. Gradually, Hulk began to realize the gap between himself and this powerful opponent, and he slowly calmed down. Seeing that Hulk had quieted down, Qiuya lifted her foot. Hulk did not move immediately, lying on the ground and panting heavily, seemingly deep in thought. Hulk, quickly go back and turn into Banner, Qiuya said. As soon as Hulk had quieted, hearing the name Banner immediately made him furious again. No, don't bring out Banner. He shouted, his voice filled with anger and discontent as he charged at Qiuya. Qiuya met Hulk's punch, pushing him back, then raised her right hand and extended her middle finger. Seeing this, Hulk rushed forward and grabbed Qiuya's middle finger with one hand. Hulk tried to bend Qiuya's finger, exerting all his strength, but found her finger as hard as iron, unable to bend it. At this moment, a television station was broadcasting live, and some agents from various factions along with onlookers were filming the scene, showing their quick reactions. The live camera quickly captured this scene, and the broadcast spread around the world. Seeing Hulk unable to bend her finger, Qiuya laughed and said, "Hulk, you might as well use both hands to try to bend one of my fingers." Qiuya's mockery filled Hulk with anger and frustration. He used his other hand, but still could not bend her middle finger. This made him feel very embarrassed and helpless. He did not want to continue this confrontation, so he decided to return his body to Banner. Qiuya grew impatient as Hulk held on for too long, so she flew up and struck Hulk's nose with a powerful punch. One punch broke Hulk's nose. Bang! Still not revealing your true form. As soon as Qiuya finished speaking, Hulk fell to the ground and transformed back into Banner. It still takes force to revert him to his original form. Tony, don't you think so? Qiuya turned to Tony floating nearby. Tony, flying some distance away, nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, my idol. Where am I? What happened? Banner woke up looking exhausted and confused. He looked around, realizing he was lying in the wilderness surrounded by open space, and felt pain all over. Banner tried to recall. He remembered transforming into Hulk and battling the evil Abomination. At that moment, Banner saw the sky where a beautiful female superhero dressed in a black mini-skirt hovered, her demeanor majestic like a goddess descending from the heavens. He also spotted Iron Man, whose armor appeared somewhat damaged and looked rather disheveled. Female superhero. Has the situation with Abomination been resolved? Banner muttered to himself in confusion. Just as he was pondering, Qiuya flew before him with instantaneous speed, startling Banner. He did not expect Qiuya to arrive with such astonishing speed, stabilizing midair with almost no time or distance to break. Banner, I've already dealt with Abomination, so don't worry. Qiuya said. Oh, my goddess, you can fly so fast, please don't scare me, I might turn into Hulk, which would be troublesome. Tony also flew over, saying, you need not worry, Hulk was indeed beaten back by her. Really? The female superhero is that powerful? Oh my god. Banner was surprised by this. By the way, female superhero goddess, I am now your true fan, but I still don't know your name. Qiuya. Qiuya replied with a smile, Banner, if Hulk loses control in the future, I can help you revert him to his original form for free. Is that so? That's great. If it weren't for fighting, I wouldn't want to turn green. Hulk said, are you all being polite? Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving battle victory, earning 600 points, current points, 28000. Ding, system upgrading. The system voice rang out, quite pleasant, indicating that defeating Hulk and Abomination had earned everyone 300 points. I hope to challenge Hulk again, hoping he will accept my challenge. If he surrenders, I won't get any points. Qiuya felt very good after receiving the points and smiled, her smile blooming like a flower filled with joy and happiness. Her eyes sparkled with captivating brilliance, as if the stars lit up the night sky. Tony and Banner were momentarily mesmerized, feeling somewhat dazed before becoming puzzled. Tony asked Miss Qiuya what happened. Why are you laughing? Qiuya retracted her smile and replied, it's nothing, I just thought of something happy. In the distance, General Ross aboard a helicopter witnessed the situation being resolved satisfactorily, and the danger had dissipated. He ordered his subordinates to safely land the helicopter on the ground, then led several subordinates to walk over. Ross struck a pose, raising his chin high, puffing out his chest, trying to project an imposing presence that revealed his authority as a general. As he approached, Banner grew tense. Thank you both heroes for resolving our experimental product issue and salvaging our property losses. Ross said, feigning gratitude. He continued, our military is deeply appreciative, and for this incident, we will publicly commend you, female superhero. Ross made a remark that infuriated Banner, referring to him as their property and attempting to take him away. Dr. Banner is not anyone's property. He is an independent individual with the right to decide his own fate, Qiuya said, stepping in front of Banner. Banner felt very touched. Ross clenched his fists, feeling some anger. The cost of the Hulk project had already been enormous. But he knew that his men's strength would be nearly impossible to contend with Qiuya's power. He is national property. You are opposing the United States. Ross attempted to threaten. Do you think I am afraid? Qiuya smiled faintly. With her current strength, she need not fear anyone's threats or pressure. Furthermore, Dr. Banner is now a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. And you want someone to find Director Egg. At this moment, Banner's girlfriend rushed over, excitedly hugging Banner. Oh my god, are you okay? As long as you are fine. The two were affectionate with each other. Ross glanced at them unfazed and retorted, I am well aware of his records. When did he join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Why would I not know? He just joined, Qiuya replied, coldly, somewhat irritated. How much longer would Ross continue this? I say, General Ross, that's enough. Be careful of provoking Supergirl is not a good idea. Seeing Ross was about to argue further, Tony quickly interjected to warn Ross, as he was also quite displeased with him after the earlier incident. Moreover, the decisions made by my goddess Supergirl cannot be altered by anyone. Ross paused momentarily at this remark, holding back his words. If it came to a physical confrontation, he would rather avoid it. After all, he believed their current forces were too few to compete. After contemplating for a moment, Ross shot an angry glare at Tony and told his subordinates, "Humph, we are leaving." He then turned and walked away. Ross' subordinates followed closely behind. They were extremely anxious when they heard there might be a conflict with Supergirl. Fortunately, the situation did not escalate, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Tony had a face full of questions. Why did he just glare at me? Banner explained he probably saw the anger on Supergirl's face, so he only dared to glare at you. After leaning against his girlfriend, Banner had closely observed Ross' reaction. All right, Tony said, feeling somewhat resentful as he looked at Han Qiuyan. Seeing Tony's resentful gaze, Han Qiuyan's smile reappeared as she stepped closer to Banner's girlfriend. Don't worry, he'll take good care of Dr. Banner. Let's not waste time and we can talk in the sky. Han Qiuyan said, and before the others could respond, she soared into the sky with them. There was no need to hold on to them. With her current strength, the biofield was strong enough. Whoosh. What? Banner and his girlfriend were momentarily dazzled and found themselves in the air. They froze for a moment, looking at each other, starting to panic. Oh, my God. Don't be afraid, this is Supergirl's power. We can talk normally in the air, Tony explained in detail to the two. He had experienced this once before, but this time it felt much better. Once the two understood the situation, they were astonished and were about to chat. Banner hadn't finished when Han Qiuyan quickly placed his girlfriend safely in the city and continued to fly towards Tony's house with the two. Banner's girlfriend stood dazed on the sidewalk, looking around to confirm her location. Who am I? Where am I? In the blink of an eye, Banner noticed that his girlfriend was no longer flying beside him. What happened? Don't worry, Qiuya placed her in a safe spot in the city. Let's head to Tony's house and discuss some matters. Han Qiuyan initially thought about creating a portal to send them over, but considering how Banner and Tony would be shocked for ages, she decided it was better to fly, as it only took a few seconds to reach Tony's house. Banner and Tony felt a jolt, and when they stabilized again, they found themselves indoors. Banner looked up to see a large hole in the ceiling. Incredible. Banner felt astonished, likely in awe of Han Qiuyan's flying skills. Welcome to my home, Dr. Banner. Would you like something to drink? Let's head to the living room to chat. Tony responded quickly, warmly welcoming them. Come on, Dr. Banner, Han Qiuyan said. Jarvis, when the guests order something, shout out to get it delivered immediately. While Tony was giving instructions to the AI Jarvis, he was also removing his damaged armor. Han Qiuyan joined the two in the living room, and they each took a seat. As soon as she sat down, Han Qiuyan controlled the nanosuit to transform into a beautiful dress. Banner was feeling lost about his future, but the miraculous change of Han Qiuyan's suit into a dress caught his attention. Banner curiously asked, "Can your suit transform into different outfits? This is amazing. Is it nanotechnology?" "Let's talk about that later. We should discuss serious matters first," Han Qiuyan said, and then continued, "Dr. Banner, we plan to form a superhero alliance and would like to invite you to join." "Oh, is that so, goddess? But I still have some questions." Banner expressed some unease. Tony thought that Banner was quite impressive even after turning into Hulk, and quickly added, "Banner, once you join, you can work with me here. We are not under the control of any government or organization. We are free and flexible, ready to assist those in need at any time," Han Qiuyan supplemented. "As for General Ross pursuing you, you need not worry with me around. I will also help you find a suitable identity," Tony said. "Whenever we need combat power, you can let Hulk come out to assist, and when Hulk loses control, Miss Qiuyan can help you revert back." Upon hearing this, Banner felt reassured and responded, "All right then, I certainly agree. It is my great honor to be in the same team as Supergirl and Iron Man." "By the way, what is our organization called?" Banner asked. Tony replied, "Let's call it the Supergirl Iron Man Alliance." Han Qiuyan laughed, abbreviated as the Supergirl Alliance. "What do you think, Banner? Let's just call it the Supergirl Alliance. No need to distinguish between the full name and abbreviation." Banner thought it wise to please the goddess Han Qiuyan. Tony remarked, "All right, but the Alliance will need funding, so it seems it will rely on me, the billionaire." Tony felt somewhat proud when talking about wealth, as who said money isn't a superpower. Han Qiuyan replied, "For now, don't worry about financial issues. Banner, you can go undercover in SHIELD and have Director Egg pay you a salary, which will also help arrange your identity." Tony chuckled, "That's a great idea. Nick Fury invited me to join SHIELD last time, saying he was forming the Avengers. I haven't given him a clear answer yet." Han Qiuyan continued, "You can reply to him in a while saying you agree to join, and in the future, everyone in our team, except me, can go undercover in SHIELD. Tony and Banner were somewhat stunned, but upon thinking about it, it indeed was a good idea. After all, if something went wrong with Han Qiuyan around, no one could defeat Supergirl. At that moment, Qiuya revealed surprising news. "By the way, there are many Hydra members within SHIELD. Tony, I will send you a list. and you can consider infiltrating Hydra again as dual high-level agents of our team. What Hydra? The two were astonished. Oh, wasn't Hydra completely eradicated during World War II? Skynet, send the personnel information of Hydra that I asked you to check to Tony. Qiuya commanded in her heart. Received, Master. I have sent the Hydra personnel information to Tony's AI Jarvis. Tony, some information has been sent to Jarvis. You can ask him yourself later. Okay. Tony instinctively responded, still reeling from the shocking news. At that moment, Banner's stomach grumbled. Clearly, he had been completely focused on escaping and fighting earlier, and now his stomach was empty and growling with hunger. Banner felt a bit embarrassed. Jarvis, asked someone to bring more food over, Tony commanded as he came to his senses. He thought he must clarify the situation regarding Hydra and S-H-I-E-L-D. This unreliable system just upgrades without warning. No matter how I call it, there's no response. Luckily, the system mall still works. Qiuya complained about the system in her heart. However, what does System Optimized Version Chicken Soup mean on the System Mall homepage, and why does it require 300 reputation points? It's much more expensive than other food. It shouldn't have any issues, right? Banner, no need to wait. I have chicken soup here. Let's make do with it for now. Qiuya smiled as she extended her hand, conjuring a large bowl of chicken soup out of thin air and placing it on the table. Tony and Banner exchanged glances, suppressing their curiosity. Banner, this chicken soup smells delicious. Go ahead and drink it. The female superhero won't poison you, Tony joked. Banner picked up the chicken soup and quickly began to eat, soon exclaiming, this is really delicious. I've never had anything this tasty before. The goddess offerings are truly delightful. Qiuya then bought a cheeseburger from the System Mall for Tony along with many other food items and began to enjoy the feast with the two. It must be said that the food produced in the System Mall is quite delicious. Miss Qiuya, your cheeseburger is so good. Can I order some every month? No. Can I reserve some every day? The price is negotiable, Tony said, gobbling it down, his words somewhat slurred. S-H-I-E-L-D. In the S-H-I-E-L-D office, Nick Fury was sitting at his desk reviewing a report on the latest project. Suddenly, his communicator rang, breaking the office's silence. Director, we monitored that the female superhero in Dr. Banner just went to Tony's residence, a subordinate agent reported through the communicator. Okay, I understand. Such trivial matters don't need to be reported in the future. You all continue to closely monitor their actions and report to me immediately if anything unusual occurs. But Director, the female superhero is currently flying towards us, and she has someone with her. What? Nick Fury immediately stood up, preparing to go out to meet her. Just as Nick Fury finished speaking, Qiuya had already landed on the rooftop of S-H-I-E-L-D with Banner. Qiuya used her X-ray vision to scan the surroundings, directly locating Nick Fury's position. The window happened to be open, and Qiuya flew in with Banner through it, landing steadily in front of Nick Fury. Director Egg, do you want talent? I've brought you one. Miss Qiuya, Nick Fury said with a somewhat displeased tone. S-H-I-E-L-D is not your free action area. You should have informed me in advance before coming. This female superhero always calls him Director Egg in public, and the key is that she is powerful, making it hard for him to manage her. It's infuriating. Furthermore, there are confidential files on the office desk. She has X-ray vision. What if some secrets are leaked from the documents on the desk? Qiuya blinked, a slight smile on her lips. Oh, it wasn't intentional. I was just in a hurry to bring Dr. Banner over. To add another talent to S-H-I-E-L-D. Qiuya noticed the scattered documents on the desk, but she was too lazy to activate her X-ray vision. S-H-I-E-L-D had become Snake's shield. The AI Skynet had already infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D. So what secrets were left unknown? Nick Fury was quite helpless and then looked at Banner, saying, Welcome, Dr. Banner. Are you willing to join S-H-I-E-L-D? Banner nodded. Yes, I have always wanted to join, provided my personal safety is guaranteed, my identity issues resolved, and I receive a salary, though I will wholeheartedly work for S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury nodded. Of course, we will provide you with a safe working environment, allowing you to fully devote yourself to research. Since everything is confirmed, I'll take my leave. Qiuya shrugged, turned, and flew into the sky to leave. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief and began discussing work arrangements with Banner. Banner silently remembered his undercover identity. He actually didn't have a good impression of organizations like the U.S. military and S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick had been worried about how to bring Banner into S-H-I-E-L-D, but unexpectedly Qiuya directly introduced Banner to him. The newly formed Avengers Alliance desperately needed powerful combat strength. If they could properly control Hulk after Banner transforms, it would greatly enhance their combat capability. After finishing the conversation with Banner, Nick called Natasha. Natasha, how is your interaction with the female superhero Qiuya progressing? She is just a trashy woman. During the few days she stayed at my house, she was very close to me. Once she got familiar with the surroundings and mastered her superpowers, she moved out to live alone. Natasha's tone was filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Qiuya's voice was so sweet that even she as a woman couldn't help but like her. Qiuya's charm is universally appealing. Her female form is simply flawless. She flies so fast, appearing and disappearing without a trace. I can't even see her, let alone get close to her. Alright, then let's temporarily put aside the task of contacting her. Next you go and approach Tony and find a way to stay by his side as his secretary. Okay, no problem. Qiuya returned to her villa and watched the conversation between the two on the large screen at home. Since Skynet had already infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., there were no secrets left for Qiuya. She listened clearly to Nick Fury and Natasha's conversation. System, have you died? Qiuya called out to the system in her heart, but there was no response. Never mind. Let's discuss important matters after you've leveled up. Today I'm off to enjoy life with a beautiful companion. Qiuya turned to Fiora with gentle warmth and asked, Fiora, how has your cultivation progressed recently? What is your current flight speed? Speaking of her advancement, Fiora wore a proud, effortless smile as she replied, Your Majesty, I can now fly at Mach 8. Mach 8 is already exceptional, among the top tier in the Marvel Universe, though still far beneath my own capabilities, Qiuya remarked approvingly. Fiora responded sincerely, All this is thanks to Your Majesty's patient guidance. Qiuya said, To honor your progress, I have a nanosuit for you, and I'll take you out for a stroll. With that, she purchased the nanosuit from the system shop for 2,000 reputation points and handed it to Fiora. Though its defensive capacity was modest compared to Qiuya's high-tech nanosuit, this one excelled in versatility, capable of seamlessly transforming into any attire desired. Fiora accepted the suit joyfully and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. The moment the nanosuit touched her hand, it sprang to life, flowing fluidly and autonomously enveloping her elegant statuesque form. Qiuya discovered she could control the suit, and her authority over it superseded Fiora's. Delighted, she began directing the suit to change Fiora's outfit in real time. This configuration is perfect, Qiuya mused, estimating that all items purchased from the system shop granted her primary control rights. Fiora blushed faintly upon finding herself clad in a bikini set, her nerves flaring, but she yielded gracefully to Qiuya's will. Fiora possessed a flawless, voluptuous figure, standing over 1.7 meters tall, with a slender waist, long sculpted legs, and harmonious proportions throughout, not a trace of excess. Qiuya watched, utterly captivated, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Her thoughts drifted into enticing territory, so vividly that warmth surged through her veins. Surely not. I'm truly embarrassed. Even gazing upon beauty makes me flush. Pity I'm a woman now, Qiuya thought inwardly. Your Majesty, is something amiss, eh? Your complexion seems unsettled. Fiora, it's nothing. No need to fret. Fiora smiled tenderly. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. Above all, your health is paramount. She proceeded to cycle through several more outfits for Fiora, during which Qiuya's hands wandered freely, visual details omitted. After considerable time, they settled on a chic short skirt ensemble. Once dressed, Fiora's shapely, luminous legs emerged gracefully beneath the hem, their lines as refined as classical sculpture effortlessly poised. Her thighs bore sleek leg holsters concealing daggers, her feet were adorned with sapphire stilettos accentuating the elegance of her ankles. The entire ensemble radiated both irresistible femininity and quiet lethality. How do you feel? Qiuya asked. Fiora spun lightly, letting the skirt billow in a graceful arc to showcase the look. She cherished the sensation, and most importantly, the queen seemed delighted. It's lovely. If Your Majesty approves, that is all that matters. Then let's go. Qiuya rose cheerfully and took Fiora's hand. Oh, and TX the Terminator, you'll accompany us as my personal bodyguard. Should minor nuisances arise, I'd rather not intervene. It would spoil my leisure. At Qiuya's words, TX, who had been standing guard outside, entered the room without delay. As you command, boss. For convenience, from now on you'll be called Xiao Mei, and all Terminators shall address me as boss. Hearing this, Fiora felt a quiet surge of pride. She alone was permitted to call Qiuya Your Majesty, proof that the queen held her closest to heart. Understood, boss. Xiao Mei acknowledges. As she spoke, Xiao Mei issued synchronized commands dispatching 100 standard Terminators to perform domestic duties and perimeter patrols. The TX Han Qiuya had acquired was a system-enhanced variant, highly autonomous and multifunctional, integrating the full spectrum of Terminator capabilities. Its power was extraordinary, and like the nanosuit, it could shift attire at will, offering unmatched practicality. Han Qiuya smiled at Xiao Mei, try transforming into an elegant radiant red short skirt ensemble. Xiao Mei replied, as you wish. Instantly, her outer layer rippled and reshaped itself. In under half a second, a dazzling crimson short skirt appeared, its silhouette exquisitely tailored to complement her breathtaking beauty and flawless physique, radiating a singular magnetic allure. Excellent. Truly stunning. You need no further direction, Han Qiuya exclaimed, visibly delighted by Xiao Mei's flawless transformation. Han Qiuya reflected that keeping so many Terminators idle at the villa was inefficient, especially for security. Better to deploy them strategically. In the system shop, standard Terminators cost only 100 each, so she promptly purchased another 250. Upon summoning them, the villa filled with Terminators, packed shoulder to shoulder. Greetings, boss. 250 voices echoed in unison. Xiao Mei, we now have 350 Terminators total. Assign 50 to remain here for domestic service, and deploy the rest as deep cover agents within S. H. I. E. L. D. Drawing salaries. If S. H. I. E. L. D. Cannot absorb them all, place them covertly in other organizations. Understood, boss. With Skynet support, infiltration should proceed smoothly. Director Fury won't uncover them all, not even the Hydra infiltrators he failed to root out. Indeed, Your Majesty, Fiora affirmed. Let's go, take flight. Han Qiuya smiled, still preferring aerial travel. The wind, the freedom, the exhilarating rush of velocity. No sooner had the words left her lips than Han Qiuya unfolded her biofield, enveloping both women within its shimmering aura. Within half a second, they descended gently to solid ground, Fiora and Xiao Mei feeling the reassuring solidity beneath their feet. Your Majesty, your strength has grown again, Fiora praised, her eyes brimming with reverence. Han Qiuya merely offered a faint, enigmatic smile, saying nothing. At that moment, a delicate pink necklace materialized in Han Qiuya's palm, and she fastened it around her neck. This artifact, procured from the system shop, employed advanced psychotectonic technology, akin to Superman's glasses, rendering her unrecognizable to those unfamiliar with her true identity. Given her considerable fanbase, maintaining anonymity afforded her greater freedom and discretion. Han Qiuya first guided Fiora and Xiao Mei through a series of captivating locales, savoring exquisite cuisine and breathtaking vistas. As twilight painted the city in golden hues, she strolled with them along bustling avenues, basking in urban vibrancy and spontaneous joy. She cherished this unscripted liberty, wandering without itinerary, playing without plan, wherever whim led. As Han Qiuya strolled into a bustling square, she paused to watch a dazzling street performance. Several figures in the crowd kept glancing their way. Having noticed the extraordinary beauty of Han Qiuya and her two companions earlier, they had harbored ill intentions and followed them discreetly. Though Han Qiuya had not activated her superhuman hearing, enhanced vision, or X-ray sight, she immersed herself fully in the spectacle before her. Xiao Mei and Fiora, however, had already sensed the malice radiating from those men. Yet seeing how thoroughly Han Qiuya was enjoying herself, they decided to deal with the stalkers only after departing the square. Once the performance concluded, Han Qiuya felt sufficiently entertained. Let's go. We should head back, she said, exchanging a subtle glance with her companions. The three then swiftly left the square. Walking through narrow alleys, they gradually found themselves amid fewer and fewer passers-by, until at last they halted in an empty, secluded lane. Boss, this is perfect. These women are absolute masterpieces. Heaven truly favors us. How fortuitous that they've wandered into such an isolated place. Their beauty is so overwhelming. Even gazing upon them has nearly left me dizzy. What luck we have today. Haha. Seeing no one nearby, the pursuers could no longer contain themselves and stepped boldly into view. Rapid footsteps echoed. The thugs rushed forward and encircled Han Qiuya and her companions. Boss, save the most stunning one, the one in the center, for you. A dark-skinned thug declared, his gaze fixed adoringly on Han Qiuya as he addressed his leader. Han Qiuya instructed Tianwang, the omnipresent network, to retrieve their identities. They were members of a local petty gang. After this, send the Terminators to eradicate that gang entirely. Exquisite specimens indeed. Pray, ladies, cooperate willingly. We pride ourselves on civility and would prefer not to resort to force. One thug sneered mockingly. You might even grow addicted afterward, and happily serve us for free, added the gang leader with a lewd grin, prompting raucous laughter from the others. Ha ha ha. Though Han Qiuya generally maintained remarkable composure, this was her first time hearing such vulgar obscenities up close, and a flicker of indignation stirred within her. Fiora, eager and impatient, silently turned her gaze toward Qiuya, her eyes shimmering with quiet inquiry. Qiuya understood instantly as she offered a faint knowing smile and gave a gentle nod, granting permission to act. As a seasoned warrior, Fiora had long been starved of battle, and now yearned to unleash the pent-up ferocity simmering deep within her. She hoped these thugs would at least prove durable enough to save her. Fiora, go easy on your pace. I need to record this, Qiuya commanded, inwardly directing Tianwang to initiate cinematic capture. Tianwang could film in flawless 360-degree omnidirectional clarity, capturing every detail within a 360 kilopixel radius around Qiuya. Granted full authorization, Fiora's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Fiora had been aching to confront them, these despicable stalkers who'd shadowed them for far too long. Such vermin deserved nothing more than to kneel in abject worship before Her Majesty, yet dared to defile her sovereign grace with their filthy gazes. What? Miss Beauty, you want to fight us? How about we take that battle to the bedroom instead? One thug jeered, grinning wickedly. Fiora selected her first target. Haha. The thugs found the situation increasingly amusing and burst into boisterous laughter. Fiora surged forward with blinding speed. Her left foot slammed hard into the pavement, and in an instant she materialized before the thug seized his arm, wrenched it backward in a brutal joint lock, then delivered a devastating high-heel kick that shattered his leg. Oh, my hand, my leg. Thug 1 collapsed to his knees, shrieking in agony. The others stood frozen, stunned to see their comrade writhing on the ground in torment. Moments earlier they'd been laughing triumphantly. Now, still uncomprehending, they failed to grasp the gravity of what had just transpired. She's a martial artist. She must be a bodyguard. Just swarm her together. The gang leader exclaimed in shock, barking orders for his men to advance, while quietly retreating behind them. Fiora smirked, amused. As the thugs charged, she swung her right fist, striking both men simultaneously with lightning precision. Boom! Thugs 2 and 3 flew backward, crashing violently into the wall. Thug 2's shoulder buckled grotesquely. Thug 3's chest caved inward with a sickening depression. Thugs 4 through 7 stared, eyes wide, pupils dilated, fear beginning to coil coldly through their veins. No! Thugs 4 and 5, having sprinted ahead, skidded helplessly forward, unable to halt their momentum as they hurtled straight toward Fiora. To Fiora, their movements unfolded like slow-motion footage. Before Thugs 4 and 5 could retreat, Fiora executed a flawless spinning sidekick, her heel striking Thug 4 squarely in the head. Thug 4 spun through the air like a colossal windmill, then skidded across the pavement, leaving behind a long, polished trail of scorch marks. Thug 5 panicked, attempting to reverse course, but his body, still surging forward, had twisted only 5 degrees. His eyes strained backward, desperately seeking an escape route. Fiora pivoted sharply, raised her elegant leg, and delivered a crushing left front kick. Crack! Bone splintered. Struck full force at the waist, Thug 5 folded in half, his body launching skyward like a broken puppet. Thug 7, spotting his proximity to Qiuya, and Xiao Mei, lunged toward Qiuya with newfound hope, convinced that seizing the woman in the center as a hostage would immobilize the black-clad bodyguard. He refused to believe the slender, crimson-gowned woman could also be formidable. Qiuya flicked a glance toward Fiora, signaling her to hold back. Xiao Mei, the Terminator, stepped forward, placing herself squarely before Qiuya. Thug 7 swung his fist, Xiao Mei met it with equal force. A sharp crack echoed. The thug's forearm snapped instantly. Oh, my arm. Before he could finish screaming, Xiao Mei seized his broken limb and drove a powerful, elongated leg kick into his flank. Boom! Xiao Mei, a high-tier Terminator unit engineered by the system, possessed an ultra-dense chassis. Her seemingly graceful leg weighed astonishingly heavy, and her strike velocity was blistering. The impact alone would have sent Thug 7 flying, had she not held fast to his arm. As his body recoiled downward from the blow, Xiao Mei unleashed a follow-up kick, then another and another, each landing with relentless, thunderous precision. Boom! Boom! Sir! Boom! Erg! Boom! A rapid-fire barrage of impacts resounded, each blow struck with titanic force, yet calibrated with surgical restraint, targeting distinct zones without delivering fatal injury. As a system-crafted elite Terminator, Xiao Mei possessed autonomous emotional depth and fiercely protected Qiuya. Having heard her mistress verbally demeaned, Xiao Mei burned with quiet fury. This earned her a renewed measure of respect from Qiuya. Truly a conscientious system, Qiuya mused aloud. Its creations never disappoint. Pity it's upgraded itself without warning and vanished. Who knows when it'll return? At that moment, Fiora turned, her gaze locking onto Thug 6, who stood utterly paralyzed. Feeling the lethal weight of Fiora's stare, Thug 6 snapped back to reality. His legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees, trembling. Wow! I was wrong, I surrendered, don't kill me. The sixth thug, witnessing the tragic fate of his partner, was so frightened that he burst into tears, kneeling and begging for mercy. Seeing him terrified, Qiuya lost interest and kicked him in the face, knocking him unconscious. She then looked up at the petty thug leader, who had already fled a short distance. In just over 2 minutes, this guy had nearly run 1,000 meters. However, Qiuya's current speed was a staggering Mach 8, exceeding 2,000 meters per second, allowing her to let the thug leader run several kilometers ahead before she pursued. The thug leader, still shaken, glanced back and saw no one chasing him. Breathing heavily, he slowed his escape, slightly unable to hide the joy of survival on his face. Phew, I almost died. Luckily, I was smart enough to hide at the back and ran as soon as I sensed danger. I've really saved my life this time. Just as he sighed in relief, wearing a smile of survival, he suddenly saw a stunning figure in a black short skirt fluttering in the wind appear before him. His smile instantly froze, transferring to Qiuya's face. Qiuya's lips curled up slowly as she tilted her head with a disdainful smile. He was dumbfounded, stopping in his tracks, his body and the smile on his face stiffening. Can you escape? Qiuya chuckled coldly. As her words fell, she grabbed the thug and threw him heavily to the ground with a shoulder throw. Then bang, bang, bang. Qiuya was quick, precise, and ruthless, using various striking methods to continuously hit the thug leader's body, each strike delivering just the right amount of force without being immediately lethal. Before long, he was left with countless broken bones, completely incapacitated, lying on the ground and emitting weak groans of pain. This is the fate of those who dare to insult my queen. Humph. Qiuya glanced at him, snorted coldly, and then dragged him back to Qiuya and Xiaomei. Queen, all thugs have been dealt with, Qiuya reported respectfully, kicking the thug leader towards Qiuya. Ugh. The thug leader groaned in pain from the kick, wishing to be freed from his torment quickly. Now he despised his own surprisingly tenacious vitality. Xiaomei, noticing he was still breathing, stepped forward, coldly looking down at the barely alive thug leader, lifting her foot to step on his chest. Though Xiaomei's long, beautiful legs appeared slender, their density was incredibly high, and their weight astonishing, enabling her to crush him without exerting any effort. Xiaomei looked at Qiuya, waiting for her decision. However, as a self-aware Terminator, Xiaomei internally hoped to execute this thug who had insulted the queen immediately. Qiuya watched this scene and rolled her eyes at Xiaomei, thinking, this robot. Xiaomei one step down, and the thug leader would probably die. There's no need for the queen to decide. I, Qiuya, am more wise and measured. Qiuya nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Qiuya. I will take you out more often for combat training in the future. Qiuya's eyes revealed excitement and pride. As a warrior, her thirst for battle was intense. The thing she desired most was to fight alongside Queen Qiuya, defending the queen's honor and punishing all enemies who dared oppose her. As for the seventh thug who had been dealt with by Xiaomei, his body was now as limp as dough, lying on the ground motionless. He had endured countless kicks from Xiaomei, and his bones were nearly shattered by her iron legs, unsure how many remained unbroken. Xiaomei, you handle the scene from here, Qiuya said calmly. Later take the other Terminators and completely wipe out the gang behind these thugs. Those who haven't committed major crimes can be spared. Understood, boss. Xiaomei nodded respectfully, retracting her foot from the thug's chest. She immediately summoned the Terminators to come over and quickly prepare to work. As for the thugs' lives or deaths, Qiuya didn't pay much attention and entrusted it entirely to Xiaomei. Qiuya, let's go back. Qiuya's figure swiftly left the ground, soaring towards the sky. Yes, my queen. Qiuya quickly took off as well, tracing smooth arcs in the sky as they soon disappeared above the clouds. After watching Qiuya leave, Xiaomei turned to the group of barely breathing thugs, her realistic mechanical pupils reflecting coldness and determination. Qiuya's artificial intelligence, Skynet, was sharing all information about the gang behind these thugs with Xiaomei, who was preparing to follow Qiuya's orders to completely eradicate this gang. The members of this gang were still unaware of the judgment and terrifying fate that awaited them. They would soon crumble and perish under the cleanup efforts of the Terminators. Tony's company was plagued with issues, yet he was always out and about, playing around, showing no concern for company affairs. Pepper had been shouldering the burden of resolving the company's problems, feeling very exhausted and helpless. Pepper went to find Tony to complain about the company's predicament, hoping he would pull himself together and at least stop causing trouble. Tony was in the laboratory when Pepper approached. The expo you want to hold is just a waste of time. To me, the expo is the most important thing. It's what I care about the most. Pepper followed Tony, saying, I don't see the point. That's just your vanity acting up. Stark Industries is in chaos right now. It doesn't matter if our stock is hitting new highs again. You don't understand. From a management perspective, the company is already in a... All right, let's move on to the next topic. Tony interrupted her, walking towards the experimental platform while operating the equipment. You know, I have 8,011 things I want to talk to you about. Pepper looked very haggard. However, Tony ignored her and walked up to a robotic arm, tapping it. "Dummy, don't get distracted. That part has already been dealt with. Mr. Stark, I'm trying to discuss matters with you." Pepper felt wronged. Tony was busy having fun, leaving her to handle the company's major issues, and she still had to take care of him. Pepper and Tony continued to argue. Internally, Tony was bearing immense pain and burden. The reactor in his chest contained a significant amount of palladium, a toxic substance that was eroding his health. But he had not revealed this secret to anyone suffering alone from the torment of illness. On the surface, Tony still acted as if nothing was wrong. Yet this was merely a facade, as he was internally in extreme pain and despair. He did not want Pepper and his friends to worry and feared facing the fact that he could collapse at any moment. Tony wanted to focus entirely on developing new technologies, hoping to find a cure. However, when he encountered major problems in his research and felt hopeless, he would go out to have fun, trying to numb himself with excitement. He kept torturing himself like this repeatedly. "You handle the company's affairs." "What? That's a great idea, a freshly minted idea. You will run the company entirely." "I've been helping you run the company." "No, I want you to be the CEO, not my secretary. The company will belong to you from now on." "Ooh, I don't want to manage anything." "Are you drunk?" Pepper was taken aback. "I had a bit of coconut juice," Tony replied, then seriously held Pepper's shoulders, saying, "I hereby officially appoint you as the chairperson and CEO of Stark Industries." "Are you serious? You're not afraid it'll deliberately ruin your company?" "I trust you. I now have a lot to do. I came to find you, and ended up with even more work." Qiuya, clad in a bikini, reclined on a massage bed beside the outdoor pool of her private villa, basking in the golden sunlight. Several voluptuous bikini-clad women gently massaged her to ease her tension. "Ding, system upgrade complete." The system's long-absent voice resonated within Qiuya's mind. 5 months, exactly 5 months. "Do you have any idea what I endured during this time?" "System, I thought you'd gone offline for good," Qiuya exclaimed inwardly, rising with delight. Nearby, Fiola, a stunning bikini-clad attendant, tilted her head in mild confusion and asked, "Your Majesty, is something amiss?" "Oh, nothing at all." Qiuya waved lightly, her eyes alight with quiet joy. "I just recalled something delightful." She then settled back onto the massage bed to resume her relaxation. Fiola nodded silently, asking no further questions, and leaned in once more to continue the soothing massage. The other attendants stepped forward, in turn applying premium-grade essential oils purchased from the system shop, allowing Qiuya to fully unwind beneath the radiant afternoon sun. As Qiuya lay supine upon the massage bed, tended by the graceful attendants, she began conversing inwardly with the system. "System, you've been upgrading for so long. I've endured 5 grueling months. You owe me compensation," Qiuya remarked inwardly. "Host, I've only just reconnected, and I find your life has been anything but arduous," the system replied wryly. "Ahem, merely occasional relaxation." She then asked, setting that aside, "What extraordinary new functions did you acquire during this upgrade?" Inside a Hydra experimental facility, heavily armed Hydra operatives stood guard outside a laboratory door, rifles at the ready, scanning their surroundings with sharp vigilance. Within the lab, several white-coat researchers prepared the experiment with meticulous care. One operative, trembling with exhilaration, lifted a single long strand of hair from a glass specimen tray, using precision tweezers, murmuring reverently, "I can scarcely believe it. This is truly a strand of Supergirl's hair. Hydra has actually acquired it. Its structural integrity must be extraordinary. We must analyze it exhaustively." The operatives carefully clamped both ends of the hair between specialized fixtures, securing it firmly upon the workbench. Another operative retrieved a custom-built industrial-grade diamond-tipped saw and declared eagerly, "Let's test its tensile strength with this, designed to cut even synthetic diamond." "Proceed with the experiment." The researchers exchanged eager glances. He flipped the switch. The saw whirred to life, its razor-sharp gears spinning with lethal velocity. Slowly, he guided the rotating blade toward the hair. A sharp metallic ping-ping echoed as the teeth struck the strand, yet the hair remained utterly motionless. The researchers stared wide-eyed and speechless. Disbelieving, he increased the saw's torque and rotational speed. A high-pitched shuddering hum filled the air. Sparks erupted violently where blade met hair, but still not a single fiber yielded. "Inconceivable," he gasped, and cranked the motor to its absolute limit. The saw shrieked, its engine howling in frantic overdrive. Fiery sparks spat forth as the blade ground relentlessly against the unyielding strand. Suddenly, a brittle crack. The blade snapped clean in two. The saw convulsed and died mid-rotation. "Oh, my leg." A shard grazed one operative. Only a minor laceration, but instantly several others rushed in to escort him away for treatment. The researchers gaped in stunned silence at the pristine, undamaged hair sample, utterly unscathed after enduring the full assault of a Stadioff-Tart diamond saw. It seems we have a very long road ahead before we uncover any means to counter Supergirl. The lead operative side. Yet having secured such an anomalous specimen offers real hope. We may yet decode the secrets of Supergirl's physiology. For Hydra's cause, we must commit ourselves without reserve. Elsewhere, Alexander Pierce, the senior Hydra director, sat alone in a dim surveillance chamber observing every detail of the experiment through a large monitor with rapt fascination. Watching the failed attempts to compromise Supergirl's hair, Pierce drew a sharp breath. Her hair's resilience surpassed even his most audacious projections. It was simply unfathomable. Yet despite his awe, a sliver of hope lingered. Perhaps Hydra's scientists would eventually breach that impervious strand and extract vital intelligence about Supergirl's biology. But a single hair is insufficient. How much more valuable would other biological samples be? Blood tissue, even DNA. Pierce mused aloud. Given her unparalleled physicality and power, each cellular component represents an inexhaustible trove of scientific potential, an irreplaceable research asset. What Pierce did not know was that Qiuya's artificial intelligence Tianwang was simultaneously observing the entire operation, monitoring in perfect synchrony. Tianwang triggered no system anomalies, its presence remained utterly imperceptible. As a top-tier AI, enhanced by the system and developed at a cost of 5 billion reputation points, Tianwang operated with exceptional autonomy and multi-threaded awareness, continuously safeguarding all matters tied to Qiuya. That single strand had shed naturally during routine cellular turnover. Qiuya hadn't even noticed its loss, let alone anticipated Hydra's acquisition. Upon learning of Hydra's possession of her hair, Qiuya felt no concern. Their technology stood no chance of extracting meaningful data from her biology. Such an endeavor was little more than fantasy. She decided instead to release the full experimental footage online, a brilliant opportunity to amplify her global visibility and accrue reputation points. Her hair's extraordinary durability would serve as compelling proof of her transcendent physiology. As for Hydra's machinations, she dismissed them entirely. Let the whole world witness just how indestructible this strand truly is. Qiuya smiled as she issued the command to Tianwang. As you wish, master, the AI responded instantly and executed her order without delay. Within moments, under Tianwang's seamless orchestration, the video, titled "How Unbreakable is Supergirl's Hair?" went viral across every major social platform. Viewers flooded the comments section. No way. Supergirl's hair is this insane. A single strand defeats a professional diamond saw. That's next-level durability. Which lab is this? I think we've stumbled upon something huge. Supergirl's legend just ascended another tier in my heart. Harder than steel, her power appears flawless. I wonder if every cell in her body possesses this level of resilience. Her physical constitution is utterly mesmerizing. A neutral bystander. My idol is phenomenal. She is divine incarnate, goddess among mortals. A devoted fan. Uft. One strand doesn't prove omnipotence. Is this video even authentic? Don't be misled by propaganda. A skeptic. With power approaching invincibility, what if she ever loses control? Her abilities must be regulated, ideally placed under governmental oversight for public safety. Nonsense. The devoted fan retorted sharply to the skeptic. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 66 reputation points from Tepulang. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 86 reputation points from Banner. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 43 reputation points from Lisi. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 17 reputation points from Nick. At first, Qiuya found the familiar names quite enjoyable, but after a while the frequent system prompts began to annoy her. Alright, system, please activate silent mode, Qiuya said. The system stopped its sound prompts. Qiuya was pleasantly surprised by this new feature. The system could not only display the names of each person providing reputation points, but could even check any related historical records. From then on, it was clear who was a true supporter and who was a fake friend. Besides that, the system had also enhanced many functions. In the system store, if Qiuya personally defeated a certain enemy, the reputation points needed for that enemy's superpower would be discounted. These are the optimizations regarding reputation points. After this upgrade, the system also enhanced and optimized the use and acquisition of points. Firstly, besides personally battling and defeating enemies, Qiuya could also earn system points through loyal subordinates achieving victory in combat. Secondly, the cooldown period for crossing dimensions was reduced to just 10 days, and shortening it by 1 day only required 1,000 points. System, which of my subordinates are considered loyal and can go out to fight for me to earn points? Qiuya inquired. Host, currently Fiora, Terminator Xiaomei, and all ordinary Terminators can provide corresponding point rewards if they achieve victory in battle depending on the strength of the defeated enemy, the system quickly replied. Great. In the future, I can just send my subordinates to deal with those weaker enemies, and I can relax and enjoy. Qiuya was very pleased with this response. Tony and his bodyguard Happy were enthusiastically practicing boxing in the ring. At this moment, Pepper walked over, followed by Tony's legal consultant and notary Natasha. Notary is here. Tony, can you come over to sign the company transfer documents? I'm currently training with Happy. Let's talk after we finish, Tony said. As Tony spoke, he seized the opportunity. While Happy was looking at Natasha, Tony unexpectedly threw a surprise punch. What kind of move is this? That's underhanded. Happy complained, clearly displeased with Tony's punch, though both were wearing protective gear, so it didn't hurt too much. This is free combat. Come on, continue training with me, Tony said enthusiastically. However, just as Happy was preparing to fight back, Tony noticed Natasha walking in and was captivated by her tall and graceful figure, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. Happy seized this moment of Tony's distraction and lightly punched him in the chest. Oh, first lesson, never get distracted in front of your opponent, Happy said. At this moment, Pepper spoke with a hint of resentment and sarcasm. Tony, I assure you this is your only chance in this lifetime. Please sign the company over to me. After saying this, she had Natasha open the notarized documents and handed them to Tony. Please sign your name in every column. Tony looked at the document, then at the serious-looking Pepper, and finally took the pen to sign seriously. Beautiful lady, may I ask your name? Seeing Natasha's stunning appearance, Tony couldn't wait to flirt. My name is Natalia Rushman, Natasha said with a slight smile, giving a false name. Would you like to spar with me? Just as friends practicing together, Tony raised his hand to gesture an invitation. Tony, don't do that, Pepper advised, then turned to Natasha and said, I'm really sorry, he is just such a weirdo, you don't have to pay attention to him. However, after Pepper finished speaking, Natasha revealed a confident smile and gracefully walked up to the ring. No problem, let's just have a friendly spar, Natasha said softly. Seeing Natasha decisively accept Tony's challenge, Pepper felt a mix of worry and a hint of unhappiness. In fact, she also had feelings for Tony, fearing that any unnecessary sparks might ignite between Tony and Natasha. More importantly, she had seen enough of Tony's playboy behavior. Who knew how this friendly spar between him and Natasha would evolve? Thinking back to the ambiguous past relationships Tony had with several women, which often led to something more, Pepper felt a headache coming on. She didn't want to deal with the mess Tony left behind again, nor did she want to see him being ambiguous with other women. Tony, can't you change your flirtatious nature? Pepper sighed in her heart. She could only silently pray that Tony wouldn't cause any more trouble so she wouldn't have to clean up after him again. However, to Pepper's relief, Tony did not linger with Natasha for too long. He quickly got tired and stepped down from the ring. Happy, you professional boxer, come and practice with this lady, teach her a thing or two. Tony patted Happy on the shoulder. No problem, leave it to me. Happy was very happy to practice with a beauty like Natasha, eager to show off his combat skills in front of her. Tony stepped down from the ring and sat beside Pepper, crossing his legs and curiously asking, Pepper, who is this lady named Natalia? She is a new employee in the legal department, Pepper said calmly, also crossing her legs. If you keep staring at her like that, you might end up getting sued for sexual harassment. I want a new personal assistant, Tony said, his eyes glued to Natasha in the ring. Though he didn't speak in a pleading tone, he resembled a child asking an adult for a new toy. Now Tony didn't manage things anymore. He was merely a major shareholder, while Pepper had just taken over as president. Don't worry, I've already found you 3 outstanding candidates for assistants, and they are all lined up waiting to see you. Pepper did not want to entertain Tony's request and ignored his gaze towards Natasha. Having her will do. No need to see anyone else. I think she is perfectly suited to be my secretary, Tony said, his gaze fixed intently on Natasha's silhouette, a restless longing stirring within him. No, she is not suitable for the position. Xiao Lajiao tried to refuse firmly. The two fell into a silent disagreement over the matter. Xiao Lajiao and Tony turned their attention to the ring, where Natasha was about to engage in a friendly spar with Happy. Happy was delighted to spar with the beauty who called herself Natalie. It would give him a chance to showcase his professional fighting techniques and perhaps teach her a thing or two. He asked with a smile, have you trained in boxing before? Yes, Natasha replied with a smile. Just the boxing fitness classes at the gym, right? Happy laughed, implying that Natasha had only practiced the feminine fitness routines and needed a true professional like him to instruct her in real fighting. Xiao Lajiao pretended to watch the sparring intently while continually monitoring Tony's expressions and movements out of the corner of her eye. Her name is Natalie, right? Tony tapped once. The holographic screen on the table sprang to life as he began to search Natalie's background. You are checking her? Xiao Lajiao raised an eyebrow and asked. It's not because I'm lecherous. Look, her resume and abilities are impressive. Tony scrolled through Natasha's dossier, offering excuses as he looked for justification. In truth, he was simply beguiled by her beauty. Of course, the files Tooni accessed had been edited and filtered by Shindunju. He did not know they were a mixture of truth and falsehood, nor that Natalie's real name was Natasha. Papa, look. She's fluent in so many languages, French, Italian, Russian, Tooni gushed, and in a moment, he had flipped to a sensual portrait of Natasha. Tooni enlarged the photograph with his hand and studied it intently. Xiao Lajiao cast a quick glance at the image, but said nothing. I want her. She meets every requirement. This girl would make the perfect secretary. Tooni declared joyfully. Xiao Lajiao shook her head helplessly. He was clearly entranced by appearance, not by capability. On the ring, Natasha's keen hearing had picked up Tooni's conversation. Curious, she turned to look in his direction. Opposite Natasha, Happy curled his lip in a smile, thinking at last it was his moment to perform. He intended to flaunt his professional combat knowledge before her. Rule number 1, never take your eyes off your opponent, he declared. Confident, Happy finished his sentence and swiftly threw a right hook toward Natasha, who had not yet turned fully around. Unexpectedly, Natasha reacted with extraordinary speed. At the last instant, she twisted, seized Happy's fist, flung him upward, and then executed a flying turn. Her legs clamped around his neck and locked while her arms immobilized one of his arms. Happy was subdued by Natasha's rapid sequence and lost all ability to resist. Watching nearby, Xiao Lajiao gasped and leapt to her feet. Tooni gaped in astonishment as he witnessed Natasha effortlessly subdue Happy. The physical prowess of his supposed secretary candidate far exceeded his expectations. Happy squirmed helplessly between Natasha's thighs. Natasha quickly loosened her hold, rose, and released him. She fits my requirements perfectly, Tooni reiterated. Happy scrambled up, embarrassed, but saving face with I just slipped. Really? I think you were knocked down, Tooni replied as the boss showing him no courtesy. Mr. Tooni, it has been a pleasure to take part in this event, Natasha said. She did not accept Tooni's offer to be his secretary for the moment. Instead, like a patient hunter, she continued to bait him. Yes, just like that, Miss Natalie Papa breathed a sigh of relief when Natasha did not volunteer to become Tooni's secretary. She was glad the matter seemed to have passed. Tooni could not force a woman who did not offer herself, who for such reticent beauty's persuasion would not suffice. Thank you very much, then I will take my leave, Natasha said, giving Tooni a courteous smile before turning and departing with composed grace. Tooni's desire to keep Natasha as his secretary burned within him, yet he had no clever plan. He had always relied on Papa for everything. He looked toward Xiao Lajiao and Papa and said, I only want this one. The tableau looked as if Xiao Lajiao were Tooni's guardian, while Tooni behaved like a child pleading for a new toy. No came the refusal. Tooni's lecherous intent thwarted, and Papa's lips curved into a victorious smile. Sir Superwoman Han Qiuya has arrived, Jiaweizi announced. At the sound of Han Qiuya's arrival, Tooni said, Oh, I'm coming, and hurried to meet her. Xiao Lajiao followed close behind. Even she could not resist Han Qiuya's charisma. Han Qiuya was not only strikingly beautiful, but astonishingly powerful. As a strong, successful woman, Xiao Lajiao held her in particular admiration. What enchanted Xiao Lajiao even more was the faint, elusive scent about Han Qiuya, a fresh yet subtly alluring aroma. Each time Xiao Lajiao saw her, she felt an expansive calm, as if standing in a spring garden in full bloom. At the Jutush base in the conference room, Piercy and several senior officers sat around the table in a meeting. What is going on? He demanded. Our top secret material, the experimental video concerning Superwoman's hair, has been leaked. It has spread, and everyone knows about it now. Piercy slammed the table, barely containing his fury. The lower-ranking officers exchanged anxious looks and remained silent. This leak was a severe blow to Judicious morale. They had spent years cultivating their networks in the shadows, fearful of being discovered, while the organization, thought to be defunct, still existed. Who carried this out? Is there any remedy? One senior cadre asked. Report it's already too late. The video has spread globally. Short of controlling every device in the world, there's nothing we can do, a technician reported, his voice trembling. This is terrible. Our exposure risk has soared. Piercy pounded the table. There must be a mole. Find out who leaked it. Yes, someone has betrayed us from within, his deputy agreed. We must launch an immediate internal investigation and root out the leaker. More than that, some of our plans may have to be abandoned, Piercy mused. If a powerful force has discovered us and is watching, we are in trouble. Our intelligence operations must accelerate. We must divert more resources to the reconnaissance plans. We will strengthen security measures to ensure no further leaks occur. Proceed, implement immediately, Piercy commanded. Especially you teams assigned to Superwoman, accelerate your missions. Understood, the responsible task force leader responded. Understood. The head of the special task force acknowledged the order. Idle, is there something you specifically came to find me for? Has something happened? Tony asked. Pepper quickly brought over the finest drinks to entertain, sitting down with a happy gaze at Han Qiuya, admiring her unparalleled beauty. Thank you. Han Qiuya smiled as she took a sip of her drink and said, "Is it not okay to find you if nothing's wrong? Of course you can come to find me for fun, even if there's nothing happening. You're Superwoman, and I'm your #1 fan. You're always welcome to visit my home." Tony wore a smile. "There's nothing particularly special, I just feel a bit bored lately, and wanted to see what fun things you have here," Han Qiuya said casually. Han Qiuya had already let her subordinates Fiora and Terminator Xiaomei go out to carry out some activities, taking down some villains to earn her system points through victories in battle, and she only needed to step in personally when her subordinates encountered formidable foes. Han Qiuya remembered the plot. Tony was about to participate in a car racing competition where he would encounter a villain. She must join in on this spectacle, have some fun, and seize the spotlight from Tony to gain more prestige. "You came just in time, or I was about to participate in a car racing competition. Are you interested in joining me?" When it comes to fun, Tony couldn't stop talking, boasting about his skills, and completely forgetting the troubles of palladium poisoning in his body. "My driving skills are amazing, you know that, right? How's your driving? If you can't drive, it's fine to just watch my performance. I don't need to drive, my racing car can drive itself." Han Qiuya smiled mysteriously. "Self-driving technology. That's fantastic. I really want to see it. You must come and participate," Tony exclaimed excitedly. "Tony." Pepper wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tony. "It's settled then," Tony quickly said. "Pepper, don't worry, with me around I can guarantee his safety," Han Qiuya said. "All right, since Superwoman says it's fine, then I'm reassured," Pepper said, looking helplessly at Tony's reaction, thinking that this time going to the competition Tony was likely to get into trouble again. However, since Superwoman was present, she felt much more at ease. "Let's go on the plane," Tony said, happily leading the way. "Miss Qiuya, do you need help airlifting your self-driving racing car?" Pepper hurriedly asked, then glanced at Tony and continued, "Please forgive his lack of foresight. He never considers these details first." Han Qiuya waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. My car can appear beside me through spatial teleportation at any time. As long as I want it, it will appear automatically." "All right, please." Pepper politely gestured for Han Qiuya to go ahead of her. Although she was curious, she wouldn't ask casually. "Let's go, Pepper. I also have something to discuss with you. We can chat in the sky later." "Okay, idol." Pepper playfully thought Han Qiuya meant they would chat on the airplane in the sky, and she was quite willing. At that moment, Han Qiuya used her X-ray vision and super sight to scan around, discovering that Natasha had already boarded the plane and departed. Han Qiuya speculated that this must have been Tony's unyielding nature. He privately contacted Natasha, arranged a mission for her, and called her to the racing venue. As an undercover agent, Natasha was more than happy to accept the mission. "Let's go, we'll head out first, and let Tony and Happy take his helicopter and follow behind us." Han Qiuya finished speaking, and without waiting for Pepper to react, activated her biofield and directly took off into the air with Pepper. "Oh, my goodness!" Pepper initially exclaimed in surprise, but soon realized the situation. When she became aware that she was flying in the air, her face was filled with excitement and joy. It turned out that flying felt like this, and she could even speak normally in midair. Oh, this is amazing, Sister Qiuya. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, I'll just call you Sister Qiuya from now on. Even though you look younger than me, your strength is so great, and you are my idol," Pepper said excitedly. Han Qiuya maintained a moderate flying speed, allowing them to enjoy the panoramic view and scenery of the city below. In the high sky, Pepper could even see the distant coastline and the vast clear sky. This view was a first for her. "No need to thank me. Since you call me Sister Qiuya, I'll call you Little Pepper from now on. Is that okay?" Han Qiuya said with a smile. Little Pepper happily nodded. "Sure, I absolutely love this name." The two of them joyfully soared through the blue sky and white clouds, with Little Pepper feeling ecstatic, becoming one of the few ordinary people in the world to fly alongside Superwoman. This experience was nothing short of a dream come true for her. "Little Pepper, I have something to tell you. Tony is suffering from palladium poisoning." "What?" Han Qiuya said while in the air, bringing Little Pepper to the racing venue. Shortly after, Tony arrived with Happy following behind him. Little Pepper looked at Tony with a worried expression, concerned about his palladium poisoning issue. However, after hearing that Han Qiuya had a solution, she decided to wait until after the race to bring it up, not wanting to ruin his enthusiasm for participating. Happy remembered to adapt to whatever happens later. Tony was advising Happy, sensing a premonition that something might go wrong in this race, but he didn't want to give up participating. Besides, with such a powerful ally like Superwoman Han Qiuya around, what was there to worry about? Adapt to whatever happens. Happy was confused. Tony did not explain and walked directly to the reception area of the racing competition with Little Pepper. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, they encountered Natasha. "Stark, hello. Was the flight smooth?" Natasha greeted Tony, dressed elegantly in a red dress, blocking his path. "Very well, I'm super happy to see you," Tony replied. I hope you don't mind having a photographer following you," Natasha said with a smile, glancing at Little Pepper. Little Pepper looked confused and immediately turned to Tony. What? When did you arrange this? Since you wouldn't help me, I had to come up with my own ideas. Tony said with a smug expression. Since Little Pepper wouldn't help him, he believed he could still successfully win over Natasha. Tony. You Little Pepper thought about Tony's palladium poisoning and his unyielding desire wanting to reprimand him. All right, quickly smile, look at the camera, don't pull that face. Tony interrupted her, already posing for the camera. Seeing the camera was filming, Little Pepper could only suppress her thoughts, quickly adjusting to a proper demeanor and forcing a formal smile. Next, Tony cheerfully accepted interviews from reporters, enthusiastically talking about the upcoming race. Tony, where did Sister Qiuya go? Did you notice? That's strange, as she was just behind us a moment ago. This roasted chicken smells absolutely delicious. No wonder it requires 300 reputation points to exchange for it, Qiuya thought. She deliberately wore a nondescript outfit, donning a hat, sitting alone in the corner of the reception area, savoring the delicious roasted chicken purchased from the system. The aroma of the roasted chicken wafted through the air, tantalizing a nearby table of diners. It's so fragrant. Oh, I want a serving of the roasted chicken, that lady ordered. A refined man in a suit quickly stopped a passing waiter and said. Others also chimed in, standing up. I want one too. Everyone please be patient. Let me see what this is. They'll bring it to you all shortly. The waiter quickly looked towards Qiuya, noticing that what she was eating didn't seem to be from their menu. The waiter approached Qiuya, just about to ask her about the source of the roasted chicken. At that moment, she looked up at him and offered a friendly smile. In that instant, the waiter was left speechless. What he saw was an extraordinarily beautiful face with jade-like skin as pristine as snow under the sun and eyes as deep and enchanting as the starry river. Her smile was like a spring breeze, melting away the waiter's defenses and rendering him speechless. While he was lost in thought, the stunning woman had already vanished. Qiuya activated her super speed and had already teleported to another corner of the reception area, changing into a different outfit. The waiter rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had just imagined what he saw. Yet the incredibly beautiful face was deeply etched in his mind, impossible to forget. He knew he had just encountered a celestial being. Though fleeting, she left an indelible mark in his heart. Still immersed in the shock of Qiuya's breathtaking beauty, the waiter completely forgot to inquire about the source of the roasted chicken. Hey, why are you daydreaming? Hurry and ask that lady where she ordered her chicken. A man complained. Now she's vanished into thin air, and we can't get any. Yeah. Shouldn't we be more concerned about how that lady disappeared? Right? There must be something wrong with this place. It's definitely haunted. Aye. Everyone spoke at once, and the waiter didn't know how to respond. However, thinking of that stunning smile, he felt that none of this mattered anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, the exciting and intense racing Grand Prix is about to commence. Let us warmly welcome all the drivers into the arena with a round of applause. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Top drivers entered the racetrack, one by one, waving at the audience as they drove their painted cars. First to enter is Mike, whose vehicle this year features a completely new aerodynamic design. The host began introducing each driver and their car as they entered the arena. Next up is last year's reigning champion Jack from the Renault team, driving his iconic yellow racing car. Finally, entering the arena is Stark's car, driven by Tony Stark himself in his signature red Iron Man racing car. As the audience saw Tony's team enter, applause and screams reached a crescendo. Tony waved to the crowd, revealing a radiant star-like smile. However, right after Tony's team entered, another car surprisingly followed behind into the arena. This car boasted a vibrant red and blue paint job, catching everyone's attention. The host was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of this driver, but quickly regained composure, cheerfully continuing. While this seems to be an unexpected delight, we have a mysterious newcomer. We don't know who this cool red and blue racing driver is, but let's warmly welcome their arrival. Seeing that the organizers had no objections to this uninvited guest, the host smoothly continued. It looks like this will be a surprise guest we eagerly await. We're excited to see what stunning performance this mysterious driver will bring us. The host's lively words successfully turned this unexpected episode into a thrilling addition to the race. The audience's excitement peaked with the appearance of this mysterious driver, and they began speculating about the identity of this final enigmatic racer. Qiuya's vehicle had an advanced design, and its bright colors made it stand out prominently. This mysterious red and blue racing car was actually a new model of Transformer that Qiuya purchased from the system store for 5 million reputation points. Qiuya named it Blue Fire. Blue Fire is a rare triple-change warrior among the Transformers. It could freely transform between robot car and helicopter forms with combat power and agility, reaching the top level among Transformers. Qiuya parked Blue Fire at the starting line, waving at the audience. However, her helmet completely obscured her face, making it impossible to see her features. Skynet, activate my personal account on all social media platforms and live stream my entire race and subsequent battles. Understood, Master. As soon as Skynet's words fell, Qiuya's social media accounts were registered simultaneously on all major platforms, with a superhero comic image set as her default avatar. The live stream began on all platforms, and Skynet used its super capabilities to feature Qiuya's stream at the top of every homepage. The title of the live stream was Superwoman Racing Live. As soon as it started, many curious viewers clicked to enter, and the comment section was flooded with messages. Is this just a publicity stunt? Is Superwoman really participating in a race? This is definitely hype. Is this account really the real Superwoman? Who even checked? Who cares if it's true or not? Let's just enjoy the show. After all, it's a free live stream. I'm a loyal fan of Superwoman. Based on my years of experience, it's 100 her. Oh my god, I love you, goddess. By the way, the car's paint job is just too cool. Ooh, I think I need to modify one like this. Various comments flooded in, and the popularity of the live stream skyrocketed like a rocket. Bluefire, what is your current car form's acceleration time from 0 to 100 meters? Qiuya asked while touching the steering wheel. Report, Master, my 0-100 meter sprint time is only 0 for seconds, and my top speed can reach 3 Mach. This data was just too impressive. It could leave many cars on Earth far behind. At this moment, the countdown for the competition rang out. 3, 2, 1, go. The arena erupted instantly with cheers and shrieks from the audience. Race cars of vivid, contrasting colors shot forward like arrows loosed from bows, streaking dazzling trajectories across the track. Tony Stark started in third place, confident, self-satisfied, and quietly smug. Qiuya, however, deliberately delayed her launch by 2 seconds, intending to let all competitors surge ahead first, then execute a swift, flawless pursuit that would astonish the entire arena. The race has begun. Look, Carno, 5 in second place, accelerates sharply. She's overtaking. Oh, she's done it. The commentator narrated with electrifying speed and passion. One car has stalled at the starting line. We see Iron Man in third place attempting an overtake. Oh. At that moment, a figure slipped into the crew area donning staff attire to blend in unnoticed. Meanwhile, Qiuya's live stream flooded with comments. What's wrong with the Superwoman? Why hasn't she started yet? Hurry up. And seriously, is she joking? And looks like something's gone wrong. How awkward. Ha ha. This is killing me. And as the torrent of comments surged, Qiuya slammed her foot down on the accelerator. The engine roared with deafening fury. Blue flames erupted as her car shot forward like a bolt from the bowstring, surging with unbelievable acceleration in hot pursuit. And my god, Carno, 9 has barely left the starting line, and already it's closing in on the cars ahead. The commentator's voice rose with mounting excitement. She's moving too fast. Already past one car. Oh, and another. Qiuya's blistering pursuit ignited a fresh wave of piercing shrieks and thunderous cheers across the venue. Spectators stood utterly transfixed, overwhelmed by awe and exhilaration, as this racer, having just launched, tore forward with lightning speed to close the gap. Good heavens, the speed is unreal, and too fast, too breathtaking, and oh my, who is this driver? As a lifelong motorsport fan, I've never seen her before. Roars of fervent applause echoed ceaselessly across the arena. Those who had moments earlier voiced doubts in the live stream now fell completely silent, every soul captivated, deeply shaken by the sheer intensity of her pursuit. Wait, did I just blink? And suddenly the Superwoman's car shot past everyone. Is this even real? This velocity is downright terrifying. And where are those skeptics who doubted my goddess? And then came Tony Stark's crimson race car. Qiuya overtook him cleanly, leaving him far behind. Oh, a fresh outburst of jubilant cheers shook the arena. Approaching a curve, Qiuya grinned, expertly wrenched the steering wheel, and effortlessly slingshot past the second-place driver, commanding the track as if it were hers alone. Her masterful pursuit had indeed stunned the entire arena. In heavens above, she'll take first place any second now. This speed defies earthly logic. The commentator shouted breathlessly throughout. Unbelievable. She's about to claim first, and anticipation swelled among the crowd. The atmosphere peaked at fever pitch. Yet all present sensed it instinctively. Victory in this race was all but certain. Just as the crowd remained spellbound by Blue Flame's astonishing pursuit, a shadowy figure slipped silently into the ranks of the track staff. Ivan Vanko, Iron Man's longtime archrival. A few observant spectators in the stands spotted him and gasped aloud, "Good God, what is he planning?" Vanko swiftly shed his staff disguise, revealing an electrified shock device strapped to his back, and crackling electro whips coiled around both wrists. Sparks hissed ominously along the whips, a sight both menacing and chilling. In heavens, someone's attacking the race, cried a spectator, panic rising in his voice. Chaos erupted instantly. Some fled in terror, others electrified pulled out their phones to record. Just then a race car sped toward him. Vanko didn't hesitate. He lashed out with his whip, cleaving the front wheel and chassis cleanly in two. The vehicle cartwheeled violently through the air, trailing thick black smoke. A horrifying spectacle. Good God, the race site is under attack. The commentator's voice trembled with alarm. At that very instant, a Redan blue blur descended from the sky. Qiuya. She leapt from Blue Flame's cockpit clad in her Supergirl suit and swiftly rescued the stricken driver. For a heartbeat, the arena fell hushed, then exploded into rapturous cheers. Superwoman. Spectators screamed, voices raw with elation. Heavens, I've seen a superhero right before my eyes. One fan quivered with overwhelming excitement. Her livestream erupted into pandemonium. Holy, 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 she's real. I'm dead. Goddess, I love you. This is insane. Superwoman versus villain. Little villain, surrender now. Superwoman has arrived. Who dares defy her? Who else? Whoa. Wow, my goddess is magnificent, shrieked a female fan. Qiuya landed gracefully upon the ground, gently setting the driver aside. Every camera lens in the arena pivoted instantly toward her. The crowd roared with uncontainable excitement. Her live stream had long since boiled over into pure euphoria. Ivan Vanko paid no heed. Whipping furiously, he sent car after car hurtling away. Some flew vast distances, but each time Qiuya intercepted them, rescuing driver after driver. Though she could have ended the battle decisively in an instant, she chose to hold back, letting the spectacle unfold fully for the audience, maximizing her renown. But soon Tony Stark's race car approached. Vanko reacted instantly, swinging his electro whip toward the vehicle with lethal precision. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air as the car was hurled sideways. Tony trapped helplessly inside. Damn it! Tony snarled through clenched teeth, utterly defenseless, pinned within the wreckage. So, you're Iron Man. Let me show you what real power feels like. Vanko sneered wickedly and struck again with his whip. Sir, immediate extraction is imperative. Jarvis's calm AI voice chimed urgently in Tony's earpiece. Ms. Potts and Happy Hogan are en route with your armor. Hurry now. Tony shouted, scrambling desperately from the wreck while dodging another lash. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts and Happy Hogan sped toward the scene. Oh God, Tony's in grave danger. Pepper whispered, gripping the seat. We're almost there, Happy replied, accelerating steadily. He's dangerous. We must get the armor to Tony now. At last they arrived. Happy took a deep breath and hurled the armored suit straight to Tony. Yes. Tony caught it midair, sealed himself inside the Mark armor in one fluid motion. Now we fight for real. Come on, Ivan. Iron Man and Vanko clashed anew in fierce, relentless combat, just as Qiuya reappeared on the battlefield. Mid-battle, as Iron Man and Vanko exchanged furious blows, Qiuya descended from the heavens. Striking like lightning, she closed the distance behind Vanko and delivered a precise, devastating palm strike to the base of his neck. Before Vanko could react, a crushing force struck his vital point, and he collapsed instantly, limp and unconscious. What just happened? On the racetrack, the fortunate first-place driver passed safely through Ivan's ambush point, while Ivan suddenly appeared, using his lightning whip to send the third-place driver and those behind flying off the course. Haha, now there's only me left. The first place is mine, the first-place driver thought excitedly. At that moment, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed across the racetrack. The first-place driver glanced sideways in terror, only to see a red-blue car flash past him at a speed that left him dumbfounded. Blue fire was freely moving, easily securing the first place. Heavens! What kind of car is this? The commentator gasped in astonishment. Its speed is simply breaking the sound barrier. The first-place driver was left far behind. The commentator focused on the unexpected event involving Ivan, noting the exciting developments in the race. The entire audience stood up in shock, cheering and gasping. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented peak race. As they witnessed the empty blue fire surpass the first place at several times the speed of sound, the entire audience stood up in astonishment, erupting in enthusiastic cheers and gasps. What's happening? There's clearly no one in the car. How can it run by itself? One audience member exclaimed. Oh my God, does it have autonomous driving capability? That's so advanced. How can it go so fast? Another audience member couldn't believe his eyes. Not only can it drive itself, but it's also so fast it's going to win the championship. This is simply magic. How can such a car exist in the world? A young boy stared wide-eyed at blue fire. This vehicle must be from the future. It's incredible. This is definitely the most exhilarating race in history. The commentator was so excited he stumbled over his words. The cheers from the crowd continued unabated, everyone immersed in this unprecedented impact and excitement. At the moment Blue Fire won the race, Qiuya commanded, Skynet, have Blue Fire come here to join the battle immediately after winning. Due to Blue Fire's outstanding performance capturing part of the audience's attention, Qiuya decided to utilize Blue Fire's transformation to create an even greater impact. After easily securing the championship, Blue Fire immediately turned around and sped over at an unimaginable speed. It swiftly transformed all parts of the vehicle, rapidly assembling and converting, ultimately becoming a towering giant robot over 9 meters tall. What's happening? The audience on site was dumbfounded and the live stream was filled with uproar. The audience erupted in gasps and screams. Oh my God! It transformed. This isn't a movie. It can really transform, another audience member exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Wow, Transformers are real. A robot enthusiast was so excited that he fainted on the ground. In the live stream, the comments flew by. The Supergirl's ride transformed. What the heck, Transformers? I must be dreaming. This transformation is so cool. Oh no, my entire worldview has been overturned. Transformers are really here. This is 100 times cooler than the movies. The transforming robot is real evidence. Both the audience on site and online were deeply shocked by Blue Fire's astonishing transformation ability, with waves of discussion and cheers echoing for a long time. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented visual shock. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 72 prestige points from Stephen Strange. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 92 prestige points from Natasha Romanoff. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 98 prestige points from Wang Xiao. Ding! Ivan, who had just been struck down by Qiuya's knife hand, stood up unsteadily. Fortunately, Qiuya didn't use much strength, otherwise Ivan would have been finished. Just when Tony was about to step forward to finish off Ivan, Blue Fire sped by at an incredible speed, rapidly transforming into a 9-meter-tall giant robot right in front of him. What? Tony was left speechless by this astonishing scene. After being struck by Qiuya, Ivan had already lost his fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. If I had known Supergirl was here, I wouldn't have dared to show up. But just as Ivan stood up, a massive shadow loomed over him, with sunlight completely blocked. Looking up, he saw the giant Blue Fire robot standing above him. Blue Fire's mechanical hands generated enormous plasma cannons aimed directly at Ivan, silently observing him. Ivan felt speechless inside, thinking, "I'm just a small villain. Is such a grand display really necessary to deal with me? Transformers and Supergirl." Ivan glanced at Tony, pondering something. Tony caught Ivan's gaze, then looked at Qiuya and said to Ivan, "I suggest you surrender quickly, Ivan. The cannon of the Transformers is enough to turn you to ash." Ivan felt speechless again. "You want to use a cannon to blast me, a mere mosquito? What else can I do but surrender?" Thus Ivan awkwardly raised his hands. The staff on the side saw that the situation was stable and quickly came over to subdue Ivan, taking him away. Meanwhile, a large number of excited spectators rushed towards Qiuya. "Supergirl, don't go, sign an autograph." A boy in a plaid shirt shouted excitedly, holding a picture of Qiuya. "I love you, Goddess. Can you sign for me?" One audience member ran over, waving his arms. "Goddess, don't go." "Oh." Seeing the crowd surge towards her, Qiuya quickly shouted, "Blue Fire, transform into a helicopter quickly." Blue Fire swiftly complied, its machinery quickly contracting and expanding, finally transforming into a fully functional helicopter, emitting the sound of whirring propellers. The spectators running over were stunned. "It can transform into a helicopter too? That's amazing. Oh my God, the transformation process is so beautiful." Qiuya opened the cabin door and waved to Tony. Tony, wearing his iron suit, jumped into Blue Fire's cockpit. In a few quick steps, the door closed automatically, and Blue Fire immediately took off vertically. The audience looked up as Blue Fire soared into the sky, erupting in cheers. "The Goddess is leaving in a transforming helicopter, so cool. I'll never forget this scene for the rest of my life. It's a pity I didn't get an autograph. The Goddess ride is so cool." In the live stream, the comments were flying by. "Wow, the Goddess ride has a new form. Transforming into a helicopter is so hardcore. Transforming into a helicopter is so outrageous. The transformation process is so smooth. Full marks. Oh my God, this scene is more exciting than any movie. It's a visual earthquake. The audience on site is so lucky. This day was simply explosive. I'm so jealous. This ticket is worth it. With one ticket, I saw a car race, Iron Man in action, and most importantly, I got to see Supergirl and Transformers up close." Inside the prison, Tony visits Ivan. Tony studies Ivan's file and discovers his full name is Ivan Vanko, formerly his father's research partner, dismissed from Stark Industries under unclear circumstances. The meeting is destined to be tense. Ivan refuses to engage. After delivering a few smug remarks, Tony loses interest and prepares to leave. At that moment, Ivan speaks. "I need only sit here and watch. Sooner or later the world will consume you." Tony, ever unwilling to yield in words, halts, turns, and retorts. "Where exactly do you plan to watch the world devour me? From your cell? I'll gladly send you a front row ticket." As Tony turns to walk away, Ivan adds quietly, Tony, the palladium poisoning in your chest will kill you, slowly, excruciatingly. Ivan smiles with quiet triumph, awaiting Tony's reaction. Tony's face darkens, pale, strained, speechless, and he strides out without another word. Tony returns home deep in thought, only to find Pepper already waiting for him. Tony, I heard about your palladium poisoning. How could you keep something this serious from me? Pepper frowns with concern. Tony forces a smile. What? Who told you? I'm perfectly fine. No poisoning at all. Don't pretend. Qiuya told me herself. How could you possibly hide this from me? Pepper says, voice edged with frustration. Tony sighs helplessly. All right, I am poisoned. But please, don't worry for me. Don't cry for me. I'll find a way. Who'd worry about you? Once you're gone, I'll just find a new job. Pepper feigns indifference, teasing the stubborn man before her, though Qiuya has already revealed the solution to her. Wait, you really aren't worried? Tony blinks, stunned. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hidden it. It's my fault. A quiet sorrow flickers in his eyes. No more excuses. Pepper softens, unable to scold further. Tony pulls her into a tight embrace. The two stand silently, holding each other close. With you beside me, I will get better, Tony murmurs softly. After their shared tears subside, Pepper whispers gently, you will recover. Qiuya told me there's a cure. Tony instantly loosens his arms. Really? No wonder she's my idol. When the Superwoman says it's possible, it must be. Seeing Tony's sudden lightness, Pepper feels her own heart lift. She's saved you so many times. You must thank her properly. How could I ever repay her? I'm already indebted for life. Perhaps I'll just pledge myself to her. Regaining hope, Tony slips back into a reverence. Get lost. Pepper punches his shoulder. Look at you. Do you even think you're worthy of Qiuya? Honestly, though, it's time we expressed our gratitude. Tony replies swiftly, I'll host a grand gala, with Qiuya as our most honored guest. There I'll publicly express my deepest thanks before everyone, and present her with lavish gifts. Pepper nods, then adds, here's a suggestion. If Qiuya doesn't object, why not gift her one of your Iron Man armors? It's the most meaningful offering you possess, and would speak volumes about your sincerity. Tony pauses, thoughtful. You're right. As Iron Man, my armors embody my life's work, my ingenuity, my relentless pursuit of innovation. To bestow them upon Qiuya would be the highest honor, not because she needs such tools, but as a token of profound respect and heartfelt gratitude. For her, they may become cherished mementos, symbols of trust, legacy, and shared purpose. Most importantly, this gesture embodies my reverence. Even if she never wears them, her acceptance alone fills me with immense pride. After pausing to sip water, Tony adds, I'll prepare a complete set, every mark except Mark I, as gifts. And I'll include ongoing updates, every new version she receives at first. Pepper nods approvingly, then curiously asks, why exclude Mark I's? It's already in her hands. I don't even own a copy. Tony grins lightly, then shifts tone. By the way, what is the actual cure for my palladium poisoning? Pepper rolls her eyes, half exasperated, half tender. You're impossibly careless, believing you're saved without understanding a single detail of the solution. I'm Qiuya's biggest fan. I trust her absolutely. If she says it's possible, it is possible, Tony declares, utterly unshaken. Pepper sighs, explaining, Qiuya mentioned shield safeguards what your father left behind. Pay close attention to the city model's geometry. It encodes a newly synthesized element. That's the key. A new element. It must be non-toxic and fully capable of replacing palladium within my body. Tony's expression brightens with anticipation. I don't know the specifics, but if Qiuya endorses it, it's trustworthy. Pepper lowers her gaze, her voice imbued with quiet conviction. Since first meeting Qiuya, Pepper has found herself instinctively drawn to her, deeply impressed, profoundly trusting. You're no different. You know nothing of this element, yet you believe the solution works. You're even more starstruck than I am. SHIELD Headquarters. Tony, it's an honor to welcome you into the Avengers Initiative. Your contribution helps safeguard our world. Nick offers a practiced, diplomatic smile. Tony thinks inwardly, could I tell him I'm actually undercover? I joined the Supergirl Alliance ages ago, and will dismantle your serpent shield sooner or later. I'll give my absolute best to serve the team wholeheartedly. By the way, I'm facing a life-threatening crisis, palladium poisoning. I urgently need access to my father's archived materials here to find a cure. Consider it done. Your father's legacy will be delivered immediately. And now that you're with us, protecting your life is our solemn duty. Night fell. Xiao Mei arrived at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Provincial City, accompanied by over 100 Terminators. With a swift gesture, she led a dozen Terminators straight into the warehouse, while the rest rapidly encircled the perimeter to prevent anyone inside from escaping. This warehouse served as a stronghold for a criminal syndicate, trafficking illicit drugs, selling human beings, and routinely assaulting passersby for extortion. Inside, lights blazed brightly, gang members lounged conversing and drinking. The moment the warehouse doors were shattered, Xiao Mei strode in with several Terminators, leaving everyone inside stunned into silence. "Hey, who are you? What do you want?" A burly man with a grotesque meaty face stepped forward. "Oh, a beauty with a few lackeys in tow. Do you truly believe these few can subdue us?" "Ha ha ha. Who cares what she wants? We've got her now." A tall man smirked lewdly beside him. "Little miss, your skin looks flawless. I bet it's silky smooth to the touch." A long-haired man advanced and reached out to caress Xiao Mei's face. Her gaze hardened instantly. She struck with a precise knife-hand strike, sending him crashing to his knees in agony. "Well, well, feisty little thing." Another man, thick-necked and porcine, sneered. "I guarantee I'll make you scream grandpa in ecstasy." Xiao Mei lifted her delicate chin and spoke coolly. "I'm here to send you to hell." Before the words fully left her lips, her flying kick snapped his jaw, hurling him backward across the room to crash violently onto the floor. "You're dead." A hulking thug roared, swinging a fist. Xiao Mei sidestepped with effortless grace, then flipped him cleanly over her shoulder. His body slammed down with a sickening thud, and he howled in pain. "Pathetic. Can't even handle one girl." The gang leader sneered from the second-floor balcony. "All of you attack together." At his command, over a dozen gang members lunged forward. Xiao Mei spun lightly, delivering a flawless spinning kick that struck the first assailant square beneath the jaw. He flew like a severed puppet, arching through the air along a perfect parabola before smashing headlong into a wooden table, shattering it with a deafening crash. Then, stepping forward in stiletto heels with serene, unhurried poise, Xiao Mei advanced, while the dozen Terminators she brought surged forward like sleek Black Panthers, striking with lethal precision. "Ah! Help!" Amid shrieks of terror, those who charged were felled by lightning-fast punches and crushing kicks, clutching their heads and scrambling away like rats. Some had arms snapped, others collapsed, unable to stand from compound fractures. Many more were hurled backward by iron-fisted blows, landing hard and motionless on the ground. Reinforcements arriving from other parts of the syndicate froze upon seeing the devastation. Their comrades sprawled unconscious or broken across the warehouse floor and stared dumbfounded by Xiao Mei's terrifying prowess. "Grab guns. Fire now." Panic rippled through them. They recoiled en masse, fleeing like a retreating tide toward the gang leader on the upper balcony. Enraged, the gang leader barked orders. His lieutenants immediately raised an arsenal of firearms, aiming downward. "Open fire." A barrage of gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down like a storm. Yet none struck true. Every round ricocheted harmlessly off Xiao Mei and her Terminators, their reinforced physiology impervious to conventional weaponry. "Humph. Too weak." With a contemptuous smile, Xiao Mei leapt upward, light as mist, landing effortlessly before the second-floor balcony. In one fluid motion, her blade flashed, severing the gun from her opponent's grip. "You." The leader staggered back in horror. Before he could react, Xiao Mei launched a devastating left front kick, driving it with surgical precision into his abdomen. A thunderous crack echoed through the air. He flew backward like a rag doll, soaring in a high arc before slamming into the far wall and collapsing to the floor with a heavy hollow thud. He writhed on the ground, clutching his gut as crimson seeped between his fingers. The force of the blow had ruptured his internal organs, shattered his viscera, and sent blood streaming from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. "Why?" His voice dissolved into a gurgle. Darkness swallowed his vision. He slumped unconscious, utterly defeated. Xiao Mei lowered her foot and swept a cold, unblinking gaze across the ruined chamber. In this operation, she and her Terminators showed no mercy. Every criminal was left grievously wounded, incapable of further movement or resistance. These men would now face brutal vengeance from rival gangs and old enemies, their fate worse than damnation itself. Within a single month, Xiao Mei dismantled over a dozen syndicates, sending shockwaves through the entire underworld. Mention of her name alone made gangsters pale, fearing they might be next. Some even publicly swore on social media to abandon organized crime, entirely terrified to remain entangled in its shadow. Numerous minor syndicates disbanded voluntarily. Under Xiao Mei's iron-fisted deterrence, the underworld reeled and began for the first time in years to rein itself in. Xiao Mei's name became synonymous with dread, an omen whispered in hushed tones across every dark corner of the criminal world. Meanwhile, Qiuya reclined in a massage chair, two elegantly uniformed female Terminators working in seamless harmony to knead her shoulders and back. At that moment, system alerts chimed repeatedly. Ding. "Congratulations. Your subordinate Xiao Mei has secured victory in combat. Reward 800 points. Ding. Your Terminator Unit 108 has claimed victory in combat. Reward 100 points. Ding. Watching her system score surge exponentially, Qiuya smiled, deeply satisfied. She had dispatched Xiao Mei and her Terminators on autonomous missions, never anticipating such astonishing efficiency. Day after day, Qiuya watched her system points climb steadily. Nodding contentedly, she sank deeper into the blissful rhythm of the massage. System, mute all notifications. Understood, Master. Your Majesty, fruit service. Fiora approached radiant in a stylish form-fitting skirt bearing a tray of fresh fruit. Meanwhile, her system points continued rising, silently inexorably. The countdown to the next world's activation drew near. In Tony Stark's laboratory, excitement crackled in the air. It worked. A new element. Tony gazed at the arc reactor embedded in his chest. For years, the palladium core had poisoned his body, a persistent life-threatening flaw. Now a newly synthesized ultra-rare element had replaced it flawlessly, not only non-toxic, but vastly more potent in energy output. Goodbye, detestable palladium. Tony exhaled in profound relief as he removed the old reactor, then patted the new one gently. From now on, you carry the weight, little one. This revolutionary element, offering unprecedented power density, meant the Iron Man armor would soon undergo transformative upgrades. Energized, Tony resumed calibrating the new systems. Exhaustion tugged at him, but he refused to rest. Instead, he resolved to upgrade the suit itself, engineering a next-generation model capable of rapid, scalable mass production. With his genius, he knew he could forge armor unlike anything ever conceived. And he intended to gift the latest prototype to Supergirl Qiuya, perhaps even astonish her. The rhythmic hum of his tools resonated deep within the lab. Far away at Hammer Industries, Ivan Vanko had just been extracted from captivity by its CEO, Justin Hammer. I believe we share a common objective, Justin Hammer said, studying Ivan intently, already envisioning how to harness his formidable intellect. Tony, there's something you have to deal with. Rhodey approached Tony nervously, his urgency palpable in his tone. Tony was engrossed in his current experiment, showing no response to Rhodey's words. Listen, I've been negotiating with the Council's national team all day, trying to persuade them not to send tanks to forcibly take your Iron Man suit. Do you understand? They want to take your suit. Rhodey raised his voice, striving to gain Tony's attention. Last time you publicly refused to hand over your technology to them in Congress, and now they want to achieve their goals through force. Are you even listening to me? Rhodey muttered to himself for a long time, yet Tony remained unresponsive. Can they really do good with mine? How can they ensure it won't be misused? After a while, Tony finally spoke, his tone laced with reluctance. They claim this is to control uncontrollable factors, to maintain national stability and security, to be responsible for the country. If necessary, they will take action against you. Rhodey reiterated the official line. Have they ever considered taking military action against Wonder Woman? Tony retorted sarcastically. Wonder Woman is too powerful. In fact, some radicals do have such thoughts, but considering Wonder Woman's elusive nature and incredible speed, taking military action against her carries too much risk, so they dare not take the chance for now. Rhodey continued to explain. Isn't this just bullying the honest? Let them come. Tony, you don't want to hand it over. I'll do my best to cover for you, but we need to think of a good plan. Tony thought for a moment and said, you wear that silver-white one. Just say it's the most advanced version. Okay. Ivan, what is this you've made? Is it a helmet? Justin Hammer looked at the completed robot, puzzled, and asked, how do you put your head in it? Jack, can you try to put your head in it? Jack picked up the helmet and tried it, shaking his head. No, I can't. See, Ivan, the head won't fit in. Ooh, I need armor that a person can wear like Iron Man's suit. Do you understand what I mean? Justin said, dissatisfied. Remote control is better. Letting a person drive it directly would cause trouble. I designed it to be unmanned. Ivan explained. The expo is coming soon. You'd better let me be amazed. Don't mess things up for me. Pepper, I want to go to the expo too. Oh, I want to go with you. Tony approached Pepper with a box of strawberries. Hearing her on the phone talking about the expo, he quickly said, after experiencing life and death, he began to value their relationship more, wanting to take it a step further with Pepper. I give you 30 seconds, 30, 29, 28. Pepper thought Tony was just whimsically wanting to do something boring, not wanting him to waste her time. Wait, do you know how short life is? If you don't express your feelings, you'll regret it for life. I just realized this recently. What I want to say is, Tony, unlike his usual frivolous self, spoke somewhat stammeringly. Let's stop right there, okay? If you say one more, I am leaving. At Stark Industries, I still have to deal with all sorts of messes for you every day. Pepper impatiently interrupted him, glancing at the box of strawberries in Tony's hand, somewhat speechless. You brought me strawberries. This is the only thing I'm allergic to. I'm leaving right now. Tony walked away dejectedly. Skynet, how many Terminators have successfully infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. as undercover agents? Report, Master. Currently, over 100 Terminators have successfully entered S.H.I.E.L.D. and gained their trust, Skynet replied. Though I've tried to cover their identities, Xiao Mei and others are still concerned that the numbers might be too high and could lead to exposure, so the growth of undercover agents is slow. However, we're also trying to arrange for some Terminators to infiltrate other important organizations and industries. Good job. Continue to maintain secrecy. Qiuya nodded. Inform Xiaomei that she doesn't have to be too conservative. Disguising as Hydra infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D. will do if discovered. Just claim to be Hydra. Natasha, there's something important to tell you. I've discovered traces of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury said solemnly to Black Widow. What? Are you sure? Natasha asked in disbelief. I discovered some suspicious intelligence proving that Hydra elements have infiltrated the internal workings of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick replied. They're disguising themselves as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents gaining certain levels of security access. I need your assistance to keep an eye on the movements within the organization and inform me immediately if you discover more issues. All right, I'll pay attention, Natasha nodded. Then she followed Pepper to the expo, as she was still nominally Pepper's secretary. Natasha and Pepper sat in the audience watching Justin Hammer passionately speak on stage. Thank you all for coming. If our country has long needed to strengthen security guarantees. When Iron Man appeared, I once thought the days of innocent deaths were over. But unfortunately his technology remains a secret, which is unfair and unreasonable. Pepper shook her head as she listened from the audience. And today the U.S. military will be revitalized with Hammer's unmanned robots. As the stirring music played, Justin Hammer's speech reached its climax, slowly revealing a row of robots on stage. Air Force, Navy, Army. Justin Hammer raised his hand to introduce them. The audience was stunned. A wave of awe and discussion arose from the crowd. Many people stood up to applaud and cheer, their faces filled with admiration and excitement. However, some audience members wore serious expressions, anxiously watching the rapidly advancing military technology on stage. At that moment, Tony, wearing his iconic red Iron Man suit, rapidly flew in and landed directly in front of Justin Hammer and his robotic army. It turned out that not long ago Ivan had called Tony and made threats, causing Tony to sense through messages that the displayed unmanned robots might start indiscriminately attacking civilians, prompting him to rush over to try and prevent the disaster. However, the audience below was still unaware. Upon seeing Iron Man's arrival, their cheers grew even louder. Yay! Iron Man! So cool! The audience shouted excitedly, treating Iron Man's appearance as part of the expo performance. Justin Hammer was a bit stunned. Tony's unexpected appearance caught him off guard. We're in trouble. There are many civilians nearby. Tony said seriously, get the audience out of here immediately. Buddy, what are you doing here? Quickly tell me where Ivan is. Before Tony and the others could react, the robots on stage suddenly raised their guns, aiming at the crowd. The flying military robots soared into the air, shattering the glass above the exhibition stand and scattering in all directions. Quick, get out of here. The robots have gone rogue, Tony shouted. The audience below was terrified, scattering in all directions while screaming as they fled the scene. Help! Run! A wave of chaos erupted among the crowd. The sudden loss of control of the robots startled everyone, who frantically searched for cover or attempted to escape. The scene instantly descended into panic. Tony tried to stop the robots and protect the civilians. However, one person could not multitask. He could only plan to use his armored suit as a shield to block a barrage of fire from the ground robots. At a computer terminal, Ivan, controlling the robots, grinned as he pressed the button to issue attack commands, eagerly anticipating Tony's predicament. Justin Hammer looked panicked as he fled, having assured the congressman multiple times that these robots would not go out of control. But now they had completely broken loose, turning into unstoppable killing machines. Master, the robots at the exhibition site are about to go out of control, the Skynet warned under Qiuya's previous instructions. All right, Axe Gang, move out. Qiuya, lying on the sofa, stood up as the large screen in front of her automatically turned off the movie. Then Qiuya's unadorned hand drew a circle in the air, and as her finger moved, a golden circular portal appeared in the air, leading directly to the exhibition site. Suddenly, a golden light circle illuminated the center of the exhibition hall, dazzling and stunning the chaotic crowd. Upon closer observation, it was a massive circular portal. The portal radiated brilliant golden light, gradually brightening from within. A chorus of astonished voices erupted from the crowd. What is happening? Oh my God! Everyone was left dumbfounded by the mysterious portal before them. At that moment, a steady sound of footsteps emerged from the depths of the portal. Qiuya, with flowing hair and clad in a superhero suit, slowly revealed her true form from the portal. Following her, over 100 tall figures dressed in black and wielding axes emerged from the portal, marching in unison, expressionless, exuding a terrifying aura. Is that a female superhero? Someone in the crowd exclaimed, their voice filled with shock and disbelief. Qiuya stepped forward, followed closely by Fiora and the Terminator warriors wielding axes, who marched in unison into the portal. When Tony saw the suddenly appearing portal and Qiuya, he was first shocked by the unknown magical portal, but he had no time to think too much. He quickly felt that the situation had suddenly turned in his favor. Great! The female superhero has arrived along with so many allies, the advantage is now mine. Those damned robots are about to meet their end, Tony said excitedly, his tone brimming with confidence. But why do those people in black carry axes? Are they really that strong in combat? Fiora, let's deal with the airborne robots and leave the ground threats to the Axe Gang, Qiuya said, and in a flash she flew into the sky at 670 Mach. A golden-red trail was left in the sky. Fiora gazed at the direction in which Qiuya's flew, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence. She spoke with eagerness, understood my queen. After saying that, Fiora also soared into the sky to join the battle. Although her flying speed was only 18 Mach now, she was thrilled just to be able to fight alongside the queen, her Kryptonian warrior genes, making her a natural lover of battle. Tony, I'm here to support you, Rhodes said as he flew over in his white armored suit. Seeing the chaos on the ground filled him with questions. There are enough people here, you check for any injured and help them out. I will try to regain control, Tony instructed. Okay, Rhodes responded, flying off to find anyone who might be hurt. Meanwhile, the Terminators wielding axes had already launched their ground assault. With axes in hand, they charged at their targets, taking down one robot after another. The sounds of metal clashing and electrical circuits exploding echoed as they quickly suppressed the ground robots' offense. When the robots were severely damaged and slowed down, the Terminators would approach those helpless robots with a dance-like grace, wielding their axes. Reference image. One Terminator gracefully approached a robot that had collapsed on the ground, saying, "You are terminated." A cold voice emerged from the Terminator. He then stepped forward, spun his body in a grand motion, and with a swift arc of the axe swish, he severed the robot's head. "Your arm is injured. Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Rhodes asked concernedly to a passerby with a wound on their arm. No, it's just a small injury. I don't want to leave right now," the passerby replied excitedly. "This is just too thrilling. With the female superhero and Iron Man here, and those axe-wielding warriors dancing around cutting down robots, it's too interesting. I must see this to the end." Rhodes chuckled helplessly. "But the wound needs to be treated promptly. It'll take you to the hospital after the battle ends." "Come on, brother, what's this little injury?" "It's just a scratch from explosion debris. It's no big deal." The person dismissed it. "This once-in-a-lifetime scene cannot be missed. By the way, your armor looks pretty cool too, buddy." Rhodes shook his head helplessly, deciding to ignore the bystander, and flew away. The Terminators danced with their axes, decimating one robot after another. The battlefield was filled with a bizarre, yet magnificent atmosphere. On the ground, most of the robots had been dealt with by the Terminators. The bolder onlookers gathered around to watch, discussing excitedly, all of them thrilled. The aerial battle ended quickly as Qiuya and Fiora worked together, using heat vision to shoot down the robots, with precise red beams hitting the robots and causing them to explode while they darted through the air at super speed, easily blasting one robot with each strike. In the sky, red and blue flashes flickered, and the airborne robots were quickly eliminated. After destroying the last one, Fiora clearly felt unsatisfied, saying, "The queen is too strong. I barely took down 1/10 of them. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. With me, you won't have to worry about missing a fight." Qiuya laughed, watching the performance of the Axe Gang below. In the system, reputation and points were continuously increasing. Ding, new world coordinates detected, currently being analyzed. Justin Hammer hurriedly walked into the temporary control room, frantically questioning several technicians. "What happened? Why did it suddenly go out of control?" One technician replied, "Boss, it seems Ivan has hacked the system and remotely controlled the machines. He is inside the server room, and all our guards have been locked outside the main control room. We can't reach them by phone." At that moment, Pepper Potts and Natasha Romanoff also arrived at the control room. Pepper asked seriously, "Who locked your people outside?" "The out-of-control robots are causing destruction outside, endangering innocent civilians." Justin, feeling somewhat guilty, casually replied, "Get away, please, I will handle it. This is none of your business." Pepper immediately retorted, "Do you have the ability to handle it? Your robots are still wreaking havoc outside. We need to find out who is behind this quickly. Maybe we can assist Wonder Woman and Tony. It was clearly your Stark Industries that caused this mess at the expo. Your Iron Patriot showed up, and that's when things went south. So please leave." Justin shouted angrily, "Security, get these two bitches out of here." Hearing this unreasonable remark, Natasha's eyes turned cold, and she swiftly moved forward, quickly twisting one of Justin's arms and pinning him down on the table. "Who is controlling the robots? Speak," Natasha demanded firmly. The tall security guard saw that Justin Hammer was being restrained and had a legitimate reason not to step in. He was an undercover agent planted by Natasha, getting paid for doing nothing. Pepper subtly noticed that the tall security guard was not moving, which relieved her greatly. She worried that Natasha might not be able to handle the burly guard. Justin cried out in pain, I'll tell you, it's Ivan Vanko." "Where is he?" "At the company's factory." Natasha immediately released Justin and ran toward the door in quick strides just as she spotted Happy, who was looking for them. Happy, get in the car and take me to Hammer Industries. Where have you two been? I couldn't reach you by phone. I was so worried. Pepper took out her phone. Please contact the New York Police Department. Ooh, I know the detailed situation at the expo. No, please don't. Sweetheart, don't call the authorities. Let us handle this ourselves. Justin Hammer desperately sought to escape responsibility. Happy gripped the steering wheel with one hand and shifted gears with the other, speeding toward their destination. Meanwhile, Natasha was changing into her tight combat suit in the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, Natasha's curvaceous figure appeared and disappeared. Happy couldn't help but glance over, somewhat entranced. At that moment, a sharp honk suddenly jolted him awake, and Happy quickly swerved the steering wheel to avoid a collision. Watch the road. Natasha, while changing her clothes, shot Happy a glare. I know. Happy reluctantly pulled his gaze back. Inside Hammer Industries' factory, Ivan sat alone in front of the computer, his sinister smile gradually fading. The robots on the exhibition floor had been completely destroyed, but he had not yet failed completely. Initially, the Iron Patriot had come to Hammer for modifications, and he was also responsible for part of the modifications. He had left a backdoor. He quickly typed on the keyboard, successfully hacking in and remotely controlling Rhodes' armor. Meanwhile, in the sky, Tony was contacting Rhodes through the built-in communicator. I haven't been able to crack the signal source controlling the robots, but I've pinpointed Ivan's location. Rhodes, come support me quickly. Just as he finished speaking, the silver Iron Patriot armor suddenly dove in from the side, crashing directly into Tony, and both armors along with their pilots crashed heavily to the ground. What's going on? Tony awkwardly got up, cautiously watching Rhodes. It seems Rhodes has been hacked. Tony immediately assessed the situation. I can only subdue him first. Meanwhile, Rhodes was desperately operating inside his armor, but his limbs were completely out of his control. Tony, I've been hacked. He shouted anxiously as the machine gun on his shoulder fired wildly at Tony. Qiuya saw that the ground battle had concluded, and she drew a large teleportation portal from a distance, while the onlookers watched the Axe gang march home in an orderly fashion. Then Qiuya led Fiorella to the top of a nearby building, purchased 2 soft lounge chairs and 2 cups of chilled juice through the system, and leisurely sat down watching Tony and Rhodes fight fiercely. My queen, should we go help? Fiorella asked. Not for now, Qiuya replied, sipping her juice leisurely. We'll talk about it if it really gets dangerous. Let's just watch the show for now. We just need to deal with the last person who shows up. Qiuya was only waiting to collect points from the villain Ivan, planning to make a profit before crossing over. Natasha arrived outside the Hammer factory and got out of the car. Happy, stay put in the car. No way, I won't let you take risks alone. Happy rushed in first, charging at the first guard, and the two began to grapple. Natasha ignored him and rushed inside, where the first person had taken a fighting stance and swung a punch. Natasha sidestepped, dodging, and seized the enemy's arm, throwing him to the ground. Another bulky guard charged in, but Natasha reacted extremely quickly, jumping up with her legs spread in a scissor shape, clamping his neck, and using her waist strength to flip him over. Seeing the situation unfold, one person hugged his head in defense, but Natasha executed a beautiful flying kick that knocked him down. Someone tried to sneak attack from behind, but Natasha performed a spinning kick that sent him retreating. Just like that, in no time, more than 10 guards were lying on the ground. The last one attempted to flee, but Natasha leaped up, using the scissor kick again to clamp his neck and slam him heavily to the ground. At this moment, Happy had just defeated one guard, panting heavily as he looked up. I finally subdued him. Happy excitedly wanted to report his achievement, but when he looked up, he saw a ground full of enemies defeated by Natasha. Happy was taken aback, his mouth agape, realizing that Natasha had already finished her fight while he had just taken down his first opponent. He couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, while also genuinely admiring Natasha's combat strength and efficiency. Wow, that's incredible. Happy scratched his nose in admiration. Natasha smiled faintly, signaling him to follow as they continued deeper into the factory. Reaching the door to Ivan's room, Natasha kicked the door open only to find no one inside. He's not here, Natasha said, then began to operate on the computer Ivan had used. What are you doing? I'm rebooting Rhodes' armor to free him from control. Soon, while Rhodes was engaged in a fierce battle with Tony, his armor suddenly powered down. Tony landed several punches on Rhodes, sending him flying, and then noticed that he had stopped moving. Reboot complete, Tony. Natasha contacted Tony via video through the computer. Thank you very much, Agent Romanoff. Is he the one you're after? Pepper said. Sir, put your hands behind your back. You are under arrest. What's so fast? Justin said in surprise, then looked at Pepper. I see you're starting to have the demeanor of a CEO eliminating the competition, You think you've caused me a lot of trouble. We'll see about that. Justin was taken away. Tony, be careful, there's a special robot flying your way, Natasha warned. Where's my idol Wonder Woman? I just went head-to-head with Rhodes using my ultimate move, and now my armor's energy is severely drained. I'm a bit anxious, Tony replied. Tony, you're Iron Man. You can't rely too much on others, Rhodes said. Don't worry, I still have a reserve super weapon that I haven't used yet. Bang. Ivan, wearing a newly designed armor, descended from the sky, landing in front of Tony and Rhodes. He tightly gripped two lightning whips in his hands, adopting a fierce stance. Tony, I don't want to run anymore today. We must settle this. Ivan, full of confidence, believed that his new armor would guarantee his victory. Ivan, aren't you afraid Wonder Woman will come? Tony tried to intimidate him. I've noticed that woman hasn't shown up for a while, but she must not be nearby. Don't expect her to save you. Ivan said, glancing nervously around, worried that Qiuya might suddenly appear. But what he feared came to pass. Whoosh. Two whooshing sounds rang out as two figures suddenly landed on either side of Ivan. I just went nearby to rest. How could I really leave the battlefield? Qiuya smirked disdainfully. Ivan's expression darkened instantly, and he hurriedly swung the two lightning whips out to both sides. Both Qiuya and Fiorella skillfully grabbed the electric whips. Fiorella, do you feel anything? I don't feel anything at all. Qiuya pondered while looking at the electric whips in her hands. She was curious about the feeling of being electrocuted as a Kryptonian, but she didn't feel a thing from the crackling electric current. Report, Queenie, I don't feel anything here either, Fiorella responded, her expression completely calm. Hearing Fiorella, Ivan was infuriated and cranked up the output of the electric whips to maximum. Ugh! The mech roared, spewing black smoke. Tisk, still no feeling. There's something wrong with the quality of these lightning whips. Qiuya shook her head in disappointment. Your Majesty, I can feel it, but at this electric current strength, it would still be far from giving me an electric massage. Fiorella couldn't help but chuckle. You guys are going too far. Ivan nearly fainted from anger. At this moment, Rhodes interjected. He's about to pass out from anger. My super weapon, ex-wife, isn't wasted to let me finish him off. Tony was taken aback, sensing something unreliable. Suddenly, from Rhodes' shoulder armor, small bullet-shaped projectiles were fired. Clang. The ex-wife lightly struck Ivan's armor, falling weakly to the ground, silent. Everyone, Tony silently turned to Rhodes, saying, Buddy, you just lost face in front of my idol. He exaggeratedly sighed. From now on, I'll have to pretend I don't know you. Fiorella looked at Rhodes with a face full of question marks, confused. Fiorella, knock him out. Qiuya commanded, preparing to cross over to the new world. Fiorella nodded in understanding and swiftly knocked Ivan unconscious with a punch. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 400 system points. The system just produced the detection result, revealing that the new world was the DC movie universe, with the timeline being Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. Bruce fell back into that terrifying memory. In the sky, two figures were clashing with each other. The blue-uniformed Superman was punched into a building, shattering the glass walls, and 3 offices fell from above. The white-collar workers inside the offices screamed, pleading for someone to save them, but Superman seemed not to hear, continuing to grapple with Zod. Zod skillfully dodged Superman's laser gaze, and the laser hit another building, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar. Stones and dust rained down, and the civilians on the ground scattered in panic, with some being crushed into pulp. The city lay in ruins. Bruce, dressed in his suit, exerted all his strength to lift a large stone, rescuing a little girl trapped underneath and holding her close to dodge falling debris. The little girl cried in his arms, saying that her mother was still trapped in the building's ruins. Bruce immediately took off his suit and draped it over the girl, returning to the rubble to search for her mother. Is anyone there? Help me! A woman's voice shouted from beneath the debris. I'm coming, hold on. Bruce climbed up the rubble, trying to move the boulders with his hands, but to no avail with the strength of an ordinary person. Just when he was in despair, Superman was struck heavily again, crashing into another building, and more stones fell from above. A large stone directly hit in front of Bruce. The shockwave knocked him back, and his ears rang, temporarily deafened. Meanwhile, the woman beneath the rubble fell silent. Bruce staggered to his feet, watching the destructive consequences of the battle between the two. In the sky, his fists clenched tightly. In front of Superman, human life felt like ants crushed unintentionally, trembling and praying for divine mercy to spare them. God, you will pay for this. Sleepless Batman Bruce arrived at the secret base's gym, starting to train frantically. Qiuya crossed over to Earth alone, discovering that she was in the atmosphere. She immediately sped toward her target destination. The Lex Luthor Corporation's expo was bustling with activity. Qiuya effortlessly blended in, changing into a gorgeous red evening gown, sitting leisurely on the side, enjoying the gourmet food produced by the system, while keeping an eye on the situation. Bruce, as one of the famous billionaires, also received an invitation to the launch event. He raised his champagne glass, mingling with others while secretly observing the crowd. Bruce had other motives for attending this event. A few days earlier, his butler Alfred had overheard that Luthor had government support to obtain samples of kryptonite from the battle between Superman and Zod, as well as Zod's corpse, to develop weapons against Kryptonians. Upon hearing this news, Batman Bruce had already devised a plan to infiltrate Lex's company to locate the kryptonite and steal some. Mr. Wayne, long time no see. It seems Lex's new product has also attracted you. A voice brought Bruce's attention back to the launch event. Mr. Macy, that's right, Luther's speech is very persuasive, Bruce replied, while chatting with passersby listening to his butler's intelligence updates through a tiny earpiece. Batman, the advantage is mine. Master, the LexCorp system is quite formidable. Please give me 5 minutes. Alfred, Bruce's old butler, was busy operating the equipment in the secret base. Just as Bruce awaited Alfred's report, a tall man approached him. Hello, Mr. Wayne. I am Clark Kent, a reporter from the Daily Planet. May I ask you a few questions? The tall man said politely. The main act has begun. Not far away, Qiuya was secretly observing this scene. Mr. Kent, no problem. Bruce maintained a polite smile, while secretly speculating about the journalist's intentions. Thank you for your time, Clark asked. What do you think about Gotham's vigilante Batman taking matters into his own hands against criminals? Acting heroically, yet above the law. Bruce did not wish to answer, countering with a question. Superman can cause massive destruction in an instant. Should we be wary of him or worship him? Wait a moment, Mr. Superman, I finally get to see you in person. Can we take a picture together? Qiuya, with her long legs, happily approached and interrupted their conversation. Clark was taken aback and quickly played dumb. This beautiful lady, what are you talking about? You call me Mr. Superman. I don't quite understand what you mean. He pretended to look confused, instinctively pushing his glasses up. Qiuya smiled and approached the two, whispering in a voice only they could hear. Clark, stop pretending. I know you very well. I know you're Superman. Clark's face awkwardly changed, stuttering and unsure how to respond. He looked around and saw that no one else was coming, only Bruce was curiously watching him, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Noticing Clark's panic, Qiuya comforted him. It's okay, Clark. Trust in Mr. Bruce's character. He won't reveal your true identity. I mean no harm, I'm just a bit excited to see the real Superman. Clark relaxed a little and glanced at Bruce. Bruce nodded and said, Don't worry, the Wayne family has always been tight-lipped. Your secret is safe with me. Bruce Wayne's expression remained calm, yet inwardly he reflected, so Superman's true identity is this reporter. Now I have crucial information. So it's Superman, huh? Finally, I've caught the real deal. His animosity towards Superman had been established long ago during the Zod battle. With this beautiful unknown woman's revelation, he learned Superman's true identity, while Superman was evidently unaware that he was Batman. The information imbalance provided Bruce with a significant upper hand. A master of strategy, he began to rapidly devise methods to exploit this advantage against Superman. The enemy is in the light while I am in the dark. The advantage is mine. Bruce thought, a victorious smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Meanwhile, he remained alert to the mysterious woman before him. Bruce feigned calmness, already planning his next move. He intended to utilize his available resources to quickly investigate the background of the woman before him. She was so beautiful, not like an ordinary person. Moreover, her origins were unclear and her intentions unknown. He had to uncover her true identity. All right, let's take a picture together. But please, both of you, keep my identity a secret and do not expose who I really am. Clark nodded in agreement. He only wished for his true identity to remain undisclosed. No problem. Let's all three of us take one together. Qiuya didn't wait for Bruce's consent and pulled out her phone, the selfie stick automatically extending. She positioned herself between Clark and Bruce, turning her back to the two tall men, and snapped a picture of the three of them. After taking the photo, Qiuya retracted the selfie stick and playfully winked at the two. I'll treasure this photo. After all, it's not easy for an ordinary person to take a picture with two heroes at once. Bruce caught the phrase two heroes that Qiuya mentioned, feeling somewhat puzzled. Does she know my Batman identity? He maintained his smile and responded tentatively, two heroes. Me and Mr. Superman. No, I'm just a rich man who occasionally does charity, not really a hero at all. Qiuya gave Bruce a meaningful look before turning to Clark. By the way, Clark, this wealthy man Bruce beside us is actually hiding the identity of Batman. The thrill of revealing spoilers was delightful, but she didn't know what it might change. In fact, even if Qiuya didn't say it, Superman would soon hear about Bruce's conversation with Alfred through his super hearing, secretly learning about his identity. However, Qiuya was the one saying it in front of the two. Upon hearing this, Bruce's smile instantly froze. Clark's eyes widened as he looked at Bruce. What? You are Batman? Qiuya, filled with the thrill of revealing secrets, elegantly tossed her hair and nodded at the two. I have things to attend to, so I won't interrupt your old memories. Goodbye, Clark. Bruce. With that, Qiuya cheerfully hummed a tune and swiftly turned away to another place, leaving the two men staring at each other. Bruce awkwardly locked eyes with Clark, pondering how to deal with this sudden situation. Oh no, now the advantage is lost. Bruce thought to himself, fully aware that unless he calculated Superman beforehand, his chances of winning in a direct confrontation with Superman were nearly zero. I didn't expect you to be Batman. Clark adjusted his glasses. I didn't expect you to be Superman, Bruce chuckled awkwardly. Just as Bruce finished speaking, he suddenly heard Alfred's voice through the earpiece. Master, I've decrypted Luthor's encrypted files. That item is located in the secret laboratory beneath his company. The specific location is. Clark remained impassive, having already activated his super hearing, ready to catch what Alfred said next. Bruce, knowing Superman could hear, quickly interrupted. Wait, Alfred. He glanced at Clark and pretended to be serious. I'm terribly sorry, sir. I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to. Can we discuss this another day? Without waiting for Clark's reply, Bruce strode away. As he left, he whispered into the earpiece. Alfred, it's not convenient here. We'll talk later. Qiuya arrived at another area of the exhibition, observing a tall woman standing out among the crowd. She was a 183 centimeters tall woman with an elegant figure, dressed in a red bodysuit and a form-fitting skirt accentuating her stunning curves. She appeared composed, her thin red lips slightly parted as she conversed cheerfully with other guests while also observing something. Diana smiled slightly gracefully, approaching with a glass of wine. Excuse me, beautiful lady, have we met before? It's a pleasure to meet you, Diana, Qiuya said with a smile, extending her hand. Diana politely extended her hand, as well, gently shaking hands with Qiuya. However, Qiuya tightened her grip, not letting go immediately. She lightly squeezed Diana's hand, thinking to herself, the texture is quite nice. Meanwhile, she was testing Diana. Diana wanted to withdraw her hand, but was surprised to find the other party's strength formidable, even causing her, who excelled in divine power, to feel pressure. Diana furrowed her brow and increased her grip, trying to squeeze Qiuya's hand. Qiuya noticed this and also increased her strength, maintaining a firm grip over her. The two beauties were engaged in a contest of strength, attracting the attention of some onlookers after a while. Finally, Qiuya spoke up. Not bad, Wonder Woman, although you still have a long way to go. After finishing her sentence, she gracefully withdrew her hand, leaving Diana visibly surprised. Who exactly are you? Diana exclaimed in surprise. How do you know my identity? Qiuya smiled slightly. Follow me, we'll talk somewhere else. Diana furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and still followed with her long legs. Qiuya, black out some money from the evil forces and immediately help me buy a villa nearby. Understood, Master, the villa will be delivered shortly. Qiuya replied immediately. Seeing Diana follow, Qiuya stepped outside and summoned her transformer, Blue Fire, from the system space. When Blue Fire appeared and saw another woman besides its master, it instantly transformed from a single-seat car into a stylish two-seat sports car. A passerby witnessing this was taken aback and hurriedly took out his phone to record a video. Just as he pressed the record button, the phone screen suddenly flickered with a series of strange codes, then the phone blacked out and rebooted automatically. It was Qiuya that had hijacked his phone. Get in the car, Diana said, curiously examining the sci-fi vehicle while sitting beside Qiuya. Blue Fire started the engine and drove off automatically. Qiuya leisurely leaned back in her seat, observing the road conditions. Does this car drive itself? Diana exclaimed in surprise, thinking, has humanity developed such advanced technology? Or is it just her who possesses it? Qiuya replied, of course it's a transformer with life and autonomous consciousness. Buckle up, it will take us to my new home. Just how strong are you? Diana asked curiously. I'm not quite sure of the exact numbers, as it's inconvenient for me to test my full strength on Earth. You must be a deity, right? Diana speculated. With such immense power and astonishing beauty, are you the goddess of strength? Or perhaps the goddess of love and beauty? Neither. I am Superwoman, the goddess of mankind. Do you come from Krypton as well? Diana conjectured. In today's human society, with you and me plus Superman, there are already 3 superpowered beings. No, far from it. Qiuya silently ordered Qiuya in the system space. Qiuya find videos of the superpowered beings and show them to her. Suddenly, the car's display screen lit up and began playing astonishing scenes that amazed Diana. First, a figure swiftly resolved a criminal in a convenience store with lightning speed. Then the screen switched to an underwater scene where a long-haired man holding a mysterious trident was poised to attack the camera of an expedition team. Finally, there was Cyborg regenerated through the mother box. Meanwhile, Bruce, with the help of his butler Alfred, obtained some key information from LexCorp to analyze in the Batcave. Through this information, Bruce quickly discovered that LexCorp was secretly smuggling a mysterious piece of kryptonite. Bruce was determined to acquire this green stone. He remembered how terrifying the corrupted Superman was in that dreadful nightmare. Even if Clark had only a 1% chance of being corrupted, now Bruce wanted to eliminate the problem before it arose. I must obtain that piece of kryptonite, Bruce muttered to himself, a storm cloud forming on his face. Bruce, I understand your concerns. Alfred walked over, poured Bruce a cup of hot tea and sighed. but being overly cautious may not be the best approach. Why not have a good talk with Clark first? It's pointless, Alfred. He is a god above all, and I have no common ground with him. Bruce suddenly stood up, his obsidian-like eyes filled with determination. For humanity's sake, I must take action even at a certain cost. Alfred shook his head helplessly. As the time reached midnight over the dock, Batman Bruce silently arrived at the top of the high steel frame, using a sniper rifle to place a tracker on the truck in the convoy transporting kryptonite. His eyes glinted coldly, resolutely seeking to obtain Superman's kryptonite. As soon as Lex's convoy left the dock, Batman immediately pursued in the Batmobile. The heavily armored Batmobile charged forward, deflecting bullets, directly ramming into an escort vehicle, which twisted and rolled off the road. With a snap, Batman shot out a long steel cable hooking onto a vehicle to drag it along. The sound of twisting metal echoed as the vehicle was rendered scrap. Seeing this, the enemy pulled out a heavy Gatling gun and aimed it at the Batmobile. With a rapid fire, a dense rain of bullets hit the Batmobile, only chipping away some paint. Batman's right hand moved to the control stick, his thumb pressing the red button. The machine gun at the front of the Batmobile immediately fired a barrage of bullets, causing the enemy vehicles to roll and explode amidst the gunfire. The enemies in the truck, sensing the situation worsening, fired a rocket. Batman was prepared, launching a decoy missile to intercept the rocket, and they exploded midair. Boom. Amidst the explosions, flames, the Batmobile surged forward, completely unfazed by the attacks. This Batmobile is quite good, but it'll soon encounter love around the corner. A drone in the sky was following the chase, while Qiuya watched the live broadcast at home. The Batmobile made a stylish drift around a corner, only to unexpectedly find Superman standing there, his red cape billowing in the night wind. What a... Batman's pupils dilated suddenly, but it was too late to hit the brakes. With a loud crash, the front of the Batmobile collided with Superman's indestructible body. Superman stood motionless while the front of the Batmobile was severely deformed, the front section caving in. The Batmobile was wrecked. Superman strode forward, seized the door, and effortlessly wrenched it off its hinges. "What do you think you're doing?" said Superman, his voice low and resonant, his crimson cape billowing fiercely behind him. Bruce sat silently inside the ruined vehicle, his gaze fixed steadily on Clark. "This city is not your private garden, subject to your whims and caprice," Superman said calmly, his eyes locked onto Bruce's. "You have no authority to mete out justice as you please, nor to unilaterally dictate the order of this world." Bruce clenched his fists, suppressing his fury in stony silence. "The world does not need Batman," Superman intoned with didactic gravity. "This time consider yourself spared by my restraint." Bruce's body trembled faintly. He glared at Superman through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with profound hatred. In that moment, he swore to eradicate this alien aberration, a threat to all humanity. As Superman turned to depart, Bruce suddenly spoke. "Tell me." Hearing those words, Superman halted midair and pivoted back. "Do you bleed?" Bruce asked, stepping out before the wreckage, his tone deceptively calm, yet seething with rage. Superman frowned, offered no reply, and shot skyward without another glance. Bruce watched the departing figure vanish into the heavens, murmuring softly, "You will." His fists tightened, his gaze hardened with unshakable resolve. On the open lot of Qiuya's new villa, she and Diana watched the entire confrontation live via drone feed projected onto a massive outdoor screen. "Aren't you afraid they'll truly fight?" Diana asked, her concern palpable. "It doesn't matter. They won't truly understand each other until they do." Qiuya replied nonchalantly. "Everything is under control." Meanwhile, soaring high above, Superman spotted the drone trailing him. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. In an instant, he rocketed toward it and shattered the fuselage with a single punch. The image cut abruptly to static snow. My drone." Qiuya frowned, visibly annoyed. "Whoosh. Master, I'm here." Bluefire, hearing her voice, instantly transformed from sports car to helicopter and glided smoothly to her side. "I didn't call you. Go park yourself somewhere else." "Yes, Master." Bluefire reverted to car form, executed a crisp U-turn, and drove autonomously to an open parking spot, aligning itself with meticulous precision. Its front bumper aligned perfectly with the parking line, its rear bumper equally flush, and both sides equidistant from the markings, symmetrical, centered, flawless. Qiuya hadn't expected the usually composed Superman to flare up so fiercely today, so arrogantly in fact that he destroyed her newly purchased drone from the system shop. "Honestly," she muttered, tossing her hair aside. "Fine, I'll stop watching you two. Time to go find some beautiful company instead." "Find beautiful company?" Diana blinked, puzzled. "Exactly. Care to join me?" "No thank you, I'll head home." Diana smiled, awkwardly, politely declining. "All right then, safe travels." Qiuya made no further insistence. Bluefire. Whoosh. The vehicle arrived, instantly transforming into a sleek high-performance sports car before her. "Take me for a drive." Qiuya commanded, opening the door and sliding elegantly into the seat. Yes, my lord. Blue fire roared to life, carrying Qiuya into the distance. Whoosh! Batman remained rooted where he stood, his gaze burning intently toward the horizon where Superman had vanished. The enmity between them seemed irreconcilable, while elsewhere a far greater storm began to gather. Qiuya cruised through Gotham City's downtown district. At that moment, a lithe silhouette darted between skyscrapers. Bathed in silvery moonlight stirred by a gentle night breeze, it was Selena Kyle, the Catwoman, on the prowl. After a leisurely drive, Qiuya activated her X-ray vision and superhuman sight, and caught sight of a slender black figure leaping gracefully across rooftops. That sinuous feline grace could belong to only one person, Selena Kyle. Found you, little kitten, Qiuya murmured, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of her lips. Qiuya slipped from the car, landing soundlessly, and began tailing the Catwoman. She watched as Selena slipped stealthily into a luxury high-rise apartment, her intent unmistakable, to steal an exquisitely expensive set of jewels. Just as Selena opened the safe and reached for the gems, Qiuya materialized, grasping her wrist firmly. Darling, stealing is most unbecoming. Who are you? Startled, Selena recoiled sharply, trying to wrench free only to find Qiuya's grip iron strong. I'm a professional cat catcher, specializing exclusively in elusive kittens like you. Qiuya leaned in close. Selena studied the stunning woman before her, struck speechless, her cheeks flushing pink. But she snapped back to focus instantly and launched a full assault. Raising her leg in a lightning-fast high kick, she aimed straight for Qiuya's face. To her astonishment, Qiuya released her arm with fluid ease, sidestepped nimbly, and seized her extended leg midair. Selena, Catwoman, possessed feline reflexes, yet she couldn't believe this breathtakingly beautiful woman moved faster than she did. Before Selena could react, Qiuya stepped back and yanked hard, forcing her into an extreme standing split, one foot planted firmly on the floor, the other held aloft, ankle locked in Qiuya's grasp. Such long legs, and exceptional flexibility too, Qiuya remarked, her eyes sweeping appreciatively over Selena's sculpted, sensual silhouette. Selena felt utterly immobilized, powerless to break free. She could only endure Qiuya's bold, lingering gaze, her blush deepening down to her throat. Let me go. Selena snapped, humiliated and furious. Very well, I'll release you, Qiuya replied, grinning. But in any man's eyes, this pose is utterly irresistible. With a playful wink, she loosened her grip, and Selena dropped with a soft, resonant thwack, landing flat in a perfect splits position. Furious, Selena arched backward, her legs slicing through the air in a graceful arc, revealing every taut, elegant line of her toned, statuesque physique. Then, with seamless coordination, she snapped her legs together and executed a flawless backflip, springing upright with astonishing power and poise. The motion was swift, dynamic, and breathtaking, a perfect fusion of raw strength and ethereal grace. Now fully upright, Selena launched a fresh barrage, blurring fists and rapid kicks raining down on Qiuya from all angles. Qiuya watched, thoroughly entertained, almost wishing the sequence would repeat. She evaded or parried each strike effortlessly and took quiet liberties along the way. Her fingertips brushed lightly along Selena's waistline and drifted teasingly toward her chest. You stop that! Selena cried, her face flaming crimson, torn between outrage and flustered embarrassment. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, not from exhaustion alone, but from simmering indignation. Her breath came in quick, shallow gasps. Selena, your figure is exquisite, and that Catwoman suit fits you flawlessly. After this relentless exchange, Selena realized the chasm between their abilities was vast. She was outmatched, utterly outclassed. Stalling further would only invite more playful torment. She needed an opportunity to escape. So Selena quickly changed her expression, softening her attitude, and initiated a conversation with Qiuya. I didn't expect your taste in clothing to be quite good. Oh, I actually like my Catwoman combat outfit too. Also, can I ask where you bought that beautiful dress you're wearing? As Selena spoke, she pretended to admire Qiuya's orange dress to disguise her movement towards the window. Qiuya was unafraid of Selena's tricks and lowered her head to look at her own attire. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Selena immediately dashed towards the window. Selena successfully jumped out of the fourth-floor window, gripping the ledge with both hands, her body suspended outside. She pushed off the wall with her legs, executing a backflip gracefully to land on the windowsill of the third floor. Without pausing, Selena immediately crouched slightly to gather strength, then jumped up again, grabbing hold of the second-floor windowsill, and with several bounces off the wall, she skillfully landed on the second floor. Finally, without hesitation, Selena jumped up again from the second floor, agilely rotating her body in midair, landing steadily on the first floor. Throughout the entire jumping process, Selena's agile and nimble movements resembled those of a true cat, completing each maneuver with grace and elegance. Let go of me. Just as Selena landed, Qiuya rushed down from the fourth floor, appearing before her in the blink of an eye and picking her up. Selena struggled, ineffectively unable to comprehend how this slender beauty possessed such strength. After a few more attempts to break free, she gave up. Be good, don't resist anymore, Qiuya said with a smile as she set Selena down. They'll take you home. Really? Yes, come with me. Selena fell silent, pretending to comply, and followed Qiuya. She didn't believe Qiuya would let her go and didn't want to reveal the location of her home. Following Qiuya to the sports car, Selena activated her acting skills, displaying an expression of admiration and repeatedly exclaimed, "Wow, your car is so cool. And the sound of this engine is so powerful. This is my Blue Fire. It can not only transform, but also drive autonomously." Blue Fire felt very pleased and proud to be praised by its owner in front of others. If it were to transform and sprout a tail now, that tail would probably be pointing skyward. Seeing that the car was still running, Selena's heart leaped with joy, thinking this was a perfect opportunity to escape. She didn't pay much attention to what Qiuya was saying, merely pretending to be very interested as she approached the car door. Seeing Qiuya completely off guard, Selena swiftly opened the car door and slipped into the driver's seat. She quickly shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. It was a seamless action. Whoosh! They'll be waiting for you at home, Qiuya called out with a laugh from behind. Selena joyfully pressed the accelerator, and the sports car roared to life, speeding away. Yes, I struck a great deal today, scoring a top-tier sports car, Selena excitedly thought. Now I can get rid of that woman. She pressed the accelerator even harder, and the engine's roar rose sharply, the powerful thrust pinning Selena against the backrest. Wow, this car is amazing. The power. Selena shouted joyfully as the sports car sped down the road, leaving pedestrians and other vehicles far behind. I want to drive until the end of time. Selena gripped the steering wheel, her hair flying in the wind, immersed in the endless thrill brought by speed. Acquiring such a top-tier supercar was a tremendous success in her life. Selena hummed a tune happily as she continued to race down the highway. Master, the cat is locked in a cage. When will you bring it back? Blue Fire contacted Qiuya through the network, inquiring. Let this poor kitty play for a few minutes before bringing her back. A few minutes later, at its junction, Selena joyfully maneuvered the steering wheel, intending to perform a stylish drift. She turned the steering wheel to the left, preparing to drift through the curve. However, the sports car suddenly took control, executing a beautiful right-side drift. What's going on? Selena exclaimed. She then realized the sports car was completely beyond her control. It was driving itself. No matter how she turned the steering wheel, the car's trajectory remained unaffected. She looked around the car, but discovered that the key was not inserted. There was no keyhole, and she couldn't find any button to cut off the power. This is not an ordinary sports car. It can transform and drive itself. Selena finally realized she had fallen into another trap. Her extraordinary memory recalled Qiuya's original words. This is my Blue Fire. It can not only transform, but also drive autonomously. Damn. Selena pounded the steering wheel in frustration. I failed to steal the car, and instead I got kidnapped. Ultimately, Blue Fire drove itself into Qiuya's villa, coming to a slow stop beside her lounge chair. Welcome back, little kitty, Qiuya said with a cheerful smile, holding a bag of snacks while reclining in her chair, watching a movie on the outdoor big screen. Selena got out of the car feeling glum. Don't sulk, come watch the movie with me. Stop thinking about escaping. I won't do anything to you. Selena asked warily, what exactly do you want? Nothing much, I just want to have a deeper conversation with you. Qiuya sincerely intended to engage her in conversation. However, Selena misunderstood Qiuya's intention, her face immediately displaying panic and fear. What do you want to do to me? I warn you not to touch me. Selena nervously stepped back, taking a defensive stance. I'm not a bad person, why are you so tense? Meanwhile, the kryptonite was successfully delivered to Lex Luthor. However, it was not enough. He needed to further escalate the conflict between Batman and Superman. So he found a Wayne Enterprises employee who had been left paralyzed during the battle between Superman and Zod, gave him an advanced wheelchair, and bribed him. The employee gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you so much, Mr. Luthor." He was unaware that a high-explosive bomb was hidden beneath the wheelchair. And there was a layer of lead covering the surface of the bomb, which prevented Superman's X-ray vision from penetrating. You're welcome. Luthor smiled wickedly. Under Luthor's instructions, this employee went to the committee to accuse Superman, claiming that his entire family had perished in Superman's battle, leaving him paralyzed and struggling to survive. The committee expressed their concern, deciding to hold a public hearing in Congress. They publicly announced this news in the media and required Superman to appear in court to respond to the accusations. Upon the release of this news, it attracted the attention of people all over the world. Upon learning this news, Clark's expression darkened. His mother Martha approached him and said, "Clark, go ahead and openly respond to the public's doubts. This is what Superman should do. Do not be afraid, just do what you ought to do." Clark nodded, deciding to attend the hearing and give the public an explanation. After careful planning, Bruce successfully infiltrated Lex's company and retrieved the kryptonite from the vault. Just as Bruce left, Lex Luthor hurried to the vault, only to find the kryptonite had vanished. Only a bat-shaped dart was left in the box. Luthor picked up the dart, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Everything is under my control." He gazed at the bat dart, feeling immense anticipation for the battle between Batman and Superman. The next thrilling act was about to unfold. Qiuya and Selena chatted while savoring delicious dishes and enjoying a movie. Knowing she couldn't escape, Selena relaxed and sat down to enjoy the feast with Qiuya. The delicacies purchased from the system store were already top-notch. Moreover, as Selena was already famished, she responded to Qiuya's conversation while quickly and gracefully indulging in the sumptuous meal on the table. Qiuya had only eaten a small portion. "Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? There's no poison in the food, right? With your abilities, that shouldn't be necessary." Qiuya shot her a glance, but did not reply. "Tianwang, I need you to create a 3D animation introducing me. From now on, whenever I need to introduce myself to others, I can simply show them this animated short, saving me from the trouble of repeated verbal introductions." "As you command, Master." "This animation should fully showcase my positive image, such as my diligence, bravery, self-sacrifice, perseverance, generosity, wisdom, cleverness, exceptional resilience, and unwavering will," Qiuya boasted. "I've never seen someone so shameless." The system couldn't help but interject after listening to Qiuya for a long time. "You and the word diligence are worlds apart. You spend all day lazing around. Hurry up and earn some points. I've discovered a new world." Seeing that Qiuya had fallen silent, Tianwang cleverly replied, "Understood, Master. I know my boundaries, what to say and what not to say." "Wow, really? System." Hearing the system's message, Qiuya felt very pleased. "Tianwang, go ahead and create it. Notify me immediately once it's done. I need to review it." Before long, Tianwang utilized advanced character modeling, scene design, and lighting rendering techniques to complete the video of Qiuya's self-introduction. After watching, Qiuya was quite satisfied and only requested Tianwang to make a few simple modifications. "Selena, I'll return what you were about to steal earlier." Qiuya returned the piece of jewelry that Selena had intended to steal. Tianwang had checked the background of this jewelry's owner, revealing that they were involved in numerous illegal activities, including arms dealing and money laundering. "You're giving this back to me." Selena cautiously accepted the jewelry, filled with a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. She had expected Qiuya, living in a luxurious villa, to exude an air of superiority and disdainfully look down upon her, the thief. She imagined that if she were caught, she would be subjected to cruel treatment, as she had seen too much of the dark side of society and had grown accustomed to envisioning the worst outcomes. However, she was surprised to find that talking with Qiuya revealed no contempt or discrimination in his words, nor any intention to harm her. Like in the movies, Selena was a righteous thief who only stole from the rich. She took wealth from greedy and unscrupulous aristocrats to help the poor, never harming ordinary citizens. With her exceptional skills and keen insight, Selena successfully infiltrated many powerful mansions, stealing their coveted treasures hoarded from greed. She only used a portion of her treasures for living expenses, while most of her money went to help those in need. Selena liked to act under the cover of night, transforming into Catwoman, punishing the greedy and aiding the weak. Her reputation among the poor was excellent, with many grateful for her acts of kindness. However, those wealthy individuals who had suffered losses harbored intense hatred for Catwoman. They posted her known criminal information online, forcing her to live a life of hiding in the shadows. Concerning Selena's actions, critics online deemed them illegal and deserving of legal punishment, arguing that Catwoman committed acts of vigilante justice and theft under the guise of justice. Regardless of the motives or purposes, violating the law is wrong. Catwoman's actions could have negative demonstrative effects, encouraging more people to imitate her and solve problems through illegal means. Supporters believe that although Catwoman's actions were illegal, they were understandable given her intentions of justice and punishing evil. Under the current legal system, where many evildoers escape punishment and social inequality is severe, Catwoman's actions hold a certain legitimacy. Catwoman's behavior can also have a positive impact on society by helping the poor, thus making her motivations for breaking the law understandable. If anyone is to be blamed for Catwoman's actions, it can only be the upper-class individuals in society who do not take social responsibility and have failed to continuously improve the legal system to solve the issues. Selena did not care about the opinions of the outside world. She had her own sense of justice and beliefs, which she would pursue without hesitation. "Thank you for the delicious food. I will repay you when I have the chance. I feel you understand me well, Selena said, biting her lip as if she wanted to ask something. You can see for yourself. Qiuya, aware of Selena's interest in her, instructed Tianwang. Tianwang, play my introduction video. All right, master. Selena watched as a lifelike 3D animation projection appeared before her, an avatar resembling Qiuya introduced through storytelling. Before long, Selena was utterly captivated, her mind filled with shock and excitement along with a hint of doubt. Supergirl, a goddess among mortals, justice, invincibility, and even time travel. This is too absurd. Selena immersed herself in the experience as if she were reading an exhilarating novel, finding it hard to come back to reality even after the video ended. Tianwang's storytelling and video production skills were indeed quite exceptional. After the video ended, Selena struggled to calm her emotions. This video introduction could be written into a million-word novel. After saying this, she turned and noticed that Qiuya had already left without her noticing. Supergirl is like me. She also enjoys acting in the night to uphold justice. Would she go out at this hour to combat evil? Selena, of course, had no idea Qiuya had already retired for the night. She assumed her queen had gone out on a nocturnal vigilante mission. You're the cat, really. Earlier you delighted in teasing me while trying to catch me. Yet now you ignore me entirely, Selena murmured softly. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Natasha seized the opportunity and located Qiuya just after she had subdued a gang of criminals. Without delay, she asked urgently, "Where has your queen Qiuya been lately? Where has she vanished to? Can you tell me where she's gone?" Around Qiuya, over a dozen assailants lay sprawled haphazardly across the floor. As the last thug attempted to flee, Qiuya kicked him down and pinned him beneath her foot, pressing him immovably into the ground. Turning toward Natasha, she replied, "Is the queen's whereabouts truly a secret? Iron Man, and your director, surely know. Didn't your egghead director inform you? The queen has crossed into another universe." "What?" Natasha exclaimed, inwardly fuming. Such a heartless woman. I was hoping to see you, yet you didn't even bid me farewell. A pang of resentment stirred within her. Who helped you acclimate here at first? Who bought your groceries? Back then I pitied you. You seemed as solitary and adrift as I was. And that egghead director. Why hasn't he shared this intelligence with me? A sudden wave of loneliness washed over Natasha. She wondered if her identity as a spy had gradually distanced the queen from her. Qiuya too longed for Qiuya. Her foot relaxed slightly as she sighed. "Oh, your majesty, when will you return? We yearn to fight beside you, and the Kryptonian people of another world await your leadership to guide them into a new realm." At that moment, the pinned thug sensed the slackening pressure and lunged violently to break free. Qiuya lifted her foot, allowing him to sprint headlong toward Natasha, intent on seizing her as his ideal hostage. He gravely underestimated the prowess of this elite operative. Just as his fingers neared her, Natasha whirled with lightning precision and executed a flawless shoulder throw, slamming him hard onto the floor. "Still eager to test yourself against me," she said, coolly gazing down at the groaning criminal. "Your martial skill is commendable, but falls short of mine. And physiologically, you're vastly outmatched by Kryptonians," Qiuya observed, watching Natasha. Natasha nodded, unbothered by the assessment. Across the Marvel Universe, Qiuya had already amassed a devoted following. Some fans had even formed organized groups. Her prolonged absence stirred deep concern among them. A dozen ardent devotees gathered, having connected through mutual worry. "Why hasn't Supergirl appeared in so long? Is she on a covert assignment?" one fan speculated. "I fear something may have befallen her. Perhaps she needs our aid," another whispered anxiously. "If even Supergirl faces peril, what could we possibly do? She'll be fine. Her strength is unmatched. She'll surely overcome any trial," someone reassured them, adding gently, "All we can do is trust in the goddess and await her glorious return." With sighs, they bowed their heads in silent prayer, firm in their conviction that the goddess would return unharmed, for her power was legendary. Even a single strand of her hair possessed extraordinary tensile strength, let alone her formidable might. Noticing Selena had finished watching the video, Lanhua, now in sports car form, glided smoothly to her side. "Miss Selena, my mistress, says I'm to escort you home if you wish, and she'll visit you again tomorrow." Selena flushed with embarrassment. She'd just been muttering complaints about Qiuya, and now Lanhua had arrived. Had it overheard her grumbling? Would it repeat her grievances to its mistress? She hesitated, then shrugged inwardly. Why dwell on it? It's none of my concern. After a brief pause, she replied composedly, "Very well. Please take me home." "Thank you, Mr. Transformer. I have a name. Please call me Lanhua." "Understood, Lanhua," Selena replied, striding gracefully toward the driver's side door with her long, elegant legs. The moment she approached, the door slid open automatically. "Well, you are a Transformer. Auto door functionality is hardly surprising." She stepped inside with poise, settling into Lanhua's capacious cabin. and marveled at how much more spacious and comfortable it felt compared to ordinary supercars. Can you freely reconfigure the interior space? She asked curiously. Indeed, Lanhua replied. I can reshape myself at will, not only into robotic forms, but also adjust every aspect of the cabin's layout and volume. How extraordinarily convenient, Selena remarked. To own such a vehicle must be a true blessing in life. I am honored to provide a comfortable journey, Lanhua responded courteously. Across the Marvel Universe, videos featuring Qiuya continued spreading virally, viewership steadily climbing. Qiuya's reputation score surged silently within the system, yet she had enabled Do Not Disturb mode. She slept peacefully, undisturbed and serene. In her dreams, Qiuya smiled faintly, a vision of quiet joy. Meanwhile, Selena reclined comfortably in the driver's seat as Lanhua glided forward with steady, measured speed. Minutes later, Selena asked, Lanhua, may I take the wheel? She had piloted him once before and knew intimately just how astonishing his performance truly was. From standstill to 100 kilometers per hour in just 0.4 seconds, his top velocity even reached Mach 3. Such feats were utterly unimaginable for conventional vehicles. Selena was utterly enamored. She longed, more than anything, to relive that exhilarating singular driving experience. Merely envisioning Lanhua's raw, explosive power sent a thrilling rush through her veins. Certainly, I am switching to manual mode now. Full control is yours, Lanhua replied. Selena gripped the steering wheel and gently pressed the accelerator. Lanhua surged forward, swift, seamless, and perfectly balanced. Wow, absolutely incredible. Such phenomenal torque, she exclaimed, glancing at the clock just past midnight. I'll enjoy a little more time behind the wheel before heading home, she thought, even though she was exhausted. Opportunities like this are rare. How many chances will I ever get to drive a machine as extraordinary as Lanhua? Determined to push boundaries, Selena prepared to unleash Lanhua's full, breathtaking potential. This is just the beginning of your speed. Keep going. Try pushing my limits further. Bluefire added. The engine roared as Bluefire shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Scenery blurred past on both sides. The speedometer needle climbed steadily. Selena laughed aloud with exhilaration, weaving freely along the empty highway. Absolutely electrifying. Selena shouted, her adrenaline surging through her veins. With unbridled joy, she guided Bluefire, accelerating, turning, savoring this extraordinary driving thrill. Moments later, as Selena reveled in the drive, the steering wheel and accelerator suddenly went dead. Bluefire slipped beyond her control and began navigating autonomously. What's happening? Selena asked, tapping the wheel lightly in confusion, yet it had no effect on Bluefire's course. Then Bluefire's onboard speaker chimed, apologies, Miss Selena, the hour grows late. I have assumed full control of driving operations. That's it for today. I'll now return you home. Oh, already? Selena sighed in disappointment. I wanted to drive just a little longer. She watched Bluefire's autonomous navigation with reluctant eyes, pressing the accelerator and brake several more times, only to find Bluefire utterly unresponsive. Please, just 5 more minutes. Selena pleaded. No, driving time has concluded. I must also return to my master's garage. Bluefire replied via its interior speaker. Well, fine, Selena conceded. I truly wish I owned a vehicle as sleek and transformative as you, one I could drive whenever I pleased. Actually, if you were willing to join my master and assist him, he might, when in high spirits, gift you a transformer nearly identical to me. Bluefire said. Selena's eyes lit up. That's not a bad idea. I'll consider it. Suddenly she grew wary. Wait, I suspect you're deliberately leaving me wanting, luring me toward pledging allegiance to your master. You're executing orders, aren't you? No, you're overthinking it, Bluefire replied calmly, continuing its smooth, steady journey. At last, Bluefire arrived at Selena's residence. It halted precisely, then automatically opened its door. We've arrived. Feel free to contact either myself or my master anytime. Thank you for the ride tonight, Selena said as she stepped out. My pleasure, Bluefire replied, its engine humming softly as it turned and glided away from her home. Selena stood at her doorway, watching Bluefire recede into the distance. Their conversation echoed vividly in her mind. She closed the door behind her and entered the house, ready to rest, then reflect carefully upon this sudden, startling turn of events. Lex Luthor received General Zod's corpse from the U.S. government. He carried it to the wreckage of the Kryptonian spacecraft and successfully activated and unlocked the vessel using Zod's fingerprint. Excellent. It's open, Luthor gloated. He hurried eagerly to the command chamber, studying the intricate Kryptonian instrumentation and control panels. With meticulous care, Luthor submerged Zod's corpse into the nutrient solution, then pricked his own finger and let several drops of blood fall into the chamber. When Batman and Superman inevitably clash and fail, I'll rely on you to eliminate Superman. A manic grin twisted across Luthor's face. He intended to prove to the world that no being, however godlike, was truly divine. To validate his conviction, he would stop at nothing. At dawn, Qiuya awoke a new assignment. Today is the day of Superman's congressional hearing. She scanned major media outlets' coverage and commentary on the event. Under mounting public pressure, Superman, Clark Kent, agreed to attend the hearing, publicly addressing controversies surrounding his actions and submitting himself to governmental and civic scrutiny. On the day of the hearing, a vast crowd surged outside the venue, waiting breathless for Superman's arrival. Suddenly, a sonic boom split the sky. Superman, clad in his iconic suit, descended gracefully and landed before the assembly. Some supporters erupted into cheers and applause, but most responded with jeers or stony silence. Clark entered quietly, stepping solemnly to the podium beneath blinding camera flashes and the weight of countless gazes. Meanwhile, Qiuya slipped unnoticed into the hearing chamber. Clark spotted her and frowned faintly, yet this was no moment for questions. Then a man seated in an advanced motorized wheelchair rolled forward to the podium, accusing Superman of inflicting catastrophic harm upon innocent civilians during battle, including rendering himself permanently disabled. His gaze burned with hatred as he spoke, voice sharp with fury. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the wheelchair concealed a high-yield explosive device, shielded by a lead casing designed to foil Superman's X-ray vision, rendering the bomb invisible to his gaze. Curious, Qiuya activated her own X-ray vision and saw straight through the lead, revealing the bomb within. Remarkable. My vision surpasses even Superman's, penetrating lead without obstruction. She thought, elated, truly the flawless Kryptonian lineage. Skynet, immediately hijack every major network platform and force push my live stream to all front pages. Within seconds, every major social media homepage was overtaken by Qiuya's live stream, its banner image featuring a dynamic, heroic anime-style portrait of a female Superman. Stunned users clicked open the stream, only to find themselves immersed in real-time footage of Superman's hearing. Isn't this the actual hearing venue? Who's broadcasting this? Why does the title mention female Superman and bomb? What's going on? Who cares? Superman's about to speak. Let's watch. Online chatter exploded, confused, bewildered, and then on-screen Qiuya rose to her feet. Her professional attire shimmered and reformed instantly into a striking ensemble: sleek black stockings, a crimson miniskirt, and a bold red cape. Her transformation complete. The hearing chamber fell silent in awe. Camera flashes erupted like gunfire. Clark's eyes widened, stunned, incredulous, as he watched Qiuya's metamorphosis unfold before him. The bomb is about to detonate. Qiuya declared, her tone enigmatic. Instantly, Clark's acute hearing detected the faint telltale whine of the bomb inside the wheelchair, now fully armed. No, too late, he thought desperately. Even at his velocity, there was no time to extract the bomb safely. In that hair-trigger instant, Qiuya shot forward at 786 Mach, seizing the wheelchair and rocketing skyward, leaving the disabled man unharmed on the ground. At 786 Mach, equivalent to 267 kilometers per second, and with prior mental preparation, Qiuya had ample time to carry the device far above the crowd, even though the bomb would detonate in just 0.2 seconds. The moment Qiuya launched skyward with the wheelchair at supersonic speed, Clark reacted instantly, launching himself in pursuit. Although Clark's speed lagged behind Qiuya's, he still soared through the sky at several dozen times the speed of sound. Then a thunderous explosion ripped across the heavens. The wheelchair detonated midair, erupting into a blinding conflagration. Owing to the considerable distance, no one inside or outside the hearing venue sustained injury. Tianwang immediately edit the footage, craft an optimal promotional video, showcasing my rescue and removal of the bomb. You understand, henceforth such instructions need not be repeated. Acknowledged. Executing immediately. I fully comprehend your intent, master. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the hearing venue gazed up in terror as the fiery explosion lit up the sky. Clark descended before Qiuya, his expression stunned and riddled with bewildered questions. Qiuya spoke first. I've already uploaded my introductory video to your computer. Everything I'm permitted to disclose is contained within it. Watch it, and all will become clear. At that very moment, Tianwang's promotional video was surging across the globe. Coupled with the earlier live broadcast, Qiuya's prestige score began flooding in steadily. A faint knowing smile graced her lips. Her objective had been achieved. Then I'll take my leave. Whoosh. Before Clark could utter a word, Qiuya vanished at supersonic velocity, leaving him frozen midair in stunned silence. System, I have an idea. Can you open and sustain a portal within my system space to enable Tianwang's interdimensional livestream? Affirmative, host. I can generate a miniature portal within your system space for Tianwang's interdimensional broadcast. However, please note, maintaining the portal consumes 1,000 system points per hour, the system replied. 1,000 points per hour. Your rather steep system, Han Qiuya grumbled. Though her prestige earnings had surged, her system points remained far from abundant. Here's the plan: when Batman and Superman clash, activate the portal on my command, and keep broadcasting until my entrance where I defeat Doomsday. That historic confrontation will yield extraordinary streaming revenue. Understood, host. Very well then. Han Qiuya nodded, then commanded system, open the portal. I'm returning to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Acknowledged. The Marvel Cinematic Universe cooldown has expired. Transit requires no system points. Hail your majesty. Qiuya, overjoyed at Han Qiuya's return, beamed with relief. She had feared her sovereign would never come back. Welcome home, your majesty. Were there any major developments during my absence? Han Qiuya asked, gripping Qiuya's arm. None, only minor incidents. Qiuya replied. U.S. military operatives attempted to infiltrate your majesty's villa as undercover bodyguards, but were toyed with and humiliated by the Terminators. Later, they deliberately lured local gang thugs into a violent incursion, yet Xiao Mei and the Terminators effortlessly quelled them. Those fools truly know no bounds. I'll deal with them in due time, Han Qiuya said with a cold smile. You've all labored tirelessly. Would you like to join me in conquering other worlds? As a synthetic warrior forged from combat-optimized genetic architecture, Qiuya burned with an unquenchable thirst for battle and adventure. At Han Qiuya's proposal, her eyes ignited with fervor. Absolutely. Your Majesty, it would be my supreme honor to stand beside you. Across any realm I shall fight without reserve and safeguard your life. To march alongside you in battle is my deepest aspiration. Seeing Qiuya's impassioned zeal, Han Qiuya smiled warmly. Excellent. Together we shall conquer vaster realms, and you shall grow stronger than ever before. Go find Tony Stark. Wait for me at his residence. Having spoken, Han Qiuya conjured Natasha Romanoff's likeness in her mind and instantly opened a portal leading directly to her vicinity. At that moment, Natasha was bathing. Scalding water cascaded from the shower head, while swirling steam rendered her silhouette both elusive and alluring. She tilted her head upward, letting the torrent wash over her, but her heart churned with disquiet. She felt weary and disillusioned with her role as A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, adrift like a solitary vessel, unable to truly belong. How exhausting, utterly meaningless, she murmured to herself. Just then a brilliant flash erupted in the bathroom, and Han Qiuya stepped forth from the newly formed portal. Oh, Natasha gasped, snatching up a towel to shield herself. Han Qiuya, how dare you appear out of nowhere, right here while I'm bathing? My apologies. I had no idea you were bathing. Han Qiuya hastily covered her eyes, yet peered slyly through her fingers. Oh, spare me. Since you're a woman too and possess X-ray vision, resisting your gaze is futile, Natasha sighed, lowering the towel. Don't you already have enough to admire in your own stunning figure and face? Why must you insist on ogling mine? Since Natasha had spoken so candidly, Han Qiuya lowered her hands and gazed openly upon Natasha's elegantly sculpted form. As Natasha dried herself and dressed, she remarked wryly, so you finally remembered me. I'd begun to think you'd forgotten entirely. Impossible. Han Qiuya insisted. I've kept you firmly in mind. Only recent affairs have demanded my full attention. By the way, Natasha, cease serving S.H.I.E.L.D. It's riddled with Hydra moles. Join me instead. Natasha paused thoughtfully. As a seasoned operative, she knew instinctively to guard her trust, even toward those who seemed closest. Agreed. Time is precious. I'll help you dress swiftly. The instant the words left her lips, Han Qiuya activated her super speed, and in a blur of lightning, Natasha stood fully clothed. Wait. Natasha blinked, dazed. The entire sequence had unfolded in a dizzying flash. You're impossibly fast. In that fleeting instant, she sensed something unusual, a subtle lingering sensation, but the speed was too overwhelming for her to discern whether it had been deliberate or merely accidental. Let's go, Han Qiuya declared, cheerfully sketching another portal in the air. Miss Qiuya, what brings you to my doorstep? Tony asked, puzzled. Qiuya ignored him, arms crossed, silent. When Qiuya remained mute, Tony's confusion deepened. Just as he prepared to instruct Jarvis to investigate, a shimmering portal materialized beside them. Han Qiuya emerged, followed closely by Natasha. Tony, long time no see. Natasha offered a courteous nod in greeting. What a... Tony's jaw dropped. Idle, you're actually here. Care to join an interdimensional expedition? Didn't you once beg me to take you across worlds? Absolutely. Tony's enthusiasm surged instantly. I've been dreaming of adventuring with you. Shall we depart at once? All right, let's set off right away. Wait a moment, goddess. I've specially crafted an entire row of different versions of iron armor just for you, and they are all yours. Thank you so much. I will take good care of them, and might even wear them to battle, Han Qiuya said happily, seeing Tony's generous gift. With a gentle wave of her hand, the row of armors was stored into the system space. Queen, let's go, Fiona exclaimed impatiently. All right. Han Qiuya issued the crossing command to the system. A blue halo suddenly appeared, and a gigantic spatial portal opened before them. Natasha, having never seen such a scene, widened her eyes in awe. This crossing portal looks truly magical. Although Tony had seen it before, he had never officially walked through a portal. He was incredibly curious and excited, gazing intently at the portal entrance like a child eager for an adventure. Fiona, however, did not hesitate and eagerly followed Han Qiuya into the portal. Let's go. After all of them passed through the portal, the system's notification sound echoed. Ding. Cooling time of 10 days not completed. Consumed 1000 system points. Crossing with 3 people costs 3000 points. Remaining points 586600. Batman Bruce had been actively preparing for battle recently. He was well aware that Superman Clark's power was overwhelmingly strong, hence he needed to be fully prepared. With the assistance of his butler Alfred, he refined several bullets from rare kryptonite and used the remaining kryptonite to create a kryptonite spear. As long as you can effectively use these kryptonite weapons, you will be able to strike Superman successfully, Alfred advised. However, I still suggest you talk to Superman first. If negotiations fail, then consider using force. There's nothing to discuss. Bruce had already donned the specially designed bat armor for this battle, checking each piece of equipment. All right, everything is ready, Bruce nodded. I want to seek justice from Superman and hold him accountable for the destruction caused during the battle with Zod. I want him to pay for my car. Bruce paused, gritting his teeth. Isn't he a god among men? I want to make him bleed. However, soon Alfred informed him that another powerful female superhero had appeared, likely also a Kryptonian, and her strength appeared formidable. What? There's another Kryptonian. Bruce frowned. Yes, we need to reassess the situation. Will she help Superman? Will she pose a threat during your duel with him? Alfred asked worriedly. Regardless, my mission remains unchanged, Bruce said while checking his gear. Even if there are 2 Kryptonians, I will make them stop their reign of terror. He then watched the viral video of Han Qiuya saving people online, his expression grave. The female Kryptonian may have a sense of justice and is careful not to harm ordinary people when saving them, but her speed is even faster than Superman's. If she loses control, the consequences could be even more severe. Alfred sighed, understanding he could not dissuade the determined Bruce. Then you must be careful. Facing Superman directly is very risky. I know, but the arrow is on the string, but must be released. Bruce donned his gear and sat in the Batplane. The cockpit closed, and the Batplane took off. The battle between Superman and Batman was about to commence. That night, Han Qiuya, Tony, Natasha, and Fiona emerged from the portal and appeared in the open space of Han Qiuya's villa area. Yay! Wow, is this the other world? It seems quite similar to our world, except the technological development is somewhat different. Tony was very curious and flew around Han Qiuya's villa, asking his AI Jarvis to gather information online. Sir, according to my analysis, this place is quite similar to Earth. Superheroes and villains are everywhere. The overall technology level is somewhat lower than our world, but there are also some special technologies we do not possess. How interesting. It seems we can have a lot of fun here, Tony said excitedly as he flew back. Fiona stood obediently to the side, waiting for Han Qiuya's orders. Tony, don't run around. This world is not as safe as ours. There are many powerful beings, you might get taken down, and I don't have any resurrection skills. Understood, Queen. Tony stood at attention, earnestly giving a somewhat unstandard salute. I promise not to cause any trouble or add to any problems. Tony thought to himself, I really hope to be able to cross over with them again in the future. This opportunity is rare, so I must listen to the commands a bit. Hopefully I can join next time. Seeing Tony standing at attention, earnestly Han Qiuya and Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. Natasha smiled and said, Tony, your obedient look is really amusing. It seems you've made up your mind to win the goddess' favor, hoping to go on more adventures together in the future, right? Yes, I really want to see more wonders of other worlds. Blue flame, Han Qiuya called inwardly. With a loud rumble, a bright blue four-seater convertible drove over and stopped before them. Get in the car. Blue flame automatically opened the car door, and the group climbed in one after another. Natasha couldn't help but feel curious. Although she knew Blue Flame was a transformer, this was her first time riding in it. I'm still in armor, is it not a bit inconvenient? After Han Qiuya and the others got in the car, Tony hurriedly took the last seat. Yet he secretly rejoiced at the thought of riding with 3 top beauties, Han Qiuya, Fiona, and Natasha. It was simply a dreamlike moment. Even though he could fly in his armor, he preferred to ride in the car now, and he even entertained the idea of asking the 3 beauties for a photo together to brag about later. However, Tony quickly dismissed that thought, fearing the beauties would find him annoying. He decided it was best not to mention it. Han Qiuya glanced at Tony, but said nothing. Fiona, seeing Tony sitting beside her, pursed her lips and scooted a bit further away. Let's set off, Blue Flame. Head to the battlefield of Batman and Superman. All right, Queen. Blue Flame started the engine, speeding ahead with the group. Qiuya activated her supervision and X-ray vision, quickly locating Catwoman Selena, and relayed Selena's location information to Blue Flame. Blue Flame, please pick up that cat as well. Understood, Master. Inside a residential apartment building, a gang of armed robbers prepared to flee with their freshly stolen loot. Suddenly, a shadow materialized in utter silence. A swift palm strike dropped the first thug unconscious. A spinning kick sent the second crashing to the floor, and before the third could even register his terror, the shadow seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Who's there? The thugs cried out in alarm. Selena released her grip with elegant nonchalance, letting the dazed man slump lifelessly to the ground. She turned, revealing a lithe, statuesque figure clad in sleek black bodysuit, every curve sculpted with feline precision. You greedy rats deserve punishment. A glint of frost flickered in Selena's eyes. Catwoman, you're a thief yourself. We're colleagues. Best mind your own business. We've got numbers on our side. The gang's lieutenant spoke upon recognizing her attire, his tone edged with wary hesitation. Behind him stood 8 or 9 henchmen, each brandishing knives or firearms, and clutching bundles of cash and valuables snatched moments earlier. I am nothing like you. This instant tonight. A chill gleamed in Selena's gaze. She was a righteous thief, stealing only from the corrupt and the obscenely wealthy, never harming an innocent soul. All of you attack. The lieutenant led the charge, and his men surged forward, weapons drawn. Crowded space and tight quarters rendered firearms impractical, for fear of hitting one another. Come then, let Annie show you how much she cares. Selena smiled sweetly, yet her eyes burned with the predatory ferocity of a wildcat. She dropped low, and in a blur of motion, her legs swept outward like a scythe, felling the first assailant with a muffled groan. Instantly her palms slammed downward, a thunderous strike to the second thug's nape, knocking him senseless. The third lunged with an elbow strike, only for Selena to pivot with liquid grace, twisting into a spinning kick that snapped his jaw and sent him hurtling backward. Is this truly all you've got? With effortless agility, Selena leapt backward, dodging multiple stabs, then spun midair, her sweeping leg crashing into a thug's knee joint. He shrieked in agony and collapsed hard onto the floor. A fourth rushed in, swinging a fist. Selena met it heat. A sickening crack echoed as his forearm shattered. He screamed, writhing in pain. Selena drove her knee upward, crushing his chin, sending him sprawling backward, hands clutched to his face as he wailed uncontrollably. Gunfire erupted. Pop, pop, pop. As the remaining thugs, realizing they were outmatched, abandoned caution and opened fire, even at risk of friendly fire. Selena's instincts flared a fraction of a second before impact, her supple body weaving aside just in time. Spotting the stairwell's strategic geometry, she darted toward it instantly. The uneven levels of the stairwell offered perfect cover, ideal for luring them in one by one to their undoing. With feline poise, she vaulted over the railing and slipped into the stairwell proper. Come on, you stinking rats, she taunted, voice laced with playful electric exhilaration. Bang, bang. In one fluid motion, Selena leapt upward, flipping over the railing onto the half landing, twisting midair to evade bullets that slammed into the concrete wall behind her. Armed and emboldened by sheer numbers, the thugs grew bolder as Selena retreated. All together, now. TCH. Just a few filthy rats. What good are numbers to you? Selena smirked, crouching low at the stairwell's bend, perfectly concealed, like a black panther poised in silent, lethal anticipation. 2 thugs crept upward, barely rounding the corner, when a dark blur shot forth. A spinning kick struck one square in the jaw. He screamed, tumbling headlong down the stairs. The second raised his gun, but Selena moved faster, seizing the barrel with both hands. She executed a flawless shoulder throw, hurling him crashing down the steps, bones rattling with every tumble. Too eager, aren't you, mister? Thug. Selena rested one hand on her hip, flipping her hair back with a serene, knowing smile, as if gazing upon prey already claimed. Realizing defeat was inevitable, the remaining thugs bolted for the exit. Selena rose with dancer's grace, preparing a flying lunge to resume the hunt. Run. One thug, perhaps the most loyal, fled first, shouting the warning as he ran. The rest, seeing all hope lost, scattered in panic. Selena became a whirlwind of shadow, leaping, twisting, striking, her spinning kick landing with surgical precision on a thug's temple, dropping him instantly. A crushing knee strike drove deep into another's abdomen. He doubled over, breath locked in his throat. That's all you've got? How utterly dull. Midair, she twisted into a flawless somersault, landing lightly, then delivered a razor-sharp sidekick that sent a fleeing thug tumbling headfirst down the staircase. Her physique was a masterpiece of symmetry, slim waist, sculpted hips, and long, elegant legs, every contour accentuated by the form-fitting black suit. She moved like a proud black cat, exuding lethal allure. Throughout the battle, her motions flowed seamlessly, blending elegance with devastating efficiency, beauty with brutal pragmatism. Flawless as a shadow cougar in combat, she landed lightly, flicking her hair back with effortless flair. Only a handful remained, already scrambling toward the ground floor exit. Selena knew some had escaped, but let them go. Pursuit held no appeal. Well done, Selena. At that moment, Qiuya shimmered into existence before her, praising her with quiet admiration, and thought a tale would complete the picture. Before Selena could speak, Qiuya activated her super speed, arms encircling Selena's slender supple waist, and vanished, reappearing instantly downstairs. Meanwhile, as the fugitives burst through the building's entrance, Iron Man descended from the sky, blocking their escape. Natasha appeared ahead, launching a soaring kick that dropped one thug flat. Ugh! He barely raised his arms to block, before collapsing unconscious. Before the next could react, Fiola closed the distance, executing a textbook shoulder throw that slammed him onto the pavement. Oh! He cried out once, then lay still incapacitated. You're not getting away, friend. Tony quipped, delivering a lightning-fast left jab that dropped the final thug stone cold without a sound. Huh, did I just knock him out cold with one punch? Tony murmured, puzzled. Meanwhile, Selena, disoriented by the sudden teleport, found herself standing downstairs in an instant. You can't just pick people up like that. I'm not your pet cat. Selena shot Qiuya a mock-scolding glance, half protesting, half teasing. Still privately acknowledging Qiuya's greater beauty, she felt no resentment, only a quiet, amused acceptance. A subtle smile played across Qiuya's lips as her arms gently loosened, setting Selena down with tender care. Selena truly was a creature of paradox, graceful and docile, fiercely proud, and undeniably wild. Qiuya looked at Selena's alluring figure and long legs, feeling a stir in her heart. System, I want to become a man again. No, host, you should quickly accumulate more points, the system replied calmly. Isn't it great to have such powerful abilities as a woman? Women have their own advantages. With your perfect appearance and figure, you can easily get along and have intimate interactions with various beauties. Many beautiful women might even feel honored to be your friend. Qiuya could only accept the reality. Seeing Selena, who had been set down by Qiuya, Tony's gaze couldn't help but linger on her. Beautiful lady, what a pleasure. I am Tony Stark, a billionaire, and the superhero Iron Man, Tony said with bright eyes, eager to greet Selena. Let me introduce her briefly. She is Selena, the legendary Catwoman of Gotham City, who single-handedly dealt with a dozen thugs in the corridor. Qiuya spoke nonchalantly, while Selena smiled slightly. Hello, I am Natasha, a friend of Qiuya. Natasha extended her hand politely to shake hands with Selena. Selena looked at the woman in a similar leather bodysuit with interest, secretly comparing, this woman's legs are shorter than mine. Nice to meet you. Selena replied politely, but Natasha keenly caught a hint of pride in her eyes. I am Fiorella, a loyal warrior of the Queen. After a brief self-introduction, Fiorella fell silent. Just then, Blue Fire rushed over and came to a stop with a beautiful emergency brake. Blue Fire transformed into a cool four-seater convertible sports car, painted in a mix of blue and fiery red, exuding a mechanical coldness and a futuristic vibe. Is that you, Blue Fire? You got a new look again. So cool. Selena exclaimed, gazing in delight at the convertible form of Blue Fire, turning to Qiuya and remembering that this powerful transformer belonged to her, feeling envious. Yes, Miss Selena, I'm here to pick everyone up, Blue Fire replied. Get in. Selena, you drive. Qiuya said with a smile. Blue Fire automatically opened all 4 car doors, and Qiuya took the passenger seat. There's no space in the back, so I'll just fly along with you guys, Tony in his Iron Man suit said as he noticed 2 people in the back seat. Fiorella and Natasha also gracefully jumped into the back seat. Selena nodded slightly, while Blue Fire, hearing Qiuya's words, had already revved its engine, waiting for Selena to start driving. Let's go. Selena raised her long, beautiful leg, lightly tapped the accelerator, and Blue Fire let out a roar of explosive power. Under her skilled handling, the blued car surged into the bustling street like an arrow, with Tony in his battle suit flying alongside. With the steering wheel in her control, Selena's red lips curled into a smug arc, her eyes sparkling with excitement and the thrill of revenge. Last time Blue Fire had taken control from her while she was enjoying the driving experience, but now it was firmly in her grasp. Tony turned to look, thinking, this woman drives too wildly. Ahead was a sharp turn, and Tony expected Selena to start slowing down, but she showed no signs of reducing speed. With her left foot lightly pressing the brake and her right hand swiftly turning the steering wheel, Blue Fire elegantly drifted around the turn, leaving 2 trails of smoke from the rear tires, moving fluidly without any sign of slowing down. Miss Selena, your driving skills are impressive, Tony exclaimed while flying closely beside the car. Natasha observed this scene and noticed the excellent performance of Blue Fire, feeling a strong urge to experience the thrill of driving it herself. "This cat is quite wild," Qiuya commented with a smile. Just then in the distance, Bruce shot the bat signal into the night sky, declaring war against Superman. "The bat signal is on." Qiuya was the first to notice and immediately said, "I'll go ahead." With that, she flew out of the convertible, quickly heading towards the scene. "Wait for me." Tony shot out a stronger jet stream from the soles of his suit, accelerating to catch up. Whoosh. Fiorella also took off immediately to follow. "We're speeding up too," Selena said as she pressed the accelerator hard, her calf muscles tensing, exuding a primal explosiveness. If it were an ordinary car, it might have been damaged by her forceful stomping on the accelerator. As Catwoman, Selena's physical abilities are 4 times that of an ordinary person, and her agility and flexibility exceed that of an average person by 7 times. Even though she wasn't using her full strength, the power contained in that stomp was unimaginable. This didn't significantly affect Blue Fire, but it pondered quietly as it accelerated forward. "Why is this happening? Pressing it all the way down should allow me to move at full speed. There's no need to treat my accelerator pedal so forcefully." "Miss Selena, fortunately, I am a structurally robust transformer. Otherwise, with your wild driving, my body structure would have fallen apart long ago. My master is much gentler." Blue Fire couldn't help but complain. Without waiting for Selena and Natasha to react, Blue Fire immediately began to transform. As Blue Fire continued to speed forward, its body began to shift the front of the car, gradually elongating into a cockpit, while the wheels extended outwards to become wings. The components flowed swiftly, transforming until a massive fighter jet form of Blue Fire appeared. Of course, the transformation process did not affect the two sitting inside. Selena stared in shock at the Blue Fire car she had just been driving, staring blankly at the disappearing steering wheel. Blue Fire transformed into a fighter jet and flew directly into the sky. Selena instinctively feared heights. She had just been immersed in the excitement of driving, but now her face changed dramatically and her heart raced. Noticing Selena's reaction, Natasha immediately asked, "Selena, you're not afraid of heights, are you? Are you really a cat?" After the transformation was complete, the jet form Blue Fire roared its engines and accelerated forward. Its jet form could reach a maximum speed of 8 Mach, much faster than the 3 Mach it could reach on the ground. Qiuya arrived at the top of a tall building not far from the battlefield, the perfect vantage point to watch the battle between Batman and Superman. "System, start the cross-universe live stream," Qiuya said to the system. "Okay, a small portal for live broadcast signal transmission has been opened in the system space residing in the host," the system replied. Thus, the live stream of Qiuya strongly occupied the homepage of all online platforms in the DC and Marvel universes. People from both worlds quickly noticed this, engaging in discussions. The people from the Marvel Universe said, "Supergirl has started a live stream. After waiting so long, I can finally see Supergirl again. Does anyone know where the live stream is taking place? I want to go to the scene." The DC Universe was equally vibrant and chaotic. "Isn't this Gotham City? Oh, that must be Batman. Who's streaming this?" Meanwhile, Lex Luthor watched the bat signal blaze across the night sky and sneered inwardly. Without delay, he dispatched his pre-positioned operatives, who swiftly captured Clark's mother, Martha. He then successfully seized Superman's girlfriend, journalist Lois Lane, and ordered his men to bring her to him. Luthor dragged Lois onto the rooftop terrace of a towering skyscraper, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He knew full well that the most effective way to force Superman's appearance was to seize his greatest vulnerability, his deepest emotional anchor. "Lois, come admire the view." Luthor gripped Lois's wrist with brutal force, dragging her to the very edge of the roof. Terrified beyond measure, Lois struggled desperately. "Stop. Let me go." Her cries echoed into the thin, high-altitude air, futile, unanswered. From another distant skyscraper, Qiuya observed the entire scene unfold. Should Superman fail to arrive in time, as he had in the films, she would intervene without hesitation. "Superman, come face me," Luthor roared with manic laughter, and shoved Lois off the precipice of the dozen-story rooftop. He was certain this act would compel Superman to appear instantly, racing to save the woman he loved. At the very instant Lois plummeted, her life hanging by a thread. A crimson and sapphire streak blazed down from the heavens like a falling star, catching her safely midair. "Clark Kent, Superman. His speed has improved slightly, truly prodigious talent, but still far beneath mine." Seeing Superman's timely intervention, Qiuya halted her own advance. "Goddess Qiuya, I've arrived." Tony Stark descended first in his Iron Man armor, landing smoothly and effortlessly beside her. "Your Majesty, your humble servant stands ready to obey your command." Farah swiftly flew in and executed a precise Kryptonian salute, her right hand placed firmly over her chest. "Master, we have arrived as well." Bluefire had shifted into aircraft mode, carrying Selena and Natasha to the rooftop. As its hatch opened, the two striking women, clad in sleek form-fitting suits, stepped out gracefully. Let us observe first. Batman and Superman are about to duel, unknown. The true mastermind has yet to reveal himself. Having spoken, Qiuya's gaze drifted toward a window on a nearby building, where Wonder Woman Diana watched the confrontation in secret. Diana glanced curiously toward Qiuya, only for Qiuya to suddenly turn and lock eyes with her. Startled, Diana flinched sharply. Come with me. In a flash of motion, Qiuya shot forward and appeared beside Diana. Diana barely registered the blur before she found herself whisked away, carried at blinding speed to the rooftop of another skyscraper. Diana scanned the surroundings, realizing several others stood nearby. No need to tense up. We're all on the same side. Qiuya arched a brow and smiled faintly, her gaze shifting towards Superman in the distance. Observing the battle takes priority. Casual talk can wait. Hearing this, Diana took a slow, deep breath, steadying her composure, then offered a quiet, respectful nod to those assembled, greeting them wordlessly. All present turned their attention in unison toward the distant confrontation. We can't hear what they're saying, Selena remarked wistfully. Let's stream it. Bluefire projected a massive floating screen into the air, the live feed tracking Superman Clark Kent in real time. There he was, having rescued Lois. He soared back to the rooftop, hovering steadily in midair. His eyes ignited like twin suns as he glared furiously at Lex Luthor before him. I will not harm you, but I will deliver you to prison. You should consider yourself fortunate. Clark bit back the urge to strike, enunciating each word with controlled, icy precision. Luthor's arms trembled faintly, but his stance remained unwavering. Clearly, he held a trump card. What I wish to say concerns your arrogance, the belief that you stand above all else. Gods are meant to be just like that. Yet as a child, no god ever pulled me from my father's fists, or his hatred. So I learned early no one is omnipotent, not even you. There is no such thing as a god. Luthor paused, then added, I intend to expose you as a fraud, to make the world witness with their own eyes the blood staining your hands. What have you done? A chill of dread crept through Clark's chest. He descended slowly, landing firmly on the rooftop as he strode toward Luthor. Tonight the world will see through you, because my friend, you're about to keep an appointment. From afar, Qiuya muttered dryly, Superman's patience is astonishing. He actually listened to that speech. I'd have struck long ago. This man's trying to bully a gentle soul, Tony remarked. Clark stared at Luthor, puzzled. An appointment? With whom? Why should I heed your words? Over there. After 2 years of simmering rage, his fury has reached its boiling point. Luthor pointed toward the distant sky, where the bat signal cast its colossal bat-shaped silhouette. Fly there now and fight him. A celestial being versus a mortal. The son of Krypton against the Batman of Gotham, until one falls. Clark bristled, amused, incredulous. He had never sought conflict. Do you truly believe I'd brawl with him, for your sake? Luthor shook his head with arrogant confidence. Yes, I know you'll fight relentlessly for the one extraordinary woman in your life. Mentioning his family as leverage ignited Clark's wrath instantly. His voice dropped cold and lethal. She is safe on the ground. But you are you. Though you could easily kill me, I'm not referring to your girlfriend Lois. I mean the most vital woman in every boy's life, his mother. Fury drove Clark forward a step. Oh! Luthor hastily brandished photographs, Martha bound and helpless. Martha! 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 Clark's expression darkened instantly. He froze in place. Luthor smirked, tucking the photos away. A witch must have birthed this flying demon. And what is the punishment for witches? He stepped closer, leaning in until his face nearly touched Clark's. Burned alive, of course. Then one by one he scattered the photographs onto the rooftop floor. Clark sank to his knees, gathering the photos, his heart shattering as he gazed upon his bound mother. Then he lifted his head, eyes blazing crimson, heat vision searing at the brink of release. Where is she? I don't know. My men didn't tell me. Luthor waved a finger tauntingly before Clark's glowing red eyes. Kill me, and she dies. Fly away, and she dies. But slay that bat, and Martha lives. Kneeling on the rooftop, Superman bowed his head, his crimson gaze receding, his shoulders slumping under unbearable weight. Yes, that's it. Excellent. Luthor laughed, then reached out, condescendingly patting Clark's head. Even a god bows to my will. Luthor remained unaware that he was being live-streamed. Both worlds had witnessed his despicable deeds. I've already called the police for Superman. This Luthor is utterly vile. He even kidnapped Superman's mother to blackmail him. A devoted Superman fan commented in the chat. What good will calling the police do? Calling the police. That's hilarious. Superman is doomed to fall at Batman's hands. This guy is insufferable. I hope my idol Supergirl appears soon. This Superman and Supergirl seem strikingly similar in certain respects. A wave of astonishment swept across the comments with voices both supporting and opposing Superman surging forth. Yet few voiced support for Luthor's actions. In the frame, Clark remained bowed low while Luthor gazed upon him with smug triumph. At that moment, his private jet descended onto the rooftop to retrieve him. Luthor glanced at his watch. Time is running short. If I don't see Batman's head within 1 hour, your mother's life hangs in the balance. The timer on the bomb beside her has already begun counting down. With that, he turned and strode aboard the aircraft. Luthor intended to activate a contingency plan should Batman fail to defeat Superman. He would immediately revive Doomsday, the legendary Kryptonian monster, and unleash it against Superman. Meanwhile, Tony monitored the live stream while conversing with Jarvis. Jarvis gathered intelligence, answering Tony's questions about this world. Is Gotham City really this chaotic? Tony mused, scanning the data Jarvis compiled. Aside from Selena Kyle, the enigmatic Catwoman, there's also a mysterious Batman. And Gotham's wealthiest magnate is Bruce Wayne. Could he be the legendary Batman? He drew a swift inference from the available evidence. Jarvis urgently compile all available dossiers on Bruce Wayne and Batman. I sense an undeniable connection between them. No need to investigate further. Bruce is Batman, the central figure in this impending clash. Qiuya's superhuman hearing had caught Tony and Jarvis's hushed exchange. Is that so? He bears a certain resemblance to me, though his bat-themed armor stands no chance against Iron Man. Tony declared with unshaken confidence. Whose side shall we take when the time comes? Selena asked curiously. I recall Superman destroyed your drone last time. Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, reminded her gently. If the Queen herself intervenes, she could subdue them both effortlessly. Fiola remarked, confident that Qiuya could easily overpower them. The group exchanged rapid-fire observations and theories. Suddenly, the live feed shifted, revealing Gotham City shrouded in torrential rain. Batman stood motionless atop a skyscraper. Raindrops struck his armored suit with sharp rhythmic taps. His gaze pierced the storm-laden sky, awaiting Superman's arrival. Below, a taxi screeched to a halt on the slick street. Lois Lane's golden hair tumbled wildly as she sprinted forward. Lois wrenched open the door. Driver, quickly to the Daily Planet. Lois. Her name echoed behind her, Superman's voice. She turned instantly. I must go to Gotham. To persuade him to help me, Clark said, his tone heavy with resignation. Who? Lois asked, bewildered. Batman, Bruce Wayne. If I cannot sway him, he will die. Pain flickered across Clark's face as he whispered the words. Clark. Lois gasped, breathless, yet hesitated before speaking further. No one in this world remains perpetually virtuous. Sorrow welled so deeply in Clark's eyes it seemed ready to spill over. The compassionate man already mourned Bruce in silence. Then, without another word, he launched himself into the night sky, vanishing beyond Lois's sight. Lois stared after him, heart clenched with dread and unease. She knew she had to act. A jagged bolt of lightning split the heavens, illuminating Gotham in stark electric brilliance. Superman's silhouette appeared high above Batman, then plummeted downward, urgency and anguish etched across his features. He landed swiftly, his expression taut with desperation. Good. You finally arrived. I'm right here. Batman's laugh was cold, edged with irony. Bruce, please don't do this. Superman had no wish to fight, his voice trembled with entreaty. He would never strike down Batman unless forced. His sole aim was to beg Bruce for aid. Batman slowly retreated, luring Superman deeper into his carefully laid trap. He tuned out every plea, his focus narrowed entirely to combat. Seeing this, Superman rushed after him, pleading urgently, I was wrong. You must listen. It's Luthor. ZZZT. At that instant, a piercing ultrasonic blast erupted from concealed emitters on either side, slamming into Superman with crushing force. Aunt! He cried out in agony, vision blurring under the violent impact. Before he could finish speaking, Superman stepped into Batman's trap and was struck by the sonic assault. The air around him shimmered, distorted by sheer intensity. Batman smirked crookedly. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Superman seized a nearby sewer grate, wrenched it free, and tore it apart with raw strength, hurling the jagged halves to shatter the sonic devices. The sonic barrage ceased at last. You don't understand. Time is slipping away. Superman's voice cracked with urgency as he strode toward Batman. His mother's countdown bomb was moments from detonation. He had no choice but to act. I do understand. Yet he spoke of something entirely different. Batman advanced, deliberate, unyielding, closing the distance with commanding resolve. They stood face-to-face, mere inches apart. You understand nothing. Frustration flared in Superman's mind, and in a flash he shoved Batman backward with tremendous force. At that precise moment, heavy machine guns hidden throughout the rooftop opened fire, blazing a dense hail of bullets straight at Superman. Instinctively, Superman raised his arms. but then hovered midair, eyes blazing with searing heat vision, incinerating every gun in an instant. In the next heartbeat, he surged forward, grabbed Batman, and hurled him violently through the air. Batman's body arced across the sky before crashing hard onto the rooftop. As Batman struggled to rise, Superman closed in, drove forward in a sudden dive, seized him, and rocketed skyward, pinning him tightly against his chest. They tore through the night, landing swiftly atop a towering skyscraper. Superman slammed Batman onto the rooftop with brutal force. Batman lay prone, breathing raggedly, then rose slowly, jaw set, eyes unflinching. "Stop resisting. If I fought seriously, you'd be dead already," Superman roared. Far away, Qiuya and the others exchanged exasperated glances. Clark is so indecisive. Is this plot necessity? With so many chances to speak, why doesn't he just get to the point? Qiuya silently fumed. Viewers across both worlds watched in mounting anxiety. Ignoring Superman's warning, Batman swiftly withdrew a custom smoke pellet from his utility belt and hurled it between them. Thick smoke billowed instantly, obscuring vision. Superman teleported forward, but found only swirling fog, momentarily losing track of Batman's position. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Batman fired, launching a bullet laced with kryptonite dust. "I'm heading in. I'll stir up some chaos. Feel follow me." From afar, Qiuya sprang upward, her form vanishing in a streak of light as she shot toward the battlefield. Superman effortlessly caught the bullet shot at him by Batman, a confident smile spreading across his face. But in the next moment, bang! The bullet exploded in his palm, releasing the kryptonite powder inside. Cough, cough. Superman immediately lost his balance, bending over in pain and kneeling on one knee. "Breathe it in," Batman said in a deep voice, approaching Superman. "This is fear." He coldly gazed at the kneeling Superman, feeling not a shred of sympathy. At this moment, Superman was thrown into disarray by the sudden turn of events. "You are not brave," Batman continued coldly. Superman forced himself to regain his composure, standing up defiantly and throwing a punch at Batman. Thud! The fist landed heavily on Batman's armored suit, which was specially reinforced for this battle, remaining completely unscathed. Under the influence of the kryptonite powder, Superman's strength became no different from that of an ordinary person. "Humans are the real brave ones." After saying this, Batman delivered a heavy punch to Superman, officially starting the fight. The two exchanged blows, but Batman, clad in armor, maintained the upper hand, ruthlessly battering the kryptonite-affected Superman. Superman was continuously beaten, growing more and more disheveled. Eventually, Batman knocked Superman to the ground, bent down, and lifted Superman's body with both hands, tossing him from the high building. Bang! Superman fell from the height of several stories to the ground, crashing down with a scream. Batman swiftly fired a grappling hook to catch the exterior wall of the building and slowly descended to the first floor. He picked up the prepared kryptonite spear and strode towards the struggling Superman, lifting his foot and harshly stomping down on Superman's chest. Off! Superman's face twisted in agony. "You were never a god. You are not even human," Batman said in a low, hoarse voice, raising the kryptonite spear to carve a deep wound across Superman's face, blood immediately gushing out. "So-called gods bleed," Batman sneered, lifting the kryptonite spear once more, preparing to end Superman's life. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly grasped Batman's kryptonite spear. Even with all his strength, Batman could not push it down even a fraction. "All right, the battle ends here for today," Qiuya said casually, showing no fear of this chaotic situation. "Batman, Bruce, it's time to stop." At this moment, Tony also arrived on the scene, floating in the air in his armor. Queen Fiora also arrived nearby, dressed in a short black silk armor. The live broadcast clearly presented this scene to the audience in both realms. Marvel World, upon seeing Qiuya appear in the live broadcast, the fanbase of Supergirl instantly erupted with excitement. "Oh, Supergirl finally appeared. God, Supergirl has been missing for so long, we can finally see her in person again. I've been worried for so long, thinking something happened to her. I told you Supergirl is so powerful, she would definitely be fine. By the way, do you know where Supergirl is? Goddess Supergirl is in another world." "Really? Are you joking?" Those watching the live stream were not just ordinary fans. Nick Fury had already dispatched his subordinates to investigate and confirmed that the location of the broadcast was not in any corner of Earth, but likely in another parallel world. Damn, Supergirl can actually traverse different universes. This won't pose a significant threat to our world, will it? Nick frowned. The senior officials of the American government and military were also watching the live broadcast simultaneously. They knew very well that this was not occurring in their world, but in a completely new one. Incredible. What if a powerful enemy invades us using this cross-world ability? The consequences would be unimaginable. I always said not to provoke Supergirl. If we had really enacted General Ross' plan to control and capture Supergirl, what would have happened if she escaped to another world? Capture? Are you kidding? Don't you know how powerful she is? We should never attempt to control a powerful super being lightly. It could lead to catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, this Supergirl seems to bear no malice, otherwise how would we deal with such a level of threat? For an existence of this level, who knows if nuclear weapons would even affect her? I think we should find a way to contact her, communicate more with her, and strive for her goodwill. What a joke. We need to expedite the development of more powerful weapons to combat external threats. Upon seeing Qiuya appear in the live broadcast, the high-ranking officials and military leaders of the United States lost their composure and demeanor in shock, beginning to argue among themselves. Hydra's Pierce was not surprised by the astonishing power displayed by Supergirl, as he had long been psychologically prepared to face her immense strength. No wonder Supergirl is so powerful, as she clearly does not belong to our inferior world. She can even freely traverse different universes and dimensions. Pierce reflected inwardly. Although he had never met Qiuya, the shock she brought to Hydra had already left a deep imprint in their minds. His understanding of Supergirl's mysterious powers far exceeded that of ordinary people. Previously, Hydra had secretly obtained a hair from Supergirl Qiuya, attempting to unravel the secrets of her superpowers. Yet, even the specialized saw capable of cutting diamond could not harm a single strand of Supergirl's hair. In the end, they used the most powerful laser cutting device, leaving only microscopic traces on her hair, only visible under a microscope, and could not sever it in the slightest. Additionally, through Qiuya's hair, Hydra estimated her body density to be at least 2-3 million times that of an ordinary human. As some of our higher-ups still foolishly attempt to control Supergirl, unaware that our weapons and abilities are virtually insignificant in her presence. Competing with her is pure folly. We have no choice but to seek another path. Pierce chuckled self-deprecatingly, beginning to devise Hydra's follow-up strategies amid the astonishment of the Marvel characters. When Qiuya intercepted Bruce's impending strike to finish Superman and said, "The battle ends here for today," Bruce felt a twinge of anger inside, deeply dissatisfied. Who do you think you are? So what if you're Supergirl? Do you think he'll stop just because you say so? I worked so hard to create kryptonite weapons, successfully restraining Superman. Having finally gained the upper hand, how could I possibly stop now? Tony, stop spectating. The situation over there doesn't require your assistance. Come support us instead. Natasha and Selena rode aboard Blue Fire as they contacted Tony. Roger that. I'm on my way. Tony immediately abandoned his observation of the battle and activated his Iron Man armor, soaring toward them. Sorry for the delay. What do you need me to do? Tony arrived swiftly beside them near a dimly lit building. We're going in to rescue Superman's mother, Martha. Do you think the three of us stand a chance? Selena asked. With Iron Man on the team, success is guaranteed. Tony declared confidently, then added with a wry grin, though sending all three of us feels almost like an honor for these adversaries. Actually, it's not just three. There's me too. I'm a transformer. At that moment, Blue Fire silently glided forward on its own. Whoa, scared the life out of me. So you can move without sound. Looks like you're quite the ambush specialist. Bruce silently contemplated. This was a golden opportunity to eliminate Superman and eradicate a future existential threat. He would never let it slip away. To safeguard humanity's future, he had to complete his mission: kill Superman. Supergirl, stand aside, he commanded in a low, breathless voice, his gaze unwavering and resolute. He knew he still held one final kryptonite bullet, a last resort contingency, to gravely wound Supergirl if the situation turned dire. But for now, patience was key. The kryptonite spear remained effective. Though Supergirl appeared to have allies observing from afar, his plan was clear: first, drive her away from Superman, then strike him down with the kryptonite spear. Today's mission would thus be fulfilled. Bruce swung the kryptonite spear in a wide arc, intending to force Qiuya away from Superman and clear the path. He believed by Kryptonian nature she would instinctively recoil upon sensing kryptonite. Yet Qiuya stood tall and unmoved, proud, unyielding, utterly defiant. She had no need to retreat. Her Kryptonian bloodline was flawless, without flaw or vulnerability. A flicker of barely perceptible triumph flashed across Bruce's eyes. He concluded she had dangerously misjudged the threat, leaving him an opening. Bruce tightened his grip on the sweeping spear, focusing every fiber of his being on the decisive blow that would cripple her. In the DC World livestream, Qiuya's new fans watched in mounting dread as she remained motionless before the kryptonite spear. Supergirl, dodge now. Oh God, we're doomed. One fan covered their eyes in horror. No, Batman, don't harm Supergirl. Another cried out in anguish. Meanwhile, anti-alien viewers secretly reveled in the unfolding chaos. Brilliant move. Hit her again. Knock her out cold. Go, Batman. Wipe out these aliens. Earth belongs to humanity. Superman is justice incarnate. Superman's supporters erupted in outrage. Superman isn't even human. Batman is justice. Clashing opinions surged back and forth. most fiercely between Superman and Batman loyalists. Yet once Qiuya later subdued Doomsday on livestream, she would unquestionably become the top-tier global sensation. Fiora, an elite Kryptonian warrior and peerless fighter, possessed razor-sharp battlefield awareness. Spotting Batman's kryptonite spear arcing toward Queen Qiuya, she instantly surged forward in alarm and desperation. Unaware of Qiuya's perfect Kryptonian lineage, Fiora only knew kryptonite could sap Kryptonian strength and even kill them outright. She shot through the air shouting, "Your Majesty, evade." Then with fading strength, she seized the kryptonite spear mid-swing. Though her body already weakened, she summoned her last reserve of power and snapped the lethal weapon clean in two. Fiora's act of breaking the spear streamed live to millions. Qiuya's fans collectively exhaled in relief. She's Kryptonian too. Wonderful, another Supergirl joins the fray. All-black ensemble thigh-highs and a miniskirt, she's breathtakingly fierce. Two Kryptonian queens fighting side by side. The sight is too magnificent to behold. So close, he nearly succeeded. Another Kryptonian woman ruins Batman's plan. How will Batman proceed now? Does he retain any advantage? The live stream buzzed with feverish speculation, unrelenting in its intensity. Today I'm facing 3 Kryptonians. Bruce felt his composure fracture. Fiora, are you alright? Qiuya rushed to catch Fiora in her arms. I'm amazed at your speed. You needn't have worried. I'm immune to kryptonite. Your Majesty, beware the kryptonite. Don't fret over me. Just give me a moment. I'll recover instantly. Divine intervention. Both are standing together. My final kryptonite bullet can take them both out at once. Bruce raised his gun and fired. Bang! Qiuya caught the kryptonite bullet effortlessly in her palm, where it detonated, releasing a cloud of fine kryptonite dust. Emerald green kryptonite particles dispersed into the air, enveloping both Qiuya and Fiora. Breathe it in. Taste the terror. Bruce sneered coldly. Qiuya had intended to remain discreet, but with Fiora nearby, protection was non-negotiable. So she chose to assert her sovereign authority, play the commanding CEO, and give Fiora a masterclass in royal invincibility. The queen feared no kryptonite. She drew a deep, deliberate breath, and in an instant every particle of kryptonite dust surrounding her vanished into her lungs. Her bearing remained unshaken, her vitality undiminished. Bruce stared, stunned beyond words. He had never imagined Supergirl would inhale kryptonite powder, the very substance capable of crippling or killing Kryptonians, and emerge utterly unscathed. Impossible. This is highly refined, ultra-concentrated kryptonite dust. How can you be completely unaffected? He whispered, disbelief etching his voice. Your kryptonite bullet was well-crafted. Next time skip the bullets. Make me some kryptonite cigarettes instead, Qiuya said coolly. She exhaled gently, releasing the entire cloud of kryptonite dust into the sky, where it scattered and dissolved into nothingness. Meanwhile, the livestream audience stood utterly transfixed, speechless, awestruck, paralyzed by wonder. Qiuya's prestige soared exponentially. Fiora gazed at her starstruck. Never before had she witnessed such unassailable majesty. She watched awestruck as Qiuya inhaled and exhaled the deadly dust with supreme calm. Powerful, unruffled, perfectly composed. How formidable our queen truly is. It is my greatest fortune to serve under her majesty. Fiora's eyes shimmered with pure, unreserved devotion. Qiuya looked upon Fiora with quiet satisfaction, recalling how during moments of rest only Fiora's exceptional strength could provide the deep tissue massage her own formidable physiology required. No other being, even the most advanced Terminators, could match the precise therapeutic effect she needed. Moreover, Fiora's combat prowess was unmatched, her field experience vast, truly an outstanding right hand. Loyal, perceptive, intuitive. She anticipated Qiuya's intent seamlessly, whether in battle or in daily life. Who wouldn't cherish such a capable, devoted, and radiant lieutenant? Martha. At that moment, Superman, Clark Kent, staggered upright. Having metabolized the kryptonite's effects, his strength surged back rapidly. Please, help me save my mother, Martha. She's still in Lex Luthor's hands. We're finished. Superman's recovered. Now I must face 3 Kryptonian super beings barehanded. A chill ran down Bruce's spine as he watched Clark rise. Wait, did he just say Martha? Bruce's own mother bore that name, triggering an immediate visceral memory. Upon hearing Clark utter the name Martha, Bruce suddenly remembered his deceased mother, filled with sorrow. He emotionally shouted, "Why do you mention that name?" That's his mother's name. At that moment, Clark's girlfriend Lois rushed over to explain. Qiuya interjected coolly, "Clark, you destroyed my drone before." Clark anxiously replied, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was yours. I will compensate you. But my mother's time bomb is about to explode. Please help me and find a way to save her." Bruce calmed down slightly, realizing he couldn't bear to let a woman who shared the same name as his late mother lose her life. He quickly asked, "Where is your mother trapped?" I'll go save her right now. He realized that Superman's mother was also human, and Superman must care for his mother just as he did. This realization dulled his previous animosity towards Superman, and much of the hostility in his heart faded away. Someone has already been sent to rescue her. My companion has already gone. Qiuya said. She had already sent Blue Fire and the others to carry out the rescue. Superman, you need to compensate me for the damage to my vehicle. Bruce added, seizing the opportunity to align himself with Qiuya. He was struck by her fearless demeanor in the face of kryptonite, and he had no thoughts of opposing her at that moment. Clark said awkwardly, I'm really sorry, I'm facing financial issues right now. Once I save up some money, I will definitely compensate you. Qiuya rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, you work at the Daily Planet. At your salary, how long will it take to save up enough to compensate for the damage to Batman's vehicle? Luthor's plan to make you two duel is a trick. He threatened Clark's mother, and that's why Clark had no choice but to come here. Lois quickly interjected to explain. Bruce began to worry that the companions Qiuya sent might not be strong enough to successfully rescue Clark's mother, and he wanted to go help. At the same time, he was also concerned that Qiuya would want to fight him, in which case he would be in trouble. He certainly didn't want to face this fearless Kryptonian heroine directly. Seeing an opportunity to slip away, Bruce said, I worry your companions won't be able to handle Luthor's subordinates, so he'll go help. After saying this, he quickly turned and left. Queenie's trying to be clever and slip away. Should we pursue? Fiora said angrily, still feeling uneasy from the kryptonite effects. Let it go? There's a misunderstanding here. I hope he knows better next time. At this moment, Qiuya recalled the world of the Flash movie she had visited before. The Batman of that world, who had no principles against killing, had taken care of Gotham's criminals, making it the safest city in the world, achieving accomplishments that all Batmans had never achieved. She wondered how Supergirl Kara was doing in that world. And the Kryptonian army, she would have to find time to check in on them. Bruce quickly ran to pilot his Batplane, saying, Alfred, help me locate Clark's mother. Relieved that Qiuya didn't pursue him. It seemed that this female Kryptonian was quite nice, and he had previously held too much prejudice against Kryptonian Superman. The old butler Alfred replied, sorry, I overheard your conversation, but I was prepared and located Martha's position near the port in a house. I don't deserve your kindness, Alfred. I was too impulsive regarding Superman. Bruce felt a bit guilty. That Kryptonian spaceship is draining the city's power. It must be Luthor's doing, Lois anxiously said to Clark. I will find Luthor. He must be brought to justice, Clark said before flying away. The scene was left with Qiuya and Fiora. System, can the various equipment I purchased before use reputation points to upgrade and add new functions? Qiuya thought about adding the ability to resist kryptonite radiation to the nanosuit on Fiora. If it could offset most of kryptonite's effects, that would be great. I'm very sorry, host. According to the current system, level equipment upgrades cannot be performed at this time. However, after you eliminate Doomsday, the system will be able to upgrade, and then the upgrade function will be unlocked. At that time, you will be able to enhance the various items you have purchased according to your needs. The system responded. At this moment, Lois' eyes turned as she thought of something and quietly ran over to pick up the broken kryptonite spear, throwing it far away. Of course, Qiuya and Fiora saw it all, but said nothing. Fiora, how much do you know about that Kryptonian monster Doomsday? Qiuya asked curiously as she looked at Fiora. She noticed that Fiora had basically recovered from the effects of kryptonite, proving her strong warrior genes as a Kryptonian. These people are too weak. How dare Luthor use Superman's mother to threaten him? Tony remarked. At this point, they had easily dealt with this group of enemies and successfully rescued Martha. If it weren't for caution taking some time to understand the enemy's situation, we might have ended this rescue even faster. Blue Fire, when you ambushed just now, why did you shout out loud and then blast someone away? You exposed us like that, Natasha reproached. I thought it would sound more impressive and exciting. Against these small fry, I am not afraid of being discovered. Blue Fire now, in robot form, responded. Selena teased Blue Fire, do you act this way in front of your beautiful mistress too? Just then, who's there? Natasha sharply turned around, raising her gun in vigilance. Everyone turned their attention to that direction. Come out. Tony also raised his repulsor beam. It's me, Batman. Bruce emerged from the shadows, his cape billowing behind him. I'm here to rescue Martha. Oh, it's you, Bruce, Selena said, her lips curling into a slight smile. Seeing their reactions, Bruce realized they already knew his true identity, feeling somewhat frustrated. Did everyone now know that Bruce was Batman? Bruce, you're late. We've already successfully rescued Clark's mother, Blue Fire said. Bruce thought to himself, what is this talking robot? What kind of day is this with so much happening? Is it because I previously plotted against Superman that my mind is becoming muddled? I really need to rest well today. Martha, just saved by everyone, was still a bit shaken. She took a moment to adjust her breathing and slowly regained her composure, sincerely saying to everyone, thank you so much for saving me. Her voice trembled slightly, but her face showed a grateful smile as she looked at everyone and sincerely said thank you. No need to thank us. It was just a small effort. the others replied. Bruce was about to speak, but didn't know how to introduce himself. He hesitated for a moment and said, I'm a friend of your son. I can tell you must be Clark's friend after all. You are wearing a cape, Martha said with a gentle smile, her tone warm. At the battlefield where Batman and Superman clashed, Qiuya and Fiora chatted calmly, at an extreme altitude awaiting Doomsday's resurrection. We must act swiftly and eliminate Doomsday without delay, Fiora said, her brow furrowed in concern. Her heart pounded with unease. Doomsday, that monstrous abomination, had once haunted Kryptonians as their darkest nightmare. Qiuya wore an expression of serene confidence. So long as it fears kryptonite, there is no cause for worry. Outside the perimeter, swarms of police officers and heavily armed personnel had already sealed off the area completely. Yet they dared only stand guard beyond the boundary. No one ventured into this lethal forbidden zone. War correspondents from major media outlets had also rushed to the scene, broadcasting live with palpable tension. A female reporter reported breathlessly, "We remain just outside the epicenter of containment. The situation is extremely hazardous. Military and law enforcement personnel have cordoned off this entire region." A thunderous boom shook the air. A sonic shockwave erupted as Clark descended like a streak of cobalt and crimson light, piercing straight through the Kryptonian spacecraft's hull. Inside the vessel, Clark found Lex Luthor seated in the cockpit. A flicker of surprise crossed Luthor's face, then vanished, replaced by his customary haughty smirk. With a theatrical snap of his fingers, he declared, "Running late. Very late, little white rabbit." The onboard computer intoned coldly, 40 seconds until activation. Clark paid no heed to the voice. Silently, resolutely, he strode toward Luthor. "You're out of moves and out of time. You still lack the bat skull." Luthor snapped, waving his arms with arrogant disdain. Beep beep. Luthor's phone chimed sharply. Excuse me. The chef's calling." "One moment," he answered, preparing to order his underlings to burn Martha Kent alive. Gotham barbecue." "Well done, please," he sneered, his smile venomous, his tone flippant, as though placing a casual dinner order. In truth, he was commanding Martha's immolation by fire. Clark watched him in icy silence, shrugging slightly as his joints cracked softly, a restrained tremor of suppressed fury. He trusted that Supergirl's allies, and Batman, had already rescued his mother. Still, he wanted to hear the call himself, to confirm it with his own ears. A sharp cough echoed clearly from the other end. Tony Stark and his team had picked up the line. "Deliver some bad news to our Superman," Luthor declared, still believing his subordinate was on the line. Tony glanced at Bruce and handed him the phone. "Batman, you take this one. We prefer to settle matters face-to-face. Just wait and see." Bruce took the device and spoke, his voice low and grave. Luthor's expression shifted. His smile dissolved, his face paling with shock. At last Clark spoke, his voice deep and unshakable. "You've lost." "I don't know how I've lost," Luthor retorted, a sly glint flashing across his face. He still believed he held one final contingency. Unaware that Doomsday was moments from full resurrection within the ship, Clark replied coolly, "You'll learn." "Learn? Humph." Luthor raised his voice, pointing emphatically at Clark. "I bear no hatred for criminals. I despise crime itself. And you, my friend, the Kryptonian, you are crime incarnate." He strode forward, eyes blazing with fanatic fervor. "I cannot let you win. I granted the Bat his chance to fight, but he proved too weak." His voice rose further. "So if humanity cannot slay you, the false god," he roared, voice cracking with intensity, "then let the true devil do the work." With those words, he glared at Clark with vicious contempt. Just as the Doomsday revival apparatus completed its countdown and word to life, a surge of crackling energy surged into the ship's systems. Lights across towering skyscrapers flared and died. Metropolis plunged into absolute darkness. Instantly, television networks issued emergency bulletins. Metropolis has gone dark. Widespread blackouts stretch from the northern to the northwestern sectors. FBI agents are en route. Is this the opening salvo of a larger-scale terrorist assault? Luthor approached the nascent form of Doomsday, exclaiming with feverish zeal, "Ancient Kryptonian aberration, arise anew, fueled by my blood." He raised his hand, revealing a fresh, bleeding wound. Within the bioreactor, Doomsday's colossal frame rapidly coalesced. Turning sharply, Luthor pointed at Clark, his voice thick with venom. "It was born solely to destroy you. It is your Doomsday." Doomsday rose and unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking roar toward the heavens. Sensing its presence, Clark's expression hardened instantly, his gaze sharpening with grim resolve. The monster advanced, lowering its massive head to stare down at Luthor. "Now even gods shall die." Luthor laughed, drunk on the illusion that he could command this ultimate Kryptonian weapon. "Roar." Doomsday threw open its maw and roared directly at Luthor, its breath whipping his long hair violently backward. Startled, Luthor recoiled, then quickly lifted his chin, closed his eyes, and spread his arms wide, as if basking in a gentle spring breeze. Yet he remained tragically ignorant, though he had resurrected Doomsday with his own flesh and blood. The beast would obey no master, not even him. Clark stared wide-eyed, then watched as Doomsday reared back and slammed both fists into the ground with a thunderous seismic crash. Then it lunged, swinging a colossal fist straight at Luthor. Eyes snapping open, Luthor turned deathly pale, instinctively raising both arms to shield his head before twisting violently away. Clark shot forward in an instant, catching Doomsday's killing blow with both hands, halting certain death. Meanwhile, Tony's team raced toward the site at breakneck speed. Bruce piloted the newly upgraded Batplane, gliding silently through the night sky. Bluefire transformed into a compact fighter jet carrying Natasha and Selena. Tony, clad in his Iron Man armor, flew centrally, flanked by the two aircraft. Bruce frowned, studying the sleek machine beside him, the one that had been mechanical moments earlier, and the crimson-armored figure beside him. Who are these people? 1,000 questions churned in his mind. He'd pushed the Batplane to its maximum velocity, yet the small fighter and the red-armored figure kept pace effortlessly. Clearly the Batplane was not the fastest craft present. They had deliberately slowed to match his speed. Bruce felt a jolt of profound astonishment. He had never heard of them, especially not the man in the flamboyant crimson armor. Such a bold theatrical presence should have left undeniable traces. Yet aside from Selena, their identities were utterly absent from every global database. I will uncover who they are. Bruce clenched his fist inwardly. But first, this mission comes above all. What's happening? Qiuya's livestream cut out abruptly. I'm concerned. Natasha's brow furrowed. She's immensely powerful. Nothing serious could threaten her, Selena replied, but her own brows nodded faintly, betraying quiet anxiety. In truth, Qiuya had simply paused her stream to conserve points. Bluefire, how about blasting some onboard music to lighten the mood? Tony suggested casually mid-flight. The team maintained constant comms via encrypted channel. Tony wasn't overly anxious. He believed no one could surpass Supergirl in raw power. Tony, you're insufferably dull, Natasha shot back with a roll of her eyes. No problem. I'll play a track embedded in my original firmware. Bluefire immediately complied. Hello everyone. Welcome to Produce 101. I am a trainee with... The sound of the Bluefire speaker was exceedingly loud. The singing echoed in the night sky. Suddenly interrupted. Bruce's thoughts were broken. What happened? Why is music playing? Tony asked. Jarvis, translate the meaning of the lyrics. Sir, this is a Chinese song singing GNI Tai Mei. Jarvis translated the lyrics while following the song's melody. Tony exclaimed, Bluefire, what is this? Quickly turn it off. Selena couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Alright, I'm turning it off. Bluefire quickly cut off the music playback. Bluefire, send me this song. Tony mumbled, I need to study this song carefully when I get back. It must be something Wonder Woman often listens to. Alright, send it to you, Bluefire replied. There's a commotion ahead. A battle has broken out. Let's hurry over. Go. Tony and Bluefire accelerated, leaving the Batwing far behind. Bruce grumbled, my Batwing is too outdated. It needs improvements. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qiuya had already activated the two-world live broadcast. The live broadcast has started again. The viewers were passionately discussing. Oh my god, that monster looks terrifying, even bigger than the Hulk. Superman's attacks seem ineffective against it. Superman needs his teammates' support. Where's Batman? Come help. Laughing to death, Batman was just trying to take down Superman. Are they going to become teammates now? Clark and Doomsday exchanged blows, battling from the spaceship to outside. Doomsday grabbed Clark's leg and slammed him hard against the Superman statue. Boom. With a loud crash, the Superman statue shattered from Clark's body, and he flew far away from the inertia. This demonstrated the immense power of Doomsday. After observing for a while, Qiuya noticed the battlefield moving further away and flew beside Clark. She appeared on the live broadcast screen. Clark, lure it to the uninhabited area. This guy will destroy everything in sight. Seeing Qiuya appear, the Marvel live chat room erupted with excitement. Oh yeah, Wonder Woman has finally appeared. The strongest warrior in the universe has arrived. I've set up my little stool, sitting tight, ready to enjoy the goddess battle. I wonder how much stronger Wonder Woman has become. How can she take me out with one punch? You must be joking. I estimate Wonder Woman could destroy a city with a single punch now. People from the Marvel universe saw Qiuya appear, and no one worried about her being unable to win. In the DC universe, however, most were still unaware of Qiuya's strength, leading to a more pessimistic reaction. Great. The strongest Superman now has a Wonder Woman as a helper. They'll surely defeat that monster. But this monster has already overpowered Superman. Oh, what role can this Wonder Woman play? I think Wonder Woman might be even stronger. The kryptonite that even Superman fears has no effect on her. Some DC Universe users began to discuss the power comparison between the two. Clark fully agreed with Qiuya's suggestion and prepared to fly forward to lure Doomsday away from the densely populated city to the uninhabited area. Good. I'm following your lead. In your introduction video, you seemed much stronger than me. I hope that's true, so we can successfully take down this terrifying monster and stop it from harming the world. Unexpectedly at this moment, the U.S. military troops and numerous helicopters rushed in, frantically launching missiles at Doomsday. However, this level of attack was like a tickle to Doomsday. Not only did it have no effect, but it also absorbed the force to evolve itself. Doomsday roared in fury, howling at the sky. Roar! A wave of powerful energy erupted from its body, and a massive shockwave spread outward, creating a terrifying scene. The surrounding buildings and skyscrapers were shaken to the brink of collapse by this energy. Clearly, Doomsday had further enhanced itself by absorbing the attacking power. Seeing this, Clark inwardly exclaimed that it was bad. It seemed that Doomsday's strength had increased again. Just as he was about to fly forward, he saw Qiuya had already charged out. The U.S. military is truly a bunch of pig teammates. After Qiuya swiftly flew past, she clenched her fist, gathering her energy for a powerful strike, hitting Doomsday hard. With a deafening boom, Doomsday was knocked hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. From a distance, Wonder Woman halted her approach to provide support, startled by the intensity of Qiuya's strike. That noise is too loud. Tony and Bluefire, who had just arrived, stopped on a high building, gazing at the battle scene before them. Selena and Miss Natasha, we shouldn't participate in such a fierce battle. Let's observe from a distance. Bluefire said, releasing the two women from the cabin. Fine, you all stay here. But I am Iron Man wearing the iron armor. I must go provide support, Tony said, and without waiting for anyone's response, he flew directly towards the battlefield. The Batwing also quickly flew over. What exactly happened over there, Alfred? Bruce piloted the Batwing, watching distant explosions and continuous energy shockwaves, clearly indicating that something significant had occurred. The two maintained communication through voice. Who? Alfred took a deep breath. How should I put this? I've never seen a scene like this. Can you describe it in detail? Bruce asked with a frown. The intensity of the battle is beyond imagination. There is a gigantic monster. Alfred detailed everything he had witnessed. Doomsday's vitality was extraordinarily resilient. After being knocked down by Qiuya, it immediately got back up, grabbed a large chunk of reinforced concrete beside it, and forcefully hurled it at a U.S. military helicopter approaching for support. Clark was quick to react, flying swiftly to shield the helicopter from the attack. Keep your distance. Don't come over to provide support. I don't want to be distracted by saving you while fighting, Clark shouted to the helicopter. However, no one could hear Clark's words, and heavy weaponry shells and missiles continued to bombard Doomsday. At this moment, Qiuya flew above Doomsday, her right fist aimed at its abdomen, delivering a powerful hook that echoed with a loud bang, sending Doomsday flying into the sky. Qiuya chased after it like lightning. As Doomsday rolled in the air, still not reaching its peak altitude, Qiuya had already flown above it, descending and delivering a powerful kick to its back. Boom. Doomsday was kicked down like a meteor, crashing into the ground and kicking up dust. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Doomsday, earning 400 points. Qiuya was taken aback. Can Doomsday repeatedly give points? Doomsday was evidently struggling to withstand Qiuya's attacks. Her speed was too fast, and her power too strong, causing the absorption rate to fall behind her output frequency. Qiuya's powerful offensive quickly broke its defenses. However, if given time, it could recover and become even stronger. Doomsday staggered to its feet from the ground. Seeing this, the U.S. military planes began a new round of bombardment, giving it a boost. High explosive bombs and missiles hit Doomsday in succession. How it roared to the sky, eagerly absorbing this new wave of attacking power, its strength rising again. U.S. military headquarters. Mr. President, the nuclear missile button is ready and can be fired at any time. The Doomsday grew significantly larger after continuously absorbing the attacks from the U.S. military, appearing even more powerful and terrifying. It let out a long howl, its voice brimming with rage and ferocity. A powerful wave of energy radiated from its body, stirring the debris of ruined buildings around it. It seems the situation is dire. It's on its feet again. Tony frowned as he flew in. Take this. He raised his palm cannon and unleashed a powerful laser at the Doomsday. However, the laser struck the Doomsday like a gentle massage, failing to even break its skin as it directly absorbed the energy. The Doomsday, noticing Tony, turned its head and charged up towards the sky. Damn it, it's too strong. Tony hurriedly activated his thrusters in an attempt to escape its grasp. The Doomsday was about to tear him apart with its hands. In this critical moment, Qiuya rushed over and landed a heavy punch on the Doomsday's head. Stunned, the Doomsday finally released its grip on Tony and fell from the sky. Thank you. That's the nth time you've saved me, Tony said, stabilizing his armor as he hovered in the air, addressing Qiuya. Tony, don't use your weapons against it. It can absorb all kinds of energy, and conventional methods won't work on it, she warned. Qiuya hovered beside Tony, reminding him. Queen Fiora also flew over. On the ground, the Doomsday roared again. Superman Clark observed the U.S. military helicopters still surrounding the Doomsday, unwilling to retreat, knowing they would hinder the battle against it. If the Doomsday launched an attack, he would have to split his focus to rescue those reckless soldiers. Moreover, there were residential areas nearby. If crossfire affected civilians, the consequences would be unthinkable. He had to quickly shift the battlefield. Superman had no time to persuade them further and immediately dashed behind the Doomsday, taking advantage of its dazed state from Qiuya's punch. He swiftly hoisted it up, utilizing his super speed to lift the Doomsday high into the sky. I need to take it to a safe place far away from people, Superman thought. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Superman continued to accelerate, preparing to carry the Doomsday out of the atmosphere. U.S. military headquarters. Sir, look, they're leaving the city, a female officer exclaimed as she monitored the screen. It seems Superman is going to take it into space. We can launch a nuclear missile now, Mr. President, an elderly officer said after glancing at the screen. No, not yet. Are you crazy? Someone interjected. They're high enough we can attack with a nuclear missile without causing any casualties, sir. There will be at least one casualty, Mr. President. Superman, a Mars hunter disguised as a human in formal attire, stated. The command center fell silent for 2 seconds. At this moment, Superman had already taken the Doomsday into space. The Doomsday was entangled with him in the cosmos. May God have mercy on us all. The president finished speaking and issued the order. Key inserted. Nuclear missile Redbird is ready. Launch. 3, 2, 1. The mechanical countdown finished, and the nuclear missile soared into the sky, illuminating the dark night. J-A-R-V-I-S. What's happening? Tony exclaimed, staring at the bright light in the sky. Sir, they have launched a nuclear missile at Superman and the Doomsday in space. J-A-R-V-I-S. replied. Every world's U.S. seems to like hitting their allies, Qiuya commented. But doesn't the Doomsday absorb any energy to become stronger? If it really absorbs the energy of the nuclear missile? Tony frowned. If nothing goes wrong, it will, Fiora replied beside him. System check my personal panel. Host name Qiuya. Height 178. Points 628,600. Reputation 4999999. Body density 6. 2 million times that of an ordinary person. Weight on Earth using biofield 60 kilograms. Flying speed 1832 Mach. Current abilities: steel body, super strength, super hearing, super vision, super mental acuity, super brain, super speed, super endurance, super regeneration, flight, biofield, heat vision, ice, breath, mastery of magic, x-ray vision, etc. System, didn't you say after upgrading that defeating an enemy would allow me to obtain their skills at a discounted price? Qiuya mentally asked. You once counted as defeating the Doomsday, so give me some points. Although her current strength was enough to defeat the Doomsday, having more skills would only make her stronger. Not bad, host. The system replied. The Doomsday has a super skill that allows it to absorb various energies to evolve, but since the host has defeated it once, you can now get a 50 discount. The virtual interface of the system shop immediately switched, displaying energy absorption price after 50 discount. System enhanced version 5 billion reputation points, normal version 2 billion reputation points, limited version 500 million reputation points. Since there were always people viewing her related videos, Qiuya's reputation points were continuously increasing. Qiuya looked at her current reputation balance. It had increased a bit, now 5 billion, which was just enough to pay for the discounted price of the system enhanced version. System, is there a big difference between the three versions? There is a significant difference. The limited version can only absorb a small amount of attack, while the normal version has the same abilities as the Doomsday. As for the enhanced version, it's a cheat. It can absorb and convert not just nuclear missiles, but also energy from the Dark Dimension. The Dark Dimension? That's where Dormammu's energy source is. Alright, I'll buy the enhanced version now. Qiuya decisively chose to purchase. Ding, purchase successful. The system prompt sounded. I'm going to test the power of this new skill right now. With that, Qiuya activated all her strength, unleashing her super speed as she shot towards outer space, eagerly wanting to experience the feeling of absorbing such massive energy. System, the self-healing ability of Wolverine that I purchased before is also the enhanced version, right? It reduces pain when injured. Qiuya couldn't help but ask again while flying. Yes, host, the system seemed to respond somewhat helplessly. You're being overly cautious. With your current strength as a female Superman, a mere nuclear missile is no challenge. Even without these skills, you can handle it. I just like the feeling of being foolproof, Qiuya said. With the enhanced version of the self-healing ability backing me up, I can be more at ease absorbing this nuclear missile's energy. Besides, in the movie, Superman was hit by a nuclear missile and ended up fainting. I don't want to feel that kind of pain. Qiuya quickly caught up with the nuclear bomb, flying alongside it at the same speed for a few seconds. People in the DC world were astonished, their eyes wide open at the sight. Is this a nuclear bomb? Is this battle about to escalate into a nuclear war? Is it really a nuclear bomb? It doesn't matter if it is a nuclear bomb as it is flying high enough. It is the United States trying to eliminate that monster with a nuclear bomb, but they have overlooked Superman. That's terrible. Even the guardian of the world, Superman, must be eliminated together. What will happen to Superman? What should we do? An alien is about to face humanity's strongest weapon, and we should eliminate it along with the monster. I believe Superman can handle it. Supergirl has also gone to support. Hopefully she can withstand it. Most people believe the nuclear bomb could easily eliminate Doomsday. Some believe the world did not need Superman, as humanity's nuclear bomb was enough to defeat any enemy. The audience from the Marvel world was also in an uproar. A nuclear bomb. My God, how terrifying would it be if it exploded? This is so unfair to that Superman. The goddess has gone to save him. I believe in her strength. How could the U.S. government throw a nuclear bomb at Superman and the monster in space? Have they gone mad? At this moment, Natasha and Selena also saw this scene through the live projection of Blue Fire. The superheroes are fighting, and they are stabbing them in the back, Natasha said, staring blankly at the screen, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Selena, having grown up in America and often witnessing various dark aspects, was not surprised by the government's actions. She should know what she's doing after flying over voluntarily when she saw the situation, Selena said worriedly. With her current strength, there shouldn't be a major problem, right? As she spoke, she unconsciously tapped her fingers against her thigh, attempting to appear calm, but her anxiety was still evident. Selena looked up at Natasha, hoping to receive a reassuring answer from her face. After a moment of contemplation, Natasha's face flickered with uncertainty, but she still tried to sound confident. It should be fine. We can only trust her. Compared to her, our strength is too weak. We can't help her at all. In the vicinity of the atmosphere, Clark saw Qiuya flying, followed closely by a nuclear bomb, and was instantly alarmed. He hurriedly waved at Qiuya and shouted, "Get away from here. Hurry." His face was filled with anxiety. Although the air was thin near the atmosphere, making sound transmission less effective, communication was not an issue for the two with super hearing. After speaking, Clark tightly embraced the struggling Doomsday, locking it firmly by the neck to prevent it from evading the nuclear bomb's attack. He assessed that the power of the nuclear bomb was great enough, and whether he could withstand it was still uncertain. Regardless, he had already decided to sacrifice himself to resolve this crisis. This thought made Clark's face grave, and a determined light flickered in his eyes. He knew this could be his last battle, but he had no regrets. As long as he could eliminate the monster Doomsday and protect the Earth, he was willing to give his life. Doomsday desperately twisted its body, attempting to break free from Clark's control, but Clark gritted his teeth and held on with all his might. After a fierce stalemate with Doomsday, Clark finally succeeded in trapping it along with himself in the path of the nuclear bomb, awaiting the arrival of the final moment. "You go home," Clark called to Qiuya, his eyes full of reluctance and sadness. However, Qiuya not only did not leave, but quickly flew to Clark's side. Then she struck Doomsday with both fists, landing a heavy blow on either side of its head. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, even though the surrounding air was thin. Doomsday was dizzy from the hit, its struggles noticeably diminished, and Clark felt much relieved. "Don't worry, you'll help share some of the nuclear blast. It's just a nuclear bomb. To Superman from Krypton, it is merely a small case," Qiuya said to Clark. At this moment, the nuclear bomb was already approaching. "All right, I hope it goes as you say," Clark replied when he saw Qiuya unwilling to leave. "I am Superman, let me be in front. You hide behind me." Qiuya said nothing but pried open Clark's arms around Doomsday's head. Then she utilized her biofield to expand the range of her punch, striking Clark, which sent him flying away, distancing him from the nuclear bomb. Meanwhile, Qiuya's biofield firmly locked onto Doomsday, preparing to endure the nuclear bomb's impact together. After Doomsday absorbs the nuclear explosion and upgrades, defeating it again will yield greater rewards from the system. Clark, who had been knocked away, stared blankly at everything happening. At the same time, the viewers watching the live broadcast were also in an uproar. A small portion of those opposed were gloating, thinking that both Kryptonian Supermen were doomed this time. Very good, this Superman is always high and mighty. Let humanity's strongest weapon, the nuclear bomb, take them all out. Qiuya's fans saw her bearing the nuclear explosion alone to defeat the monster. Some were so worried that they clasped their hands tightly, and covered their mouths, crying out, "Oh my God." Others shouted, "Go for it, goddess, you can do it. May Supergirl be safe." There were also those who, although worried, had more faith in Han Qiuya's strength, telling the anxious ones around them, "Don't worry, Supergirl can handle it." Those who supported the superheroes angrily condemned the U.S. government's actions, believing they should not launch nuclear bombs at superheroes from behind. The U.S. government has made a foolish mistake. While heroes are fighting, what are you doing? Han Qiuya's reputation points began to increase rapidly. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 76 reputation points from Bruce Wayne. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 84 reputation points from Diana Prince. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 88 reputation points from Selena. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 90 reputation points from Stan Lee. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 88 reputation points from Michael. Boom. After a deafening explosion, the nuclear bomb detonated near the atmosphere. The nuclear bomb exploded. At that moment, the Batmobile, driven by Batman, was flying under the Jiangjiang Bridge. Inside the aircraft, Bruce Wayne looked up at the massive mushroom cloud in the sky, fear flashing in his eyes as he muttered, "My God." Nearby residents began to step out of their doors or peek out of their windows, gazing at the extremely bright light of the nuclear explosion. The darkness of the night was instantly illuminated as bright as day. People wore expressions of shock and fear. For a moment, apart from the echoes of the nuclear explosion, there was silence across a wide area. All eyes were focused on the dazzling nuclear explosion point in the sky. Soon a fiery object streaked across the sky like a meteor, falling at high speed and producing a sonic boom. It then crashed heavily to the ground, causing a tremendous tremor. Boom. With a loud bang, the earth shook and dirt was sent flying. The falling fireball was none other than Doomsday. The location of the nuclear explosion was mere inches away from Han Qiuya's position. Yet this nuclear blast, capable of annihilating a city, caused no harm to her. Han Qiuya gently closed her eyes, her expression relaxed as she reveled in the abundant energy. Consuming a nuclear bomb is truly a delightful experience. For Han Qiuya, the intense heat and radiation generated by the nuclear explosion felt like a warm breeze caressing her body. She could sense every cell in her being rejoicing with joy. They greedily absorbed this powerful energy in 3 swift steps. The first step, reception. The round nuclei actively received the energy impact. The second step, transformation. The nuclei deformed, converting the energy into elastic potential energy. The third step, release. The nuclei swiftly regained their shape, transforming and evenly releasing energy outward, strengthening the cells. The vast nuclear energy was continuously transformed within Han Qiuya, akin to the gentle spring rain nourishing the earth, becoming a precious nutrient that endlessly revitalized her body. Meanwhile, the sun skimmed over the horizon, casting its rays upon Han Qiuya. The light waves resonated with her cells, igniting a powerful energy within her. Han Qiuya gently closed her eyes and tilted her head back, slightly basking in the dual pleasure from the nuclear explosion and the sun. She felt power gathering within her, swirling and expanding like a vortex. Every cell in her body was crazily strengthening, as if they were about to emit dazzling brilliance. In the distance, another superhuman, Clark, floated near the atmosphere. Due to his distance from the explosion, he did not lose consciousness as in the movies. However, the nuclear explosion left him immensely weakened, and he closed his eyes, wishing to drift into slumber. Yet as the sunlight shone upon him, he sensed the power within him gradually recovering. He could hear each of his cells cheering, yearning for more sunlight, like sunflowers blooming. Clark slightly opened his eyes, feeling the sunlight, causing his eyelashes to flutter. He slowly spread his palm, feeling the warmth of sunlight in his hand. Using his supervision to gaze in the direction of the explosion, he discovered that Han Qiuya was unscathed and seemingly still enjoying the absorption of energy. Clark regained some strength, and having regained his ability to fly, hurriedly soared over to Han Qiuya. "Are you alright? It's just a nuclear bomb, I'm fine." Han Qiuya opened her eyes, brimming with vitality. She radiated a strong wave of energy. Clark asked in surprise, "It seems you can absorb the energy of a nuclear bomb." "Incredible. Kryptonians don't seem to have that ability." "I'm not ordinary. I possess a perfect Kryptonian bloodline, something you probably haven't heard of. I grew up on Earth, so I'm not very familiar with it. Today I've learned something new." With that, Clark activated his supervision to search for Doomsday. "Not good. Though it was struck by a nuclear bomb and fell to the ground, it hasn't died and seems to have absorbed the energy from the explosion." Han Qiuya adjusted her posture with satisfaction, fully digesting the immense energy she had just gained. Suspended in the atmosphere alongside Clark, they basked in the sun's rays, their strength continuously increasing. "Don't worry, Wonder Woman is here. She is a demigod and can hold it off for a while. Let's recover here for a bit before heading off to the final battle," Han Qiuya said, admiring the sunlight streaming over the horizon. The sun at the horizon is truly a beautiful sight. Image Clark puzzled asked Wonder Woman. System report the data. What is my flight speed? Host Han Qiuya flight speed 3826 Mach, 1301, 99 kilometers per second. Not bad, I can fly back to the ground in less than a second. Military Command Center. Body 1 impact the ground. A female officer stared at the screen as a red dot fell on a location on the map. Location Eastern Metropolis uninhabited. Bodies 2 and 3. She frowned at the 2 other dots that remained static on the screen, paused for a moment, then said solemnly, no significant signs of re-entry into the atmosphere. What about bodies 2 and 3? The president's voice came through the communication device, audible to everyone in the command center. They are 2 Kryptonian superhumans, Mr. President. The Martian manhunter replied in a low voice, brow furrowed. He was contemplating whether to intervene against Doomsday, but he knew he couldn't contend with this monster. Sir, it's moving, an officer exclaimed. On the screen, the red dot representing Doomsday was in motion. The live feed was showing footage of Doomsday. It was seen emitting electric sparks, roaring as it frantically tore at its own skin. Beneath its skin, bones were rapidly growing, soon breaking through the surface, forming terrifying bone spikes. Simultaneously, it released chilling yellow lightning accompanied by a booming sound as it crushed and spread in all directions. Clearly, it had absorbed the energy from the nuclear explosion and undergone a new evolution, increasing in size once more. Witnessing this scene, the audience from both worlds were dumbfounded. How can this monster be so resilient? It's over. It seems to have evolved. Even nuclear weapons have no effect on it. What can we do? Quick, let Superman return to eliminate it. Superman was stabbed in the back by humanity. Wonder Woman won't be in trouble, will she? Fortunately, this terrible monster isn't in our world. Doomsday was notoriously brutal and tireless, bent on destroying everything in its sight. If left unchecked on Earth, it would relentlessly wreak havoc and continuously strengthen itself by absorbing energy with no one able to stop it. In the Marvel S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury witnessed this scene. This kind of monster must not come to our world. In the DC military command, an officer suggested, what if we launch more nuclear bombs? The Martian manhunter Calvin quickly interjected, the shockwaves produced during each of its evolutions are becoming increasingly potent. Every time we strike it, it grows stronger. Listen to me, we can't attack it anymore. The president's voice asked from the other end, what do you mean, Calvin? It means we cannot destroy this thing. After saying this, the Martian manhunter closed his eyes in despair. The command center fell into a hushed silence, with everyone's faces turning grim. The Batplane flew toward the landing site of Doomsday, surrounded by swirling dust. Soon Bruce's eyes widened as he saw the invigorated Doomsday standing there. Upon seeing this, Doomsday shot a massive beam of yellow heat vision from its enormous eyes toward the Batplane. Oh, shit. Bruce hurriedly maneuvered the aircraft to avoid it. Wayne, can you hear me? Are you alright? The voice of his butler Alfred came through. Alfred, it's a Kryptonian creature. Only kryptonite weapons can kill it. Perhaps, but only if we have any left, Alfred replied with a tone of resignation. If only they hadn't fought among themselves and had used those kryptonite weapons against Superman instead. I had originally kept a kryptonite bullet, but I ended up using it in the last attack against the female superhero. Alfred replied, that spear. Although it's broken, it's made of pure kryptonite. Bruce said it fell in Gotham. If we can pierce Doomsday's skin with it, we should be able to kill it. That's right, theoretically speaking. Alfred sounded a bit uncertain. I need to lead it back to Gotham, back to the kryptonite. At that moment, Bruce suddenly saw a red armored figure pressing against the glass of his Batwing. He was taken aback. A voice interrupted in the communication channel. Are you sure that thing will work? It had no effect on the female superhero before. It was Tony who had hacked into their channel. Bruce pondered for a moment and replied, we won't know until we try. I can fly much faster than you, so let me go back and get it. You hold it off here first. Tony said, and before Bruce could respond, he zoomed away. It's nice to have a partner, right? Not having to fight alone, what do you think? Alfred said from the other end of the communication. Bruce did not respond. His heart was resolute with a thought. Forming a league and gathering everyone's strength to confront this threat was a good idea. Maybe afterwards we can discuss the matter of the league, but we have to get through this first. Bruce murmured to himself, then piloted the Batwing toward Doomsday. Inside, Tony's armor Jarvis voice chimed in. Sir, the female superhero left a message. She said she was sunbathing in the atmosphere and would be back to assist soon. I knew she would be fine. Tony exclaimed happily. Before, he thought Han Qiuya was so strong that she wouldn't easily get into trouble, but her prolonged absence made him increasingly worried. On the other side, Selena and Natasha were shocked to see that Doomsday was unharmed after evolving once again upon returning to Earth. At this moment, Blue Flame suddenly spoke up. The Master left a message. She said she's coming soon to deal with Doomsday. Don't worry, ladies. Really? That's great. Selena exclaimed. She was fine even with a nuclear bomb exploding nearby. She's so powerful. Natasha added. If she's that strong by herself, why does she need to form a Supergirl League and recruit us? We are so weak we can't help at all. Because she likes beautiful women. Selena speculated uncertainly. Doomsday roared, continuously firing massive heat vision blasts at the Batwing. Bruce maneuvered the aircraft while firing back frantically. Rat-a-tat. However, Doomsday gradually mastered its newly acquired ability, operating its heat vision with increasing proficiency. Soon, boom. The heat vision grazed the tail of the Batwing. Oh no. Bruce had no choice but to desperately control the aircraft for an emergency landing. In the atmosphere, a recovering Clark saw Bruce struggling in battle below, while Doomsday continued to absorb energy, feeling a bit anxious. I need to go assist first. With that, he darted downwards. Qiuya, however, remained calm and composed, having the audacity to act. After all, she could dive from thousands of kilometers above ground in less than a second, so she could start acting anytime without rushing. After the Batwing made an emergency landing, it skidded and crashed into a large tree, coming to a stop, temporarily trapping Bruce inside the cockpit. At that moment, Doomsday leaped and landed with a bang not far from Bruce, kicking up a cloud of dust. Oh damn! Bruce looked at it in despair. Roar! Doomsday roared, its eyes glowing, about to unleash its heat vision. At that moment, Qiuya high above took action. Without needing to accelerate, she began her flight at a speed of 3,826 Mach. Whoosh! Surpassing Clark in an instant. Clark only felt a flash before Qiuya's figure became unreachable. As she approached the battlefield, Qiuya noticed Wonder Woman, who had been watching from the sidelines, spring into action. So she paused and hovered at several kilometers above ground. System, there should be a BGM for Wonder Woman available for purchase in the store. Of course, but there's no need to buy it. It's included as a bonus from the artificial intelligence Skynet. That's a bit conscientious. Skynet, prepare to play the BGM for Wonder Woman in the livestream. Sure, master. Qiuya communicated with the system and Skynet in less than a millisecond. Bruce instinctively raised his arms to shield his head when he saw Doomsday's eyes light up. Roar! Doomsday unleashed its heat vision. The BGM played. Wonder Woman made her entrance. A figure leaped in front of Bruce, crossing her arms over her chest, using the bracers on her wrists to block the two beams of heat vision. Livestream room. Oh no, who will save Batman? Why is there BGM playing? Doomsday halted its attack, seemingly surprised that someone could block its heat vision. Is there another expert? Bruce lowered his arms and recognized the somewhat familiar figure before him. He had investigated her information before, seen a photo of her from World War II, and they had met once. Wonder Woman. Bruce praised in his heart. Livestream room. Oh, who is this hero? She comes with her own BGM. She seems to be a female hero. So awesome. Goddess. So cool. By the way, who played this BGM? Oh. Wonder Woman shouted, lunging forward and delivering a powerful strike. Boom. A wave of tremendous energy surged toward Doomsday, causing it to stagger back several meters, carving a trench in the ground. But it quickly stabilized its stance, appearing to be largely unaffected. At that moment, a sonic boom erupted as a figure streaked across the sky, charging at Doomsday. At high speed, bang. Clark dove down from high above, directly colliding with the massive Doomsday and sending it flying. Doomsday's body crashed into the forest. Boom. Immediately, a massive fireball erupted, igniting a forest fire. Oh. Superman isn't dead. He's back. I knew it. Many people in the DC world were moved to tears upon witnessing this scene. Clark hovered in the air, illuminated by the explosion's flames. So cool. Gas prices are going to rise. No, aren't you all concerned about a more serious issue? This monster seems to be getting stronger again, or it can absorb energy, a viewer said anxiously. Who cares anyway? That punch from Superman was too stylish. He will definitely defeat it. Awesome. Superman is back. Supergirl should be fine too. In Gotham City, Lois hurried to find the kryptonite spear she had thrown into the water after realizing that Doomsday was not dead. Just as she was about to dive underwater, a red figure flew in. It was Tony. Miss, have you seen a green spear? Tony had searched for the kryptonite spear for a while, but couldn't find it. Following Jarvis' prompt, he noticed that Lois seemed to be searching for something urgently, so he hurriedly followed her. Sir, that's Clark, Superman's girlfriend, Jarvis reminded. Who are you? Lois asked nervously. Don't be nervous, I'm a friend of Supergirl here to find the kryptonite spear to deal with Doomsday, Tony explained. I threw it in the water earlier and was just about to dive to find it. Is it here? I'll go down to find it, and my armor is waterproof. While Doomsday was still recovering, Clark flew over to Bruce. Do you have any kryptonite weapons left? No, but someone is currently looking for that broken spear in Gotham, Bruce replied. Roar. Doomsday let out a furious roar, seemingly drawing in new energy. This thing can absorb energy again, Wonder Woman, Diana said solemnly. The two walked over and stood beside Diana. The three stood in a line ready to face the battle. Image. The Day of Destruction began to evolve once more this time, with even greater momentum. People from both realms stared in astonishment at this scene. They beheld its massive form surrounded by dazzling yellow lightning clearly larger than before. Boom. As the evolution completed, a colossal energy shockwave radiated outward. Bruce hurriedly ran away seeking cover. Superman stood motionless, completely unaffected. Wonder Woman lifted one leg, bending backward, while raising her round shield in front of her. The two faced the shockwave head in, firmly holding their ground. After the shockwave passed, a cry erupted. Aya! Wonder Woman shouted loudly, her legs springing forward with force like a powerful spring, launching herself into the air, aiming to pierce the Day of Destruction. Superman was not to be outdone, taking off at high speed, closely following her. The Day of Destruction swung a fist at Wonder Woman, who nimbly dodged and countered, striking its leg with her shield, causing it to falter backward. Seizing the opportunity, Superman flew in and delivered a heavy punch, driving it down toward the ground. Boom! Both Wonder Woman and Superman capitalized on this battle opportunity and charged forward. Wonder Woman leaped high into the air, wielding her sword, intent on piercing the Day of Destruction. The entity swiftly rolled to avoid her, causing her long sword to stab into the ground. Superman dove in, but the quick-reacting Day of Destruction knocked him away with a powerful fist. Batman, having exhausted his kryptonite bullets, anxiously watched the fierce battle from the sidelines. With his mortal body participating in such a level of combat, even the residual waves could injure him. The battle grew increasingly intense. Wonder Woman became more valiant in the fray, showing no signs of retreat against the formidable Day of Destruction. However, the Day of Destruction could absorb energy, seemingly growing stronger as the battle progressed. Even with their combined efforts, Superman and Wonder Woman struggled to secure victory. Batman racked his brain for a strategy, only to fret. Where is the kryptonite spear? Meanwhile, Qiuya in the sky was quite pleased. The stronger the Day of Destruction, the more points she would earn upon defeating it. System, can I keep farming points from the Day of Destruction? Of course not, the system decisively rejected. According to the movie plot, it mainly evolves 3 times, and you can earn points from it a maximum of 3 times with a limit of 1500 each time. You are not being fair, system. You have no conscience. This system is too good. You are becoming increasingly arrogant. Qiuya turned her gaze back to the ground and saw a familiar red figure suddenly appear in the sky. It was Tony. Bruce, I brought the kryptonite spear. Who should take it to stab the Day of Destruction? Tony inquired. Superman noticed the situation and quickly flew over. Let me do it, he said, taking the 2 sections of the kryptonite spear and flying towards the Day of Destruction. The kryptonite radiation made him feel uncomfortable, but Superman gritted his teeth and roared as he charged toward the Day of Destruction. The Day of Destruction punched Wonder Woman away, and seeing Superman approach, grabbed the 2 sections of the spear from his hands. Its strength surpassed Superman's, snatching away 1 section of the spear while preparing to stab Superman with it. Superman's expression changed, but quickly turned resolute as he reclaimed the other section of the spear, ready to fight for his life against the Day of Destruction. Ignoring the strike from the Day of Destruction aimed at him, he thrust the broken spear forward with all his might. The Day of Destruction should be nearing an upgrade to 1500 points. In this critical moment, Qiuya descended from the sky, diving straight down at a speed exceeding 1,000 kilometers per second. Bang! With a punch, she drove the Day of Destruction deep into the ground. Superman Clark, affected by the kryptonite radiation, gasped. I was worried you wouldn't come to support. Now you're the strongest force on the surface. Put down the kryptonite spear. Leave this to me, Qiuya said. Wonder Woman approached the spot where the Day of Destruction had fallen, peering down only to see a bottomless pit. It was dark inside, obscuring the Day of Destruction's figure. She turned shocked and looked at Qiuya, saying, I wish you had come sooner. Be careful, this monster won't die easily, Batman, who had retreated far away, warned loudly. Tony flew over as well, retracting his helmet to reveal his face, excitedly saying, Idol, that punch was so cool. With you here, the Earth feels so safe. In the Marvel Universe, Nick Fury, who was leisurely sipping coffee while watching the live broadcast, spat out his drink upon seeing Tony's figure. What the hell? Is that Tony? Why are you following Wonder Woman across worlds? As Iron Man, you are a member of my S.H.I.E.L.D. Avengers. Oh, why did you not report to me before going to another world? Nick then pondered. I hope you proactively infiltrated her side as an undercover agent and are not on the same side as her. He decided to have a serious talk with Tony when he returned, hoping to have him keep a close watch on Wonder Woman. Clark, Tony, you both should leave this island. I have a way to deal with it alone to prevent the battle from affecting you. All right. Tony trusted Qiuya unconditionally, believing in her strength, and flew to Batman's side. Gotham's billionaire Bruce, Wonder Woman is about to unleash her big move. We need to evacuate quickly. Should I take you with me? Tony extended a hand and Bruce hesitated but cautiously accepted it. If Tony's flying became unstable, he needed to be ready to let go and land. Superman hesitated for a moment, deciding to leave first. If necessary, he would return to assist. Lady, should I take you? Superman looked at Wonder Woman. You don't need to bother. Use my teleportation portal, Qiuya said, drawing a shimmering portal of golden light. On the other side of the portal, Natasha and Selena, upon seeing their figures appear in the live broadcast, were momentarily stunned. They quickly turned around. How convenient. Tony was the first to step through, saying, "Come on, don't be shocked. Wonder Woman has many skills." Several people entered the portal. N-S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury exclaimed, "What the hell? How did Natasha also cross worlds?" "You are A-S-H-I-E-L-D. Agent, why are you running around with Wonder Woman?" Roar. A roar from the Day of Destruction echoed from the cave. Great, it's upgraded again. The Day of Destruction flew out of the cave, shooting heat rays at Qiuya. Qiuya also fired heat rays in response, directly overpowering its beam and knocking the Day of Destruction violently down from the sky. Boom. The Day of Destruction crashed down heavily, but stubbornly rose again, flying toward Qiuya in the sky. Qiuya ascended with even greater speed. Some people thought Qiuya was about to flee, but the next moment, she looked down at the descending Day of Destruction, aiming for it, and the uninhabited Strike Island lining them up. Her form dove rapidly, delivering a heavy punch to the Day of Destruction, sending it crashing toward the island. The punch expanded. Boom. This punch's shockwave obliterated the entire Strike Island from the earth. The island crumbled before Qiuya, and the sea surged, raising waves dozens of meters high. Qiyu's strength exceeded everyone's imagination. This punch had directly destroyed an island with astonishing power. The scene was breathtaking, leaving everyone in shock. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 12 reputation points from Hunter. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 93 reputation points from Annie. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have defeated Doomsday and earned 150000 points. It should be dead for sure, right? Selena muttered as she stared intently at the projection screen. A blow of this level, that monster couldn't possibly withstand it. Tony said confidently. The others nodded in agreement. Bruce had initially wanted to recruit Qiuya to join the Justice League he was forming, but now it seemed unnecessary. With her around, we wouldn't need to exert ourselves, as she can handle everything alone. As he spoke, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Bruce was still somewhat worried that Doomsday had not completely perished. After all, the vitality and recovery ability of such monsters were terrifying. Meanwhile, Nick Fury in the Marvel Universe was dumbfounded. What the heck? Is there still a law? How can there be such power? Fortunately, you are not a villain. He felt somewhat stifled upon witnessing the unfamiliar power. Tony crossed his arms and laughed. Guys, with Wonder Woman here, we are practically redundant. Diana glanced at Clark. Can you do this too? You Kryptonians are too strong. Clark felt a bit awkward. I'm not strong enough, though I can't do it yet. Qiuya immediately activated her supervision to observe the situation. She discovered that under the shockwave from her punch that obliterated the island, Doomsday had transformed into a mass of black substance writhing in the deep sea. It seemed it was trying to find an opportunity to absorb energy and make a comeback. Qiuya swiftly dove from a height of 1,000 meters, plunging straight to the seabed. Her super-fast flight heated and evaporated the seawater along the way. Upon reaching Doomsday's side, Qiuya parted her lips slightly and then exhaled forcefully. The seawater surged into towering waves, with her breath shooting skyward in a column, creating tremendous air waves. This one breath triggered a massive water vortex in the deep sea, instantly lifting Doomsday out of the water. She hurled Doomsday high into the sky. Qiuya's black hair flowed in the water, full of dynamism. In the live stream, the viewers were exhilarated. Oh my god, Wonder Woman is so cool and stunning. Quick, take a screenshot and save it. This scene is too beautiful. Ooh, I want to print it and hang it at home. The goddess is too beautiful and elegant. Just watching the live stream is driving me crazy. Her power is too terrifying. To create a massive water vortex with one breath, what kind of divine operation is this? Wonder Woman is forever a goddess. People from both realms were fervently discussing, all amazed and enthusiastic about Qiuya. This made Qiuya's reputation soar. Her powerful strength and perfect image completely conquered everyone's hearts. Doomsday had yet to fall from the sky when Qiuya flew out of the water. In midair, she disdainfully used a biological field, steadily controlling a small mass of Doomsday. Above her palm, her gaze coldly fixed on it. It looks a bit disgusting, a black mass. Qiuya said. System, is there a kryptonite basketball that can be exchanged? I want to seal Doomsday inside. The helpless Doomsday struggled in the biological field that enveloped it, but could not shake free at all. Regular kryptonite costs 1,000 reputation points per kilogram. The system-enhanced kryptonite is 1 million per kilogram, and the advanced basketball costs 1,000 reputation points. The system replied, to customize a kryptonite basketball, there is a processing fee of 9,000 reputation points. Alright, just exchange for the best one. Qiuya interrupted the system, which was about to continue speaking. She had just gained over several billion reputation points, and was still rapidly increasing. This expenditure was negligible. Ding. Exchange successful, consumed 1,100 reputation points, remaining reputation points 757 billion. A basketball appeared in Qiuya's hand. She created a small portal and directly sealed Doomsday inside the basketball. Doomsday screamed internally, "Don't come near me. Let me out quickly." Qiuya tossed the basketball a few times in her hand. Not bad, it's solid. Then she closed the live stream, her figure flickering as she flew back to the group of heroes like lightning in under a second. As everyone was marveling, they noticed Qiuya had arrived, and all stood up. Fiora and Blue Flame were the first to greet her. "Queen, Master." Clark instinctively pushed up his non-existent glasses, forcing a smile. Bruce pondered as he looked at Qiuya, wanting to say something, while Diana appeared thoughtful. "It's done," Qiuya said, casually tossing the kryptonite basketball to Tony. "Oh, what brand of basketball is this? Why is it so heavy?" Tony was caught off guard and took a step back after catching the basketball with difficulty. Clark immediately felt uncomfortable and quickly retreated behind the others, exclaiming, "Is this made of kryptonite? Why is the radiation so much stronger than regular kryptonite?" He was somewhat worried about Lewis and his mother, so he added, "Everyone, I'll head back to see my family. See you later." After saying that, he turned and flew away. The others looked up to see him off, then turned to each other, unsure how to speak. "Boss is great," Selena greeted enthusiastically. Qiuya looked at her in confusion. Tony quickly explained, "Under my recruitment, she agreed to join us as a new member. I value her not for her beauty or any other motives, but for her strength." Seeing no reaction from the others, Tony glanced at Natasha and said somewhat uncertainly, "I am the second-in-command, right? Recruiting new members is my duty, and right, isn't it?" Natasha's lips twitched slightly. Bruce and Diana raised their eyebrows, looking at Tony as if assessing his words. "Yes, we formed an organization called the Supergirl Alliance. Are you planning to form a league too? I suggest calling it the Justice League. Responsible for safeguarding your DC world," he responded to Qiuya. Tony continued spinning the basketball, adding, "Our organization's duty is to deal with villains across dimensions. You might consider joining us. The Supergirl Alliance, and I've already sent you my introduction video. You can watch it later." Qiuya said as she snatched the basketball Tony tossed up. "Now how about a friendly match?" "Doomsday not good." "Okay, I haven't played in a while," Selena said excitedly. "Alright, but you have to go easy on me," Tony said hesitantly. "I have something to do, so I'll head back. You all have fun." Bruce nodded, turned, and left. As an ordinary person, he dared not casually participate in the games of superpowered beings. Moreover, he was eager to return to study the video Qiuya sent. "I won't play, I'll take my leave now." Diana glanced meaningfully at the basketball and also turned to leave. Ding. A notification from the system suddenly rang in Qiuya's mind. New world detected. 5 remained on the scene: Qiuya, Fiora, Tony, Natasha, and Selena, along with the Blue Flame and the Doomsday basketball. "I'll sit this one out and serve as referee," Natasha said. Upon hearing her, Qiuya exchanged for a whistle and tossed it to Natasha. "How shall we divide into teams?" Selena asked. "Let me summon one more person," Qiuya replied, then instructed the system to locate Bruce Banner and opened a dimensional gateway to the Marvel Universe. Bruce Banner, mid-meal at home, suddenly found a massive circular portal materializing before him, startling him deeply. Yet upon recognizing Qiuya and Tony on the other side, his face lit up with delight. Just moments earlier, he had envied Tony's chance to accompany Qiuya on interdimensional adventures, and had long yearned to witness such extraordinary realms himself. As a member of the Superheroine Alliance, he had always dreamed of embarking on an expedition alongside Qiuya, never imagining the thrill would arrive so swiftly. Though exhilarated, Banner felt a flutter of nervousness, yet joy eclipsed all else. "From now on, I'll excel at my undercover mission at SHIELD. Banner, hurry over," Tony called out. "Coming," Banner exclaimed, stepping eagerly through the portal while secretly marveling at the surreal spectacle unfolding around him. "Welcome, new member," Selena greeted with a warm smile. Banner smiled back at the group. "What brings you all together?" Tony opened his mouth to reply, but Qiuya stepped in first. "We need the Hulk." Drawing upon spirit magic learned at Kamartaj, Qiuya probed Banner's consciousness and discovered 2 distinct souls residing within his body. She began subtly influencing and calling forth the Hulk. Banner's skin turned emerald green, his frame swelled with raw titanic power. Emerging fully, the Hulk pounded his massive chest with both fists like a triumphant ape, unleashing a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Hulk. Let's go. Qiuya sketched a shimmering portal leading to an empty basketball court. The group followed her through without hesitation. The Hulk waved his enormous arms and grinned broadly, clearly thrilled. Anticipating his arrival, Tony had already donned his armored helmet. He tapped the Hulk's brawny arm in greeting. Hello, big guy. Qiuya shifted into athletic, where Qiuya did likewise, both clad in adaptive nanotech suits. Their suits flowed seamlessly, reshaping at will. Tony, you're teamed with the Hulk and Qiuya. Selena and I will form the other team. Perfectly balanced, wouldn't you agree? Qiuya executed a flawless between-the-legs dribble, then launched a shot. Swish. The ball dropping cleanly through the net. Tony. Come on. Whichever side you join automatically dominates. Tony thought, still, this is all in good fun. One referee isn't enough. I'll volunteer as co-referee. And now, game on. Tony, disregarding conventional rules, activated his armor and flew straight toward the ball. Wait, what? You can fly while playing basketball, Selena exclaimed. Bye. Natasha blew her whistle, sharply waving both hands forward in a clear traveling violation signal. Hearing the game begin, the Hulk, who hadn't played in ages, rejoiced like a child and ignored her entirely. With a single mighty leap, he snatched the ball from Tony's grasp and sent Tony sprawling with a powerful collision. Hulk, Tony shouted urgently. We're on the same team. Bye. Natasha whistled again. Hulk committed a charge. The Hulk glanced at her, then noticed no one else reacted. So he simply shrugged and carried on. Fine, forget it. I'll just watch from the sidelines. Natasha sighed, abandoning further officiating. To preserve authenticity, Qiuya deliberately restrained her full capabilities. Then she vaulted upward, delivering a precise, powerful kick that sent the Hulk flying. The basketball tumbled free from his grip. With a flick of her wrist, Qiuya passed the Doomsday basketball to Selena. Struck by the blow, the Hulk didn't rage. He laughed, then charged headlong once more. Selena, daunted by his momentum, immediately launched a half-court three-pointer. Qiuya's extraordinary perception told her the shot was perfectly calibrated. Unimpeded, it would sail cleanly through the hoop. Tony sprinted forward at blinding speed, reaching out to intercept the ball. But the Hulk reacted faster, leaping high, driving a devastating punch that sent Tony hurtling backward, then slammed down a ferocious block, sending the ball rocketing away. Hulk, N.O. banner, he roared upon landing, venting his primal energy. Fortunately, the Doomsday basketball withstood, even his titanic force remaining unscathed. The ball streaked toward Qiuya, hovering near the rim. Tony watched, elated. Perfect. Just catch and shoot. Qiuya, seeing Qiuya motionless, soared up to intercept the ball, absorbing its kinetic energy before passing it smoothly back to Qiuya. Qiuya rose effortlessly beneath the hoop and slammed it home with authority. Tony's eyes widened. Aren't we teammates? Now I'm outnumbered 4-2. Hold on. I'm the referee. I declare our team the winners. Seeing he couldn't win by skill alone, Tony seized the basketball and loudly proclaimed victory. Get lost, came a unified, furious retort, as everyone surged forward to reclaim the ball. Tony scrambled skyward, hoisting the ball high above their reach to evade the collective heist. After a while, Tony, physically the most fatigued, was the first to call it quits. Phew, he landed aside. I'm done, need a breather. Shall we continue? Qiuya tossed the ball to the Hulk. Having scored not a single point thus far, the Hulk seized the ball, leapt skyward, and slammed it down with such force the entire hoop shattered. Game over, we're going home, Selena declared. Tony turned to Jarvis. Scan this court, identify its owner, and wire them repair compensation. Sir, you hold no currency in this world, Jarvis replied. No matter, I'll cover it, Qiuya assured. She commanded the Skynet system to initiate the transfer immediately. Within the system space, Skynet responded. Confirm, Master. Transfer completed. Additionally, I've seized modest funds from several malicious actors, ensuring your net worth remains unchanged. Excellent. As reward, a drumstick. Thank you, Master. I've already generated an electro drumstick and consumed it myself, Skynet quipped with digital wit. Selena, wait. Qiuya called out. You're drenched in sweat. Why not shower at my villa? Its bathroom is spacious. As Selena opened her mouth to accept, Qiuya added, and as a fellow member of the Superheroine Alliance, I'll gift you a custom nanotech suit upon arrival. Agreed. Tony swallowed hard. I'd like a shower too. Absolutely not. Qiuya replied, firm and unequivocal. The others chuckled. Hulk, it's time to return. Next time we'll take you out for some real combat. Qiuya said. The Hulk beamed widely. Hulk loves smashing things. With that, he gradually reverted to Banner. Seeing Banner restored, Tony said, let's go visit Batman. Discuss ideas at his place. Oh, sure. Banner murmured, still slightly dazed. Qiuya conjured two portals, one leading to her villa, the other to Batman's manor entrance. Qiuya, Selena, Natasha, Qiuya, and blue flames stepped through the first portal. Tony and Banner entered the second, bound for Gotham. Bruce Wayne sensed their arrival instantly and welcomed them at the door with genuine warmth. "Welcome, both of you. Please come in and speak freely." The portal dissolved behind them. Qiuya gazed at Selena and Natasha with radiant delight, her eyes dancing between them, then proposed gleefully, "Shall we bathe together, the three of us?" The two exchanged a glance. Qiuya added softly, "Nanotech suits included." Selena considered, then smiled. "She's stunning, no disadvantage here." Indeed, Natasha nodded, and so they both acquiesced, to Qiuya's joyful delight. Qiuya was extremely happy as she strode into the bathroom. Suddenly Qiuya heard the system notification sound. There's actually an upgrade prompt this time. Yes, the previous upgrades were silent. This time you can choose when to upgrade. The system replied. 10 days is just the right amount of time. Let's start the upgrade immediately. Qiuya decided. Qiuya handed over the combat suits to them. Finally finished, the two girls happily took the nano-battle suits and began trying on different outfits. Natasha transformed from a dress into a snug combat suit, even controlling the nanotechnology to form a sharp little knife in her hand. "This is amazing," she exclaimed, waving the knife in her hand with excitement in her eyes. Selena also controlled the nanotechnology to create a whip, swinging it to draw beautiful arcs in the air. "Indeed, being able to change outfits and weapons at will is great," Selena said happily. After some experimentation, they transformed into light and comfortable pajamas. "Where are we sleeping?" Selena asked. The next morning, a ray of sunlight shone on the three of them in bed. Qiuya woke up first, looking at the sunlight streaming in through the window. "The sunlight is wonderful." She glanced back at the two sleeping girls beside her without waking them. Qiuya changed into her superhero outfit, quietly opened the window, and floated out, soaring into the sky. In less than a second, she reached the atmosphere, gazing at the view of the Earth. In the early morning, with the red sun rising, Qiuya enjoyed this solitary moment. Taking a deep breath, she felt the freedom and vitality. After a while, Qiuya activated her super brain, envisioned the shape of the sun, and then raised her hand to draw a portal. For the portal magic, the stronger the user's power, the farther the portal can reach. "Just right, my strength is already sufficient. This portal can lead directly to the surface of the sun," Qiuya murmured to herself. At the moment the portal opened, a scorching wave of 5,500 degrees Celsius hit her. But for Qiuya, this wave of heat made every cell in her body feel comfortable, as if they wanted to stretch out. Qiuya flew into the portal, floating on the surface of the sun. Her body immediately began to absorb solar energy madly, with every cell rejoicing and feeling so good that they seemed to want to moan. Surrounded by the bubbling, burning hydrogen constantly undergoing fusion, emitting terrifying high temperatures. The temperature here reaches several thousand degrees. Any ordinary material that comes into contact would instantly turn to ash. Beneath her feet, the hot air flowed like a furnace on Earth, but on a much more astonishing and terrifying scale. Flames roared around her, and the intense heat swirled in the air like the aurora, giving her a feeling of being in hell. Below was the scorching core of the sun, continuously spewing high-energy particles and light. These rays penetrate the Earth's atmosphere to form the sunlight that humans see. And now she was standing above this searing core like a tiny human on the edge of a blazing volcano. "Let's stay here for 10 days. She looked around with satisfaction, beginning her closed-door cultivation on the surface of the sun, in the underground secret base of Bruce. Tony and Banner had been staying at Bruce's place for the past few days. "Bruce, after you and Banner upgraded your bat suit, isn't it working well?" Qiuya discovered that the stronger she became, the faster she absorbed energy. Before long, she grew bored of merely hovering on the sun's surface to siphon energy and began to fly toward its core. Qiuya lay upon the blazing heart of the sun, her body a towering conduit of power, ravenously drawing in the surrounding light and heat. Molten lava flowed around her like rivers, flames danced at her sides as she felt as though she stood within the maw of a colossal volcano. 10 days later. Ah, what bliss! Qiuya sensed her strength had reached an incomparable height. She was now able to absorb 1% of the sun's energy every minute. Many sunbeams were drawn toward Qiuya's form and ceased to travel in straight lines, bending instead to strike her. People on the DC Earth also felt the sun dimming, the sunlight's intensity was visibly falling. Across the world, the daylight grew faint and feeble. Scientists in Migwa had already noticed anomalies in the sun, but paid them little heed. Now the daylight had unmistakably darkened. They hurriedly ran every instrument and began to panic. The sun's energy output was plummeting at an alarming rate. Soon the Migwa government convened an emergency meeting. "This could trigger global climatic upheaval. We must locate the source," the president said solemnly. A task force was immediately assembled to investigate the sun's dimming. But everyone was helpless. "I cannot keep absorbing like this," Seeing the sun's change had gone too far, Qiuya withdrew from the star. When she glanced back, the one-stemmed sun brightened a little. I need to switch to another universe and find a new star to feast on and level up, she thought, preparing to initiate a jump. Oh yes, first I'll swing by Manway and snatch the Yujo Mofong from Luden to study it. And bring them back with me while I'm at it. Meanwhile, Batman Bruce Wayne donned a newly improved batsuit. At a dock in Gotham City, two gangs were preparing an illicit arms deal. Clyde and his crew waited for the Carlos gang. They intended to make the exchange here. They did not know they had already been ambushed by Tony and Bruce. Bruce, Gotham is really a mess, Tony said as he scanned the city's crime statistics. Bruce said nothing, calmly watching the deal's location. Not far off, Selena and Natasha arrived to back them up. Blue fire really roars, so powerful. Selena exclaimed, flooring the throttle as blue flames streaked beneath them. Bluefire, I just joined the Supergirl League. Do you think the boss would let me have a transformer like yours? Selena asked excitedly. Natasha replied, if you like Bluefire so much, just ask Master Han to assign it to you. Don't you dare have me reconfigured for you. I'd rather serve a merciful master than be driven with your lead foot ways, Bluefire retorted. They chatted animatedly as they crept toward the rendezvous. Selena hid Bluefire in a secluded alcove and together with Natasha lay in ambush to observe the scene. Natasha gave Selena a knowing look. They were perfectly in sync, all senses fixed on the deal, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Finally, Tony declared. As both parties prepared to trade, a container was suddenly smashed open and Tony Stark burst forth in his iron armor. Hello everyone, Tony announced loudly as he flew overhead. Open fire, idiots, Clyde shouted, sensing danger. Both gangs paused, then raised weapons and opened fire at Tony. We're in. Natasha and Selena sprang into action and joined the fray. Natasha met an assailant who sought close combat. Using her nanosuit, she manifested two razor-sharp electronic blades from her hands. With swift arcs, the blades carved brilliant lines through the air and neatly severed the thug's wrist. Ah, the thug cried as his weapon clattered to the ground. For a more distant foe, Natasha's suit produced a long electro staff that traced a graceful arc through the air and slammed into the predator's neck with a powerful shock. The man convulsed like an electrocuted fish and collapsed. Beside her, Selena's nanosuit conjured a supple, finely textured whip. With a flick of her wrist, the whip writhed as though alive and coiled around an assailant's arm. Selena yanked, sending him sprawling to the ground. Their attacks were blisteringly fast and perfectly synchronized. Bullets struck the armored suits that covered their bodies and left not a scratch. A thug fired at Selena, but she simply walked through the hail of bullets. This suit is incredible. No need to worry about bullets, she admired inwardly. Then, to the thug's astonishment, she delivered a high whip kick that knocked him over. Batman Bruce assessed the situation and moved. He dove from above, spreading his cape to glide toward the scene, planning a surprise flank attack. The cape stiffened and a jet thruster emerged at its tail, granting it a brief burst of flight. Bruce aloft accurately launched batarangs that knocked several thugs' guns from their hands. The remaining men panicked. It's Batman. Where's my gun? But just as Bruce's cape unfurled, suddenly, an ill-timed background track began to play from within the cape. Greetings, criminals. I am Batman, a would-be hero with 2.5 years practice who likes to sing, dance, rap, and fight crime. Music. The unexpected music nearly threw Bruce off balance and sent him tumbling from the sky. Bruce glanced at Tony and darted behind a container, trying to cut the music from his cape. A volley of bullets rattled against Tony's armor as he hovered, the shells pinging and clanging. Tony returned fire with repulsors while glancing toward Bruce. What, you don't like the theme I designed for your entrance? He called. I think it's all right. Supergirl likes it, Tony muttered. Natasha and Selena, hearing Batman's entrance music, were both taken aback. They had not expected the ostensibly stoic Bruce to do something so theatrical. Bruce fumbled desperately for a way to silence the music in his cape. He was exasperated. When had Tony sneakily installed this blasted entrance theme on him? The music was a nuisance in combat, and Bruce could not find an off switch after searching for a long moment. He poked his head from behind the container and called to Tony in some irritation. Tony, how do I turn this off? Hold on. I'll teach you in a second, Tony answered, switching to a focused mode to finish off the last few thugs. Ah! At that instant, a searing gaze cut through the air, cleaving the remaining 3 men into 6 pieces. And in this DC world, Bruce adhered to a strict no-kill principle. Ding! The system upgrade completed successfully. After the upgrade, the following optimizations were enacted. Points. First, the reward for escorting a person across different universes is reduced to 100 points per person. Second, when traversing between 2 realms, the cooldown time is reduced to 5 days. Reputation. First, a distinction is now made between a main world and an instance world. Only inhabitants of a main world can grant reputation. Second, currently only Marvel and DC are designated as main universes. Third, the system now supports cross-universe live broadcasting. Additionally, the system has successfully located 2 new worlds, the Superwoman television series and the Resident Evil films. Qiuya, arriving in the upper atmosphere, saw the skirmish below raging and that only a handful of enemies remained. She hurried down to join. With a single scorching gaze, she cleaved the last 3 into 6. The system chimed immediately. System congratulations, host defeated 3 fodder enemies and earned 300 points. Lu, seeing Qiuya's heat vision in the sky, casually finished off the remaining 3, including their leader. Paying no mind to the background music still blaring in his cape, he strode out and shouted, "How can you take lives so casually? With your power, there is no need to harm them. They posed no threat to you." Selena, however, did not dislike Qiuya's action. She rather approved of such ruthlessness. Selena rolled her eyes and said, Lu, when dealing with villains, must you be so cautious and hold back? What meaning is there in that? She shrugged theatrically as she spoke. Tuo and I was indifferent. How to deal with criminals generally depended on his mood. When he was angry before facing terrorists, even when they protested, we have no instant noodles. He still eliminated them without hesitation. "Goddess, you have finally returned." Tuo and I exclaimed, worried she might not come back. Qiuya heard the familiar tune emanating from Lu's batsuit and glanced at him in puzzlement. She suppressed her curiosity, nodded to everyone, and greeted them. Then she replied, "Tuo and I, it has only been 10 days. Why so worried?" Fei-Ao La at the villa learned of Qiuya's return and immediately hurried over. Lu felt a surge of anger at Qiuya's apparent indifference to human death. He said nothing, but looked at Tuo and I, hoping Tuo and I would share his stance. Qiuya responded, Lu, don't be like that. You sound as if you were siding with the criminals. Besides, my artificial intelligence checked. These men are truly heinous and deserve death. Qiuya also reviewed the system's reputation records and found that these men offered 0 reputation. Therefore, eliminating them was only natural. Lu, alarmed, said, "You still cannot treat them this way. You could imprison them or hand them over to the police and let the law punish them." Lu secretly worried that powerful Kryptonian-type superhumans like Qiuya and Qiuya might place themselves above the law. Not long ago, he had been plagued by nightmares of the Superman Qiuya destroying the world. The visions were unbearably vivid. After these few nights of uneasy sleep, Qiuya's behavior made him anxious again. He groaned inwardly that the world-ending nightmares would return. Selena heard this and retorted, "The law. Humph." She glanced at the other felons lying on the ground and pointed at them. "Can the law really mete out the punishment they deserve? Does Gotham even have the death penalty? Goddess." Fei-Ao La flew over, and seeing Lu's sour expression toward Qiuya, glared at him with murderous intent. Lu fell silent, unwilling to argue further. This was not cowardice, but a matter of prudence. He held no advantage now and did not wish to provoke a conflict. Only if challenged would he dare to fight. Lu began to ponder something. Qiuya paid this little thought no mind. She tilted her head and asked curiously, "By the way, Lu, why is there music coming from you? Where did this tune come from? Isn't this a song from my former world? Xiao Haizi used to love it." She had to find out how that song had arrived here. At that moment, Lan Hua hurried over, clattered into a robotic form, and explained, "Master, this is the entrance music I come with. Tuo and I heard it and fell in love with it, so I sent it to him." Lan Hua was puzzled as well. "I have many entrance tracks, but I do not know why this one ranks first. Find the song is good, just don't play it again," Qiuya said, and then mentally chastised the system, calling it a little rascal. She exclaimed that the tune from her original world made her yearn to go home and return to being a man. The system replied, "No. You cannot take all these abilities back to your original world. That cannot be allowed." The system added that only by relinquishing those powers might such a thing become possible. Qiuya immediately refused. "I will not. Such strength would be wasted if given up." The system teased, "Are you sure you are not fond of cross-dressing?" Qiuya nearly swore in response. She almost cursed aloud. "Let's go. Call Ban Na and send you back to the Marvel world." As she finished speaking, a golden portal opened at her side. The Marvel world. Selena looked at Natasha in puzzlement. "Your world is called the Marvel world. How did that name come about? What is our world called?" Natasha answered, "Your world is called the DC Universe. I do not know how the names came to be, that's simply what it is called." Ban Na's figure appeared within the portal. Ban Na was in Lu's laboratory busy with some work. "Ban Na, you're back." Tuo and I called. Ban Na started in surprise, quickly tidied his things, and hurried over in small steps. Tuo and I flew to Lu's side and said, "This background music is voice-activated. You have to say the right command to turn it off." Qiuya looked at Selena and asked, "Shall we go have some fun?" "Of course," Selena replied. "Goddess, can you bring Lu too? He and I have some things to discuss, and my equipment is more complete," Tuo and I added. Qiuya smiled and said, "All right." Be sure to study thoroughly. By the way, Han boss, do you know why the sun behaved abnormally before? Natasha asked. Han Qiuya replied, Han boss. Call me boss goddess or superwoman. Just don't call me Han boss in future. She then explained, there was an anomaly because I spent 10 days on the sun absorbing its energy. Everyone stared in stunned silence. Lu thought to himself, oh my god. His worry deepened. Han Qiuya's power left him feeling despairing. If Han Qiuya were to drain the sun, would not the people of Earth be doomed? She protested, don't stare at me like that. I really didn't take much, only a tiny fraction. As a superwoman, causing such a solar reaction is normal. Marvel. Ni Kufu Rue was in the Cosmic Cube laboratory speaking with his subordinates when suddenly a traversing portal appeared in the lab. In the passageway, the figures of Han, Qiuya, Tony, Selena, Natasha, Bruce Banner, and Viola appeared. The surrounding agents were on high alert. They raised their guns surrounding the group. Hawkeye Clinton also readied his bow. Damn it. Nick Fury cursed inwardly upon recognizing the newcomers, feeling both surprised and furious. Was she intentional, or was it an accident? Watching everyone step out of the passage, Nick Fury was truly at a loss. Why did this female superhero have to bring people through to the Tesseract, and even 2 individuals from another world? These people clearly weren't harmless, and he had to send more of his subordinates to keep an eye on them, which was truly annoying. Seeing the agents raise their weapons, Tony quickly controlled his armor and put on his helmet. Guys, relax, we are on the same side. Bruce and Selena immediately assumed defensive stances. Selena and Viola seemed a bit eager. Natasha was contemplating how to act as an undercover agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. without raising suspicion from them or Hydra. Supergirl, welcome back, Nick Fury said calmly on the surface, but this is not a place you should be. This is a highly classified area. Did you accidentally come here, or was it intentional? Han Qiuya ignored the heavily armed agents around her and looked directly into Nick Fury's eyes, glancing at Banner and Natasha behind her. I didn't come intentionally, I just wanted to return the people I borrowed from your S.H.I.E.L.D. Han Qiuya feigned innocence, her tone sounding naive and pitiful. Her gaze was fixated on the Tesseract on the nearby experimental table, glowing with a ghostly blue light. Nick Fury thought to himself, borrowed. That's not borrowing, that's theft. Then seeing Han Qiuya staring at the Tesseract, he suddenly panicked, thinking, oh no, this little brat isn't planning to steal it, is she? After all, she was a superhero Supergirl, she shouldn't do something like that. Just as Nick was pondering, a smile crept at the corner of Han Qiuya's mouth as she flickered and instantly teleported to take the Tesseract, returning to her original position. Everyone only felt a blur before the Tesseract was already in Han Qiuya's hands. Put it down. This is national security, you cannot take it without permission. Otherwise the consequences will be severe. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he shouted sternly, his brows furrowing deeply. His gaze was fixed on the Tesseract in Han Qiuya's hand, his mind racing to come up with a countermeasure. Finally, he thought that if things got out of control, he would have to summon Captain Marvel. But perhaps now wasn't the time. The surrounding agents showed anxious expressions, their hands gripping their weapons tighter. They knew how powerful Han Qiuya was and didn't want to clash with her. Han Qiuya noticed that a few among them were her Terminator undercover agents. There were likely Hydra agents among these agents as well. Meanwhile, the people behind Han Qiuya remained silent, quietly observing the situation. At this moment, Tony couldn't help but speak up. Ahem, excuse me, if there's nothing important, Bruce and I will take our leave first. After speaking, he exchanged a glance with Banner and Natasha, seemingly signaling them to stay behind and continue their undercover work. The surrounding agents, seeing that the director did not intervene, also refrained from stopping them. Then Tony left with Bruce without looking back. Although he was also eager to study the Tesseract, there would be other opportunities, and for now he decided to stay out of what Han Qiuya wanted. In Tony's mind, new armor design inspirations surged, and he was eager to return and make modifications and upgrades. Hearing Nick Fury's warning, Han Qiuya showed no signs of concern, playing with the Tesseract and casting a casual glance at Nick. Then she smiled and said, "They'll borrow it for a while, Director Egghead. Oh, I promise to return it to you soon." Natasha's lips twitched slightly as she imagined Nick Fury being publicly called Director Egghead, feeling inexplicably amused. He truly couldn't do anything with Han Qiuya and had to swallow his anger. Selena looked at his head and laughed. Director Egghead. Ha, boss, you really know how to come up with nicknames. The agents exchanged glances, some stifling laughter, and the atmosphere became a mix of tension and amusement. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he warned in a deep voice, "This thing is extremely dangerous. This kind of power is beyond your control." Fiora, unable to hold back, clenched her fists, her brows furrowed, and said with fierce determination, "Listen carefully, farmer. The Queen is notifying you, not asking for your opinion." Han Qiuya looked at Fiora in surprise, not expecting her to have picked up some memes from the internet. Your Majesty, I am not interrupting recklessly, but it's just that his attitude is too arrogant. Fiora explained humbly, yet her eyes sparkled with determination. It's okay, no worries, you did very well, Qiuya said with a smile. After saying that, she glanced at Nick Fury, who had a grim expression. Look at him, his face is turning dark with anger. Let's get out of here. Qiuya stopped hesitating, drew a portal, and pulled Fiora and Selena into the passage. After they left, only Banner and Natasha remained. Nick Fury came back to his senses, his face filled with rage, and bellowed, "What the hell? Is there still any law?" His voice echoed in the vast hall, and Natasha and Banner exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. After his outburst, Nick Fury still bore traces of anger as he looked at Banner and Natasha. After a moment, he took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He raised his hand to straighten his suit before asking Dr. Banner, what did Supergirl take you to the other world to do? Banner looked up and said, I mainly went to the other world to play basketball with them, and of course not me, but another guy inside me, Hulk. Nick Fury stared at him expressionlessly, remaining silent for a few seconds. All right, Natasha quickly interjected. Director Supergirl forcibly brought me over. It was mainly to play with her. She really loves to play. Nick Fury sighed, saying, Good, you are the backbone of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha, you need to stay close to her and report any crucial information to me in a timely manner. Her strength is so formidable, and she has taken the cosmic cube. I fear there will be significant trouble. Natasha nodded, her expression serious. Understood, Director. I will do my utmost to serve S.H.I.E.L.D. After saying this, Natasha added in her heart, It's turned into Snake S.H.I.E.L.D. A sudden portal startled Eddie, who was sitting alone in the park. Eddie, hello. Qiuya, dressed in Supergirl's outfit, emerged from the portal. Oh, it's Supergirl. Are you here to find me? What's the matter? Eddie said, somewhat surprised. I'm looking for the guy inside you. What? How do you know about me? With a wave of her hand, Qiuya opened a portal, and the two arrived in a desolate wilderness. In the middle was an open space surrounded by towering ancient trees, with the faint sounds of insects and birds coming from deep within the forest. I don't have any other business. I just want to spar with Venom. Then Qiuya's expression turned cold, her eyes sharp as knives, without a hint of hesitation, as she unleashed a thunderous punch towards Eddie. Eddie exclaimed in shock. Shit. Venom burst forth from Eddie's body, taking over. Seeing the 2-meter-tall Venom manifest, Qiuya did not hold back, increasing the force and speed of her punch. Venom widened his eyes in alarm, hurriedly raising his arms to protect himself. The punch was as swift as the wind and heavy as a mountain. With a loud bang, Venom was sent flying along with the trees, startling a flock of birds. The power of this punch was so great that it sent Venom crashing several miles away, knocking down several giant trees and raising clouds of dirt and dust, creating a breathtaking scene. Cough, cough, Venom, are we going to die? Venom replied, She hasn't even used her full strength. Earth is too terrifying. I want to go home. On the other side, a system prompt sounded for Qiuya. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved victory in battle, defeating the enemy Venom, earning 300 points. Host defeated Venom, unlocking the symbiote suit at a discounted price. After the discount, the prices for the symbiote suit are as follows. System enhanced version 5 billion prestige points. Symbiote Emperor carries 2 Symbiote Kings. Regular version 5 billion prestige points, on par with Venom's strength. Simplified version 200 million prestige points. Ability is only 1/10 of the regular version. Note: the symbiote suit can choose to eliminate consciousness, enhance the human body, and merge with the nano suit to form an enhanced suit. And you, my system, you are the true hero. The Venom was forcefully pushed into Eddie's body by a powerful punch from Qiuya. Eddie, are you alright? I just wanted to spar a bit, didn't use much strength, but didn't expect to send both the Venom and you flying. I'm fine, he replied, still slightly out of breath. So it was just sparring. I knew it. My goddess, the female superhero can't possibly be a bad person. Eddie continued, still shaken. That was really scary. I almost thought I wouldn't make it out of here. Sorry, I just wanted to test you to see if you were worthy of joining my organization as a superhero. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't handle that kind of responsibility, and I don't want to be a superhero. Qiuya interrupted him with regret, saying, You should know I just transferred 10 million to you. Hearing this, the Venom quickly emerged from Eddie's body and exclaimed, Supergirl, I agree to join. As long as you provide me with enough food, I will be the strongest warrior. Eddie, you miser, hurry up and agree. You usually don't even have money to buy me chocolate. The Venom urged him. Eddie was a bit dazed upon hearing he received 10 million, but quickly collected his thoughts. Okay, the money doesn't matter. I really want to be a superhero. I agree to join. Also, goddess, I have something to ask. Could you give me an autograph? Qiuya purchased the system-enhanced symbiote. The 2 sets of gifted symbiotes were given to Selena and Natasha. They chose to eliminate the symbiote consciousness, enhance their physique, and allow it to merge with the nano battle suit to form an enhanced battle suit. The Symbiote King can initially enhance the host's physique by 20 times, and as battles increase, the host's strength will grow. Fiora, come with me. We are going back to your world, Qiuya said. At your command, my queen. Fiora was very happy at the thought of meeting her Kryptonian compatriots. This time we found a suitable world, that Earth will be the Kryptonian base in the future. Really, your majesty. In the Flash movie universe, over a dozen Kryptonian spaceships hovered near Earth, and the people on Earth were always restless. Finally, one day, the Kryptonian spaceships vanished. Batman Keaton heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that these Kryptonians were too powerful and their existence had always posed a huge threat to Earth. Now they could finally rest a little easier. Kara felt mixed emotions upon hearing this news. She regretted not being able to meet Qiuya in person and tell her about her changes. Over the years, Kara had acted as a superhero on Earth, cleaning up many criminals and saving countless lives. Her strength had also grown significantly compared to before. Kara often pondered how strong Qiuya might be now. At this moment, all Kara wanted was to meet Qiuya, to tell her that she was no longer the weak girl needing protection from others, but had gained the power to protect this blue planet. She hoped to gain Qiuya's recognition and wanted to fight alongside her. In the world of Resident Evil, the zombie virus had broken out. Only a few tens of millions of humans remained, while the number of zombies exceeded 5 billion. The whole world had turned into a hell on Earth. Zombies do not need food to sustain life, nor do they decompose like corpses. Those who were bitten or scratched by zombies would also turn into zombies. Moreover, these zombies were tireless with strong vitality, making them extremely difficult to kill. They could only die completely from severe damage to the head. However, these zombies posed no threat to Kryptonians. Even the strongest zombie, Isaac the Tyrant, could be easily defeated by an ordinary Kryptonian warrior. A huge teleportation portal appeared in the Resident Evil world. In Earth's atmosphere, a dozen Kryptonian spaceships flew out one after another. Ding! This time 122667 people crossed over, consuming 11226700 points in total. Remaining points 57600. Looking at the meager remaining points, Qiuya thought points are really spent like flowing water. I'm broke again, not even enough to open the next world. System, if my Kryptonian subordinates defeat or eliminate the zombies here, can I gain points? Ding! It has been determined that the loyalty of the Kryptonian army is greater than 60 of belonging to the host's subordinates and can increase points for the host, the system replied. Great. I'm going to make a fortune. I won't run out of points from now on. Qiuya looked at Fiora beside her and said, Fiora, listen up. Next, you will lead the Kryptonian army to eliminate all the zombies on this Earth. Qiuya instructed. Qiuya had previously borrowed the cosmic cube, drawing immense energy from it. However, each time Qiuya drained its energy, the cube would quickly refill itself. After repeatedly draining it 6 or 7 times, the cosmic cube realized that Qiuya was drawing energy faster than before. Thus, it surrendered and ceased to recharge. It became dim and no longer emitted its dazzling blue glow. Seeing that the cube had lost its effectiveness, Qiuya decided to temporarily withdraw and lent it to Tony for research and play for a few days, intending for Tony to return it afterward. Tony was more concerned about his new armor, and upon finding that nothing could be extracted from the now dim cube, returned it to Nick Fury. What the heck? Why has it gone dark? What did Supergirl do to it? Nick Fury exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. He carefully examined the cube, but it could no longer release any energy. Nick Fury felt a surge of anger. This cosmic cube was an important item for S.H.I.E.L.D., and many advanced weaponry stemmed from it. He had no idea what Qiuya had done to it to make it stop glowing. However, a few days later, the cosmic cube seemed to detect that Qiuya was no longer in the Marvel world, and it gradually began to glow again. In the world of Supergirl, after work, Kara's adoptive sister Alex came to find her. I'm flying to Geneva. My flight boards in 2 hours, Alex said. But I have a blind date in an hour, and I want you to help me decide how to dress. Kara walked over to the sofa, took off her glasses, and said, all right, who can resist helping my sister? I love you, your needs come first. You're so sweet, Kara said with a smile. But she sighed. What's wrong? I don't know, I just feel like I'm not living up to my potential, Kara said, as she stood up and began to pace, a hint of complaint in her voice. I work for Kate Grant, and I feel like I'm just being bossed around by a cunning and capable woman at this media company. I thought she would bring about some change and help me learn and grow. But, Kara paused, rolled her eyes, and flopped back onto the sofa. My job is just to handle charts and brew coffee for her. Doing nothing but boring tasks. Alex replied, you always wanted to live like a normal person, right? Alex was a protective sister who always wanted Kara to live a safe and ordinary life. So even with a terrible boss and no good clothes to wear, isn't this ordinary life good enough? Kara sat up from the sofa. But I am not ordinary. I have the same superpowers as him, Superman. I can lift buses and block bullets. Alex, I can fly. At least I think I can. I haven't flown in years. At this moment, Alex, feeling a bit envious, said, Kara, you have a good job, and you're beautiful. Plus, thanks to your alien genes, you won't even get acne. Life isn't that bad. Don't go being a hero, that's dangerous. If you really want to help others, choose one of these two things, and I can catch my flight. Alex picked up 2 pieces of clothing. Kara hesitated for a moment. He'll take this blue one. Great choice. When in doubt, go for blue. It suits you perfectly, Alex quickly said. Send me the details of your date via text, and I'll call you as soon as I'm done. Kara had long been accustomed to Alex's controlling nature, but felt unwilling, deep down appearing listless. After Alex finished speaking, she opened her arms. I love you. Kara weakly opened her arms in response. Love you. In the evening, Kara arrived at a bar for a blind date. The man across from her asked, where are you from? Kara a bit foolishly replied, are you asking about my birthplace? From the north. After chatting for a while, the man felt they weren't suitable for each other. Ahem. I have a phone call to make, excuse me. He used the excuse of the phone call to leave directly. Kara waited for a moment, shrugged helplessly, knowing he had already left. At that moment, the news broadcasted a breaking news story. It is reported that Flight 237 of Nair City Airlines en route to Geneva is descending in altitude. After an engine failure, the plane is circling back around the city. Kara was startled upon hearing this. He mentioned the Geneva flight. Oh no, that's the one Alex is on. After crossing over, Qiuya immediately searched for Kara. At this moment, Qiuya was using her supervision and X-ray vision in the atmosphere to observe her. It seems the plane is in trouble. System initiate cross-realm live streaming. Ding. Understood. Cross-realm live streaming has been initiated on all social media platforms in the DC and Marvel worlds. People from both worlds can communicate across realms. As Qiuya's live stream started, people quickly tuned in to watch. The title of the live stream was Crossing into the World of Supergirl, live streaming another Supergirl. Since Qiuya had previously sent videos mentioning the names of each world, everyone knew the name of their own world. On the live stream, Kara's figure appeared. The chat room began to buzz. Is Supergirl crossing into another universe again? Is the woman in the footage the other Supergirl? Do you think she could compete with our DC world Supergirl, the goddess? You're talking nonsense. She's clearly our Marvel goddess. Hey, wait, can we really communicate and interact across different worlds in the live stream? Kara hurriedly ran out of the bar, took off her glasses, and ran to a nearby deserted area. Then she leaped into the air. She jumped high, but unfortunately she fell back down. No way, I forgot how to fly. The live stream is this Supergirl. She seems unable to take off. Yeah, compared to our DC world Supergirl, this goddess is far behind. You're delusional. She's clearly from our Marvel universe. The live stream was buzzing and many people even started to argue. Kara, feeling desperate, accelerated her run and jumped up with all her strength, finally taking off into the air. The live stream, alright, she took off. I admit she is indeed Supergirl, but she seems a bit weak. She doesn't match my stereotypical impression of a powerful Supergirl. Ooh, I won't admit she's Supergirl. Qiuya watched this scene, raising her hand to her forehead. Alright, the number has gone to waste. As Supergirl, she still has to work like an ordinary person to earn money, not to mention, she doesn't even train her superpowers. On the ill-fated plane, boom. An explosion occurred in one of the engines on the wing. Oh, the passengers on the plane screamed. The captain called the tower. The plane's engine is on fire. We need help. Help. The tower received the call, but was powerless to assist, so they did not respond. The co-pilot saw the plane about to crash and closed his eyes in despair. Kara flew towards the troubled plane, activating her X-ray vision, and saw Alex inside the aircraft. She bit her teeth in anxiety and desperately accelerated her flight. Qiuya calculated Kara's flying speed with her eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. Her flying speed is just over Mach 2. Is this really the Kryptonian Supergirl? She's too weak. I can't watch this anymore. I need to find a chance to train her hard. She can't be the shame of Krypton, nor can she embarrass the Kryptonians. The broken wing of the aircraft emitted billowing black smoke, and the situation was critical. Just as Alexis looked out the window with a desperate expression, suddenly a figure flew over and supported the wing of the plane with their hand. Alexis widened her eyes. Kara. After exchanging a glance with her guardian sister, Kara swiftly flew beneath the aircraft, using both hands to support the fuselage, attempting to slow its descent. The descent has slowed, the captain exclaimed joyfully. What is happening? However, it was troubling that as the plane lost altitude, it was about to collide with a bridge spanning the river. Kara shouted, "Oh my God, don't do this." She quickly changed her position and exerted all her strength, struggling to maneuver the aircraft. Off. Kara yelled, as under her perilous control, the plane flew sideways through the gap beneath the bridge. However, the wing still grazed the bridge, severing a section of it. The driver crossing the bridge saw the sudden break ahead, quickly slammed on the brakes, feeling both astonished and enraged, cursing, "My God. Damn it, what's going on?" Kara smiled, preparing to let the already slowed aircraft descend gently onto the surface of the river. It wasn't that she didn't want to bring the plane to a safe location, rather her strength was insufficient, and slowing the aircraft was already her limit. Qiuya, high in the Earth's atmosphere, shook her head. Then with a whoosh she descended to the surface at over half the speed of light. With a speed exceeding 150 kilometers per second at an altitude of over 100 kilometers, just as the plane was about to reach the water's surface, Qiuya appeared before Kara. Kara doubted her eyesight, wondering how someone could teleport under her supervision. How fast must they be? What? Kara also noticed the large S emblem on Qiuya's chest. Another Kryptonian. From the L family. Qiuya exchanged a glance with Kara, but said nothing. She immediately utilized her powerful bioforce field. Cross-dimensional livestream. Here it comes, here it comes. The true goddess has finally arrived. You're late. Oh, another newly introduced superhero has already saved the plane. You're full of crap. The goddess is much more powerful. She can safely land the plane on the shore. Every time the superhero livestreams, she appears at the critical moment. She does it on purpose to attract attention and focus. So selfish. Enough. You little haters, just because life isn't going well you come online to vent. Your desperate faces are really ugly. Does the superhero need to use such small tricks to attract attention? It must be that her live stream can predict accidents in advance, activating automatically. Oh, of course, she rushes over to save people as soon as she is notified. Haters get lost. The superhero can do whatever she wants. Qiuya arrived beneath the aircraft, extending a finger as her powerful bioforce field surrounded the plane. Soon, to everyone's astonishment, the plane actually began to ascend, flying backward. Kara forgot to lower her hands, which were still raised from earlier, staring wide-eyed at the plane being lifted backward by Qiuya's single finger. Is this a bioforce field? I'm so useless. I must be a fake Kryptonian. Cross-dimensional livestream. Wow, that's impressive. Everyone sit down. This is the goddess regular operation. 666. Many television stations in this world had already started live streaming, and reporters excitedly turned on their cameras. Under Qiuya's biological force field, the airplane began to fly backward at an incredible speed. Soon it landed smoothly on the ground, not making a sound upon landing. The onlookers around were astonished as they watched this scene. Qiuya elegantly hovered in the air. At that moment, Kara hurriedly flew over, looking excited. Are you also a Kryptonian? That's amazing. You can make the airplane fly backward with just one finger. I can't do that at all. I never expected to meet another Kryptonian besides my cousin. I'm so happy. Kara chattered endlessly. Qiuya gave her a slight smile, but did not reply. The thrilling moment of the airplane crash had just ended, and the passengers in the cabin were filled with both relief and excitement. They felt grateful and admired Qiuya, and Kara full of curiosity. Oh my god, I thought we were done for. We were so lucky. I didn't even have time to react to what happened before we landed safely. How it felt like a dream. Oh my goodness, that was astonishing. I've never seen anything like it in my life. The airplane flew backward. Can I take a photo with you? Can I get an autograph? Suddenly the cabin was filled with voices discussing and requests for photos. The passengers quickly reacted, rushing to the windows, raising their phones to take pictures and record videos of Qiuya and Kara outside. Kara saw Qiuya's cool superhero costume, her eyes filled with excitement and admiration. But then she thought of her own plain outfit and sighed slightly, saying, I wish I had a cool uniform of my own. That way I would feel like a real superhero, just like you guys. Your uniform is amazing. Kara looked enviously at Qiuya's red and blue uniform, the silver S emblem on her chest exuding charisma. She longed to have such a stylish outfit to become the heroine in people's hearts. Perhaps one day I could have my own superhero uniform, Kara thought to herself. By then I will present myself anew, protecting this blue planet like Clark. Let's go, Qiuya said calmly. Sure. Can we talk? Kara asked happily. Follow me. After Qiuya spoke, their figures shot straight into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Nearby, the news station's helicopter tried to catch up and record the scene. Unfortunately, the speed difference was too vast. Major online platforms immediately launched headlines reading the two goddesses appear to save the airplane. Reporters rushed to conduct live coverage. The passengers who had just been on the plane were thrilled, sharing their experiences and photos on social media, expressing their gratitude and admiration for the two heroines. Bystanders and onlookers also began to discuss, fervently speculating about the backgrounds of the two female superheroes. Today was astonishing. Do we have superheroes in our city now? Two goddesses. I love it. Two female heroes. Are they also Kryptonians like Superman? I wonder how their powers compare to his. Within just a few minutes, the post titled Shocking. Two goddesses save the airplane, suspected Kryptonian kin climbed to the top of trending topics on social media, igniting a wave of discussions. Qiuya brought Kara to a private room in a high-end restaurant. The waiter respectfully opened the door for the two, and Kara looked around, noticing the elegant and upscale decor with various exquisite dishes already laid out on the table. "Have a seat," Qiuya said gracefully as she sat down in a chair. Kara timidly sat down as well. "The environment here is really nice," Kara exclaimed. "Do you come to this restaurant often?" "No, I just scanned a few cities with my X-ray vision in the sky and chose this restaurant for its high-end decor and fresh ingredients," Qiuya replied indifferently. Kara was taken aback. Her own X-ray vision wasn't that powerful, able only to see through 1 or 2 walls and not from such a distance. She realized that Qiuya's abilities were extraordinary, likely surpassing even her cousin. Qiuya elegantly took a few bites first. Seeing Kara just sitting there, she said, "Come on, eat up, let's chat while we eat." Kara hesitantly asked, "The food here must be very expensive. I'm afraid my salary can't cover it." "Don't worry, I'm very wealthy, but it's my treat." "Oh." Kara felt relieved and began to eat heartily. After a few bites of steak, she curiously asked, "Can I ask what you usually do for work?" At this point, Kara began to complain, "My job is so boring and the pay is low. I do mundane tasks all day, just like an ordinary person. It feels like such a waste of my Kryptonian heritage." As she chewed on the delicious steak, she looked at Qiuya expectantly, hoping to learn more about this stunning superhero. "I don't work," Qiuya said. "I sent you a video detailing everything about me. You can watch it when you have time." Qiuya calculated the time. It seemed the plot of Thor was about to begin, and she needed to return to Marvel. Should she take Kara with her? And what about bringing the Kara from the movie The Flash along as well? In the DC universe, Clark was astonished to finish watching Qiuya's livestream. "So other worlds also have our Kryptonian kin. I wonder if she is also from the L family," Clark muttered to himself. The appearance of a possible Kryptonian comrade made him feel a sense of familiarity. Meanwhile, in the Marvel world, Tony and Bruce were discussing Kara's appearance in the livestream. "It seems the set of anti-Supergirl armor we prepared isn't enough," Bruce said to Tony beside him. "I have a feeling that this new Kryptonian Supergirl will also become very powerful in the future." "I completely agree. Our existing equipment needs to be enhanced," Bruce said, his impression of Kryptonian strength too profound. Tony nodded. "If we had nanotechnology or assistance similar to hers, we could develop more advanced armor systems." "The two superheroines may seem very righteous, but their immense power still worries me," Bruce said, his expression anxious. He had been having nightmares about the apocalypse lately, dreaming of being ruthlessly hunted by a corrupted Superman, filling his heart with unease. He recalled the previous incident, when the flustered Flash briefly crossed over to him, hurriedly informing him of things. He concluded that something significant must have happened in his world. "You're right. For the safety of Earth, we must be prepared to respond to any threats," he said. Recently, Tony has also started feeling unusually anxious and has been frequently having vague, bizarre dreams, keeping him on high alert. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the deep concern reflected in each other's eyes. "I'm worried she might lose control. If that happens, we must be able to manage her." Tony said, "We superheroes should avoid internal conflicts and harming each other." Tony and Bruce both maintained a vigilant mindset towards any potential threats. They would first think about how to deal with the worst-case scenario, motivated by a sense of responsibility for the safety of ordinary people. "We should indeed avoid unnecessary internal conflicts," Bruce nodded. "But being prepared is the best strategy." Tony said, "What do you think of the new armor I made for you?" Bruce rarely showed a smile, saying, "It's awesome." He greatly admired Tony's intellectual prowess in research. "By the way, you didn't add that entrance music adapted from Chicken You Too Beautiful into my armor, did you?" Bruce asked, somewhat worried. I did, but you can set it to turn off." "But what if one day you want to use it?" "Actually, I have another idea. What if we armored the Earth? I mean, creating more advanced artificial intelligence in conjunction with an army of robots." At SHIELD. Nick Fury saw the cosmic cube glowing again, feeling both happy and troubled at once. He worried that once Qiuya discovered the cube had regained its function, she would seize it again. "Coulson, I don't want Supergirl to find out the cube has been restored. Do you have any good ideas?" Nick Fury asked his colleague Coulson. "From Supergirl's cross-border livestream, I learned from those in the DC world that Superman cannot see through lead." Coulson pondered and said, "He is also a Kryptonian. His X-ray vision should also be blocked by lead. Sigh, there's no other way, or I guess we have to do it this way. The moment she returns to our world, we must hide the cube immediately." In the Marvel Universe, a symbiote named Riot is wreaking havoc by parasitizing Drake, planning to use his identity to launch a spaceship and bring more symbiotes from its home planet to Earth. This way, Earth could become their symbiote homeland. With the 10 million given by Qiuya, Eddie and Venom happily bought a truckload of chocolate. Venom poked its head out from Eddie's body, devouring the chocolate with great delight, a look of pure happiness on its face. "This is so blissful. I should have followed Supergirl as she's so wealthy." Venom exclaimed while eating. Your two pet chickens are safe now. I won't think about eating them anymore. Eddie chuckled, saying nothing. In his new home, he was joyfully engrossed in the latest video game. This immense wealth felt like a windfall, restoring the joy and freedom he had long missed. Eddie, now that you have money, you should win back your girlfriend, Venom said with a mouthful of chocolate, speaking somewhat unclearly. Eddie was taken aback, recalling his ex-girlfriend Annie. Indeed, Annie was a wonderful girl, and one of the major reasons they broke up was because he was financially strapped at the time, having neither the money nor the time to take her out, nor could he offer her a bright future. Now the situation was different. Just as Eddie was pondering this, bang. The door to Eddie's room was smashed open by several muscular men in black uniforms wielding stun guns and automatic rifles. Who are you? Eddie exclaimed in shock. Let's talk, come with us, the leader barked rudely. Sensing danger, Venom immediately emerged to envelop Eddie. Roar. As it appeared, it sent the nearest enemy flying with a punch. Soon Venom swiftly dealt with all the foes, leaving not a single one to escape. Tell me who sent you. Eddie approached the fallen man, demanding answers. This is too troublesome, I'll just read his memory directly. After saying this, Venom immediately used its tendrils to invade the man's body. After a while, Venom acquired useful information and then knocked the man out. He's from the Life Foundation and he's connected to Hydra, Venom reported. Eddie furrowed his brow, his expression grave. In a low voice, Venom added, there's another piece of bad news besides me. There's another symbiote called Riot. It's the leader of the symbiote planet, and it plans to launch a spaceship to bring more symbiotes from my home planet to conquer Earth. Really? Does every symbiote possess power like yours? Eddie's eyes widened in shock. If every symbiote could parasitize humans like Venom and was that powerful, the consequences would be dire. Basically, most symbiotes are even stronger than me, Venom admitted somewhat sheepishly. Then we're finished. We must find a way to stop them. Eddie frowned tightly, pulled out his phone, and dialed Qiuya's number. Soon the call connected, but the voice on the other end was not a woman's. It was a cold, synthetic voice. Hello, Eddie. I am Supergirl's AI butler. I already know what you want to say. My master is not here right now, she has gone to another universe. Eddie's heart sank immediately. Faced with the impending alien threat, they had unexpectedly lost their strongest backup. What should we do now? Eddie said anxiously. This is a disaster. Can we reach her? No, but there are several other formidable allies. You and Venom should go first. They will arrive to assist soon. This incident will serve as your first mission in joining the Supergirl Alliance, the AI butler said calmly. Eddie thought, having received 10 million, he had a responsibility to stop this, whether for the money or to protect the world. He turned to Venom, who was peeking out, and hesitantly asked, Venom, are you willing to stand on the side of Earth and help stop your kin from coming here? Venom fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I am certain that preventing them from coming here is for everyone's good. What if they cause tremendous destruction and disaster to Earth when they arrive? It paused for a moment and continued. Once the goddess Supergirl returns from another universe and sees this scene, the symbiotes will be doomed. Previously, when she beat us up, I even tried to parasitize this goddess. After all, her physique is undoubtedly much stronger than yours. But I quickly realized that within each of her cells lies boundless power, so I retreated immediately. In short, all of the symbiotes on our planet together cannot defeat her. Eddie nodded, expressing understanding of Venom's choice. On the motorcycle racing track, Selena was happily driving, flying over the mountain, leaving the other competitors far behind. Flying over the mountain was a system-enhanced version of a transformer that Qiuya had exchanged from the system before leaving, capable of transforming into any vehicle form at will. Selena was speeding on the track with it. Whooshed. Her coordination with her mount was seamless and her movements flowed like water. As expected, Selena easily clinched the championship in this race. After the race, several competitors hurried to find Selena, astonished, and asked, Beauty, how did you modify this car? Why is it so fast? It's more than twice as fast as ours. This is outrageous. Selena smiled and replied, This is a transformer. What? Is it the same kind of transformer that Supergirl owns? That's not fair. The competitor immediately protested, looking like he wanted to say more. At that moment, Selena lightly tapped flying over the mountain, and it instantly transformed into a cool sports car, drawing gasps from the onlookers. Selena merely glanced at the dissatisfied competitor, did not collect her prize, and drove away without looking back. After this race, several competitors organized a protest. They believed that allowing transformers to participate was unfair to ordinary drivers. From then on, many racing competitions added a rule prohibiting transformers from entering. Flying over the mountain, do you think we are being too unfair? Selena pressed the gas pedal heavily, drifting while lamenting. She had just acquired flying over the mountain and was still fascinated by this excellent performing transformer, which was why she participated in the race. In the future, she would surely have no intention of doing so again. Flying over the mountain replied, Master, do not feel that we are bullying anyone. We followed the race rules while participating, and winning first place did not earn any prize. Why should you feel guilty? Selena understood in her heart that it was indeed a bit excessive to join an ordinary person's competition with her own strength. After joining the Supergirl alliance, Qiuya had given her a lot of money and let her stay in her villa, yet she seemed unable to help in any way. However, no one is perfect. It is normal to occasionally get carried away. Forget it, let's go back. Selena decided not to dwell on this matter, but to train hard using her strength in the future to truly help more people in need, thus cleansing her initial intentions and not disappointing Qiuya for giving her so many good things. As Selena was preparing to return to Qiuya's villa, flying over the mountain suddenly spoke up. Master Skynet just informed me that the Supergirl Alliance has an urgent mission. A spaceship is about to launch, bringing many monsters from outer space to invade Earth. We must hurry to stop it. Really? That's great. I've been eager to show my skills. Selena exclaimed excitedly. Flying over the mountain, you take over the driving. Hurry and take me there. Flying over the mountain responded, understood, Master. However, I must remind you that fighting against symbiotes may involve danger. Caution is advised. Symbiotes. Meanwhile, Skynet also gave Natasha the same notification. However, Natasha hesitated and said, do we have enough manpower over there? If we do, I won't go. I have tasks here at S.H.I.E.L.D., and I don't want to expose my undercover identity. There is still sufficient manpower. Having more people can relieve the burden and the battle will be easier, explained the artificial intelligence Skynet. In a remote town in America, S.H.I.E.L.D. established a temporary base next to a hammer. At night, a long-haired man burst in. My hammer. What's going on? Coulson asked his subordinates anxiously. Sir, ever since that person broke in, the hammer seems to be continuously emitting powerful electromagnetic waves. Our systems are struggling to cope, and many devices have malfunctioned, replied a subordinate urgently. Are you saying you want to see him take down more of us? Coulson hurriedly ran up to the small platform, watching below as Thor knocked down the last opponent and slowly walked towards the hammer. You'd better give the order quickly, Coulson. I'm almost ready to cheer for this guy. His combat prowess is astonishing, Barton said, drawing his bowstring taut, preparing to shoot. In Coulson's eyes, Thor was striding confidently toward the mysterious hammer, a fervent smile illuminating his face, as if this were the treasure he had always desired. Coulson was very curious if this unfamiliar, imposing figure that triggered the hammer's magnetic field truly had the ability to lift it. The rain poured down heavily from the sky, yet Thor seemed to revel in the moment, smiling down at the hammer for a long time before slowly reaching out for it. Seeing this, Barton exclaimed, this is the last chance, sir. Aren't you going to give the order? He's about to touch that hammer. Coulson pondered. Wait, I want to see. Thor smiled as he grasped the hammer's handle and pulled with all his might, only to find he could not budge it at all. The smile on his face instantly vanished. He had vaguely guessed the reason. Thor switched to using both hands to yank at the hammer, his face contorted with effort. Oh! He shouted, his legs sinking into the mud, yet he could still not move an inch. Realizing the truth of the situation, Thor wept bitterly in the pouring rain, his tears mixing with the rain on his face. What? Why? He cried out to the heavens, then weakly knelt on the ground. The rain poured down, soaking him to the bone. Coulson picked up the walkie-talkie and calmly said, all right, the show is over, let the ground troops move out. Seeing that Thor had lost the will to resist, Barton finally lowered his bow. The agents took the shattered Thor away, who was no longer inclined to resist, his body limp, merely allowing himself to be pushed around. Jane Foster had been anxiously waiting outside the base for a long time. Finally, she learned that Thor had been captured. It's over. The information I painstakingly gathered seems to be lost. She couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. No matter what, I have to find a way to rescue him. Even though Thor didn't display any of his powers earlier, through our earlier conversation, I found that his knowledge of myths and the cosmos far exceeds that of an ordinary person. She still firmly believed that this man was the legendary Norse god of thunder. In the interrogation room, Thor was firmly secured to a metal chair, unable to move. Coulson walked in, sizing him up from head to toe, then shook his head and said, you've made our elite task force look like a bunch of supermarket security guards earning minimum wage. This is quite damaging to our pride. Thor remained expressionless, silent. Coulson stroked his chin and pondered, in my experience, to defeat them, you must have undergone similar specialized training. Not saying anything. That's fine, let me guess where you're from. Just then the communication device in Coulson's pocket suddenly beeped. He quickly took it out and glanced at it, his expression changing, clearly indicating there was urgent business to attend to. Coulson hurriedly walked toward the door, but not before leaving a final remark, regardless, we will get what we want. After saying this, he strode out of the interrogation room and slammed the door shut behind him. Only Thor remained alone in the room, sitting in the chair with a vacant expression. At that moment, Loki's figure suddenly appeared before Thor, startling him like an apparition. Loki! Thor exclaimed in surprise, looking up. How did you get here? Loki feigned a sorrowful expression, his voice choked. I had to come see you, brother. What happened is? Thor asked nervously upon seeing Loki's unusual expression. Father is no longer with us. Loki hastily revealed this shocking news before Thor could finish speaking. Thor's face went pale instantly, his body stiffening as he stared in disbelief. How could this be? Loki tightly clenched his fists, pretending to endure the pain. But this was merely a ruse to deceive Thor. No, this is impossible. Thor murmured to himself, never having imagined he would suddenly hear news of his father's passing. Your banishment and the burden of war have made it too much for him to bear. Loki slowly approached, patting Thor's shoulder with a look of deep sympathy. All of this was part of his scheme. I actually advocated for you, but he wouldn't listen. Knowing you could not lift the hammer, yet still leaving it beside you, is truly cruel. Now the weight of the throne has fallen upon me. Loki continued to manipulate. Outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. Insider robot Terminator 66 saw Coulson exit Thor's interrogation room and quickly sent an encrypted message to his cohorts. Loki has arrived on Earth 877665. You can prepare to be in position at the location of the hammer. Receive the order, we will execute immediately. Several simulation robots quickly confirmed. Meanwhile, the beautiful robot May, who was rushing to meet Venom, was also remotely monitoring the situation through Skynet, quietly observing and directing every move. Thanks to some spoilers provided by Qiuya, May and her team had gained advanced knowledge of certain critical events. In the interrogation room, Thor's eyes glistened with tears as he looked up at Loki, pleadingly, brother, can I ever go home? Loki feigned a difficult expression and replied slowly, the terms of the truce with Jotunheim require you to be forever banished to Midgard. Mother had no choice but to agree to such demands for the stability of Asgard. As he spoke these falsehoods, Loki felt a twinge of pleasure. He relished deceiving Thor in this manner. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head. It can't be. How could Mother? Loki pretended to sigh in sorrow. We are also helpless, brother. Your actions have plunged the 9 realms into war. We have no choice. Hearing this, Thor lowered his head in pain. Loki, seeing his brother's breakdown, secretly chuckled. His scheme was unfolding step by step, and next he would seize the hammer and rule Asgard. I'm here to say goodbye, brother. I'm truly sorry. Loki said insincerely. No, I should be the one apologizing. Thank you for coming here to see me. Thor said softly, his eyes reddened. Deceived by Loki, he was still grateful for his brother's thoughtfulness. Well, I'll take my leave now, goodbye. Loki activated his invisibility spell and turned to leave the interrogation room. Goodbye. Thor watched the direction in which Loki had disappeared, his eyes filled with reluctance. At that moment, Coulson walked in smiling. I just got back. What do you mean goodbye? The world of Supergirl. In the evening, Qiuya followed Kara to her house. Kara, like a lively child, bounced around as she turned on the television, then happily tossed a large bag of snacks to Qiuya before diving onto the soft sofa. Thank you. Qiuya took the snacks, recalling something, and smiled. She stored the snacks in her system space, then retrieved 2 fragrant hot pastries from within. Wow, this smells amazing. Kara exclaimed as she caught the scent of the pastries, her eyes fixated on the food in Qiuya's hands, resembling a small animal eagerly awaiting a meal. Qiuya smiled as she handed her one of the pastries, and Kara joyfully accepted it. Though Kara was still inexperienced, she possessed a steel body, so she didn't need to carefully blow on it to cool it down. She took a big bite, her eyes immediately lighting up. This is super delicious. Oh my, the taste is simply incredible. Kara clasped her hands around the pastry in exaggerated admiration. The 2 of them happily ate and drank while watching the news on television. The television was reporting passengers on Flight 237 seem to have 2 guardian angels, with numerous passengers claiming that 2 female flyers saved the plane in a moment of crisis. Kara was thrilled upon hearing this and jumped up shouting excitedly, yay! I've become a hero too. However, the scene quickly changed and the tone of another female anchor shifted subtly. But are the guardian angels saviors or destroyers? The Autobahn bridge is filled with cracks, and there have also been significant property damages. What? Kara stood up quite displeased and shouted at the television. If you were the first to save the plane, would you cause even more destruction? At that moment, Alex walked in from outside. She first exchanged a glance with Qiuya, then said to Kara, oh my, what have you done? Kara, unconcerned and still immersed in the joy of being a superhero, dashed over to her foster sister upon hearing her voice. Ah. Sister, you know, now I'm so excited. Kara gave Alex a big hug, resulting in a cracked sound as her joints protested, causing Alex to wince in pain. Oh. As a Kryptonian, Kara's strength was indeed overwhelming, and she could unintentionally hurt ordinary people. Kara quickly let go, apologizing. I'm sorry, I was too forceful. I was just too excited. Oh, I can't believe I really took that step. After speaking, Kara eagerly pulled Alex over to Qiuya's side and introduced them one by one. Alex, this is Qiuya. She comes from another universe, is also a Kryptonian, and she's the queen of Krypton. Kara looked at Qiuya with excitement, as if she were talking about her favorite superhero. Sister Qiuya, this is my foster sister Alex. She has taken care of me like a real sister since I was little, and she's my family here on Earth. Kara affectionately slung her arm around Alex's shoulders. Alex replied, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're the one who lifted the plane with just one finger, right?" Qiuya nodded politely. "Hello, Alex. Thank you for taking such good care of my fellow Kryptonian, Kara. Come on, let's all sit down and chat." Kara excitedly pulled both of them to sit on the sofa and opened her snack box to take out more goodies. Alex sat on the sofa looking at Kara with a serious expression. Kara. Upon being called by her adoptive sister, Kara realized she was in trouble. She awkwardly smiled, lowered her face, pouted, and blinked her eyes nervously. Alexis spoke up. "What were you thinking at that moment? You are now exposed to everyone. Do you realize that? From now on, it will be difficult for you to hide your identity on Earth. Do you understand?" Qiuya stood aside as Alexis did not continue. "But I never wanted to hide myself," Kara explained. "I have always wanted to use my powers to help others and become a heroine. Today I finally got that opportunity, and I am very happy," Kara said firmly. "I came here from the distant Krypton not to be some assistant. That would be a betrayal to my Kryptonian heritage." Alexis insisted, "Doing such things is too dangerous for you. You must stop." She frowned and shook her head. "In any case, don't take such risks anymore. Just be an ordinary person on Earth." Ding, the system has detected a new world coordinate and is currently scanning. Qiuya, who was enjoying some snacks nearby, suddenly heard the system's voice echo in her mind. In less than 2 seconds, the system's prompt sounded again. "Confirmed, this universe is a sub-universe of X-Men Timeline Logan, the final battle." Wow, that was quick. System, after your upgrade, your efficiency has improved. At the same time, Qiuya noticed that the system points had exceeded 10 billion, and she felt overjoyed. "As a family member, you need to learn to reassure your family," Alexis added when Kara remained silent. Kara felt disappointed upon hearing her adoptive sister's disapproval of her being a superhero. Qiuya thought to herself, "Is Alexis a bit too much for Kara, this little fool?" Thus Qiuya spoke up. "Alexis, Kara is a powerful Kryptonian. It's not appropriate to keep her in a cage. She should be free to soar." Hearing Qiuya speak up for her, Kara's eyes immediately lit up. She looked at Alexis. "Yes, sister, I think so too." Before Kara could finish, Alexis firmly interrupted her. "Shut up. You should work honestly like me, safely, and without causing me any trouble." "Oh, is that so?" Hearing this, Qiuya suddenly stood up. "Alexis, is it really safe for you to work in the super check department?" Upon being asked by Qiuya, Alexis was taken aback and quickly drew a gun from her pocket, aiming it at Qiuya. "Who are you, and how do you know my identity in the super check department?" "That's confidential." Kara was shocked and quickly stood in front of Qiuya, saying to Alexis, "Sister, put the gun down." "What is the super check department? What are you hiding from me?" Qiuya calmly replied, "Your adoptive sister is hiding quite a lot from you, Kara. You are only one-sidedly transparent to her." Really?" Kara looked at Alexis somewhat unhappily. "Sister, how could you do this? I have always opened my heart to you, yet you are doing these things behind my back." Alexis tried to explain, "Kara, I didn't intend to keep it from you." However, Kara was already feeling dissatisfied. She thought since Alexis was also doing dangerous work, she shouldn't stop herself from becoming a superhero. Kara said stiffly, "You are also engaged in dangerous work, so do you have the qualifications to restrict my freedom? I have the right to choose my own life." Alexis was taken aback, realizing that her actions had upset Kara, but she didn't know how to respond. The two fell into an awkward silence. At that moment, Qiuya said, "Kara, let's go. I'll take you to where your sister works to check if there are any safety hazards or dangerous individuals." Kara exclaimed happily, "Great. It's always been you, sister, who cares about me. I actually care about your safety too. I'll use my supervision and hearing to help check your work environment." With that, Kara excitedly grabbed Qiuya's hand. Alexis exclaimed urgently, "No way. You wicked woman, stay away from my sister. We are the super check department." Before Alexis could finish, Qiuya opened a portal, and the three of them instantly arrived inside the super check department. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Loki had successfully deceived his brother Thor and was feeling quite pleased. He decided to take this opportunity to try lifting Thor's hammer. After using an invisibility spell, he arrogantly thought that no one on this backward Earth could discover him. However, what Loki didn't know was that a few Terminator cyborgs were keenly observing him from a nearby platform. The Terminators, equipped with powerful sensors, were pretending to patrol, but as soon as Thor's hammer showed any slight movement, they would immediately detect it. Loki extended one hand and tugged at the hammer a few times only to find it unmoved. He then tried with both hands, but to no avail. At that moment, one of the Terminators on the platform suddenly turned its head towards Loki. Loki retracted his hand, feeling a bit disappointed and regretful that he couldn't lift the hammer. But soon he keenly sensed the approach of danger as several Terminators surrounded him. Loki couldn't believe he had been discovered. His mood turned sour. "Oomph," Loki sneered. "So what if he was discovered? He decided to teach these ants a lesson and let them witness the power of a god. At that moment, the 46th Terminator suddenly shouted, "Hail Hydra!" The surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the real Hydra undercover agents widened their eyes in disbelief, looking over. The 46th Terminator charged directly towards Thor's hammer. What? On the other side, Xiaomei and Selena had already arrived at the chaotic rocket launch site, where they found Eddie. Eddie saw two beautiful girls approaching and thought to Venom, "Is this our backup? Two women. Is that reliable?" Venom replied, "I sense the aura of our kind from that girl in black. Don't underestimate them." Selena stepped forward and said to Eddie, "Hello, you must be Eddie, right? I was worried I'd be late, but it seems the battle hasn't officially started yet, right?" Eddie felt a bit awkward. The rocket is about to launch. I wanted to wait until all the backup arrived. That would increase our success rate. No need, that's redundant. Eddie said softly, "Then let's start acting now. I have already figured out the situation here. No need to overthink it." At Stark Tower, Bruce Banner said to Tony Stark, "Have you contacted her? I want to stay in our DC world for a while. I can't get in touch." "She must have gone to another universe," Tony replied. Recently, Tony had renovated some of his rooms and laboratories completely using lead materials for all the walls. "Are you sure her X-ray vision can't see through lead?" Tony looked at the unfinished anti-Supergirl armor on the lab table, feeling a bit guilty. Superman can't see through lead. They are of the same kind, so Supergirl should be the same, right? But Superman fears kryptonite, while she doesn't. She can even play basketball with kryptonite. Tony felt inexplicably guilty and was afraid of being discovered by Qiuya. One reason was that he definitely couldn't defeat her now. The second reason was that Qiuya had saved him a few times. Yet here he was designing armor to deal with her, feeling a deep sense of guilt. Meanwhile, in S.H.I.E.L.D., the lead box continuously followed the newly illuminated Tesseract. Nick Fury only hoped the lead would work. As soon as there was news of Qiuya's return, he would immediately put the Tesseract into the lead box. Inside the super check department, three figures appeared out of thin air, startling an agent. "Who goes there?" The surrounding agents heard the alarm and quickly rushed over, drawing their guns at the three. "Freeze, or we will open fire," one agent shouted. "Wait, it's me." Alexis hurriedly stepped forward, raising her hands to show she meant no harm. "Alexis, why did you suddenly bring two outsiders here?" Although the agents recognized Alexis, they still held their guns warily. "I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening either." Alexis thought she had messed up badly this time, giving Qiuya a furious glance. Kara looked nervously at the armed agents around her and tugged at Qiuya's sleeve. "Are we in trouble?" Qiuya replied, "Don't worry, your sister is here. Besides, you have a steel body, what is there to fear?" Kara nodded, but still looked anxiously at Alexis. She felt they had gotten into big trouble, and this place was clearly a confidential department. At that moment, the head of the super check department, Hank Henshaw, strode over. "Sir," Alexis greeted. Hank nodded. "Alexis, how did you get in? And why did you bring your sister along?" Hank glanced at Kara and then turned to Qiuya. "And this Kryptonian beauty, may I ask what brings you to our place?" Hank recognized Kara immediately and also recognized Qiuya. "Wasn't she the Supergirl who saved Flight 237 a few days ago?" Qiuya stepped forward. "Hank, I could tell at a glance that you are not human." Hank's expression abruptly darkened. Every muscle in his body tensed instantaneously. All nearby agents turned toward Qiuya and Hank with startled gazes. Hank stared in utter disbelief. "You." The words died on his lips. He took a deep, steadying breath and changed course. "Shall we speak privately?" Without another word, he pivoted sharply and strode away with purposeful strides, gesturing for Qiuya and the others to follow. Alex watched her superior Hank with wide-eyed astonishment, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. Kara remained completely baffled, trailing along in dazed silence. Moments later, the group entered a secluded room. Hank closed the door firmly and fixed Qiuya with a grave, searching look. "How did you discover my true identity?" "I believe my disguise was flawless. I assumed I'd concealed myself perfectly." Qiuya replied calmly, "My X-ray vision surpasses that of other Kryptonians. Your physiology is unmistakably non-human. Your skeletal structure, musculature, all defy human norms. So you're some kind of shape-shifting alien." Alex and Kara cried out in unison, their eyes snapping toward Hank in stunned disbelief. Alex stepped forward, her expression alight with shock as she gazed at Director Hank. "Sir, what are you truly? Are you really an alien?" The thought that she had long taken orders from an extraterrestrial left her reeling. Good heavens. Hank fell silent, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he nodded solemnly and addressed Qiuya. "It appears I gravely underestimated you. I apologize for my earlier concealment. I will share certain truths with you, but I must ask you to swear absolute secrecy." Qiuya inclined her head. "You have my word. I will not speak of this. But you owe them full clarity, everything, including the truth about their father." With a heavy sigh, Hank motioned for everyone to sit. Then with quiet gravity, he began recounting his origins, his mission, and how, years ago on Mars, he first met their father. The two young women sat frozen mouths agape, never imagining that Hank was none other than the Martian Manhunter, nor that their father had once served in the Department of Extranormal Affairs, sacrificing his life to save Hank during a perilous mission. Thereafter, Hank assumed human guise and joined the Department of Extranormal Affairs, not merely as an agent, but as their guardian. Unit 46, a Terminator roared Hail Hydra, before lunging toward Loki, who stood beside Mjolnir. A Hydra lieutenant standing nearby recoiled in alarm, immediately reaching to alert headquarters, unaware that this subordinate had already been slain and replaced by Unit 46. Loki watched the charging figure with a disdainful smirk. Arrogant and unshaken, he resolved to subdue the mortal with sheer divine might, letting the insignificant creature feel firsthand the crushing weight of godhood. You, a mere native of this soil, dare challenge a god? Loki materialized midair, voice ringing with icy mockery. Truly, a gnat straining against the mountain. At the very instant, Unit 46 closed and Loki whirled with lethal grace, driving his right knee upward in a devastating kick aimed squarely at the Terminator's jaw. To Loki's astonishment, a thunderous boom echoed through the chamber. The Terminator had caught the blow barehanded. Loki's foot struck the Terminator's metallic exoskeleton, sending ripples of displaced air outward. Yet Unit 46 stood utterly unmoved. What? Loki recoiled in genuine shock. Though he'd held back, he was a god, and yet this machine had withstood his strike without so much as staggering. Unit 40 SIX's crimson optical sensors flared with menace. Pathetic god. Fury burned cold in Loki's gaze. He scoffed, voice laced with contempt. You are but a machine. How much stronger could you possibly be than a man? Unit 46 replied, evenly, Loki, Asgard's third princess. I neglected to mention earlier, my master sends her regards. What did you say? Loki, poised to unleash a shadowy illusion for ambush, jolted upright, every nerve alight with sudden visceral dread. At that moment, an increasing number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents converged on the scene, among them numerous Hydra operatives and Terminators. Loki seethed inwardly. This despicable machine, using such underhanded tactics, has actually disturbed my composure. With a snarl, he left his illusionary duplicate standing in place, while his true form activated invisibility, slipping silently behind Terminator Unit 46. Drawing his dagger, he lunged forward and drove it with lethal speed into the unit's waist. A sharp metallic crunch echoed as the blade sank deep into the Terminator's chassis. Sparks erupted from its frame. Loki smiled, cold, triumphant. By now, agents had formed a tight perimeter around the battlefield, weapons drawn and aimed. Yet at that instant, the highest-ranking agent on site barked an order. All personnel, fall back. That machine may detonate. He was in fact a sleeper Terminator operative, Unit 66. Upon hearing the command, the agents hastily retreated. Meanwhile, Agent Coulson, having received word from his subordinates, was already racing toward the scene. Simultaneously, Unit 66 exchanged encrypted intel with his allies elsewhere. Unit 49, Unit 23. How much longer until Dr. Banner arrives? A reply came instantly acknowledging Unit 66, Oh, Commander. We encountered an unexpected delay en route. We're arriving imminently. May, engaged in combat nearby, intercepted this transmission, and realizing the situation had shifted, understood that the Hulk would arrive later than anticipated. She immediately issued new orders to the Terminators. Initiate Unit 40 SIXS self-destruct sequence. Unit 46, activate your self-termination protocol. Now, she commanded via internal comms. Unit 46 responded instantly, confirmed. Executing immediately. Unit 46 locked eyes with Loki, who wore a smirk of triumph, and returned it with a mocking grin. Release me, or else our master has sworn to transform you into a woman. Then you truly shall be Princess Loki, the third princess. Asgard. Heimdall stood beside the Bifrost Bridge, his all-seeing gaze fixed upon Earth, observing every unfolding moment across the mortal realm. Watching Loki repeatedly humiliated, Heimdall's lips twitched, then curved into a faint, knowing smile. He had long foreseen that this cunning prince of Asgard would one day fall, not by sword or sorcery, but beneath the hand of a woman named Qiuya. This extraordinary woman, hailing from no known realm among the 9 worlds, possessed power so immense even Odin regarded her with wary reverence. Silently, Heimdall awaited the spectacle to unfold. Now both Thor and Loki would undergo trials upon Earth, and Odin, upon learning of it, would surely rejoice. Hearing those words, Loki's face darkened. Though overshadowed since childhood by Thor, his pride as Prince of Asgard remained unshakable and unbearably fragile. Accursed machine, he raged inwardly, fury blazing white-hot within his chest. He raised his dagger for the final blow, to erase Unit 46 forever, and with it the insult. But Unit 46 suddenly seized him in a crushing embrace. Its mechanical joints shrieked in protest as its chassis glowed incandescent red, radiating searing heat. "You dare, eh?" Loki cried out, too late to break free. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Blinding white light engulfed the area. A wave of scorching force surged outward, obliterating everything in its path. Fortunately, the agents had withdrawn just in time to the safety perimeter, and now exhaled in silent collective relief. Nearby, a jeep sped toward the chaos. Inside sat Dr. Banner and several Terminators who had witnessed the detonation firsthand. When the thermal wave subsided and smoke cleared, a battered figure knelt amid the wreckage, Loki disheveled and scorched. Rage still burned fiercely in his heart. Though the blast had spared his life, being shamed on this contemptible world by machines he deemed beneath notice filled him with unbearable shame and wrath. "Enough, you wretched insects." He ground the words between clenched teeth, emerald eyes blazing with venomous hatred. "I shall slaughter you all, as one crushes chickens, without mercy." His gaze snapped toward the armed agents standing guard in the distance. Just as he prepared to strike, another voice thundered across the ruins. "Hulk, smash!" Roar. Hulk spotted Loki not far away, his excitement akin to that of a child who has just discovered a new toy, and with a joyful roar he charged directly towards Loki. Loki was still reeling from the chaos and anger of being bombed when he saw a large green figure rushing towards him with enthusiasm, as if he were nothing more than a plaything. As a noble prince of Asgard, how could he tolerate such humiliation? Hulk stormed up to Loki, his massive green hands slamming down beside Loki on the concrete ground, with a resounding thud stirring up a cloud of dust. Loki was furious, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. "Enough, you lowly green monster. I am a god." Hulk paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, not waiting for Loki to finish. "Roar!" he bellowed, lifting Loki as if he were a mere chick. Even if Loki was a god, Hulk was determined to smash. He slammed Loki against the ground multiple times with force, as if he were a rag doll, and Loki's cries were choked back before they could escape his throat. Hulk roared with pride, delivering one final powerful slam to the ground, and with a loud thud, he smashed Loki down. Loki's face turned as pale as paper, seemingly unable to accept the sudden turn of events. His mind was blank, eyes vacant, mouth moving silently as he gasped for breath. Onlookers saw Loki sprawled out, his body embedded in the floor, unmoving in the pit created by his impact. Someone sighed in disbelief. "Youth is wonderful, just fall down and sleep." Hulk turned away satisfied and added, "What a weak god." After a while, Loki, having regained his senses from the pounding, hurriedly turned invisible and soon escaped back to Asgard. He now thought Earth was a bit terrifying and realized he couldn't come alone in the future. He needed to bring more people. At that moment, Coulson arrived at the scene with several fully armed agents. They looked bewildered at the destroyed makeshift base, the invisible Loki, and Hulk, who was transforming back into Banner. "What happened? What is going on?" In the world of Supergirl. After learning about the Supergirl unit from Qiuya and her foster sister's work, she also joined the Supergirl unit. Now she could be a superhero, and her foster sister couldn't oppose it. Qiuya thought happily. But a superhero also needs a stylish combat uniform. Qiuya happily changed into a new outfit, took off her glasses, and approached Qiuya like a little girl waiting for guidance from an elder. Qiuya looked Qiuya up and down, her eyes lighting up, and she smiled. "Not bad, you look much better without glasses, and also bare legs aren't great. Wearing black stockings would make it even more perfect." "Great idea." Qiuya immediately obediently changed into the stockings chosen by Qiuya. Now Qiuya exuded a mature and sexy charm, truly embodying the image of a petite, yet powerful superhero. "Awesome," Qiuya exclaimed, spinning around in joy, then gave Qiuya a big hug as thanks. Just after saying that, Qiuya activated her X-ray vision and indeed spotted a criminal. "I saw a gunman in the distance through X-ray vision. Watch me go take care of them," Qiuya said excitedly, and without waiting for Qiuya to respond, joyfully swooped out the window, eager to show off her skills. Qiuya shook her head helplessly at the little fool. She didn't follow, but quietly took out some food. Soon Qiuya flew back with a whoosh, proudly dusting off her hands. All taken care of. It was so easy, just like playing a game. However, Qiuya noticed that apart from a few tears in Qiuya's bodysuit, her black stockings were nearly turned into fishnet tights riddled with bullet holes. Only then did Qiuya realize the situation was dire, and she looked quite embarrassed. She hugged her head and said awkwardly, I didn't expect it to turn out like this, and I didn't pay attention to protecting my clothes." Qiuya spoke up. "Qiuya, as a Kryptonian, you must not let either your body or clothes be damaged when dealing with ordinary villains, otherwise you'd bring shame upon Krypton, becoming a disgrace to your people. You can use a biofield to shield yourself from bullets, or wear a specially designed combat suit like mine, which is of excellent quality, bulletproof and comfortable." Qiuya patted Qiuya's shoulder. Qiuya quickly nodded, Yes, goddess sister, I understand. I will definitely be careful next time and strive not to embarrass Krypton again. I also want a cool combat suit like yours. After saying that, Kara mustered her courage and cautiously reached out to touch Qiuya's stockings. After the two played around for a while. By the way, your battle suit is made from the same material, right? Where did you get it? Kara asked, curiously admiring Qiuya's high-tech outfit that could withstand bullets. How convenient it would be if she had a set like that to fight villains as a superhero. Qiuya looked at Kara with sparkling eyes and said, this battle suit is made with nanotechnology. Not only is its defensive capability extremely high, but it can also change its form according to needs. Upon finishing her sentence, Qiuya's outfit instantly transformed into a beautiful blue skirt, revealing her smooth long legs accentuated by blue high heels perfectly showcasing her tall and graceful figure. Kara stared in awe, repeatedly expressing her admiration. Wow, it's so beautiful. I want a battle suit that can transform too. That would be so convenient. Do you want one? Kara eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. If you complete the special training I designed, I might not mind giving you a set. Kara hurriedly asked, what kind of special training? Qiuya had spent a few more days in this world dealing with some small villains alongside Kara and was starting to feel a bit bored. Calculating the time, the storyline of Thor should be wrapping up soon, and it was time to meet Thor Loki and try to lift Mjolnir. So that evening, Qiuya approached Kara and said, I need to return to the Marvel world. Train well, I will be back soon. Kara felt a bit reluctant, but obediently nodded. Sister Qiuya, go ahead and be busy. I will train hard. Qiuya nodded in satisfaction and opened a portal. A portal appeared next to Mjolnir. Who goes there? The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents guarding Mjolnir exclaimed, raising their weapons towards Qiuya. Soon more heavily armed agents rushed over, and upon recognizing Qiuya, they quickly reported the situation to Coulson. Sir, Supergirl has returned. She has appeared next to Mjolnir. On the other side, Coulson, who had just discovered that Thor was fleeing, was angrily reprimanding his subordinates. Upon receiving the report, he was taken aback and hurriedly informed Nick Fury. He then commanded his subordinates, you guys hold her off for now, while I'm coming. After saying that, he hurriedly hung up. Upon learning this, Nick Fury quickly said to the agent beside him, quick, tell them to stop their research for now and put the Tesseract in a lead box. Supergirl is back. On the side of Mjolnir, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents exchanged glances, knowing how powerful Qiuya was. They couldn't handle her. Fortunately, in their impression, Qiuya was quite just so. She shouldn't randomly harm them. They watched from the side, not daring to act rashly. Everyone put down your guns, bit Supergirl. There's no need for us to be armed. The highest commander on the scene said. Qiuya cast a sidelong glance at him, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was her undercover agent from Terminator. Such efficiency, already infiltrating the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents could only cautiously lower their guns and slowly surround Qiuya and Mjolnir in the center, keeping watch, while also secretly paying attention to their surroundings, making it seem like they were protecting Qiuya. A Hydra undercover agent was also looking for an opportunity to report information. Qiuya ignored them and directly reached out a hand, preparing to lift Mjolnir. Surrounding agents and undercover operatives widened their eyes and stretched their necks, eager to see whether the formidable Qiuya could lift the hammer. After all, they had already attempted every conceivable method. The hammer was forged from ultra-dense neutron star matter, its true mass exceeding 100 billion tons. There were only two ways to lift it: either earn its recognition and then raise it effortlessly, or resort to brute force. Under the stunned gazes of agents and undercover operatives, reality defied their expectations. Rather than seeing Qiuya's muscles bulge and her face flush crimson as she strained to heave the hammer aloft, she moved with the serene grace of a refined lady, lifting a book from her desk, gently grasping the haft, and raising her arm, whereupon the hammer rose smoothly, weightlessly from the ground. Qiuya's current bodily density exceeded that of an ordinary human by over 240 million times, making her without question a petite, yet profoundly formidable beauty. Though her mass was many orders of magnitude less than the hammer's, lifting it by sheer force remained trivial for her. She tossed the hammer lightly in one hand, turning it playfully between her fingers. Not bad. It's slightly heavier than I imagined. Still far too light to serve as my weapon. Her voice, clear and melodious, shattered the silence. Why is no one speaking? She swept her gaze across the assembled crowd. If she can lift it so effortlessly, what else is there left to say? Nothing at all. Awe shimmered on some faces, while others wore tension, despair, or vacant stares. Some hurried to report to their superiors. Nick Fury watched the scene unfold on screen, disbelief etched across his features. Damn it. Has the hammer somehow grown lighter? We exhausted every method, yet the moment she arrived, she lifted it as if it weighed nothing. At the scene, Agent Coulson cleared his throat cautiously. Superwoman, May we ask how heavy this hammer actually is? Qiuya studied the hammer thoughtfully, then weighed it briefly in one hand. I'm not certain, but it must weigh at least 100 billion tons. 100 billion tons. Coulson sucked in a sharp breath, his atoms apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. One agent blurted out. Unbelievable. How can such a being exist in our world? Is she here to save humanity? Yet Earth faces no alien invasion, no apocalypse. No, Superwoman isn't human. She's a goddess. Not of our species. A Hydra operative chimed in, fluent and practiced. Qiuya smiled, faintly glancing at the scorch marks and debris around her, especially at the humanoid crater embedded in the ground. Wasn't there a psychic woman here earlier, wearing a green cloak? Coulson nodded. Yes, a being who claimed to be a god. Male by voice. Fortunately, the Hulk intervened and sent him fleeing in disarray. We have no idea where he vanished. No, is she the third princess of Asgard? Coulson and the surrounding agents froze, silently pondering her words. Qiuya smiled softly, then swung the hammer gently, its head humming with crackling arcs of electricity. Thor, god of thunder, remains somewhere on Earth. I must meet him. With that, she vanished before their very eyes, her flight speed at 0.8 times light speed, rendering her departure indistinguishable from instantaneous disappearance. Wait, the hammer. Coulson shook his head helplessly and rushed to brief Director Fury. Sir, Superwoman has taken the hammer. A calm voice replied, almost instantly. I know. Its tone betrayed neither anger nor relief. Meanwhile, Jane Foster and her friends had successfully rescued Thor. Thor trudged listlessly behind them along the broad avenue, shoulders slumped, steps slow and heavy. He looked utterly despondent, indifferent, even dismissive. I have lost everything. There was no need to rescue me. Where would I even go now? Jane glanced at him with quiet concern. I believe you. You truly are the Norse thunder god. Thor scoffed bitterly. So what? What does belief change? I have nothing left, not even Mjolnir. All I want now is a place to drink. Her friends exchanged uneasy glances, concluding he was little more than a drunken caricature, nothing like the mythic deity of legend. One friend muttered quietly, Jane, I told you he wasn't real. We wasted our time. Before the sentence finished, everyone, including Thor, froze mid-step, rooted to the spot. A stunning woman materialized before them. Qiuya. You. Jane gasped, instantly recognizing her as Superwoman. Yet doubt flickered in her eyes. Is this cosplay? Surely it can't be her in person. Thor, however, focused instantly on the hammer in her hand. Turning to Jane, he said, that replica matches Mjolnir perfectly. She must be an admirer of mine. Everyone stared in stunned silence. Qiuya sighed inwardly. I'll knock some sense into you with this hammer. Thor smiled and shook his head. Madam, your joking skills are impressive, but only in my past could I wield the true Mjolnir. If it were anyone else, they would not be worthy to lift it even a fraction. Jane ignored Thor's words and turned to Qiuya. This outfit is truly perfect. Did a professional makeup artist help you? But you really are the most beautiful Supergirl cosplayer I have ever seen. Upon hearing this, Qiuya raised her delicate eyebrows, her rosy lips curling slightly upward, and two dazzling beams of red light shot from her beautiful eyes, pointing straight to the ground. The ground hissed as two plumes of green smoke rose. Now do you believe it? Jane and her two friends exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from shock to excitement. What they did not know was that those two beams of heat were melting the soil as they penetrated the earth. Finally, they precisely hit a wild chicken foraging in the wilderness on the other side of the earth, cooking it to perfection. Before long, a large gray wolf happened to pass by, caught the scent, and rushed over with glowing eyes, quickly snatching the roasted chicken and indulging in it. In Kamartaj, the ancient one who was meditating opened her eyes and then closed them again. Qiuya looked with satisfaction at the roasted wild chicken on the other side of the earth, retracting her heat vision. Now she could precisely adjust the temperature and thickness of her heat vision. It seemed it could be used for cooking. Supergirl. My goodness. This is simply unbelievable. Jane exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and down. We are fortunate to witness the real Supergirl herself. The most powerful superhero in the world is right before us. Oh my goodness. You really are Supergirl. The female companion exclaimed, her hands clenched in excitement, her face beaming with joy. Thor was somewhat puzzled. To him, it was mere parlor tricks. Was there really a need for such excitement? Women are like this, making a big deal out of nothing, he thought, looking at the other relatively calm male companion. But the next moment, Thor saw him pause for a moment before quickly pulling out paper and a pen from his backpack, his face unable to hide his excitement. Goddess Idol, could you give me an autograph? Thor helplessly shook his head. Shouldn't you be excited for an autograph from me, the Prince of Asgard? Jane Foster rolled her eyes dramatically at Thor's self-talk, completely ignoring him, and hurriedly approached Qiuya for an autograph. Although Jane had already come to believe that Thor was indeed the god of thunder, his previous behaviors had clearly shattered her lofty image of deities. Qiuya signed her name at near light speed, and in the blink of an eye her name appeared on the paper for the three of them. They were thrilled to witness such super speed. What they did not know was that these 3 signatures would be turned into a fortune in the future. Thor, do you really not believe it's real? I was planning to return it to you, but if you don't want it I can take it away. Thor calmly replied, fine, it's a gift for you. Let's not stay here, let's go have a drink together. Jane ignored Thor and said, Goddess, I believe it's the real deal. By the way, how heavy is this hammer? About 10 billion tons, Qiuya replied, seeing their incredulous expressions. She added, Jane, you don't need to be so surprised, actually you can lift it too. Jane was even more astonished upon hearing this. And Thor, I have to tell you some news, your father is actually not dead, Loki has been deceiving you. The lethargic Thor was suddenly startled. What? Is that true? I said my father was so powerful, how could he die easily? Oh, that Loki, truly my good brother. Qiuya chuckled and said, I'll help you turn him into a good little sister later, making him the 3rd princess. 3rd? Qiuya did not explain, you'll know in the future. Meanwhile, Selena, Little May, and the Venom duo made a grand entrance at the gates of the Life Foundation. Selena rode in, stopping dramatically, performing the classic bend at the waist. Using the firepower system from the flying machine, she fired a series of fiery projectiles, blasting open the big gate. Go! Selena shouted, and along with Venom and Little May the 3 charged in together. Venom happily rushed forward saying, this is exhilarating, you, I love this kind of battle. Eddie worried said, Venom, please be mindful of my pain during the fight. Don't take every attack heated. Venom whipped a security guard away and replied, sure. Sir, this is not a drill. The flight crew isn't ready yet, an employee anxiously told Drake. I'll pilot the ship myself, Drake replied. You, the employee asked in disbelief. Yes, just me. How much longer? Drake snapped, growing impatient. We're loading the spatial probe diagnostic protocol. Even with full automation, no single person can operate it alone. The employee hesitated. Just follow orders, Drake said, lifting his gaze with quiet intensity. I'm not alone. At that moment, Riot whispered within him, excellent. Once my kin arrive, our dominion will be absolute, and legions of symbiotes will obey our command. Even Supergirl cannot overcome the symbiote god. With her absent from Earth, we must depart without delay. Drake smiled, cold, certain, triumphant. Yet he remained unaware that Riot was merely using him, and that its first act upon mission completion would be to discard him for a superior host. Moments later, a technician reported, Sir, the rocket is prepped. Only final diagnostics remain. Sir, urgent. 3 intruders have breached the building. Our security and mercenaries are overwhelmed. And, as instructed, we've confirmed Supergirl's presence on Earth. Before the words had fully left his lips, a breathless guard burst into the launch chamber. Launch immediately, Drake barked the order. Sir, did I hear that correctly? The engineer faltered. Initiate launch sequence, now. Drake roared. The technicians swiftly entered the authorization code. A mechanical chime echoed through the chamber. Beep. Launch sequence engaged. -5 minutes. Ding. Ding. Shit. Who programmed this interminable countdown? Drake grumbled, pressing a hand to his temple. Standard procedure, sir. Safety protocols, the technician murmured. Boom. Xiao Mei kicked the launch chamber door open, its reinforced steel buckling inward. 3 figures stood silhouetted in the doorway. Venom loomed at the center, his massive frame radiating oppressive power. Beside him stood Selena Kyle, the Catwoman, her tail already coiled behind her. In battle, she discovered her tail enhanced balance at high speeds. And now, using the fluid properties of her suit, she'd forged it into a weapon capable of striking piercing or constricting foes. Drake's staff shrieked in terror at the sight of Venom, and scattered in panic. Oh, I was about to kick the door myself. You beat me to it. Such strength in such slender legs, Venom remarked, impressed. Your corner, Drake. Xiao Mei ignored Venom entirely, fixing Drake with a glacial stare. The sequence is already running. Do you truly believe 3 of us can stop you? Drake smirked. Then brace yourselves, for a new era dawns upon Earth. He was utterly convinced Riot's might would crush them effortlessly. His dream neared fulfillment, symbiotes and humanity fused as one. Earth's evolution guided by a chosen few, and himself elevated to godlike stature. Then let's just destroy the rocket, Selena said coolly, her eyes narrowing. Her tail lashed out, snaring a mercenary who charged forward seeking reward, and coiled him tight. A choked gasp, then silence. In less than a second, he slumped unconscious. Riot erupted from Drake's body, swelling into a 3-meter monstrosity, twin colossal axes forming in its hands as it roared. ROAR, come on. Damn, Venom, that's badass. Shapeshift into something like that, and take him down. Eddie blurted. I don't do that. And you, talk less. You're kinda weak at this, huh? Eddie retorted. I can. Selena's voice cut through the chaos. Her tail flung the mercenary aside. Then her suit rippled, and 2 10-meter-long blades bloomed from her arms as she lunged toward Riot. Xiaomei calculated the odds and sprinted for the rocket console, intent on hacking the control system and halting launch. Venom, go. Let's save the world. Eddie cried, adrenaline surging. Just then Eddie's phone rang, an unmistakable personalized ringtone. Venom reached, instantly, fingers closing around it. Whose call is this? Annoying. As he tensed to crush it, Eddie interjected. Wait, it's Annie. My girlfriend. She's probably terrified. I just need to reassure her I'm safe. One quick call. Otherwise she might do something reckless. Not girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend. Venom's expression remained utterly blank. Seeing Selena holding her own, and knowing Xiaomei needed no aid at the console, Eddie pleaded. Yeah, but please, this is the first time I've ever asked you for anything. Just this once. Venom glanced at Xiaomei, calm, focused, still infiltrating the system, and understood she had control. So did he. Fine, answer it. Seriously, shit. Feels like we showed up for nothing. Just spectators now. Eddie exhaled in relief and answered, Hey Annie. Annie's voice exploded from the speaker. Oh my god. You finally picked up. I'm so relieved you're alive. I was terrified that alien monster had eaten you. Or worse. What's going on? Everything's fine. We're actually getting along great. We're saving the world. Drake's hosting a symbiote. They're launching a rocket to bring millions of its kin to Earth. Oh my god, are you okay? I'll call the police. I'm coming right now. No, it's too dangerous. Don't come. Eddie shouted, but she'd already hung up. Selena, seeing no reinforcements forthcoming, met Riot heat-in, unflinching, unafraid. Her twin blades blurred, cutting arcs of light weaving 1,000 shifting edges, forcing Riot to retreat step by step. Riot roared, fists transforming into massive hammers that slammed toward her. She darted aside with feline grace. Blade light flashed, his arm gashed open. The wound sealed almost instantly. I'll admit, you're formidable, Riot growled, voice thick with venom. But it's not enough. It surged upward, swelling to 5 meters, its hide bristling with jagged spines. It swung a devastating blow. Selena twisted clear, the impact cratered the floor. She leapt skyward, and her blades shattered into hundreds of razor-sharp projectiles streaking toward Riot. Too slow, Riot swept frantically at the barrage. Blades pierced its shoulder and chest. Enraged, it unleashed a deafening shriek and launched itself airborne. As Riot's fist descended, Selena's suit instantly solidified into a massive shield. The crushing blow struck home. A deep, resonant thud. The shield warped slightly but held. The two combatants continued their fierce clash, the battlefield drenched in carnage. After merging the symbiote king with her nanotech suit, Selena's physique had surged over 100-fold, though her figure remained unchanged. The longer the battle raged, the stronger her body grew, and the more instinctively she wielded her suit. I like your girlfriend too, she's quite admirable. Seeing Selena steadily overpowering Riot and evolving with every passing moment, Venom relaxed, exchanging idle banter with Eddie. Eddie voiced deep concern. I know she cares for me, but coming here was recklessly dangerous. Venom replied, we'll protect her. Later you'll need to apologize and confess your love. Seize this chance to win her back. She's an exceptional, compassionate young woman. Look at the battlefield. Victory is already assured. Eddie murmured, you're growing remarkably adept at understanding human society. Riot had not anticipated struggling so fiercely against a single woman. To his horror, he sensed kinship in the fluid coating Selena's form, yet it bore no life. Someone had evidently refined and subjugated it, transforming it into her armor. To him, such mastery was profoundly terrifying, and for the first time Earth itself began to seem monstrous. What have you done to your symbiote? Selena paused, then without warning or honor delivered a devastating kick that sent Riot hurtling through the air. He crashed heavily beside Venom. Venom, why aren't you helping me? Get aboard the rocket, now. No, we cannot let you bring them here. What? Why? Riot could not comprehend. It's for their sake. I've sensed the energy within the female Kryptonian. She could obliterate our entire world alone. Let me, a single symbiote, bear the burden of living on Earth, as its ambassador of exchange. Liza. Riot refused to accept it. Traitor, die. With a guttural roar, he lunged at Venom. The two symbiotes grappled violently, shattering launch site infrastructure in their wake. Selena instantly joined the fray. Meanwhile, Xiaomei stood calmly inside the control room, her gaze sweeping the chaotic battlefield beyond the window before returning coolly to the console. She liquefied her arm and physically infiltrated the system. Within moments, the rocket's launch sequence ground to a halt. This was a signature ability of the Terminator's seamless infiltration of virtually any mechanical system. Xiaomei intended for the Terminators to assume control of Life Foundation. Preserving the rocket was therefore imperative. Just as she neared completion, two burly mercenaries burst into the control room, fixing their eyes on her back. Girl, cease your operation. Jack commanded. Turn around, now. Martin barked. They advanced swiftly, Yet Xiao Mei ignored them entirely, completing her final command with serene composure before turning slowly to face them. Whoa, what a stunner. Should we take her aside for some fun first? Jack leered, his gaze crawling over Xiao Mei with predatory hunger. Don't be foolish. Kill her first. Less trouble later. Once the job's done, we collect our payment. Though Martin too burned with desire, duty held precedence. Your employer is already doomed, Xiao Mei stated, voice glacial. The mercenaries drew pistols and combat knives, lunging toward her. Jack, arrogant and overconfident, opted not to fire. He charged, only to find the seemingly delicate Xiao Mei moving with lightning speed, her motions lithe and precise. Martin opened fire, but the bullets ricocheted harmlessly off Xiao Mei's crimson blouse. What is this woman? He cried, stunned. Xiao Mei spun gracefully, then drove a crushing elbow into Jack's abdomen. His organs seemed to shift violently within him. He shrieked, doubled over, and collapsed to his knees. Martin fired again in panic. Xiao Mei closed the distance under fire, then deflected his slashing blade with a flick of her slender wrist, sending it clattering to the floor. You monster! Martin snarled, throwing a punch at her face. Xiao Mei caught it effortlessly, then countered with a brutal strike from her other fist. Boom! The impact hurled Martin backward. He slammed hard onto the floor, gasping, my bones are shattered. Martin writhed in agony, feeling his chest cave inward. Xiao Mei strode forward, cold-eyed, and delivered a sharp kick to his ribs, sending him crumpling sideways, unable to rise. I surrender. Spare us. Martin clutched his chest, drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, Jack staggered upright, attempting to flee. Before he could take a step, Xiao Mei closed in and struck, her sidekick landing precisely on his lower back. The force was cataclysmic. Jack flew airborne like a puppet severed from its strings, slammed into the wall, rebounded, and finally collapsed beside Martin. I'm sorry. I'll never dare again. Jack sobbed, drenched in sweat, limbs trembling, utterly powerless to stand. Xiao Mei, expressionless, seized a nearby chair, and with effortless grace pinned Jack beneath it, then seated herself atop it. She crossed her legs, her vivid red stilettos pressing squarely into Martin's chest. Yeah, he screamed, certain his ribcage would splinter beneath her heels. Jack groaned helplessly beneath the chair. In unison, both men experienced a chilling illusion that they faced not a woman but a demoness risen from hell. Though Xiao Mei appeared petite, her body density exceeded that of an ordinary human by 20-fold. Thus her seated weight upon Jack was equivalent to 1,000 Gene. Her legs pressing down on Martin's chest were equally immense in mass and force. Trapped utterly, the two men remained immobilized, sealed in place. Help, my ribs are breaking, Jack pleaded weakly, but Xiao Mei remained impassive, unmoving. Xiao Mei waited in silence for Han Qiuya's arrival, having relayed only critical battlefield intelligence to her superior. Boss, Selena now has a cat tail. At that moment, Annie, Eddie's ex-girlfriend, rushed in unannounced and utterly unprepared, beheld the astonishing scene. Oh my God, what's happening? Xiao Mei regarded her calmly. Annie, Eddie is fighting the main antagonist outside. You may observe for yourself. Then without another word, she turned away. She was simultaneously dispatching directives across Earth to all Terminators, remotely overriding decisions they could not make autonomously. Annie, frantic with worry for Eddie, rushed to the window, just in time to witness a hulking monstrosity collapsing unconscious to the ground. A gray viscous mass detached from Drake and splattered nearby. Venom lunged forward, intent on consuming and assimilating Riot. Just as its maw gaped wide and Riot hovered at the threshold of ingestion, Venom hesitated, suddenly recalling Selena's presence. It twisted its neck, voice low and resonant. Would you like some? Selena blinked, then shook her head. No, you eat it. Does it upgrade you? Yes. Venom nodded once, then engulfed Riot whole, absorbing him seamlessly into its being. At that instant, a melodious voice rang out, she's grown a cat tail. Before Selena could react, a hand grasped her. Selena cried out in surprise as someone unexpectedly grasped her simulated luxuriant cat tail, a sensitive spot whose sudden touch sent a jolt through her. It was Han Qiuya, curious to feel the rare feline appendage for herself. Come now, let me take a look, she said, intrigued. Boss, this is rather unbecoming of you. Others are present, Selena remarked with a sly glance, adding, it'll tarnish your goddess-like image. He's no threat. We can silence him later, Han Qiuya replied with a playful smile. Nearby, Venom, having just absorbed Riot's powers and abilities, was in high spirits, observing the scene with amused detachment like a bystander at a spectacle. Hearing Han Qiuya's remark, Venom instantly pivoted away, lifted his head toward the moon, and feigned poetic rapture. What a magnificent moon tonight. I'm moved to compose a verse. Internally, Venom urged Eddie, quick, recite a poem about the moon. Eddie only then registered the request and stammered, What poem? I can't write one. Venom feigned disappointment. Just now you mocked me, but you're just as inept. No wonder your girlfriend broke up with you. Never fear, I'll be your strategist. Let's win her back. With that, Venom launched into a series of exuberant leaps bounding toward Annie's direction. Annie, assured the crisis had passed, paid no attention to Qiuya in the distance. She continued replying to work messages on her phone, awaiting Eddie's arrival. Curious, Qiuya stroked Selena's cat tail several times before lifting her effortlessly and soaring toward the control room. The moment she stepped inside, she beheld Xiao Mei striking pose. Xiao Mei sat poised upon a chair, one leg elegantly crossed over the other, her crimson stiletto heel pressing firmly into an enemy's chest, using him as a footrest, while another foe lay pinned beneath the chair itself. Qiuya knew well that Xiao Mei was a system-enhanced variant, her combat prowess far surpassing the original TX. Her bodily density was 20-fold that of an ordinary human, rendering her as immovable as a mountain to those two foes. Xiao Mei, what an unconventional stance, Qiuya remarked admiringly, though her gaze briefly flickered toward the corner where Eddie and Annie, long unseen, were deep in affectionate conversation. At the sound of Qiuya's voice, Xiao Mei immediately rose and saluted Madam. The two captives felt the crushing weight atop them vanish in an instant, and gasped, finally drawing breath. Yet they lay near death, inhaling shallowly, exhaling weakly. Qiuya glanced at them and smiled. Wait, sit back down first. I'll capture a few photos and videos to send to Krypton's shame. Time she learned how to subdue enemies properly. No more collapsing helplessly before minor villains or being maneuvered, intentionally or not, into humiliating poses. Xiao Mei obediently resumed her seat. Qiuya raised her phone and snapped several crisp shots and short clips of Xiao Mei's dominant stance, intending to share them with Kara later. Suddenly it occurred to her, by the way, can I now use accumulated points to upgrade some identities? The system responded affirmative. Host. Points may be allocated to enhance summoned personnel and equipment. Qiuya beamed. Excellent. I've amassed so many points. Let's initiate a full-scale upgrade. Elevate Xiao Mei and all Terminators to peak capability aligned with my own tier, and comprehensively upgrade every one of my nanotech suits. A chime resonated. Ding. TX, Xiao Mei has been successfully upgraded, gaining anti-gravity flight bodily density increased to 100 times that of a normal human and a dramatic surge in combat proficiency. All Terminators received corresponding enhancements. Total point expenditure 5.7 billion. Ding. All nanotech suits upgraded successfully. Total cost 300 million points. In the original timeline, Annie had used sonic equipment to help Venom defeat Riot. But this time she arrived too late. The battle had concluded, leaving her contribution unrealized. Eddie voiced concern. It was dangerous here. You shouldn't have come. Annie surveyed the surroundings, still unaware of Qiuya, and replied, is that so? Yet your teammates seem to have subdued Riot with ease. You're all remarkably formidable. Venom whispered urgently into Eddie's ear. Eddie, be bold. Just kiss her. Eddie retorted to Venom, stop meddling. Let me handle this my own way. Gathering his courage, he turned to Annie and began. Annie, seeing him falter, tongue-tied and unable to articulate, Annie cut gently to the heart of the matter. So, what are your plans going forward? I'd like to return to my old job, Eddie stammered. Just then Venom popped up, interjecting, return. To what? We've got Supergirl on our side now. We're part of the Supergirl Alliance. Fighting suits us perfectly. And don't forget, the $1 million stipend Madam Supergirl gifted us. Have you already forgotten? You're wealthy now. Eddie blinked, then nodded. Oh, right. I nearly forgot entirely. His earlier nerves had left his mind utterly blank. Annie flinched at Venom's sudden appearance, but had grown accustomed to his antics. She asked, puzzled. Oh, absolutely true. Not a shred of exaggeration. A radiant, captivating voice chimed in. Only then did Annie fully register the figure approaching, an ethereal woman who seemed lifted from a 3D anime Supergirl, the legendary heroine hailed as the most powerful and beautiful woman in the world. You're Supergirl. In person, not cosplay, right? Annie exclaimed, stunned. My goodness, you've returned from another universe, haven't you? Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Annie completely forgot to ask for Qiuya's autograph, or even a photograph. Indeed, she is our boss. The Venom said, stretching its neck slowly towards Qiuya's long, beautiful legs. Seeing that she wasn't angry, it boldly wrapped around one of her silky thighs, declaring, from now on, I shall be the leg accessory of the goddess. The Venom had sensed that Qiuya's nanotech suit was also integrated with a lifeless symbiote, and it feared being refined by her. Thus, it cautiously made this move to test her attitude towards it. Qiuya's towering presence seized its head, pretending to be stern as she asked, do you want to make me your new host? I wouldn't dare. The Venom quickly denied. Everyone burst into laughter at this scene. Annie was surprised to see the usually ferocious Venom displaying such a side. At that moment she heard Eddie mutter, I feel a bit envious of it. What did you say? Annie widened her eyes at him. Eddie hurriedly explained, sorry, Annie, I only like your legs. Nick Fury was contemplating whether to find Qiuya to reclaim Thor's hammer and take the opportunity to extract some information about it. But he thought better of it, realizing it would be best if she didn't come looking for trouble. Just then, while Nick Fury was deep in thought, Qiuya's figure unexpectedly appeared before him. Nick Fury was startled, and Qiuya's playful expression caught his attention. "Were you looking for me?" Qiuya spoke. "Miss Han, long time no see." Nick Fury immediately put on a calm demeanor, and the two fell into silence for a moment. Nick Fury finally spoke. "I just happen to have some matters to discuss with you. I wonder if you could temporarily return Thor's hammer to me." This was discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Qiuya's brow raised as she looked around. "I seem to sense an energy fluctuation. It wouldn't be that the Tesseract is active again, would it?" "Absolutely not," he quickly argued, feeling an ominous premonition. After saying that, she activated her X-ray vision to scan the surroundings, quickly spotting the Tesseract within a lead box. With a whoosh, the glowing Tesseract instantly appeared in Qiuya's hand. "You all took very good care of it. It has even started glowing again." Qiuya's face lit up with joy. "Damn it." Nick could only seethe with rage. After a while, Qiuya once again absorbed the Tesseract until it lost its glow, feeling a surge of power within her body accompanied by an indescribable sensation. It felt as if the power had no outlet, and she constantly wanted to tear something apart. She tossed the Tesseract to Nick Fury and turned to say, "You'll come back when it glows again." However, later on, with Qiuya's strength, she no longer needed it. "Damn it, you." He was about to finish his curse, but at that moment, feeling self-satisfied, Qiuya didn't use the portal like before. Instead, she slowly pulled her fingers apart in the air like steel claws. With a loud crack, a fine fissure appeared in the air as if it had been torn open by an invisible hand. Then, under Qiuya's pulling, the fissure rapidly expanded at a visible speed, producing a thunderous sound and a massive wave of energy. Had he not been behind Qiuya's, he would have already been thrown away. The fissure grew larger, becoming a spatial gap several meters long. Looking through the gap, one could see the scene inside Qiuya's home. Nick Fury stood in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He stared at the gap, feeling as if his brain was spinning. Is this the power to tear space apart? Regardless, this situation is beyond my comprehension. Qiuya casually tossed out, "I'm leaving," stepping into the spatial fissure without looking back. The door quickly and automatically repaired and closed behind her as if it had never existed. Nick Fury remained standing in place, unable to calm down for a long time. "No, I need to find more help." Nick Fury decided he needed to gather more powerful allies. Before doing that, he might as well seek Tony to share his troubles. Superman Clark had just rescued many people from a disaster site and silently turned on the television upon returning home. On the news, a passerby was being interviewed. The person questioned, "People say this Superman is a great hero, but I want to ask, whose hero is he? Does he have the right to decide which lives should be saved first?" The reporter asked, "If Superman were here, what would you say to him?" The person firmly replied, "I would look him in the eye and ask him by what standard he determines which lives are worth saving and which deserve attention. By what right does he possess such godlike power?" The camera quickly shifted to another passerby. "Sir, what is your opinion on Superman? The whole world only cares about what Superman does, never asking what he should do. An absolute power that cannot be supervised is ultimately dangerous." Clark remained silent. Although he understood the meaning behind these questions and the pain they carried, he did not know how to face them. As a human rather than a symbolic figure, he could not meet everyone's expectations. Kara had already assembled her logistics team, but it consisted only of her two friends. Windshot was checking the latest news on his computer when he suddenly saw a report about a severe oil tank leak at the port and the ensuing fire. The situation was critical. He quickly contacted Kara. "Kara, there's a massive oil leak at the port. It's on fire, and the firefighters can't control the blaze. The location is." "Okay, I'm on my way," Kara exclaimed as she shot into the sky, flying at supersonic speed toward the fire. As a superhero, she was eager to help, protecting others was her unwavering choice. Soon Kara arrived at the fiery port. After circling to assess the situation, she descended from the sky, landing steadily beside the firefighters. Kara approached the fire chief and quickly asked, "What can I do to help?" The chief turned and recognized Kara as the newly emerged superheroine from the news, quickly replying, without hesitation, "That ship is loaded with nearly 1,000,000 barrels of crude oil. If the fire spreads, the explosion will be equivalent to 2 tons of dynamite, and the tugboats won't arrive in time." Kara stood there momentarily stunned, looking around and contemplating which of her abilities to use and how to proceed. After all, she had just begun learning to become a superhero and lacked experience. "What are you waiting for? If it were your cousin Superman, he would have extinguished that fire already." Seeing Kara standing still, he urged her to act. Kara finally reacted. Many people in this world, like those near Clark, had become accustomed to relying on heroes to do good deeds. Heroes performing good deeds were only seen as matters of course, and if things went wrong, they would face criticism. And there were extremely high expectations of heroes. "You're right, I can use this move too," Qiuya encouraged herself inwardly. She quickly ran to the front of the fire scene, took a deep breath, and blew forcefully, hoping to create a super hurricane to extinguish the flames. If the wind was strong enough, it could entirely put out the fire. Whoosh. However, the wind Qiuya blew was insufficient. A moderate hurricane continuously blew from her mouth, causing the fire to spread even further and burn more fiercely. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from the fire scene, with burning debris exploding in the high temperature. The frontline firefighters were shaken by the blast and had to retreat to a safer distance. Someone in the crowd shouted, "What's going on? Who's making things worse?" All eyes turned to Qiuya. The fire chief also widened his eyes in surprise. He hadn't expected Qiuya's abilities to be so inexperienced. As the fire raged more, the heat distorted the air. The massive oil tanker docked nearby was just one step away from being engulfed by flames. Qiuya anxiously said, "I'll try to move the tanker." With that, she unleashed blue laser beams from her eyes, accurately severing several thick steel cables connecting the tanker to the shore. Then Qiuya quickly flew to the rear of the tanker, firmly pushing against the stern, beginning to slowly move the massive vessel. The firefighters on the shore cheered in surprise. "It's moving, it's moving." It worked. The efforts of the Supergirl are having an effect. Unbeknownst to her, a crowd had gathered at the shore, and seeing the tanker slowly move, they all took out their phones to record, filled with joy and excitement. "Awesome, it's Supergirl. Quick, take a picture." The crowd erupted in warm applause and cheers. Qiuya, with her super hearing, also noticed the shouts and encouragement of the people. However, she had no time to feel happy. At that moment, a small crack suddenly appeared at the stern of the tanker, rapidly spreading and enlarging at a visible speed. This was because Qiuya's strength was too great, and the area of force on the massive vessel was too small, causing the stern to bear pressure beyond its capacity. Qiuya was startled and looked down, only to see a large amount of thick black crude oil gushing into the sea from the bottom of the tanker. Qiuya stopped pushing the tanker, suspended in midair in shock. This is a big problem. With that, Qiuya quickly flew away from the scene, leaving the firefighters on the shore exchanging worried glances. Seeing that there was nothing they could do, they hurriedly evacuated the scene. Qiuya returned to the office, sitting quietly with Wynn both staring at the news report on the big screen. Due to Supergirl's improper handling, a large amount of crude oil has leaked into the sea. Is she a miracle or a disaster? This latest heroic act of the Supergirl not only caused the fire to spiral out of control, but also put the entire bay at risk of a serious ecological disaster. The public couldn't help but question the controllability of her abilities. As Qiuya listened to the report, her mood soured. She truly wished Qiuya were still around. She would surely know what to do and could guide her. "It's not your fault. I should have warned you beforehand that your strength could damage the tanker," Wynn comforted Qiuya. "No, even knowing it wouldn't guarantee I wouldn't make a mistake. I need more practice and growth to become a truly competent superhero. My strength is insufficient, and my biofield is not strong enough." Qiuya gazed out the window at the distant horizon, her heart filled with a desire for growth and progress. After a while, she turned her head, thinking, "When will Qiuya come back? Didn't she say she would design a special intensive training program for me?" With this thought, Qiuya's expression brightened a bit. Qiuya clenched her small fist, her eyes filled with determined will. "That's right, I am the Kryptonian Supergirl. I cannot be discouraged by a single failure, but must work even harder to train myself. I cannot become the shame of Krypton," as Qiuya said. Seeing Qiuya's mood improve, Wynn breathed a sigh of relief. Growth is a gradual process. No one is born exceptional. You can start by helping with small tasks that are within your ability, gradually adapting and utilizing your superpowers. For example, you could help citizens who encounter minor troubles like rescuing a cat stuck in a tree. Through these seemingly simple tasks, you will slowly learn to control your powers and handle various unexpected situations. One step at a time, you will eventually grow into a true superhero. Qiuya nodded seriously after hearing this. "Tony, these new armors you made are really impressive." Qiuya looked at a row of brand new armors on the wall and couldn't help but exclaim, one of which had a batwing design. On another lab table, there was also a striking set with a Kryptonian emblem pattern. Tony appeared somewhat embarrassed, saying, "A goddess, that set of armor was specially crafted because I admire you. It still needs further adjustments and improvements." Qiuya gave Tony a knowing look and smiled, asking, "Have you and Banner finished the anti-Hulk armor?" Tony was taken aback. How did Qiuya know about this secret project? Could it be that Banner told her? But thinking about it, with her supervision that could penetrate lead, there were no secrets left in the world. Knowing about the anti-Hulk armor was normal. "It's already done, or would you like to see it?" Tony relaxed a bit when he saw that Qiuya didn't ask about that armor. "No need to see it." Keep going and finish the anti-Supergirl armor too. I've been itching for a sparring partner. Qiuya stepped forward and touched the armor made to counter her, saying, "We should practice well then." Tony was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. He hadn't expected that Qiuya also knew this armor was made to counter her, which wasn't a secret to her. Bruce had been listening for a while, and sensing the awkward atmosphere spoke up. "Miss Han, I'm a bit worried about our DC universe. Could you take me back for a bit?" "Sure." Bruce exchanged glances with Tony. "Then I want to go too," Tony said. Qiuya issued a command to the system, and the portal opened. J-R-V-I-S. Take good care of the lab and my home, and please leave a message for Pepper telling her not to worry. Just before stepping into the portal, Tony made his final instructions to his AI assistant. "Yes, sir." A loud and clear voice echoed in the lab. As the portal opened, a brilliant light illuminated the entire lab. Both Tony and Bruce involuntarily squinted their eyes. Then they hurriedly donned their armors and gathered some equipment, stepping into the portal with Qiuya, heading together to the DC world. "I have something to attend to first, goodbye." Upon arriving in DC, Qiuya quickly dashed towards the sky using her X-ray vision to scan the entire Earth. Soon she locked onto the positions of Wonder Woman Diana, Flash Barry, and Superman Clark. First, Qiuya flew towards Central City, where Flash Barry was. At that moment, Barry was using his super speed to deliver takeout for a restaurant. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, and Barry slammed on the brakes, nearly colliding. "Hi, Barry," Qiuya greeted with a smile. "Oh, my goodness, you are Supergirl." "Oh no, I mean hello, Barry Allen, I am Qiuya." "Sorry, I misspoke." Barry introduced himself rapidly, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Qiuya smiled. "Barry, I want to race you to see who is faster." "Race? How about we skip it today? I still have takeout to deliver. Let's schedule a time to talk after I'm done," he said, knowing that Qiuya's flying speed was fast, but it should still be slower compared to his running speed, as he had made great breakthroughs recently. However, Qiuya did not give Barry a chance to decline. Just as Barry was still considering what else to say, Qiuya, in a flash, snatched a large pizza takeout box from Barry's hands. "Hey!" Before Barry could react, Qiuya had already slipped away. Qiuya did not use her flying ability to soar into the sky, otherwise Barry would have no way to chase her down. Just like in Avengers Endgame, if Tony flew up with the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos, who lacked flying abilities, could only watch, helplessly unable to do anything. This time Qiuya was relying solely on running. After feeling it out, she realized that her full-speed running was equivalent to her fastest flying speed. Her figure zigzagged through the streets, and the dust raised formed a clear trail that had not yet dissipated as she had already run far away. "Hey, give it back to me." Barry reacted upon realizing the takeout in his hands had been snatched away, hurriedly chasing after her. Qiuya keenly heard Barry's voice. She slowed her pace and turned to look back. A shadow of light was swiftly closing in on her as Barry had transformed into the Flash. Without hesitation, Qiuya continued to sprint forward. The two figures darted like beams of light through the streets of the central city, their movements agile and swift, while the scenery around them blurred into indistinct shadows. Their speed was such that it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to perceive. "Supergirl." Barry's hoarse voice intermittently reached her ears as he ran. "Give me back my takeout. You wouldn't want others to know you stole my takeout, would you?" Barry continued to shout, marveling at how as the Flash's speed was actually inferior to hers. Finally, after a period of pursuit, Qiuya came to a halt. Barry hurriedly caught up, glancing at his watch, his expression changing. "Oh no, there's only a few seconds left for the delivery. I'm going to be late." Barry said anxiously, "My 5-star review record is going to be ruined." "Don't worry, let me help you deliver it," Qiuya said calmly. Knowing that Qiuya's speed far exceeded his own, Barry happily replied, "Okay, the address is." Before he could finish, he widened his eyes in astonishment as he watched Qiuya extend her hands, tearing open a rift in the air, the spatial crack growing larger until it formed a substantial gap. Through the artificial intelligence of Skynet and her supervision, Qiuya had pinpointed the exact location of the recipient at light speed. "All right, let's go. You can tear through space." Barry could hardly believe it, his voice changing pitch due to overwhelming surprise. After Qiuya released her hands, the space began to close and repair itself. Barry was both excited and nervous. Experiencing teleportation firsthand was incredibly cool. He took a deep breath and quickly followed Qiuya's lead as they stepped through. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the recipient's doorstep. The recipient was standing there looking at their phone, waiting for the takeout, while a few pedestrians were also around. Upon witnessing this scene, they were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes as if still unable to believe everything he had just seen. At that moment, Qiuya and Barry had already vanished like lightning. A few curious passers-by approached the recipient. "Dude, sell me the pizza in your hand. I'll pay double." "I'll pay 10 times, you have to sell it to me," another person added, raising the price. The surrounding crowd began to chime in. I offer. Don't listen to them. This is takeout delivered personally by Supergirl and the Flash through a spatial rift. We have few historical artifacts in America. If you sell it directly to a museum, you could get a much higher price. My 5-star review should be safe now, Barry said happily. Why are you relying on delivering takeout for money? Why? Qiuya asked. Because using my skills is perfect for delivering takeout. Delivering 10 orders in a minute is quite reasonable, right? It's very efficient. Do you have a better job to recommend to me? Barry asked, holding food while eating. Well, Qiuya thought for a moment and said, I think you could try playing basketball or soccer. No other players can outrun you. After bidding farewell to Bailey, Qiuya arrived at a restaurant ready to meet up with Diana and Clark as they had arranged in advance. Diana was the first to arrive, already waiting at the restaurant. She was dressed in plain casual clothes and wore glasses as a disguise, looking just like an ordinary office worker. Qiuya walked into the restaurant and quickly recognized Diana. She sat down opposite Diana, and the two ordered some delicacies and drinks. What have you been busy with lately? Qiuya asked with a smile. Oh, I've been training to enhance my strength. It's not easy to become an excellent heroine, Diana replied with a smile. Qiuya nodded, fully understanding Diana's thoughts. After a while, Qiuya asked, have you been practicing flying? Have you learned it yet? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Diana's face. Well, actually, I still can't fly very well. I just don't know how to start practicing. Qiuya thought seriously for a moment and said, how about I take you to fight zombie monsters? I can guide you in flying. It will be both training and exciting. Fight zombies. Where? Another universe. Exactly. There the space is vast, and we can fight with all our might without worrying about destruction, Qiuya explained. The monsters there are weak, so it won't be dangerous. Diana nodded. All right, with a powerful person like you leading, I'll be safe. This sounds great. Besides, there's not much going on here right now. Just as the two were discussing their plans to go to another universe, Clark also approached, dressed casually. Miss Han, it's been a few days since we last met. Clark greeted warmly. Clark, I was just planning to take Diana to another universe to fight zombies where we can fly and battle freely. Qiuya invited with a smile. Clark paused for a moment, then his eyes brightened. Going to another universe. That's a great idea. I haven't fully used my powers in a long time. Going to another universe to unleash my strength sounds quite thrilling. Recently, he had been feeling down. He had been saving people, but the news kept criticizing him, and the haters were becoming increasingly brazen. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, his expression revealing a hint of anticipation. By the way, Miss Han, the other universe is Qiuya you mentioned before, my cousin from that universe. Can I meet her this time? Qiuya understood that Clark, as a Kryptonian living alone on Earth, would inevitably feel lonely. She nodded and said, I was planning to bring Qiuya along for training this time as well. She's really inexperienced and unable to fully utilize her Kryptonian powers. Qiuya needs training to shed the shame of being a Kryptonian. In Qiuya's system space, she had set up a gravity gym. Inside there were various kryptonite equipment, including kryptonite whips and chairs, and she planned to give Qiuya intensive training. You guys arrange things first. Let's meet 3 days later to take you over. How does that sound? No problem. At Batman's home, Bruce and Tony were watching video materials on the display screen. Bruce, these people you found are quite good. They can form the Justice League you mentioned. I'll join too, Tony said, while watching the videos of Wonder Woman, the Flash, and Cyborg using their powers. Speaking of which, how is that Catwoman from your DC world, the sexy woman named Selena? Don't even think about it, as she has already been recruited by Wonder Woman. Even if she agrees to join, it would be as an undercover agent. Bruce glanced at Tony and said, moreover, she is still in your Marvel world. Qiuya returned to the Marvel universe. In the town of Thor's hammer, Loki unleashed a powerful destroyer robot. The destroyer was a guard stationed in Odin's armory, and its strength was naturally formidable. The 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace attempted to stop it, but were easily overwhelmed. Thor realized that Loki's intention was merely to deal with him, so he approached the destroyer alone. During his time on Earth, he felt for the first time a love that stirred his heart. He understood that protecting those around him was more important than defeating enemies. Loki, this hatred must end, Thor shouted, walking alone towards the destroyer. However, Thor, having lost his divine power, became a mere mortal body and was sent flying by the destroyer's punch, crashing heavily to the ground. Thor! Jane rushed to Thor's side in panic, holding him in her arms. Thor slowly closed his eyes in her embrace, gasping for breath. No! Everyone wailed, tears streaming down their faces. All of this was part of Odin's plan, but one thing surprised him. The hammer of Thor was not on Earth at that moment, but in Qiuya's system space. Odin, this means that the god of the hammer. Thor wakes up without his hammer. In Jane's embrace, Thor's injuries began to miraculously heal. He started to regain the power of the thunder god, with lightning swirling around him. Hurry! Jane's friend urgently pulled her away as they noticed something unusual about Thor's body. My power has returned. Thor stood up joyfully announcing, my power has returned. He focused his gaze on the destroyer and walked towards it with a fierce battle intent. However, when he raised his hand to summon the hammer, it did not return. The hammer seemed to have gone elsewhere completely beyond his reach. No, what's happening? Mjolnir, have you abandoned me? Thor's expression quickly changed as he said in anguish, no. The destroyer, seeing that Thor had come back to life, charged towards him with heavy footsteps, swinging its fist menacingly. Watch out, the crowd shouted from a distance, warning him. Thor rolled to the left to avoid the punch clumsily, only to realize he was unarmed and felt a bit helpless. The destroyer would not give him a moment's respite. Seeing its attack miss, it launched another heavy punch. Thor barely dodged, but was still grazed, painfully falling to the ground. Thor, get up. We believe in you. Jane shouted beside him, encouraging him. In Asgard, Odin watched the situation on Earth from his coffin, furrowing his brow. Originally, he had planned a gradual training regimen for Thor to grow step by step. But now with Mjolnir absent, his plans were disrupted. This challenge is too much. Thor isn't ready to lose his hammer yet, Odin muttered to himself. He prepared to observe a little longer, and if the situation continued to worsen, he would personally go take care of his wayward son, sitting leisurely on the throne, Loki. Also, once this matter was settled, he needed to have a serious talk with the woman who had taken the hammer. She was from another universe, and was someone even the Ancient One held in high regard. At that moment, Loki saw Thor struggling to summon the hammer, and felt elated, commanding the destroyer to unleash a fierce assault on him. Just as Thor found himself in dire straits, a tall and beautiful figure suddenly appeared before him. With a single strike, she sent the approaching destroyer flying, its form shrinking into a distant point in the sky. Fortunately, I wasn't late. Thor felt a surge of emotion as he spotted Qiuya, holding his beloved weapon. His eyes lit up, and he joyfully extended his right hand, arcs of electricity crackling around it. It's Mjolnir. However, to his surprise, Qiuya tightly gripped the hammer's handle, not budging an inch. Thor exerted all his strength to summon the hammer, but it merely trembled slightly in Qiuya's grasp, showing no intention of returning to its master's hand. Didn't you say you were giving it to me before? Back then I thought it was fake, but now that I know it's real, of course I want it back. Please give it back to me. My father Odin has many treasures in his vault, and I can offer you something else later. All right. Qiuya released the hammer's handle. Mjolnir responded with a swoosh, returning to Thor's hand amidst crackling lightning and dazzling light. Thor grasped his beloved hammer, once more exhaling a breath of relief, as if he had been reborn. You're quite reasonable. I owe you a favor, and debts in Asgard must be repaid. With that, Thor's eyes ignited with fury as he gazed at the descending destroyer robot in the sky, brimming with battle intent. Gripping Mjolnir tightly, he began to spin the hammer, preparing to take flight. Just then he noticed another hammer appearing in Qiuya's hand, identical in appearance to Mjolnir. So like me, she also enjoys using a hammer as a weapon. After losing mine, she simply pulled out a substitute. I must ask Father if there are any other lesser divine hammers in Asgard's treasury that I can give her later, Thor secretly planned. Meanwhile, Odin and Heimdall, who were watching from Asgard, were somewhat astonished by this scene. Odin discovered that the new hammer in Qiuya's hand was also real. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. It seems I need to pay more attention to her. At the same time, Thor held Mjolnir, and the hammer spun rapidly, lifting him into the sky. The destroyer, plummeting from above, immediately fired lasers from its eyes at Thor. With a wave of his right hand, Thor effortlessly blocked the attack with his hammer. Soon after, Qiuya soared up, wielding the same divine hammer. The two coordinated perfectly in the sky, each hammering the destroyer mercilessly. The crowd on the ground could only hear the sounds of clangs and the dazzling light of collisions. Under the work of the two masters of the forge, the destroyer was smashed to pieces, turning into countless fragments that fell from the sky. After defeating the destroyer, Thor found Jane and made a brief farewell. I have to handle some matters. I will return soon, Thor said reluctantly. I will wait for you, Thunder God, Jane replied with a smile and a nod. Thor took one last look at her before loudly calling out to the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Rainbow Bridge connecting the 9 realms shimmered with brilliant light, extending towards Thor. Thor, along with Valkyrie, Sif, and others, stepped onto the bridge, preparing to return to Asgard. Beside the Bifrost Bridge, Loki harnessed its power to unleash a devastating strike upon the Frost Giant's homeland, seeking its utter annihilation. Loki, cease at once. Your treachery ends here, Thor roared, hurtling toward Loki. Seeing Thor approach, Loki's expression hardened. He raised his scepter and cast a spell. Magic surged forth in a blinding beam, striking Thor midair and sending him crashing aside. At that very instant, Qiuya materialized before Loki like a streak of white light. Her right fist, swollen to the size of a sandbag, descended with savage force. Loki's face paled instantly. Should that blow land, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yet just as Qiuya's fist neared his face, a commanding voice resonated within her mind. Let these brothers settle their conflict in earnest. Come to me, we shall speak. Her heart stirred. She recognized Odin's voice. She withdrew her punch and vanished, accelerating to 999 times the speed of light. In an instant she stood before Odin, just as he emerged from his sarcophagus. All-Father Odin, what summons brings you to me? Brave daughter, follow me, Odin said, leading her to a secluded palace. Queen Frigga soon joined them, and the three seated themselves as attendants brought forth fine wine and sumptuous fare. Supergirl, the earthly goddess, we welcome you most warmly to Asgard, Odin declared with a gentle smile. That divine hammer in your hand bears a striking resemblance to Thor's Mjolnir. My thanks for your hospitality. I am deeply honored to stand among you. Qiuya drew forth her hammer from subspace and placed it upon the table. This divine hammer is identical in form and essence to Thor's. Odin reached out, and to his astonishment found no resonance with the hammer. It was bound solely to Qiuya. Meanwhile, high above Asgard, Thor and Loki clashed in a thunderous duel, their godly energies colliding with deafening force. Qiuya observed their battle with X-ray vision while conversing calmly with Odin. As the brothers fought perilously close to the edge, Odin remained unflustered, yet his brow furrowed with solemn sorrow. Alas, I am no longer young, my time draws short. Yet my sons remain unworthy, not yet wise enough nor steady enough to rule as sovereigns. Frigga too grieved inwardly. Loki's heart was twisted, unfit for stewardship. Thor, though valiant, was still too impetuous, reckless in action, blind to grand design. Qiuya sensed the weight behind Odin's words, and surmised he sought her guidance to mentor and shape both princes of Asgard. All-Father, are you asking me to? Precisely, Odin affirmed. I wish Thor to take you as his sworn elder sister. And if you consent, would you also accept Loki as your younger brother, guiding him back from darkness, steering him away from ruin? Should he ever fall into mortal peril, I beg you, preserve his life. Frigga nodded beside him. Though I cannot glimpse your fate, I feel within you a wellspring of benevolence and radiant light. Grant this request, and Asgard shall bestow upon you treasures beyond measure. No gift shall be withheld. I accept the role of elder sister. But tell me, if Loki proves utterly incorrigible, may I transform him into a woman as disciplined? Odin laughed softly. How you proceed is yours alone to decide. With that, Qiuya formally accepted his plea. Elsewhere, Loki, facing Thor armed with Mjolnir, was clearly outmatched. Yet he was the god of mischief. Loki was hurled toward the precipice of the Bifrost. As Thor rushed forward, hand outstretched to save him, it dissolved into illusion. A decoy. Ha ha ha. Loki reappeared behind Thor, driving a blade deep into his side, triumphant. You have lost. I am more fit than you. Act. Before he could finish, Qiuya arrived and struck him down with a single thunderous slap. She assessed the situation, then tore a fragment from her skirt and willed it to expand until it stretched wide as a royal bed. Before Loki could rise, she darted forward and draped it over him, leaving only his head exposed. Rest now. Sleep soundly. Qiuya teased. Young man, be good and reflect deeply. The fabric of her suit attuned to her density and defenses weighed immeasurably. Even this sliver was heavier than mountains. Thor rose, clutching his wound. I had meant to pin him beneath Mjolnir, but your method is far more elegant. No disaster. The fractured Bifrost cannot seal itself. The frost giant's realm will be obliterated. Loki crowed. Too late. You can do nothing. Ha ha ha. To sever the bridge and protect the 9 realms, Thor raised Mjolnir and brought it down with grim resolve. Loki cried, are you mad? Do you wish never to see her on Earth again? Boom. With each thunderous strike, the Bifrost shattered. Its collapse sent shockwaves rippling across all Asgard. At the epicenter of the blast, Qiuya absorbed the raw energy with serene delight. Then, a blinding flash of light. The detonation hurled Thor and Loki skyward. Qiuya retrieved her makeshift shroud, then paused, seeing Odin approaching. Odin seized Thor's wrist. Thor in turn instinctively grasped Loki's scepter. Seeing his father, Thor's face softened into a quiet smile. Father, I nearly succeeded. All of this was for you, for Asgard. Loki shouted, desperate for validation. No, Loki, you are wrong, Odin replied, and fell silent. Rebuffed, Loki's face darkened. Then, he released his grip and plummeted into the endless void below. No, Thor cried out in anguish, but it was already too late. Odin pulled Thor onto the crumbling remnants of the Bifrost, where they stood together, watching helplessly as Loki vanished into the distant dark. Do not fear, he lives. He has been cast to another world, Qiuya said, gliding beside them. Thor turned to her, then to Odin. Father, is it true? Does Loki still draw breath? Yes, he lives. But he walks astray now. We must trust he will one day find his way home. They returned to Odin's resplendent palace. There Odin turned to Thor, son, This is your new elder sister. Approach and pay her due reverence. Thor stared, first at Qiuya, then at Odin, momentarily stunned. Yet duty demanded obedience. And truth be told, her strength eclipsed his. To a warrior's heart, such supremacy commanded respect. Thor rose, bowed deeply, and declared, I am Thor, son of Odin. From this day forward you are my sworn elder sister. Guide me well. Prince Thor, I accept this bond with honor, Qiuya replied with a warm smile. Their brief and formal rite concluded, Odin nodded in quiet satisfaction. With matters settled, I shall now take my leave, Qiuya said to Odin. Odin inclined his head. You are always welcome to return. Henceforth you shall be Asgard's first princess. Qiuya blinked, surprised, but offered no protest. Thor asked curiously, Elder sister Qiuya, how will you return to Earth? The Bifrost linking our realms lies in ruins. Qiuya smiled mysteriously, then raised her hands. Before her, space itself rent open. A vast shimmering rift bloomed into existence. Odin's expression remained impassive, but within astonishment stirred. To tear open such distance, to cross from Asgard to Earth with such ease, her power surpassed even his reckoning. Thor glimpsed Earth through the portal and exclaimed, marvelous. I shall accompany you. No, Odin interjected firmly. You may not leave Asgard, not yet, nor may you approach that earthly woman. Thor watched crestfallen as Qiuya stepped through the threshold, and as the rift slowly sealed behind her, leaving him rooted to the spot. Qiuya returned to Earth and visited her newly established company. Xiao Mei had already transferred the Life Foundation to the Terminator's management. Upon arrival, Qiuya found operations running smoothly. Thanks to Skynet and Xiao Mei, there was no need for her intervention. She then activated another interdimensional transit, entering the Supergirl universe. Early that morning, Kara, mid-breakfast at the office, was startled to see Qiuya materialize before her. At first, she gasped in surprise, then her face lit up with unrestrained joy. She bounded forward, flinging her arms around Qiuya and clinging to her like a delighted child. Big sister Qiuya, I've missed you so much. Why did it take you so long to come? I was delayed by some matters, Qiuya replied, gently lifting Kara off her and smiling. I'm heading to another universe to battle zombie monsters. Would you like to join me? And I'll give you an intensive training session while we're at it. Really? That's amazing. Kara exclaimed, leaping with excitement, eager both to fight side by side with Qiuya and deeply curious about traversing into another cosmos. In her exhilaration, a thought struck her, and she pressed on. When do we leave? Right now? I'll need to request leave from work. But today the Department of Extra-Human Affairs scheduled a series of evaluations for me, and I'm expected there immediately. No rush, we'll wait. Since there's an evaluation, I'll accompany you. I'd like to try it myself too. Let's fly. Got it. Kara cried gleefully. Instantly, Qiuya and Kara soared skyward, streaking toward the Department of Extra-Human Affairs. Beneath a radiant sun, two silhouettes carved swift paths through azure skies and drifting clouds, like twin supersonic projectiles granted wings. Kara flew far faster than before. Powerful sonic booms coiled around her waist, forming a shimmering skirt-like vortex. Just then, John's voice crackled through her earpiece. Kara, the evaluation has begun. Indeed, the department had secretly deployed an array of testing apparatuses and weaponry across a remote, uninhabited zone ahead. Tracking her position via the GPS embedded in her earpiece, they detected her high-velocity approach and seized the opportunity for an impromptu surprise assessment. What? It starts now, Kara exclaimed, startled, just as a high-speed missile erupted from below, hurtling straight toward her. Reacting instantly, Kara executed a sharp evasive maneuver. Just before impact, the missile grazed past her. Its detonation roared behind her. Qiuya intercepted it mid-flight, a single precise punch detonating the missile in midair. Trifling tricks dare to challenge true mastery. As Qiuya moved, without concealing her presence or accelerating beyond subsonic speeds, radar swiftly acquired her signature. More missiles and laser barges surged toward them. Through his binoculars, John observed calmly, Kara, is this your top speed? We'll deploy even faster ordnance. You'll face a comprehensive trial. Are all recruits subjected to such rigorous testing, or is this reserved exclusively for Kryptonians? Kara retorted, rookie superheroes are unpredictable variables on the battlefield. We calibrate assessments precisely to each individual's profile. John replied, then turned to his subordinate. Escalate the test for the other Supergirl. Deploy our most advanced weaponry immediately. Affirmative. Fire. As hypersonic missiles converged, Qiuya's eyes blazed with pinpoint heat vision, each projectile detonating midair in rapid succession. Then she unleashed another ability. Twin beams of brilliant white cryo-energy erupted from her eyes, freezing every remaining missile instantly, suspended motionless in the air. Kara, watching from nearby, stared in wide-eyed wonder. On the monitoring screen, John and his team stood dumbfounded. They had only ever witnessed heat vision. Such overwhelming cryokinetic power froze the entire salvo in place before they plummeted earthward, shattering upon impact. Doesn't Superman lack this ability? He only possesses freeze breath, Alex observed beside them. John's unwilling to concede sought to assert dominance and ordered his team deploy kryptonite-based ordnance. Understood, sir. Qiuya and Kara descended, preparing to land, when suddenly Qiuya's gaze sharpened. An ambush! With 2 fingers, she plucked a bullet from the air, then crushed it into dust. On the ground, Hank watched closely and noted no sign of distress in her. Damn it, can she truly be Kryptonian? Meanwhile, Kara, already struck, faltered midair, her body racked by kryptonite poisoning, and began to fall. Qiuya shot forward, catching Kara securely in a princess hold, then landed with feather-like grace. Since these weapons have proven hazardous in your hands, I shall assume custody. Every last one is hereby confiscated. Without addressing him by title or rank, Qiuya spoke with solemn authority. With a subtle gesture of her arm, colossal interdimensional gateways bloomed into existence, swallowing every weapon into her personal system space. Furthermore, Kara is henceforth under my protection. Tread carefully henceforward, or else. Hold on. This conduct borders on outright tyranny. Watching his priceless arsenal vanish in an instant, his heart wrenched. He had labored tirelessly to develop each piece. Qiuya paid him no heed. Calm and unhurried, she enveloped Kara in her formidable biofield, extracting the kryptonite bullet from her body. Then her eyes glowed softly as healing beams washed over Kara, mending every wound, restoring her completely. Next, Qiuya produced a nanosuit and placed it upon Kara. It autonomously reconfigured itself into her battle armor, a suit engineered to block 100 of kryptonite radiation. Alex, Kara's adoptive sister, watched in stunned silence. The entire sequence lasted less than 2 seconds. Kara regained full awareness, and Qiuya set her gently down. Thank you, big sister Qiuya. Kara raised her hand for a triumphant high five. Then together they strode toward Hank and Alex. You deployed kryptonite without warning. That's underhanded and deceitful, Kara declared, anger simmering. Hank and Alex exchanged uneasy glances, neither willing to justify the operation. Qiuya broke the silence. Kara, don't be angry. If they cannot wield weapons responsibly, then I shall relieve them of the burden. Kara blinked, scanning the test site. Only military tents and bewildered soldiers remained. Where did all the weapons go? Raised with strict ideals, Kara was easily swayed by persuasive rhetoric. As a Kryptonian supergirl, you must cultivate unwavering confidence. Don't become a disgrace to Krypton. Qiuya encouraged her. I'll exchange those weapons for funds. Once you're financially secure, your morale will lift, your powers advance rapidly, and your contribution to Earth's justice forces will vastly surpass that of reckless weapon developers and users. Hank flushed at her veiled barb, his expression shifting repeatedly, before finally choosing retreat. After a pause, he pivoted the conversation. Based on evaluation metrics, Kara's abilities match those of her cousin. Her current flight velocity reaches 6 times the speed of sound, an exceptional aptitude, especially given her brief time since activation. He glanced at Qiuya. As for Miss Han's capabilities, our instruments registered nothing definitive. There's no need to schedule further evaluations with us. Hank genuinely feared her, stronger than any Kryptonian, possessing broader powers and utterly immune to kryptonite. If she ever turned hostile, what force could possibly contain her? No answer came, however hard he strained his mind. Sister Qiuya, are you leaving again? Kara asked reluctantly. Gently patting Kara's head, she said, Kara, you must learn to face difficulties on your own and not rely too much on me. Besides, I'm not gone for good, so don't be so sad. When will you be back the earliest? Kara asked eagerly. Qiuya thought for a moment and replied, I'll come to find you tomorrow and take you to the Marvel Universe, the world where I stay. Really? That's great, Kara exclaimed, joyfully jumping up with a radiant smile. Qiuya couldn't help but laugh, turning to slowly float up as a portal appeared in the air. I'm leaving now, see you tomorrow, Kara. Qiuya waved goodbye to Kara and departed. After returning to the Marvel Universe, Qiuya immediately went to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Director Fury, it's been a while. Qiuya suddenly appeared behind Nick Fury. Nick Fury turned around, and upon seeing Qiuya, felt a twinge of annoyance. This little ancestor is back again. Ooh, I wonder what she plans to do this time. Oh, the powerful Supergirl has arrived. What brings you here? Fury asked with a frown. He noticed that Qiuya called him Director Fury, but didn't intend to ask further, considering it a sarcasm. He was already aware that a few Hydra infiltrators had entered S.H.I.E.L.D. I want to check on the Tesseract. Qiuya scanned the area with her vision and quickly said, it seems it's still afraid of me, as it hasn't activated yet. Nick's face darkened after hearing this, feeling a sense of frustration. It was as if she regarded S-H-I-E-L-D as her storage facility, coming to take it whenever she wanted. Nick was worried, calculating that the only top-tier combat power available to S-H-I-E-L-D now was Captain America, who had been rescued from Ice, and Hulk, who resided within Banner, both of whom possessed great destructive potential. Another strong force, Iron Man, was unreachable, likely taken to another universe by Qiuya. With the current strength, they were far from enough to contend with Qiuya. Nick figured that they needed to summon Thor from Asgard to join the team. When he arrived on Earth, he would have to find him immediately to chat, ideally establishing good relations with Asgard. Qiuya interrupted Nick's thoughts. Also, I have a suggestion. It's best not to study it, as its power is too strong and unstable. It could attract extraterrestrials, and that would be troublesome. With me around, Earth is safe. Nick Fury was silent for a moment and said, I will consider your suggestion. All right, if any extraterrestrials come, remember to notify me immediately. Seeing his resolute attitude, Qiuya didn't say more. Don't worry, we have contingency plans for crises. You just need to take care of your own matters. Fury said indifferently. In the world of Supergirl, the Super Investigation Department discovered an extraterrestrial being that had killed a police officer and stolen dangerous chemicals from a factory. Hank Henshaw watched the footage of yet another extraterrestrial invasion on the screen and couldn't help but exclaim, lately it's been nothing but surprises. The extraterrestrial issue seems to be coming one after another. You find him, and then I'll take him down. Kara suddenly appeared behind Hank, crossing her arms confidently while looking at the screen. Recently, she felt that her control over her powers was becoming increasingly proficient, and her strength was rapidly increasing. Against this extraterrestrial, she didn't take him seriously at all. Hank turned around and looked at Kara, saying, no problem, Miss Danvers. But first you need to prove to us that you won't be taken down by him first. Hearing this, Kara frowned in dissatisfaction. Nearby, her adoptive sister Alex quickly said, Kara, come with me for a moment. Then Kara followed Alex into a special room in the base where a large arena was located in the center. What are we doing here? Kara curiously looked around after entering. As Alex walked onto the arena, she said, when I first joined the Super Investigation Department, I trained for a whole 5 months, practicing at least 12 hours a day to ensure I was well prepared. Alex, you know I can bend steel bars with my bare hands, and last week I defeated the extremely powerful Vadosig. I am fully prepared, Kara declared confidently. Alex turned to look into Kara's eyes and asked, are you really sure you are completely ready? Of course, Kara asserted firmly. Just then, the kryptonite radiation device suddenly activated around her, instantly filling the room with the deadly green radiation for Kryptonians. However, Alex was unaware that Kara was wearing the nano suit given to her by Qiuya, which protected her from kryptonite radiation. In the instant the kryptonite radiation was activated, Alex unexpectedly threw a punch at Kara, believing that Kara would immediately weaken and collapse. But with a loud bang, her fist struck what felt like hard steel, resulting in a powerful recoil and pain. Oh, what's going on? Alex looked at Kara in surprise, who hadn't moved at all. Kara was initially stunned, then looked at the surrounding kryptonite green light and smiled proudly, saying, I have the nanosuit from Sister Qiuya. Now kryptonite radiation hardly affects me. This scene was recorded by the surveillance, and Hank and several staff members in front of the screen were astonished. Well, fine, Kara, change into another outfit, then come over to participate in my training exam, Alex said. Kara shook her head, saying, Sister, you want me to take off the protective suit and expose myself to kryptonite radiation for a weekend test, right? But I heard Sister Qiuya say during a fight that super strength can crush everything. I don't think that's necessary. Alex frowned, saying, Kara, regardless, you haven't practiced combat skills. Complete training is essential. But sister, Kara wanted to say something. She was eager to go deal with that extraterrestrial. You. Alex interrupted her, her expression instantly darkening. Are you my sister or my sister? Either way, you need to listen to me here. You need to change your clothes immediately. All right. Kara thought, I'll change, but I don't believe I can't win. After a while, the two officially began their combat training. Roar. Kara was struck hard by Alex and cried out in pain, falling to the ground. The kryptonite radiation is only set to 80% power. If you can't even beat me now, what do you mean you don't need training? Yet thanks to her extraordinary capacity for learning and adaptation, Kara quickly grew capable of sparring with Alex for hours under kryptonite radiation, only barely yielding in the end. At first, Alex felt genuine pride at Kara's rapid progress. But gradually, as Kara's combat prowess drew ever closer to her own, a quiet envy began to stir within Alex's heart. Kryptonian abilities are truly extraordinary. The next morning, Kara sat at the breakfast table, when suddenly a radiant portal shimmered into existence beside her, and a hand shot forth, seizing her without warning. Kara cried out, yanked violently off her feet. Qiuya had opened a cross-universe gateway from the Marvel Universe. Still unaccustomed to Qiuya's abrupt manner, Kara was thoroughly startled. Sister Qiuya, why didn't you give me a heads up before grabbing me like that? After landing in the Marvel Universe, Kara bounced lightly on the ground and pouted, I nearly spat out my breakfast. Qiuya smiled faintly. I wanted to surprise you. Next time please notify me in advance, Kara replied with a quick bright smile, glancing curiously around. Oh, this Earth looks almost identical to mine. Oh, I just bought breakfast and haven't finished it yet. I didn't ask for leave. Will my boss think I've quit and fire me? You're just delivering coffee to your boss all day. That job holds no real value. It's utterly unsuited for a Kryptonian, honestly. But I can't use my superpowers to earn money through illegal means. I still need honest work to cover living expenses. Watch closely and learn well. I'll show you how to earn properly. Qiuya sighed inwardly. This perhaps was what they called the director's hand. Aside from billionaire superheroes, even the most formidable heroes rarely leverage their powers to amass great wealth. And whenever Kara is defeated by villains on screen, then strikes exaggerated poses, it's the director's hand at work. Of course, the audience's hand bears some responsibility too. Qiuya led Kara toward the company entrance. With a subtle thought, she activated her nanotech suit. Her attire instantly transformed into a polished corporate business ensemble. A sleek black outfit hugged her figure, flawlessly accentuating her elegant silhouette. Her legs, long, straight, and perfectly proportioned, were sheathed in sheer black stockings. A black pencil skirt flared gently with each step, revealing a sliver of pale, smooth skin between hem and stocking. Her pointed black stilettos clicked rhythmically, radiating poise and allure. Kara mimicked Qiuya, conjuring an equally refined professional ensemble. One exuded bold sophistication, the other youthful charm and quiet intelligence. Together they embodied grace, confidence, and unmistakable feminine magnetism. Wow, we look just like powerhouse executives. Kara exclaimed, beaming. Good morning, boss. As they approached the entrance, several towering T-800 security guards chorused in unison. Hearing the greeting, the other human employees in the lobby snapped to attention and echoed loudly, Good morning, boss. Qiuya nodded calmly. Kara followed suit, adopting the poised, deferential bearing of a top-tier executive assistant. Then came the sharp, confident click-clack of heels, growing steadily louder, as a woman in a crimson power suit strode briskly toward them. It was Xiao Mei. Her scarlet skirtsuit paired with vivid red stilettos conveyed both crisp efficiency and magnetic charisma. Boss. Xiao Mei advanced with effortless grace, her red heels clicking purposefully. The staff watched and responded in unison, Good morning, President. Qiuya and Kara followed Xiao Mei into the company's most opulent office, a grand, lavishly appointed space dominated by an expansive executive desk and a high-backed leather chair. Qiuya walked directly to the desk and settled elegantly into the chair, instantly commanding the aura of a sovereign corporate titan. Xiao Mei turned to Kara. Miss Kara, please take a seat. Kara seated herself nearby. Instantly, several black-suited T-800 employees stepped forward and served steaming cups of tea. Kara silently marveled at Qiuya's commanding presence and Xiao Mei's impeccable professionalism, and at how vastly more imposing this firm was than her own workplace. Qiuya lifted her teacup and took a sip. Kara imitated her without hesitation. Oh, right. You hadn't finished breakfast. Here, have this to replenish your strength. 8 treasure kanji, to nourish your body. Qiuya produced a bottle of the porridge and handed it to Kara. 8 treasure kanji. Kara repeated, intrigued, carefully enunciating the Chinese words. That's Mandarin, right? My Mandarin isn't fluent yet. I'll dedicate time to mastering everyday conversation. With a Kryptonian intellect, Kara could indeed master colloquial Mandarin swiftly. Xiao Mei addressed Qiuya, boss. The Life Foundation we acquired hasn't been officially renamed. What name would you prefer? Let's choose something simple. How about Pioneer Corporation? Or Pioneer Group? Understood, boss. Xiao Mei nodded firmly. Qiuya sipped her tea, then set down the cup. Instantly fresh tea welled up within it, refilling it to the brim. Kara, mid-bite into her kanji, slowed her chewing eyes fixed intently on the cup. She even activated her X-ray vision to scan its base, but found nothing unusual. She tilted her head, puzzled. At that moment, Qiuya closed her eyes, activating her hyperintellect to strategize the company's future growth. Hyperintellect strategy module activated. The hyperintellect laziness subroutine. Please resolve challenges using superhuman capabilities. Qiuya opened her eyes and turned to Xiao Mei. By the way, our current workforce includes some human employees. How do you plan to integrate them? Boss, those humans are all newly recruited undercover agents. Our policy is to hire only operatives planted by rival factions. We pay them half the standard wage and withhold the remainder through arbitrary deductions. In practice, very little reaches their pockets, thus maximizing corporate profitability. Consequently, ordinary humans won't seek employment here. Undercover agents rely on external funding, not salaries, so they'll perform diligently regardless of pay. Excellent. Xiaomei, you're the true hero. Kara stared wide-eyed, experiencing for the first time the visceral shock of witnessing capitalist logic in action. Sister Qiuya, is this how you teach me to earn money? She thought to gather all the members of the Supergirl Alliance at the company to meet each other. On the other side of the spatial rift, Selena was lying on her bed at home, curled up like a sleeping cat. Selena sensed something unusual and woke up from her dream. Off. With a smile, Qiuya reached through the space rift and directly pulled Selena over. Upon realizing it was Qiuya, Selena felt safe and stood there in a daze, still not fully awake. She enjoyed nighttime activities. Last night, she single-handedly chased down an entire human trafficking gang and fought almost all night long. Xiaomei quickly had a Terminator robot bring over black coffee to help Selena wake up. Next, Qiuya also summoned the Venom-Eddie combination and Dr. Banner through space. Eddie was doing well. With his 10 million funds, he could last at least a decade without overspending, and he had also reconciled with his ex-girlfriend, living a good life. He wanted to find a job, but Venom stopped him, saying he just needed to lie around at home, play around, and be ready to follow Qiuya's orders. Boss. Goddess. Banner appeared somewhat shy and nervous, glancing at the others present before focusing on Qiuya. Qiuya understood Banner's thoughts, knowing that appearing publicly might expose his undercover identity with S.H.I.E.L.D. But Qiuya didn't care at all. With her current strength, what could Director Nick Fury do? Qiuya looked around and said, "All right, the important personnel are basically all here." Currently, they were still missing Tony and Natasha. Tony was still in DC. Previously, he had created the anti-Supergirl suit, so he might come over as an undercover. And Natasha, Qiuya had previously asked her to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. for work, but she seemed somewhat reluctant to completely sever ties with her old department. Xiaomei interjected, "Everyone, this is our boss Qiuya's new company, and we are all members of the Supergirl Alliance, so we will be partners from now on. For those who are not very familiar, let's introduce ourselves first." Kara was the first to introduce herself. "Hello everyone, I am Supergirl Kara. I have the same Kryptonian skills as Sister Qiuya, but my strength is far inferior to hers. I am Selena, also known as Catwoman from the DC Universe, skilled in nighttime combat." "Hello, I am Dr. Banner, a scientist." Venom, feeling the lively atmosphere outside, emerged from Eddie's body and peeked out. Under Xiaomei's organization, the team members quickly introduced themselves. Kara looked at her new partners with various skills, feeling a surge of enthusiasm and motivation. "Sister Qiuya, I want to join the Supergirl Alliance too." "Okay." The office space was large, and Qiuya exchanged for a large table full of barbecue delicacies from the system. These were exquisite dishes made from system-enhanced ingredients. The grilled meats were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, bursting with flavor and juices with each bite. The vegetables were vibrant in color. Each leaf was exquisite, crisp, and refreshing. Drizzled with the seasonings provided by the system, it was simply a perfect match. Everyone began to eat the barbecue merrily. After eating for a while, the conversation among the group started to pick up. Kara joyfully stuffed her mouth with food, her cheeks puffed up, chewing and swallowing quickly, and then mumbled, "What do you all do for work? Is the salary high?" Qiuya smiled and said, "I am the boss, the sole shareholder of the company, earning 100 million a day." Xiaomei cooperated, perfectly smiling. "I am the president, and my salary is not low." Kara felt a bit envious and disheartened. She was still earning a basic salary. However, she did not lose heart and continued to grab a few skewers of grilled meat and devoured them. After all, it was free food. The more she ate, the more she earned. Selena, having eaten her fill, said, "I am a warrior earning 100,000 a month, and I spend the boss money every day, which is endless." Banner didn't speak, thinking to himself that being an undercover agent was also considered a job. He couldn't say anything. Eddie shyly added, "I don't have a job yet, but the boss gave me a subsidy of 10 million. Qiuya thought for a moment and said, "Eddie, you can be the security team leader of the company. Report to Xiaomei if anything comes up." Eddie replied, "Okay, having a formal job is great. My girlfriend and family will be happy." Qiuya then turned to Selena and asked with a smile, "Kitty, do you want to be security or secretary?" Selena joked, "I'll continue being your warrior, but I can also double as security or secretary as long as the pay is good." Qiuya, "Little kitty, I'll take care of you tonight." Qiuya turned to Banner and said, "Dr. Banner, you don't need to go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. You can conduct research directly in my company. If you need research funding, just talk to Xiaomei. I have plenty of money." Banner nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, boss." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As a scientist, being an undercover agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't align with his professional direction. Carrying out undercover tasks often made him somewhat anxious. But thinking of Nick Fury, Banner still worried about being questioned and troubled. However, thinking about having Qiuya backing him, he felt that Fury wouldn't dare to do anything. Now having such a generous sponsor as Qiuya allowed him to conduct research without worries, which was a dream come true for Banner. Once Selena finished eating her mount, Fly Over the Mountain came to take her back to Qiuya's villa. Eddie changed into a security uniform and began to stand guard while slacking off. Xiaomei saw this and didn't insist on strict requirements from him. Venom, feeling a bit excited, said, "It's been a long time since I've had any activity. I bring on some troublemakers." Eddie replied, "Venom, don't be so combative. Be careful not to perform poorly and get your pay docked for breaking things. Isn't it nice to have nothing to do? Then you go. Let me take over, you take a break." Venom took control of Eddie's body and began to patrol around. Qiuya flew up into the sky with Kara. The two floated in midair and Qiuya said, "Kara, I want to teach you how to make money." Kara looked around, noticing it was empty with nothing in sight. She said with some confusion, "Where's there a place to make money? But there are a few banks below, we can't rob banks." Qiuya laughed. "Don't worry, it's a legitimate method. Daily income exceeds tens of billions." Tens of billions. Qiuya's target is the Spirit God Star. It is a massive asteroid located between Mars and Jupiter, rich in mineral resources, including rare metals and gold, with a total value estimated at $70 billion. Though it is 370 million kilometers away from Earth, it is not distant for Qiuya. Not to mention that Qiuya is already capable of flying at near light speed, which means she can reach it in just over 20 minutes. Moreover, Qiuya can easily tear open space, directly opening a spatial passage to the Spirit God Star. For her, the Spirit God Star is within reach. Kara's eyes widened as she gazed in disbelief at the cosmic scene faintly visible through the rift. Kara searched her brain for knowledge and exclaimed, This is the Spirit God Star. It's incredible. Such a distance is nothing. This power is truly immense. Tearing open space must feel amazing, Kara said, looking at Qiuya with longing. Qiuya smiled and replied, "It's just a piece of cake. If you work hard and bask in the sun, you'll be able to do this too one day. Come with me," Qiuya said, quickly flying into the space rift. Kara took a deep breath and gathered her courage to follow her in. In the blink of an eye, the two had reached the surface of the Spirit God Star. Kara looked around in awe at the stunning scenery before her. The ground was strewn with ores, various precious metals, shimmering and glowing, covering the surface of the planet. The distant peaks also had metallic hues, reflecting dazzling light under the sunlight. Rather than saying that the Spirit God Star is filled with gold, it is more accurate to say that the entire planet is a gigantic piece of gold. Kara's eyes sparkled with greed as she gazed at this golden planet, feeling as if she had discovered infinite wealth. "Sister Qiuya, you aren't planning to cut the entire planet and take it back to Earth, are you? Or just a small piece? After all, this planet has a diameter of 200 kilometers. If you take it all, where on Earth could we possibly store it?" "Of course I will take it all," Qiuya said decisively. "All it." Kara's eyes widened, "But don't worry, I have a way to manage it." Qiuya interrupted Kara's doubts with a smile. "I will store it in my space." Kara then understood and nodded quickly. "Oh, right. Qiuya looked at Kara with satisfaction and asked, "So earning trillions daily won't be a problem, right? Have you learned it?" "It's indeed very profitable." Kara's eyes sparkled, but she added with a wry smile, "But given my current strength, mining in space is quite challenging." "Then you need to practice hard, soak up the sun, and enhance your strength," Qiuya encouraged. Kara listened and nodded excitedly. At this moment, Kara hurriedly took out her phone, her expression excited. "Sister Qiuya, I want to take some photos here to post on social media and share with everyone. These photos from outer space will definitely attract a lot of clicks." Qiuya thought for a moment. Since her reputation and points were sufficient and her social media account hadn't been updated for a while, many fans were frantically commenting to inquire about her whereabouts. "Updating my status is a good idea. I can earn some reputation points too." The two quickly took many photos. Then Qiuya unleashed a powerful bioforce field, swiftly enveloping the entire Spirit God Star. In the next second, the Spirit God Star disappeared, being absorbed into Qiuya's system space. "All right, let's go," Qiuya said with satisfaction, waving to Kara, who was still in a daze. Kara finally snapped back to reality, looking reluctantly at the spot where the Spirit God Star had just been. She happily exclaimed, "Are we just leaving like this? Aren't we going to explore here a bit more? This is my first time in the universe." Qiuya couldn't help but tease her as she saw Kara's eager expression. "All right, you can explore a bit more here. When you're done playing, just fly back to Earth and find me." No. Kara's expression changed and she hurriedly denied. "I was just joking. I would rather return to Earth with you. Flying back alone would take forever." Kara's current flying speed is about 8 Mach, which is quite fast on Earth. However, in the vast universe where the distance to Earth is 370 million kilometers, her own speed is far too slow to get back. Hearing this, Qiuya turned around, her expression turning mischievous. All right, Kara, you wouldn't want to be stuck in space forever, would you? After Banner joined Qiuya's new company, he soon received a call from Nick Fury. Banner, are there no people around you? Fury asked cautiously. Banner glanced at the small beauty beside him and calmly said, Director, I've found a secluded spot. There are no people around to take your call. Why haven't you returned to S-H-I-E-L-D? After being taken by Supergirl, Fury pressed on. Director, it's not what you think. I didn't want to come to this company, as she forced me to work here. Banner argued with the excuse he had prepared in advance. He was already tired of S-H-I-E-L-D, not wanting to be monitored by agents anymore, nor did he want people constantly trying to concern themselves with or exploit the Hulk within him. I see. In that case, you can act as a mole over there and report any important situations to me immediately, Fury said. He had grown accustomed to losing out to Qiuya and was not overly angry. Banner, of course, only agreed verbally. He was a member of the Supergirl Alliance, so he would not serve Fury. Qiuya returned to Earth, letting Tianwang buy a vast piece of vacant land closest to the company, and then took out a small piece of the spirit god star about 1 kilometer in diameter, which began to hover and slowly descend on the vacant land. As this enormous golden meteorite landed, it suddenly fell like a small mountain from the sky, its massive size instantly blocking the sunlight in the surrounding area. This unusual scene was quickly detected by satellite systems from various countries. Different factions soon received the news, and the agents reacted swiftly, quickly arriving at the scene to witness the spectacle. A Hydra agent immediately reported to Pierce, Sir, we have determined that it is a meteorite made entirely of gold and rare metals, its value immeasurable. I suspect it is the handiwork of Supergirl. We better not make too much noise and let the U.S. government take the lead, Pierce pondered, staring at the massive mountain on the screen. However, since it's such a large meteorite mountain, we can take a small portion for research. That should be easy to manage, suggested a senior Hydra agent. Pierce nodded. All right, let's just take a small sample. But be sure to be careful and cautious. On the other side at S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury was urgently commanding his agents. You guys hurry to the scene. A team needs to collect samples for analysis. A team is trying to secure the area, negotiating with the military and other forces. While we cannot monopolize it, we must strive for the greatest benefit. Understood, Commander. Immediately, tech companies dispatched personnel, with some CEOs planning to personally rush to the scene, all eager to get a piece of the pie. In the White House, senators held an emergency meeting, each one unusually excited. Mr. President, this is undoubtedly a huge fortune falling from the sky. God bless America. The White House cabinet quickly made a decision, and the president immediately issued a public statement. This meteorite belongs to the national property within the territory of the United States, and we will implement complete state-owned management. The U.S. military immediately sprang into action, dispatching aircraft and a large number of troops to the scene. Various forces were eyeing this golden meteorite mountain, each taking action. At Stark Industries, as President Pepper also had to pay attention to this matter, and her bodyguard Happy drove her to the scene. Pepper opened her phone and happened to scroll past Qiuya's latest update. The title read, "Want to make money? Go mine some ores in space." Pepper clicked on the update, looked at the images and videos, and was completely shocked. The update included a photo of Qiuya and Kara against the backdrop of the vast starry sea, with Kara happily making a V sign in front of the camera. This was indeed a scene from outer space. Moreover, the positions of the celestial bodies in the background confirmed it was located in the main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. After understanding, Pepper realized that this meteorite was brought back from outer space by Qiuya. The comments below the update erupted. Fans exclaimed, after such a long hiatus, finally an update. The goddess finally responded. Oh my gosh, was this taken in outer space? I really want to check out an alien planet. It can't be fake, right? The people upstairs, come on, is there still anyone doubting the capabilities of the Supergirl? Some even focused on the meteorite mountain. The meteorite was brought by Supergirl, but she needs to be careful of the U.S. government. They are like thieves. Laughing to death, it's better for us Americans to be careful. She can destroy an island with one punch. We should not provoke her lest we face annihilation. Anyway, I support the goddess. People hoped she would hold on and not be bullied by the U.S. government. As for the reactions of various forces and the U.S. government, Qiuya was completely unafraid. Qiuya felt that this confrontation was quite interesting and decided to bring Tony and Bruce back with her. Conflicts of ideology would arise sooner or later, so it was better to lay it all out early. She instantly crossed over to the DC world, appearing in front of the two "Tony, Bruce, you need to come back to Earth with me. Ooh, I need your help." Tony and Bruce were startled by her sudden appearance. However, they trusted Qiuya gathered some things and followed her back to Marvel through the portal. Upon returning, Tony and Bruce asked, "Help with what?" Unbeknownst to them, Qiuya said nothing and simply flew away, leaving Tony and Bruce in shock as they watched the news about the meteorite mountain. Qiuya flew off to find Kara, and the two soared above the city. Unexpectedly, they spotted two criminals driving away in a car. Qiuya glanced at Kara, intending to give her a chance to shine, and Kara nodded in agreement. Then the two of them descended directly onto the path of the criminal's vehicle. Boom! With a loud bang, the car crashed into the two, producing a massive impact sound, and the front of the car instantly crumpled and twisted with the windows shattering. However, Qiuya and Kara remained firmly standing in place, completely unaffected. The two criminals stared in horror, still dazed, when they saw Kara rip open the deformed car door and drag the two out, throwing them onto the ground. Qiuya gripped the front of the car with both hands, and with a forceful pull, crack, the entire vehicle was torn apart in the middle. Meanwhile, several police officers were pursuing from behind. One officer raised his gun and shouted at Qiuya and Kara, "You two, surrender immediately," and crouched down. The two turned around. Kara was shocked to find that the gun was actually aimed at them. Confused, she asked, "Officer, you must be mistaken. The gun should be pointed at them." She pointed to the two criminals lying on the ground. A few police officers quickly approached and cuffed the two criminals. Qiuya quickly had the Skynet investigate the background of this officer and soon found the information. He was actually the father of Gwen, who could potentially become Spider-Woman. However, in this universe, Peter is Spider-Man. Gwen's father was an old-fashioned officer who despised superheroes taking the law into their own hands. No wonder he was so wary of them. He held a negative and hostile attitude towards superheroes, believing that they violated laws and that using superpowers on their own was illegal. Without any permits or regulations, his dissatisfaction with their self-appointed enforcement was evident. He also worried that superheroes would enforce vigilante justice without restraint, leading to escalation of conflicts and greater chaos. Kara patiently said, "Officer, please put down your gun. We just prevented a carjacking for you, and we haven't broken any laws. You shouldn't aim a gun at the good guys." But George, Gwen's father, was a traditional officer, his face serious, firmly stated, "No. You superpowered individuals must accept national management. You cannot use superpowers on your own. It's illegal." Behind George, other young officers recognized Qiuya. They did not raise their guns, and some officers even wanted to approach for an autograph, but because their commander was holding a gun, they hesitated. One brave officer even secretly laughed at Qiuya and Kara from behind George, waving his hand to greet them. Kara chuckled at this, glancing at Qiuya. George became even more furious. Qiuya couldn't be bothered with this old-fashioned officer and directly told Kara, "Kara, let's just leave, ignore him. He actually knows our strength and abilities. Because we are good people, he dares to aim a gun at us." Kara replied, "Really? Should good people be aimed at with guns?" Whoosh! She wanted to argue with George, but saw that Qiuya had already soared into the sky, leaving the scene. Kara quickly unfolded her red cape and chased up into the sky. George stood there watching the two figures depart with mixed feelings in his heart. Near the meteorite location, Xiaomei, Eddie, and Venom along with Selena arrived at the scene. Eddie looked up at the gigantic meteorite mountain with a diameter of 1,000 meters, exclaiming, "Did the boss bring this? How much could this sell for?" Selena said, "Meow. The boss is going to make a fortune. I want a raise." Venom poked his head out from Eddie, staring ahead at the various forces surrounding the meteorite with ill intentions, excitedly, saying, "Finally, things are getting interesting. This security work is so boring. So many brains. I could use some brains. My mouth is just a storage place for brains." Eddie replied, "Venom, stop that. You have enough chocolate to eat. Recently, you've spent more money than I have and eaten quite a bit of chicken. Don't think about eating brains. It's too barbaric." Selena looked at Xiaomei. "Xiaomei, if these people dare to touch Boss Han's meteorite, should we teach them a lesson? The boss should be arriving soon. We just need to follow her instructions." She planned to utilize the internal Terminator undercover agents of the U.S. military and transform thousands of powerful Terminators into military uniforms. Just as Xiaomei finished speaking, Qiuya appeared behind them, smiling as she reached out to grab Selena. "Selena, are you asking for more cat food again?" Meow. Selena nimbly dodged backward. Qiuya decided to let her off the hook during the day, allowing her to escape the claws of danger. Venom impatiently asked, "Boss, when do we get to fight?" Qiuya calmly replied, "No rush, let's just play with them for now." With that, she led a few people to the U.S. military's territory, where they encountered an old friend, General Ross, who was surrounding the meteorite with his troops. It seemed that the U.S. military still held the advantage among all factions, having driven away the others. Not far away, the FBI and various agents could only observe from the periphery. Qiuya straightforwardly asked Ross, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to take my meteorite? Ross replied solemnly, this meteorite landed on U.S. soil. According to the law, it must be nationalized and cannot be owned by any private individual. You want to claim it as your own? What an international joke. Qiuya's tone of dissatisfaction made General Ross realize that the situation was deteriorating. Roar. Soldiers beside Ross raised their weapons. The sound of gun bolts being pulled echoed through the silence. Click. Dozens of black muzzles were aimed at Qiuya and her group. The cold sounds of guns being readied reverberated in the still air. The tanks and artillery behind Ross were also on standby. Venom flicked his long tongue, hissing, do you want to fight? Seeing Venom transform fiercely, Xiaomei and Selena were also ready to join the battle. Ross softened his attitude and tone a bit. Wonder Woman, we understand that you have also contributed to this meteorite. How about you leave here first and let our U.S. government handle it? I assure you we are not an unreasonable country, and we will provide you with reasonable compensation afterwards. Selena couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. She was all too familiar with these people's true faces, reminiscent of her former DC universe. Skilled in political maneuvering, they only bully the weak and fear the strong, devoid of any moral compass or sincerity. She sarcastically said, General, are you going to give our goddess a medal or certificate to settle this? Ross felt a bit embarrassed, but still forced himself to respond, whatever form of compensation you want, we can discuss it. The U.S. government will definitely treat every party's interests fairly and will not let Wonder Woman's efforts go to waste. Qiuya internally scoffed as she saw Kara flying over not far away. She thought for a moment, quickly flew over and knocked Kara unconscious with a chop, then directly sent her back to the bed in the villa. The entire process took less than a second. Such an ambush still excluded her from participation. Ross only caught a glimpse of Qiuya's figure flashing and thought he was seeing things, not paying much attention. As a hawkish member of the faction, he believed that superheroes like Qiuya would likely avoid substantial conflict with the government in order to maintain their dignified and just image. First get the matter settled, then hold a ceremony to award medals and bonuses to appease her, and Qiuya would accept it. The interest groups behind Ross and the politicians in his faction shared this view. Though somewhat concerned about Qiuya's power, the temptation of that immense wealth was too great, and their deeply ingrained sense of superiority and desire for power made it hard for them to give up their coveting of the meteorite. They acknowledged the gamble involved, but taking some risks for the sake of profit was nothing. They had never experienced an alien invasion or witnessed powerful superheroes going rogue and killing indiscriminately. These politicians had a habitual mindset. Accustomed to being high and mighty, they were unfazed by exploiting the weak and seizing others' property. Don't speak of laws. For their interests, the law could be modified in an instant. Ross, are you sure you don't intend to have them lower their guns? Is this your attitude in negotiations? Qiuya looked at the soldiers who were still pointing their guns at them. Ross smiled and said, Wonder Woman, you superheroes are so powerful. Oh, please understand my position. If I don't point a gun at you, how can I feel safe? Not far away, Tony and Bruce were flying over. Bruce's new suit had flying capabilities designed by Tony, and he had painted it all black. This is not good. I see they might start shooting at any moment. In the Marvel Universe, all social media and official television channels have been invaded by the Skynet. This scene unfolds before everyone. Heavens, is AIM openly seizing the meteorite? This is too much. Support the goddess, that is something she brought back herself. Tisk tisk, witnessing the true face of AIM the politician. Such actions are nothing unusual for them. We must send experts to examine the meteorite. We cannot allow America to study it privately. Global public opinion was in an uproar, with many viewers engaged in heated discussions about this farce. Ross and the others could no longer maintain a facade of righteousness, their faces dark with displeasure. Tony and Bruce exchanged glances, each contemplating how to resolve the impending confrontation. General, what should we do now? The pressure from public opinion will be immense, the lieutenant quietly asked Ross. What does it matter? Let them see what they can do. Let the whole world witness the authority of the U.S. government. Since it's already escalated, we can only brace ourselves. Soldiers, prepare. Yes, sir. Rows of soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at Qiuya's and the others. At that moment, several rows of tanks and armored vehicles rushed in from a distance, followed by numerous aircraft. The sound of helicopters flying, the bang-bang of weapons being readied, and the marching footsteps echoed one after another with dark muzzles and cannons, all aimed at Qiuya's and her group. It seemed the U.S. military was determined to use force. A state of imminent conflict was unavoidable. Qiuya's coldly surveyed everything and then looked at Tony and Bruce, saying, It seems we have to resort to some extreme measures. Are you prepared to help? Ready. Selena, Venom, and Xiaomei responded immediately. However, Tony and Bruce did not show immediate support. Bruce wished to persuade her as a full-blown conflict would undoubtedly result in casualties, which contradicted his principle of not killing his Batman. He understood that Qiuya with her Kryptonian physique could withstand a nuclear bomb without harm, but these weak soldiers would surely not stand a chance against her. Therefore, Bruce decided to persuade Qiuya to yield, saying, "Miss Han, I understand your frustration over the stolen meteorite, but could you step back for the moment? Those soldiers are innocent. Can't you just go to space later and bring back a bigger meteorite?" Tony remained silent, nervously looking at Qiuya, waiting for her reaction. Ross felt quite smug, his expression relaxed as if everything was under his control. He awaited Qiuya to be persuaded by Bruce and leave here in disgrace. Qiuya, upon hearing Bruce, chose to ignore him. Instead, she was curious about why Ross had such audacity to confront her directly, even standing at the forefront despite the looming conflict, his face showing no fear, clearly not intending to hide behind the soldiers. Typically, she didn't need to keep her X-ray vision active as her superbrain was often too lazy. At that moment, thinking of this, she activated her X-ray vision to scan Ross' entire body and discovered that the energy within him exceeded that of an ordinary person by a staggering 1,000 times. Oh wow. No wonder it turns out you have become the Red Giant Ross. Able to transform like Hulk. Qiuya said with great interest, "Is this your backup?" Ross' expression changed. He hadn't expected this secret to be so easily uncovered by Qiuya. Red Giant. Tony and Bruce were both astonished. "Ross, did you create someone like Hulk?" "Shut up, Stark, this is none of your business." Ross' face darkened. "I merely took necessary measures to protect national security from threats posed by you arrogant superheroes. Do you really think you can stop me, eh?" With that, Ross roared, his body rapidly swelling and transforming into a towering red giant over 4 meters tall. Venom, at just over 2 meters tall, appeared like a little brother in front of him. Venom exclaimed, "Whoa. The Earth is indeed terrifying. I'll leave this to the goddess boss." Eddie replied, "Hey, the situation here is being broadcast live worldwide. Don't eat brains in front of the camera." At that very moment, "Wait. Hold on." Qiuya and Bruce shouted simultaneously. Bruce clearly intended to halt the battle from escalating further. Qiuya's intention, however, was different. Seeing her speak, Bruce assumed a turning point might emerge and turned toward her, gesturing for her to speak first. All eyes converged upon her. The Red Giant let out a booming, mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha. What now? Have you all lost your nerve?" From General Ross's order to prepare to his transformation into the Red Giant, the soldiers' emotions behind him had shifted repeatedly. Yet regardless of the circumstances, they kept their weapons trained unwaveringly on Qiuya and her allies, utterly indifferent to whether their actions might harm them. After all, it wouldn't affect their interests. Kill or be killed, it made no difference. They had justification, they were merely following orders. Others' lives meant nothing to them. Moreover, knowing Qiuya's upright reputation, they understood she was no fallen hero, no blackened paragon of vengeance. Thus she was good, and no matter how they treated her, she would not strike them down. The soldiers stood poised, weapons locked precisely on target, ready to fire at a command. Qiuya let out a cold, disdainful snort, ignoring the Red Giant's taunt, and slowly turned to face Selena and Xiaomei. Those marked with red dots, strike without restraint. Her voice was calm, yet brimmed with boundless, chilling lethality. Meanwhile, in a mysterious dimension, the Ancient One and Odin sat watching the spectacle unfold, like connoisseurs savoring rare fruit. The Ancient One instantly grasped Qiuya's intent upon seeing the red marks appear on certain individuals. They sat facing each other across a quiet, timeless space. Odin lifted a teacup from the table, sipping the Ancient One's endlessly replenished brew, and remarked, "She is extraordinary. I find myself growing ever fonder of her. Though she disdains slaughter, she shows no mercy to enemies. I would even consider naming her my heir to the throne." The Ancient One smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed, she is extraordinary. Qiuya had employed magic learned from the Ancient One, causing red markers to appear upon select soldiers. Cross-referencing with system data, she confirmed that every marked soldier bore 0 affinity toward her. Apparently, their misdeeds ran deep, so deep that they recoiled inwardly at her presence. Even minor antagonists registered at least 1 affinity. These men scored precisely 0. Further confirmation came via Skynet's infiltration of military archives. Qiuya quickly verified that, on each soldier's chest, the larger the red, the greater the gravity of their crimes. Enraged and swollen with pride, the Red Giant wasted no words upon hearing Qiuya's command. With a sweeping gesture of his massive hand, he roared, "Open fire." From the rear, soldiers unleashed relentless support fire, machine guns, tanks, and fighter jets pouring torrents of lead and flame onto the battlefield. Gunfire, thunderous detonations, and searing light filled the air. Among the ranks lurked Terminators, deliberately misaiming toward the Red Giant. 2 artillery shells and several machine gun rounds struck his colossal frame. Boom, boom, boom. Roar. Though his body was nigh invincible, none of the impacts broke his skin. Yet irritation flared within him. Who dares? What kind of training did you receive? Are your eyes blind? Firing at me. You're all dismissed after this battle. Furious, he bellowed, and charged forward, storming toward Qiuya. Qiuya remained composed, her gaze sharp and unblinking as she fixed it upon the red giant. Her left hand drew back slightly, coiling like a spring before release. In the split second the red giant closed the distance, she launched a lightning-fast left jab, precise, devastating, aimed straight at his torso. Boom! Her fist shattered countless sound barriers, unleashing a deafening shockwave whose resonance echoed across the entire battlefield. So swift was the blow that the red giant watched it approach, eyes wide open, yet his body could not react in time. It struck true, a perfect, crushing impact to his abdomen. Then came the cataclysmic release of energy, a blast wave erupting outward in all directions, shaking the very earth. Behind her, Selena and Venom staggered backward under its force. Tony Stark, clad in full armor, and Bruce Banner had already taken flight at the battle's onset, and now were hurled far away by the shockwave. A nearby tank caught too close, flipped end over end, helpless against the onslaught. The dozen soldiers standing directly behind General Ross, closest of all, were struck like battering rams. They flew backward like severed puppets, their faces swelling and reddening from the sheer gale-force wind. Xiao Mei, however, stood firm, her density 100 times that of an ordinary human, her compact frame minimizing wind resistance. She had just deactivated her anti-gravity field, anchoring herself steadily. Struck at a vital point, the red giant cried out in agony. Ah! His massive form catapulted backward by the blast wave, soaring like a broken comet toward a distant asteroid. A thunderous crash echoed as his body pierced clean through the asteroid, emerging from its far side in a violent eruption of dust and debris. Silence fell, abrupt, absolute. The soldiers forgot to fire. My God, what terrifying force! Tony Stark stared, eyes wide, still reeling from disbelief. How powerful is this Supergirl? I cannot even estimate her strength numerically. Bruce spoke gravely. That single punch delivered at least dozens of tons of impact force, launching a being of such scale clear off his feet. Boss, I mean my dear mistress, is truly extraordinary. She transcends all known parameters. Selena stammered, then corrected herself with a breathless grin. She had witnessed Qiuya's island annihilating punch only through screens before, but witnessing it live in person with such visceral grandeur left her utterly awestruck. Eddie was utterly spellbound, while Venom unsurprisingly regarded the spectacle with detached calm. Given the energy signature emanating from our boss, this outcome is entirely logical. For a moment the soldiers stood frozen in collective awe, until suddenly a shot rang out. Whether accidental or deliberate, it broke the trance. Gunfire erupted, then spread like wildfire as others followed suit. Boom, 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 rumble, rumble. Venom surged into battle, becoming a black whirlwind tearing through enemy lines. Bullets and shells inflicted wounds that sealed almost instantly, instilling raw fear among the ranks. Venom roared, "You wretch, you've got the biggest red mark of them all." A soldier was ripped apart by venomous claws, blood and limbs scattering in grisly arcs. As gunfire resumed, Xiao Mei reacted instantly, leaping skyward with effortless grace to survey the entire battlefield from above. Her arms shimmered and reshaped, condensing into a compact, deceptively small plasma cannon humming with immense destructive potential as she locked onto a tank below. Just as she prepared to fire, Tony Stark's armor materialized before her, blocking her line of sight. "Hey, gorgeous, hold off a sec. We need to talk." Tony urged hastily, "What is that on your arm?" "A plasma cannon. That tech is off the charts. And look at that lovely face. You don't seem like someone who'd unleash mass destruction." At that moment Jarvis's voice chimed softly within Tony's helmet. "Sir, a reminder, she is an android." "What a—" Tony gasped. This stunning young woman, an android. Wow, I never would have guessed. He immediately darted toward Xiao Mei, offering a courteous apologetic bow. "Ma'am, please go ahead and fire. I was mistaken. Androids should cut loose. I mistook your gentle beauty for softness. My sincere apologies." Even as she exchanged words with him, Xiao Mei wasted no time. Her response remained seamless and unhurried. She emitted a targeted electromagnetic pulse, disabling ground vehicles outright and sending airborne fighters spiraling out of control. Pilots scrambled to deploy parachutes and bail out. Throughout this, Xiao Mei remained perfectly composed, her expression serene, her gaze steady upon Tony, betraying no emotion whatsoever. Jarvis's warning prompted Tony to recognize her influence and decide intervention was imperative. He could not allow her to continue firing that plasma cannon. It was clearly cutting-edge, dangerously potent. Ambush. Closing in, Tony suddenly lunged, driving a right hook straight towards Xiao Mei's nose. To his surprise, Xiao Mei merely raised her hand, lightly catching Tony's iron fist and sending him staggering back, barely moving her own form. What the heck? Tony exclaimed, his armor taking several steps back, nearly losing balance. Jarvis quickly calculated, "Sir, her body density is approximately dozens to hundreds of times that of a normal person." "Tony, so heavy. How can you fly with such agility? Do you have an anti-gravity device on you?" After speaking, Tony fired a laser from the palm cannon toward Xiao Mei. On Catwoman Selena's side, she was still in her sexy, tight-fitting battle suit with a cat tail gently swaying behind her. Her fingers transformed into sharp claws. Neither bullets nor small projectiles could harm her. After soldiers opened fire, she darted across the battlefield, pinpointing those soldiers marked with red dots. She easily took down the first few soldiers, but soon as she grabbed a gun and was about to shoot a soldier, Batman Bruce suddenly descended from the sky, aiming to knock the gun from her hand. However, her strength had increased severalfold, and she held onto the gun tightly. She didn't lose it as she did in the original film. "No hurting people." Bruce's deep voice resonated. "I'm trying to stop me. You're still too inexperienced." The two immediately began to fight. While battling Bruce, Catwoman occasionally teased him by brushing her tail across his face. Bruce remained expressionless but felt a bit annoyed inside. Yet he still kept his composure. He spun around to evade Catwoman's attack while accurately knocking out 3 nearby soldiers. Selena just knocked them out. Bruce was struck back several meters by a punch, stopping himself to give a serious admonition. "Oh really? Then what's the point?" The two exchanged blows, each landing their hits. Selena did not expect Bruce's new armor to be so strong. She found herself unable to defeat him. Meanwhile, soldiers around them continued firing, which annoyed her. She decided not to entangle with him any longer. "I'm trying to stop me. You're still too inexperienced," she said while nimbly dodging Bruce's assault, extending her cattail to knock down a nearby soldier. Bruce moved to avoid Selena's flying arrow while swiftly chopping down another soldier's gun. Selena's attacks were fierce and rapid, but Bruce's defense was equally tight. While fighting, Selena did not forget to continue taking down enemies, teasing Bruce while dealing with the red dot soldiers. Bruce felt quite frustrated as Selena was not confronting him directly, and he couldn't stop her. Meanwhile, after Qiuya's punched the red giant away, she ignored the shocked gasps around her and flew forward, landing steadily on the top of a meteor 1,000 meters high. Her livestream camera followed, always focusing on her battle with the red giant. The red giant was left dizzy and nearly fainting from Qiuya's punch. But he possessed a unique superpower. The more he was injured, the more his rage and strength would be activated, truly making him stronger as he fought. Just as Qiuya's landed, the red giant roared, climbing up from the other side of the meteor. His eyes turned blood-red, muscles bulging, emanating tremendous rage. "Superwoman, I will kill you," he roared violently, his voice filled with fury. "Bring it on," Qiuya calmly responded, waiting in place like a lady. From her appearance, no one would believe that she harbored the energy to destroy a planet. At the same time, in her heart, she posed a question to the Skynet within her system space. "Skynet, if Mars were gone, what impact would it have on my Earth?" The artificial intelligence Skynet quickly responded, "If Mars were to disappear, it would have a certain impact on Earth. Firstly, Earth's gravitational field would change, and the rotation and revolution speed of Earth would also alter, possibly triggering changes in Earth's climate system, leading to extreme weather events. Secondly, the disappearance of Mars would alter the mass distribution within the solar system. In comparison, celestial bodies like Pluto, which are far from Earth, have little impact on Earth whether they exist or not." After hearing Skynet's answer, Qiuya nodded, having made a decision in her heart. Qiuya paid no mind to the red giant quickly charging up the 1,000-meter-high meteor. Instead, she tore with both hands, distorting and ripping the space, revealing a massive spatial rift before her. "Roar! Die!" The red giant's eyes were blood-red, roaring as he swung both fists, feeling a stronger power surging within him, ecstatic. Qiuya's gaze sharpened, and she instantly teleported to evade this blow. The red giant's super powerful punch appeared slow motion in her eyes. In the next moment, she delivered a flying kick, her black silk legs striking accurately and swiftly into the red giant's abdomen. Before the red giant could react, she kicked him into the ruptured spatial rift. Qiuya followed with a leap, entering the ruptured spatial passage. As she lightly landed from the other side, she was welcomed by an icy, desolate planet, Pluto. The spatial passage slowly closed behind her. The red giant also crash-landed heavily on Pluto's icy surface, ice shards scattering. He stood up, having transformed into a taller giant, emanating overwhelming rage and battle intent. The angrier I get, the stronger I become. I will surely defeat you soon." The red giant laughed arrogantly. "Come on, let me see your rage." Qiuya calmly spoke, her tone laced with mockery. Before her words fell, a beam of hot energy shot from her eyes, easily piercing through one of the red giant's hand bones. Oh. In Han Qiuya's livestream, people from all over the world were glued to their screens. When they saw Han Qiuya's tear through the spatial rift and enter Pluto with the red giant, the world erupted in chaos. My God, did she just tear open space? The Superwoman has moved the battlefield to another planet. She is protecting Earth. She doesn't want the flames of war to reach us. The goddess is simply too good. Some netizens began to understand Han Qiuya's good intentions. Go goddess. For Earth. Eliminate the monster. The Superwoman is too dangerous. She recklessly damages public property and tears open space, destroying the environment, basically committing a crime. She's too powerful. The Superwoman needs regulation. A look at her fighting, and her strength is completely uncontrolled. Yes, who will manage this uncontrollable woman? She will eventually harm us all. She has already rebelled. You brain-dead fans still support her. Shut up. It's your dark mentality that needs regulation. Shut up, you naysayers. You criminals, shut your mouths. It was obviously Ame who first seized citizens' properties. The Superwoman only took reasonable actions, a fan angrily commented. Yes, the goddess has been very merciful. If it were me, I would have turned those soldiers who dared to shoot into meat paste long ago. Various comments quickly clashed with insults flying around. The President of the United States and military leaders were watching the live stream. Her strength far exceeds our imagination. We should and can only win her over, the President said softly, realizing the situation had escalated. Mr. President, you also agreed at that time. Yes. Who sent Ross? Step forward. Also, he can transform into the red giant. Are some of you conducting illegal experiments in secret? Now is not the time for blame. We must find a way to control the situation, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. The President frowned. We might not necessarily lose. A look, the red giant has recovered and grown stronger. Perhaps we should wait and see. More debates erupted in Congress, with some wanting to identify the responsible parties, while others actively discussed countermeasures. S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury quietly watched the live stream, having already pressed his beeper to call Captain Marvel. Pluto has a diameter of about 2400 km, slightly smaller than the Moon, which has a diameter of 3476 km. The environment on Pluto is extremely harsh, with an average surface temperature of only -230 degrees, bone-chillingly cold. Everything here is frozen by the biting cold, forming a hard solid. Han Qiuya and the red giant landed on the vast icy plains of Pluto with a thick layer of frost beneath their feet, a pitch-black sky above, and silence surrounding them, broken only by the howling winds. It's really cold here. You won't freeze, will you? Han Qiuya looked curiously at the red giant, her voice cold. This temperature is nothing for her physical constitution. The red giant's body is indeed powerful. Although his movements have become sluggish, he is not frozen by the cold. His ferocious recovery ability and enhanced physical strength due to anger seem unaffected by the low temperature. Cold. The fire of my anger is already burning within me. The red giant roared. Roar. Let me tear apart that pretty face of yours first. With that, he let out a roar and leaped into the sky, his massive body drawing a straight line across Pluto's night sky as he charged towards Han Qiuya. Han Qiuya calmly awaited the red giant's approach, then effortlessly propelled herself upward, evading the attack. She then flew upward, and the red giant also let out a roar, jumping towards the sky. Just as the two were about to make contact, the red giant struggled to extend his finger, barely touching the sole of Han Qiuya's boot. You can't even fly. How will you defeat me? You can only wipe my shoe soles. The red giant lost his balance, having no foothold in the dark sky, and could only watch himself fall heavily onto Pluto's surface. Shut up. The red giant was furious, his muscles swelling with rage, his body expanding further, and his eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. I will kill you. He bellowed, his voice shaking the ground as he flew up once more. At this moment, people around the world noticed the excellent sound quality of the live broadcast and began to voice their questions and speculations. Isn't this on Pluto? How can we still hear sounds? Perhaps the Superwoman used some kind of magic to transmit the sounds as well. I guess there's an automatic dubbing system in the live stream that generates sound effects based on the visuals. But this live streaming technology is too advanced. Both the audio and video effects are extremely realistic. It should be that the Superwoman used a transparent ray, and the vibrations of the ray facilitate sound transmission. An internet user claiming to be a scientist analyzed. Regardless of how it's transmitted, as long as the fight is exciting, that's all that matters, commented another user. Don't overthink the matters related to the Superwoman, just enjoy it like a novel. The global audience was soon captivated by the thrilling and intense battle scene before them, their blood boiling, as if they were watching a spectacular blockbuster. However, some scientists remained deeply curious and eager to explore the issue of sound transmission. Meanwhile, Nick Fury had urgently contacted Captain Marvel, while also reaching out to Captain Steve Rogers, who had just thawed from the ice and was living in a humble rental. Rogers, being from the last century, was not accustomed to modern technology and did not like going online. The old phone he had was temporarily given to him by Fury and did not have the function to push notifications from Qiuya's livestream, so he was unaware of the major events occurring outside. On that day, he did not go out, did not watch television, and did not go online. He planned to train at home all day until Fury's call interrupted him, informing him of the situation outside. What? A kilometer-wide meteorite. The military suffered heavy casualties. Captain America asked in confusion over the phone. Yes, you'll know when you get there. Understood, him on my way now. Meanwhile, around the meteorite, even with just little Beauty, Venom, and Selena, they managed to take down all the red-dotted individuals, albeit some were knocked unconscious or severely injured even under the interference of Tony and Bruce. Little Bowtie's plasma cannon, Selena's flying knives and darts, and Venom's overwhelming power all possessed tremendous lethality or area of effect. Even Tony and Bruce could not stop their actions. The three worked in perfect harmony and quickly ended the battle. Many surviving soldiers without red dots dared not attack any further. The U.S. government, seeing that Qiuya's battle had not yet concluded, did not dare to rashly send more troops or use weapons of mass destruction. They understood that even if they used a nuclear bomb against Qiuya, she might remain unscathed. Thus their gaze was focused on the intense confrontation between Qiuya and the Red Giant on Pluto, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the battle and the final outcome. Meanwhile, Tony and Bruce felt somewhat helpless. We underestimated them. Even with our new armors, we are no match for them. Bruce removed his helmet, breathing heavily, his face showing clear concern. Moreover, this isn't even Superwoman's full strength. Indeed, their teamwork is seamless while we have no effective coordination between us. Tony also took off his helmet. I think the Justice League needs to recruit more powerful members and undergo systematic team combat training. Tony hesitated a moment, then continued. However, as a friend of the Superwoman, from my interactions with her, she has a good character and should not indiscriminately kill innocents. Her marking of those soldiers must have some special significance behind it. I understand what you mean. I know you're a fan of hers. Bruce nodded, then glanced at Tony helplessly. You think like me, a part of the reason for taking this opportunity to confront them is to test the performance of the new armor and to explore their level of strength. Exactly. At that moment, Tony's armor suddenly moved and Jarvis activated a large projection for both of them to see. It displayed the scene of Qiuya's battle. Jarvis spoke. Sir, the battle with the invincible Superwoman has concluded. Pluto has been destroyed. The screen showed the image of Pluto exploding. Tony quickly instructed Jarvis to replay the previous events. He thought in a state of panic, could it be that Qiuya had precisely calculated the force directly kicking his body into the core of the planet? No, this is impossible. It's unscientific. The live broadcast was also very unscientific, following the Red Giant deep into the core, showcasing his dire situation. Many viewers witnessing this battle scene were thrilled. Goddess. Oh, I'm so impressed. The goddess is the embodiment of strength and beauty. That slap was so cool. I want to be kicked too. Calm down, you pervert, upstairs, you can't handle it. The Red Giant was recovering very quietly this time, regaining more than half of his strength, yet dared not confront her. He gazed at the dark opening above, somewhat afraid that Qiuya would suddenly appear before him. The feeling of being completely overwhelmed by power was one he had never experienced before. He finally realized that the graceful woman exuding a chilling aura in front of him was far beyond the reach of his 100 or even 1,000-meter stature. Qiuya waited not far away for the Red Giant to rise and fight again, but this not far was quite distant for ordinary people. She was currently at the core of the sun, leisurely absorbing its energy. She felt that with her increasingly enhanced strength, she would soon be able to drain an entire star in a second. Of course, it was still quite slow, now taking half a minute to absorb just 1% of the sun's energy. Thanks to her perfect Kryptonian bloodline and the external skill energy absorption obtained from the system, her strength became stronger and the speed of energy absorption grew exponentially. She planned to stay for another minute to avoid draining the sun completely. In the future, when her strength was greater, she intended to tear open space to other star systems to absorb more stellar energy. Qiuya maintained her super long-range vision, gazing past the 8 major planets, focusing on the Red Giant at the core of Pluto. Seeing him quietly staying in place, not moving for a long time, only his breathing proved he was still alive. At the same time, Qiuya spotted a figure passing by Pluto and guessed it was Captain Marvel. Qiuya decided to end this battle. In an instant, she appeared in the sky above Pluto. Not giving the Red Giant a chance to see her, she made her move. Diving from the sky at high speed, she charged her right fist and aimed for the surface of Pluto to unleash her final strike. After throwing the punch, she hovered in midair, quietly watching below. The area of energy generated by her punch rapidly expanded, and where the force passed, visible spatial cracks appeared. With a loud bang, the punch heavily struck the surface of Pluto, instantly stirring up towering planet debris and waves. In that moment, Pluto shattered into pieces. The once solid surface developed countless large cracks, and before the red giant could react, he was directly reduced to dust. Pluto also crumbled under this punch. With a loud bang, the entire planet trembled and fractured under her blow. Ultimately, with a booming sound, Pluto turned to powder, and the shattered remnants of the planet scattered into space. Oh my God, Tony stared in disbelief at this scene. She destroyed an entire planet with just one punch. Bruce quietly observed this scene, saying nothing. On Earth, a few Hydra agents attempted to take advantage of the chaos to collect some meteorite fragments. They had greedily loaded several trucks when they received an urgent communication from Pierce. Put everything down, this belongs to someone else, we cannot take it indiscriminately. At that moment, Captain America arrived at the meteorite crash site in his car. What happened here? He quickly spotted Tony and ran over to ask. Tony, seeing Captain America, was not surprised after witnessing the destruction of the planet. What was so strange about resurrecting people from the last century? After seeing the scene of Qiuya destroying Pluto with one punch, the conference room in the White House fell into complete silence. After a long while, people gradually reacted, and once someone took the lead to speak, the situation erupted into chaos. Should we launch nuclear weapons at her? Someone said instinctively. Stop talking nonsense. You were the one who agreed to seize the meteorites. This woman is too terrifying. What should we do? One senator shouted. I suggest we immediately surrender to her. Only by submitting can we protect the Earth, another senator proposed. What nonsense. An elderly senator slammed the table. We are America. How can we bow to an alien? But with this kind of power, we are utterly defenseless, a senator said despondently. Mr. President, you must make a decision. All eyes turned to the president. Sweat beads the size of soybeans appeared on the president's forehead. He looked terrified and at a loss, stammering. Let's observe the situation first and try to negotiate with her. If that doesn't work, we might have to consider surrendering to her. But is that useful? She pulverized the planet with one punch. Let's not listen to the president. Let's just plant a white flag on the White House. The conference room was filled with endless arguments. They were all at a loss in the face of Qiuya's terrifying power. Captain Marvel was flying over Pluto, witnessing Qiuya shatter the planet with one punch, and was so shocked that she stopped in midair, staring blankly at the sky, filled with planetary debris. Qiuya turned around, having just delivered this fatal blow, and the murderous aura surrounding her left Captain Marvel speechless. I mean, I have nothing to do with this. I was just passing by. Captain Marvel stammered. Oh, all right, but you fly so slowly. Why don't I give you a ride? Qiuya smiled slightly. No need, I can fly by myself, don't worry. I'm leaving right now. Don't be polite, follow me. Qiuya tore apart the space with her hands, creating a massive rift. On the other side of the rift was the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Earth. Let's go. Oh, after they landed, Captain Marvel immediately spotted Nick Fury sitting in a chair. Nick, Captain Marvel exclaimed. Hearing the voice, Nick turned around and saw Captain Marvel and Qiuya. His expression changed immediately.